Chapter 351. There was a knock on the door. It was Song Liang bringing hot water. The downstairs room was bare. If she wanted to wash her hair, she had to boil water herself. She had to get ready before going downstairs. Song Liang helped carry in a bucket of water. Yun Zhao thanked him, and after he left, she turned and went into the bathroom to wash her hair. Using bottled water to wash her hair was too extravagant for a full bath. Since coming here, Yun Zhao had only washed her hair when she couldn't stand it anymore. Just in case, she didn't close the door. Rabbit, holding her sniper rifle, leaned against the door, looking worried. She hadn't even played her daily candy play game. The more she thought about it, the more uneasy she felt. After Yun Zhao stood in front of the mirror drying her hair, Rabbit turned and ran to the bedside table, took out a box of condoms, and stuffed it into Yun Zhao's backpack. "I don't know if there are any downstairs," Rabbit said as she stuffed it in. "Sister Yun Zhao, I put the condoms in your backpack. Remember to make sure the captain wears them." "Condoms?" Rabbit seemed to have mentioned that last time. Yun Zhao had asked Xie, who said he would find the key points for her to study herself. And then? Xie seemed to have sent them to his laptop, but she had to go to the counseling room every day and hadn't thought about it. "Okay," Yun Zhao replied casually. After getting ready, Yun Zhao left amidst Rabbit's complicated expression. The little girl seemed a bit worried, repeatedly reminding her, "Speak up if you need to, I can hear you downstairs. Of course, when you're doing other things, make sure to set up a good barrier so those people next door can't hear you. Otherwise, it would be so embarrassing." Although Yun Zhao didn't quite understand, she subconsciously agreed. "Okay, I got it." She was just very curious about the waterbed, and wanted to experience it before leaving the contaminated area. Following the captain should be the safest. Yun Zhao reassured Rabbit not to worry, then closed the door. The third-floor corridor was quiet and pitch black. Since the zombies began to evolve, the corridor lights hadn't been turned on at night to avoid attracting light-sensitive mutated zombies. A short distance ahead, a small sofa for night watchmen was illuminated by a flashlight. Xie saw her leave and walked towards her, flashlight in hand. "Let's go!" The two went down the stairs. The second floor was equally dark, without a single ray of light. 6 college students were asleep, their room doors were tightly closed, and no sound could be heard as they passed by. The flashlight beam remained at Yun Zhao's feet. Xie led her to the door of the couple's room and opened it with the master key. He went in first to check around, drawing the thick curtains before inserting the key to light the room. The light was dim, like a thin veil gently enveloping the entire room. The bedside curtains swayed gently, their dreamlike silhouettes adding a touch of hazy beauty to the room. Xie turned his head away, refusing to look any longer. He walked to the balcony, his back to Yun Zhao, and spoke. "Sleep, I keep watch here." Her wishes were always simple: eat meat, drink strawberry milk, see the sea, and sleep on a waterbed she'd never seen before. But the contaminated zone became increasingly dangerous as it progressed. Xie couldn't leave her alone in the room. To him, whether he was on duty on the balcony or in the corridor, it was all the same. "You plan to stand there all night?" Yun Zhao genuinely hadn't expected this arrangement. She said, "I won't be able to sleep like this." How could she possibly sleep peacefully after tormenting the captain for a night on a waterbed? Xie's voice became a little hoarse. "Then where should I stay?" Fire Phoenix was excited and couldn't contain herself, wanting to come out. "Let's sleep together." But Yun Zhao thought for a moment, then pointed to the sofa in the room. "Let's move the sofa over there. That way you can sit or lie down, and you won't have to stand all night as punishment." Xie was silent for 2 seconds, then resignedly went over and moved the long sofa to the balcony. "Oh right, before I left, you gave me something and told me to make sure you wear it." Yun Zhao remembered this, and quickly took off her backpack and rummaged through it. What good things could that little rabbit's head come up with? Xie clearly had a bad feeling, and he controlled his emotions. "No need, you should go to sleep." Fire Phoenix, however, was very curious and anxiously wanted to come out. "I want to see what it is." Xie suppressed it and ignored her. The little bluebird was tired from playing, and had already returned to its spiritual realm to rest. What was it doing out here? Yun Zhao didn't know which compartment the rabbit was in, nor its size. Her bag was full of snacks, and she searched through her backpack for a long time without finding it. Hearing Xie say it wasn't necessary, Yun Zhao stopped. "Okay, I'm going to sleep then. I have snacks in my backpack. Help yourself if you're hungry." "Okay, good night." "Good night." Xie waited until she was settled in bed, then came out to turn off the light for her, before going to the balcony alone to keep watch. The night in the contaminated zone was far from peaceful. Dark matter floated everywhere, and faint lights flickered in the distance. The dilapidated buildings looked particularly desolate in the night. The lights flickered, sometimes moving rapidly. Those were the abilities of the mutated zombies. The balcony faced the riverbank. Sia2 leaned back on the sofa, gazing up at the dark night sky. With all his senses released, he could easily detect every subtle movement around him. The person on the bed was breathing steadily, deep in sleep. She always seemed to sleep like this. No matter how dangerous or noisy the outside world was, once she was asleep, she was hardly disturbed. Taking advantage of his momentary distraction, Fire Phoenix broke free and suddenly emerged. "What is it? What does she want you to wear? Why don't I have one?" Fire Phoenix was extremely curious. Because the sofa had been moved to the balcony, Yuan Zhao's military backpack was placed directly on the carpet at the foot of the bed. Only a glass door separated them. Fire Phoenix's body became transparent, and it slipped through. Sia2 frowned slightly. "Come back." Fire Phoenix pretended not to hear, already slipping inside through the half-open zipper. It searched through Yuan Zhao's pile of snacks, finally finding a small dark blue box. "What is this?" Fire Phoenix carried the dark blue box back to the balcony. Upon seeing the object, Sia2's expression instantly crumbled, replaced by unprecedented panic. He snatched the box and threw it into the river. "Ah, you threw her things away. I'm going to tell Qingwan tomorrow." Sia2 quickly regained his composure. "Really? I tell little Bluebird tomorrow too that you took her things while she was sleeping." Fire Phoenix, Qingwan will definitely be angry. The night passed uneventfully. Morning. Yuan Zhao was woken up by Sia2. They had a very important mission today, and had to leave early. A wet washcloth was handed to her. Yuan Zhao groggily sat up and took it. It was cold water. The washcloth was placed on her face, and she immediately woke up, quickly getting out of bed. Sia2 tidied her backpack. The two didn't return to the third floor, but went directly downstairs to the lobby to wait for the assembly. The teammates had reached the first floor, and were replenishing their backpacks with various ammunition and supplies, making all necessary preparations. Getting out of the contaminated zone wouldn't be easy. Unexpected events could happen at any moment. Being cautious was always a good idea. Sia2 finished the final check, glanced at Rabbit indifferently, and said, "Let's go." Chapter 352. The rabbit felt the captain's death stare. A sudden chill ran down her spine, and she shivered, quickly climbing onto the roof of the vehicle to await orders. The survivors were all resting today. Only Team Zero was leaving the island. Sia2 only sat in the passenger seat after seeing Yuan Zhao get into the vehicle. The armored vehicle started, and sped fiercely towards the port. Most of the shops on both sides of the street were dilapidated, their windows shattered, and traces of battle were still visible. Bullet holes and bloodstains were visible on the walls and the ground. The streets were deserted, devoid of monsters, making them appear exceptionally desolate and bleak. Soon, a sharp, eerie roar broke the oppressive silence from the surrounding area. It quickly disappeared after the gunfire subsided. Qi Ling sat in the vehicle, clutching several rolls of tinfoil, intending to wrap herself up after boarding the ship. Without Yuan Zhao by his side after leaving the contaminated zone, and with no one to suppress the dark matter on his body, he feared it would corrode the ship, so he had to prepare in advance. But the thought of turning into a monster again after leaving the zone dampened his spirits. Since entering the contaminated zone, he had lived like a normal person, sometimes even forgetting that he was a mutant. He found himself actually liking it here more. This thought made Qi Ling uneasy. Fearing his teammates would discover this, he carefully hid his emotions. The armored off-road vehicle quickly arrived at the port. Everyone disembarked. The massive, fully loaded ship was right before their eyes, incredibly awe-inspiring. It made the yachts moored beside it look like ants. The team boarded the ship, checking the fuel and every corner of the transport vessel to ensure it could sail smoothly. Yuan Zhao and the rabbit lagged 2 steps behind. She slightly raised her hand, and countless green fluorescent lights swarmed into the cabin and supply piles. Yuan Zhao, holding an unfinished novel, led the little Bluebird on a tour of the ship. The little creature stood atop her head. It had been playing everywhere these past few days, and hadn't yet been on board, curiously tilting its head to look around. Confirmed. The teammates went to the cockpit to say goodbye to Qi Ling. Saying goodbye wasn't quite accurate, because if all went well, he would be back in an hour. Duanqi pretended to wipe away tears. "Qi Ling, you must steer the ship well. When you come back, we get you the title of Best Captain and award you the grand prize of Strongest Steering Wheel Guardian in the Apocalypse." Tao Hao said earnestly, remember, no matter how high or far you fly, your heart must always be with us, because we are your gravity. Qiling, The rabbit glared at them. Don't delay the mission. Song Liang, the most reliable, took out a communicator from his backpack and said slowly, I kept the first generation's device in my bag. After you go out, don't show yourself. First, contact the reinforcements. The number is this. Qiling, already wearing black gloves, silently took the device and carefully wrote down the number. Okay, I understand. Yuan Zhao waved to him, good luck. Where's the captain? He's on deck checking the sea. The edge of the contaminated zone seems to be receding. Then let's go down and wait for him. After saying goodbye to Qiling, the group disembarked from the transport ship and stood on the shore to wait. A fresh but slightly salty sea breeze gently blew, ruffling everyone's hair. The waves rhythmically lapped against the rocks on the shore, creating a natural white noise. A strange calm settled over her. Yuan Zhao, remembering what happened last night, asked Rabbit curiously, what did you put in my bag? I can't find it. Xia too had packed her backpack this morning. She hadn't felt for anything extra in her bag when she took things out. Rabbit gasped, couldn't find it? Then the captain didn't wear it? What if she's pregnant? The captain is really... What a jerk. He doesn't care about Yuan Zhao at all. Rabbit glanced at the group next door, pulled Yuan Zhao a little further away, and whispered, so, how are you feeling? Yuan Zhao thought for a moment. It's quite comfortable. The waterbed was fluid, offering support unlike the firmness of a traditional mattress or the sinking feeling of memory foam. Sleeping on it gave her a floating, light feeling. It was comfortable no matter how she lay down. If she could, she wanted to take a waterbed with her on her last trip. Rabbit, Oh well, what a sister Yuan Zhao likes children. Besides, the captain and sister Yuan Zhao's child would definitely be exceptionally good-looking, 2 S ranks. Maybe they even have another S rank. The two chatted haphazardly, though their conversation was nonsensical. The 3 next door didn't even dare to lift their heads. No one dared to sleep too soundly in the contaminated zone. Last night, when the captain and Yuan Zhao went downstairs, everyone heard the noise. The 3 quickly withdrew some of their senses, afraid of overhearing something they shouldn't. However, they never expected the captain to be that kind of person, not even showing any restraint in the contaminated zone. When Xia Tu returned, he saw the team members standing in a row on the shore, each looking guilty and avoiding his gaze. Xia Tu sneered, now shake the seawater out of your heads. I settle accounts with you after we get out. Tao Hao Hao, Duanqi, Song Liang, They didn't do anything. The rabbit, feeling guilty, hid behind Yuan Zhao, afraid to show its face. It's over. Yuan Zhao, standing there, seemed somewhat out of place. She had no idea what had happened. Although the little bluebird didn't know either, it didn't stop it from mercilessly mocking the group of people, who quickly admitted defeat. The transport ship had already started its engines, and was in the warm-up phase. At Xia Tu's glance, the sentries quickly jumped onto the yacht one by one. Yuan Zhao was a beat slower, carefully walking over. It was a medium-sized private yacht, streamlined overall, with sturdy handrails on both sides of the hull. Inside, there was a living room, and at the stern, a spacious terrace. After all 6 people were on the yacht, Tao Hao Hao went to the bow to fiddle with the equipment. He was in charge of driving the yacht. This was a seaside city, and many survivors in the safe base knew how to drive yachts. The operation was relatively simple, not difficult for the sentries. The others stood on the deck, observing the surroundings. Yuan Zhao crawled into the cabin and sat down, curiously looking around. It was her first time on a ship. The yacht and the transport ship felt very different. The transport ship was enormous. Once inside, it felt almost the same as being on land. But the yacht was different. Because of its small size, the hull swayed slightly as her teammates moved around. Xia Tu bent down and entered the cabin, holding a seasickness pill and a bottle of mineral water, handing it to Yuan Zhao. Just in case, take one. None of the 0 team members had any experience sailing at sea, so it was natural to be prepared to avoid any unforeseen situations. Yuan Zhao obediently took the pill and swallowed it with the mineral water. Fire Phoenix and Peregrine Falcon had circled the edge of the contaminated area and only returned now. The Peregrine Falcon gripped the handrail with its sharp claws, chirping to its host about the situation. The Fire Phoenix flew straight into the cabin, ignoring Xia Tu, and went directly to Yuan Zhao and the little bluebird. After waiting for about half an hour, the transport ship finally started moving, slowly leaving the port and heading towards the open sea. Tao Hao Hao quickly followed in his yacht. Chapter 353. The sea breeze howled. Two boats, one large and one small, sailed on the sea. Qi Ling's boat was going rather fast. Tao Hao had no choice but to speed up, following at a distance until the transport ship safely left the contaminated area. But as the yacht accelerated on the sea, the waves pounded against its hull, and it began to rock violently. Yun Xiao gripped the handrail beside her, struggling to maintain her balance. She suddenly smelled a very unpleasant odor of engine oil, and subconsciously frowned. Xie Tu noticed her reaction, took out a medicine box, took out another pill, and handed it to her. "Want another one?" His voice remained steady despite the yacht's rocking. Yun Xiao reached out and took it. After taking the second seasickness pill, she felt slightly better, but still felt unwell. This feeling was completely different from when she was in Subei. She felt nauseous and wanted to vomit. Xie Tu frowned, continuing to observe her reaction, and said, "Hang in there, we slowed down when we get back." Not to mention Yun Xiao, the other members of Team Zero weren't feeling well either. Rabbit gripped the gunwale tightly, enduring the discomfort. "Is this boat playing a disco with us? It's rocking so much I'm completely disoriented." "Tao Hao, why don't you slow down?" Song Liang shouted towards the cockpit. Tao Hao's voice followed closely. "Slow down. We won't be able to catch up with Qi Ling. Why the hell is he going so fast?" Everyone had given him all the instructions they could. But no one remembered to remind Qi Ling to slow down. Qi Ling probably wanted to get out of there as soon as possible, and large ships and small ships move at different speeds. Maybe he didn't even notice. The waves on the sea seemed to be growing larger, and the yacht rocked more violently. A huge wave crashed in, tilting the ship violently, and Yun Xiao almost fell. Xie Tu reacted quickly, catching her in his arms. Yun Xiao grabbed his arm, raised her head, and solemnly said to him, "I never ride on a ship like this again." "Okay." Xie Tu helped her sit up again. The journey, which should have taken 20 minutes, ended up with the group seeing the edge of the contaminated zone in just 10 minutes. A billowing gray fog appeared on the sea, like a surging tide, constantly churning and twisting, shrouding everything in front of them in a hazy, chaotic veil. Tao Hao finally slowed down. The group stepped out of the cabin and onto the deck, watching as the massive container ship, without slowing down, rushed straight into the gray fog. "Do the sentries from the reinforcements do this every time they see us go in?" Rabbit couldn't help but ask. The change in perspective felt so strange. No one answered. The waves were too high. Yun Xiao could barely stand. She clung tightly to Xie Tu's arm, almost her entire weight pressing down on him. The sea wind raged. Strands of hair on her forehead fluttered in the wind, making it hard for her to open her eyes. Yun Xiao, still holding his arm, moved behind him, using Xie Tu to shield her from the wind without a second thought. Hidden behind Xie Tu, she asked, "Captain, what will happen if we go in?" Xie Tu's voice drifted back on the sea breeze, back somewhere in the contaminated zone. "Qi Ling won't? Mutants won't, but for him, it's uncertain. After all, Qi Ling wasn't an ordinary mutant. He was a special being with self-awareness, retaining human thought and habits." The transport ship's bow had already touched the gray fog. Fearing an accident, the sentries immediately became more alert. The gray fog quickly engulfed the bow, then the stern. In the blink of an eye, the entire massive transport ship disappeared into the gray fog, vanishing without a trace. After a short while, the sea remained calm. Song Liang breathed a sigh of relief. "Looks like we made it out safely. Let's go back, we still have work to do." Tao Hao slowed down. Even with seasickness medication, you can't withstand this kind of rocking. Duanqi had barely finished speaking when he felt uneasy. "I drive." Tao Hao complained, "Do you think I want to? If I slow down even a little, do you think I can keep up with him?" "That's because your skills are terrible." Duanqi finished speaking and quickly slipped into the wheelhouse to take his seat. The yacht floated on the sea, with endless gray fog obscuring the sky directly ahead, and the vast ocean stretching out on three sides. Duanqi started the engine, studying how to turn and change course. "Wouldn't it be easier if we just charged straight into the fog?" Duanqi suddenly asked his teammates as they crawled into the cabin. Xie Tu, helping Yun Xiao in, glanced at him indifferently. "Duanqi, okay, got it, turn around immediately." "You think the gatekeeper will just take you straight to the safe base?" Rabbit said irritably, "We randomly appear in a pile of mutated zombies, and there aren't a single car around. Are you planning to push the boat back?" Duanqi fell silent. Xie Tu didn't bother to respond. He looked down and saw Yun Xiao's brows furrowing even more deeply. "Sit for a while. You can't take any more seasickness pills." Xie Tu thought she was still feeling unwell, but she had already taken 2 pills, and they didn't seem to be very effective. He didn't want to ruin her health by taking more. Yun Xiao shook her head. Something seems to have happened at the safe base. Team Zero had more important things to do. She couldn't spend all her time testing the 6 people representing the sun symbol. So on the first day, Yun Xiao placed 2 mental threads on each person. She didn't tell anyone. But just now, she clearly felt the information transmitted by the mental threads suddenly turn blank. Mental threads can capture emotions. Blank can only mean that no emotion was being captured. Under what circumstances would a person lose their emotions? As far as this contaminated area was concerned, Yun Xiao felt there was only one possibility. That was death. Xie Tu's expression changed slightly. Duan Shi, drive faster. Let's go, don't stay in there, everyone to the deck. The words had barely left his mouth. The next instant, darkness instantly enveloped the entire world, a dizzying spin, and the people in the cabin were thrown into a heap. Damn it! Someone shouted from the darkness. Yun Xiao's hand was tightly held by Xie Tu, and she fell onto his chest, both of them crashing to the ground. The worst fears came true. The rocking on the ship hadn't subsided. Yun Xiao was dazed from the fall. She braced herself against his chest, trying to lift her head to look outside. Outside was no longer the deep blue sea, but a bottomless abyss of darkness. The surrounding scenery had somehow transformed into an abstract, distorted nightmare. Zombies, survivors, all bodies had become countless fragments of souls, traversing painful memories of the past, rapidly eroding everyone's minds. Yun Xiao saw Jingyao and his companions, stubbornly resisting in the darkness. She saw Professor Chao sitting in the laboratory, his head drooping in despair, his chest no longer rising and falling. Seeing 6.5-year-old Ren Xian, whose parents had both mutated into monsters as darkness descended, she didn't hide or avoid them, crying out to the 2 mutated beings with outstretched arms, "Daddy, Mommy!" Qin Shi was being pulled along by her companions, her boyfriend still behind. That man, to save her, had willingly bought her this tiny bit of time to escape. Qin Shi still broke free from her companions, turning and running desperately backward, crying as she stretched out her hands towards the darkness, waiting to be swallowed by the dark matter. Countless fragments intertwined within, like fragmented images projected in the air, mottled and fragmented. The sentinels crouched down in agony, clutching their heads, their faces contorted, enduring unspeakable torment. So annoying, Yun Xiao murmured, her voice full of weariness. She was tired. She didn't want to continue playing this game. Yun Xiao slowly raised her hand. Instantly, powerful spiritual energy surged from her body. Countless cyan green fluorescent lights emerged, illuminating the surroundings in a dreamlike, surreal way. The little bluebird's body became transparent. It flapped its wings and soared into the sky, its clear, melodious phoenix cries echoing across the heavens. The fluorescent light converged, forming a dazzling beam of light that fought against the darkness of the entire world. A voice suddenly rang out. "I once saw someone, and you look very much like him." The voice was androgynous, as if it came from a distant place. The surrounding spiritual energy paused for a moment upon hearing this. Yun Xiao lowered her head and realized that Xie Tu was gone. She knelt in the fluorescent light, her entire body enveloped in spiritual energy. Around her, there was nothing but darkness. "His name is Yunju, the first dark guide in this world. What are you to him?" Chapter 354. Yun Xiao gleaned 2 pieces of information from the gatekeeper's words. Her father had been here. He was also a dark guide. I should be his daughter. Yun Xiao's expression inexplicably turned agitated as she said this. She had lost her childhood memories, and didn't understand why a father would abandon his child, especially in such a dangerous place as the contaminated zone. The gatekeeper said he was a dark guide. That seemed to make sense. Dark guides walk on the edge of light and darkness. They possess the ability to guide and manipulate people's hearts, and their personalities are often as uncontrollable as the power they wield. Perhaps in his eyes, she, his daughter, was unimportant. Her survival was purely due to luck. Is that so? Then he lied to me. You're not the person I'm waiting for. The voice grew angry. He lied to you? Yun Xiao realized her emotions were volatile. She struggled to control herself, slowly stood up, and asked, "What did he lie to you about? And who are you waiting for?" The gatekeeper thought she was the person it was waiting for, which was why it hadn't made a move. That's my business. The voice clearly didn't want to tell her. Yun Xiao had many questions to ask. She suppressed the murderous intent in her heart and said softly, "But you're trying to express too much. Future generations simply won't understand." The contaminated zone was the gatekeeper's mental domain. Everything here was related to it. It was waiting for someone, wanting to tell that person information. But how could it know that person would come in? Father. Was it Yunju who told it? What did he want to do? Yun Zhao's thoughts were in turmoil. Her past was involved, and she couldn't remain calm. Didn't you already understand? The voice in the darkness was angry. The surrounding dark matter grew denser, churning and swirling, blocking the engulfing greenish-blue fluorescence. He lied to me, and his daughter tried to lie to me too. You father and daughter are both liars. Lie to you? You think I'm the person you're waiting for? Yun Zhao slowly raised her head, gazing at the darkness above. How do you know I'm not? She had been drawn here by the red-crowned crane's diary. Originally, she thought it was the red-crowned crane who had told the gatekeeper the information, but now it seemed not. Not only had the red-crowned crane been here, but Yunju had too. Dad told it that there was a person whose name represented the sun symbol, and that was the person it was looking for? For women and 2 men, later it became 4 men and 2 women. It had rejected every outsider who had appeared, indicating that it didn't know who it was either. Yun Zhao was the 7th. The voice emitted a chilling laugh. After a long pause, it finally spoke. I'm waiting for the sun. You couldn't be. Yun Zhao slightly raised her hand. What if I said it was me? The azure phoenix raised its head and cried out, spreading its enormous wings and landing above Yun Zhao's head. Twinkling starlight drifted from its body, spreading through the darkness, searching for the source of the sound. Impossible. The gatekeeper's voice was icy. You're the dark guide. I can sense it. From the moment my voice appeared, you wanted to kill me. Hiding won't help. Yun Zhao didn't deny it. She lowered her head slightly, and slowly walked forward in the darkness. Waiting for the sun? Yun Zhao looked up at the dark sky. But the sun appeared 21 years ago. Not every gatekeeper can perceive the outside world. It lives within its own domain. Its persistent search for the sun at this moment shows it has no idea that the sun has already appeared. You lied to me again? No. The words fell. A deathly silence descended. Yun Zhao stood alone in the darkness, surrounded by fluorescent light. On the left shoulder of her black combat uniform was printed a pure white red-crowned crane, lifelike in the fluorescent light, as if about to take flight. A sigh echoed from the darkness. The Guide of Light has appeared? The Guide of Light? Yun Zhao learned for the first time that guides of light actually existed. Light is born from darkness. Your father said that when the Guide of Light appears, the sun will return to the earth, and everything we have done will have meaning. You are the Guide of Darkness. You can never be the one I'm waiting for. I waited for so long. Now that the Guide of Light has appeared, why hasn't this nightmare ended? Its voice murmured, filled with confusion. Only now did Yun Zhao finally understand the meaning of Lao Bai's words. Only light can dispel darkness. The messages left everywhere in this contaminated area were to await the Guide of Light. The red-crowned crane team is searching for the Guide of Light. Where is he? The gatekeeper said. I shouldn't have talked to you for so long. Tell me where the Guide of Light is, and I let you leave. You're no match for me. Yun Zhao lowered her head, touching the key box at her waist. Killing you would be as easy as turning my hand. Whether you leave or not is up to me. The voice was furious. You and your father are equally wicked. Is that so? Yun Zhao's eyes darkened. My father said the same thing? The gatekeeper remained silent. The surrounding fluorescent light continued its fierce struggle against the darkness, flickering and casting a somewhat illusory glow on Yun Zhao's figure. You didn't tell me anything, yet you wanted me to help you find someone, and you kept staring at the red-crowned crane on my shoulder. Yun Zhao said, You know the red-crowned crane? Were you once a member of the Dawn base? Suddenly silence fell. Yun Zhao continued, I guessed right. You became the gatekeeper voluntarily? She couldn't understand. What kind of information would make you willingly sacrifice yourself, just to wait for a Guide of Light to appear? How strong must one's obsession be to create a contaminated zone? And then endure a century of solitude, day after day, year after year, endlessly guarding the secret and waiting. That androgynous voice sighed a second time. You wouldn't understand. The key to the game lies in maximizing benefits, not in becoming the winner. It avoided her other questions. Yun Zhao wasn't the person it was looking for, and it clearly didn't want to reveal too much. Then how are the light guide and the dark guide defined? Yun Zhao wandered aimlessly in the darkness, her bluish-green glow dancing in the air. She paused, I think. Is it possible that I really am the person you're waiting for? Light is born from darkness. She was born in contaminated Zone 6. Zhao means light. Yunju gave her this name, and informed the gatekeeper of contaminated Zone 111 of this information. It's hard not to think things through. Unfortunately, the gatekeeper clearly didn't believe her. How about we make a bet? Yun Xiao said, if I win, you tell me everything. The gatekeeper? And if you lose? Yun Xiao didn't even think, then I won't kill you. I collect the supplies and leave. The essence of the problem was seeking information, needing an answer. She wanted to know the answer. The gatekeeper was speechless. You got all the good stuff for yourself? If you lose, you find the Guide of Light for me and bring him here. Okay. Chapter 355. Qi Ling successfully emerged from the contaminated zone. The outside world was bathed in blazing sunshine. In a short time, it had transitioned from winter to summer. Upon emerging, the black, sticky substance covering his body began to drip uncontrollably. The sound of dripping slime filled the air. Qi Ling was completely wrapped in tin foil, and his feet and seat were also padded with thick, corrosion-resistant material. He felt a moment of dejection, but quickly rallied, carefully picking up the communicator as instructed by his teammates, and dialed the adjutant of the reinforcement force. Upon receiving the message, the reinforcement force immediately dispatched sentries to meet him. Several small boats appeared on the sea, guiding him towards the shore. The boats docked smoothly at the shore. Qi Ling shut off the engine, pulled up his hood, and after carefully checking his surroundings, mentally prepared himself for a long time before finally standing up and stepping outside. He didn't want anyone to see him like this. Yet, they had no choice but to represent Team Zero and negotiate with others. The Dawn Base's temporary camp was right next to the Sunrise Base camp. The Fuheng squad had already left several days prior. Upon receiving news that someone had emerged from the contaminated zone, the entire team of 5 went to the entrance to investigate. The gray fog in the distance was still churning and billowing, showing no signs of collapse. Team Zero didn't find the gatekeeper this time. The boy with a scar between his brows frowned and said, they just came out? Being able to come out proves it's not a 5-star contaminated zone. Lin Yu chimed in, they're not familiar with coastal cities. If the gatekeeper is hiding underwater, without a marine spirit entity, Team Zero wouldn't be able to find them. Another tall female sentinel turned to the person beside her. Captain, should we just go back to base? After waiting these past few days, they wanted to check on the other 2 teams. Jiang Mu's team had emerged 2 days ago. Contaminated Zone 110 collapsed. Now, of the 3 adjacent contaminated zones, only Team Zero remained unfinished. Amidst the conversation, Fu Heng stood quietly, her large, clear eyes sparkling. Yet, her gaze held a sharpness and coldness that belied her sweet appearance. Wait for them to return, ask them what's going on, and then decide. But only one member of Team Zero emerged. It was a mutant who retained his sanity. The sentinel who had gone to the coast to scout quickly returned, reporting that Team Zero had managed to procure 100,000 tons of food supplies. And apparently, this was only the first batch. Fu Heng's team gasped upon receiving the news. So they'd been inside fighting monsters and gathering supplies for so long? The Dawn base wasn't the only one lacking food. The situation was essentially the same for the other 3 bases. Over the years, with the rise of the sun, countless small shelters migrated to the larger bases, causing a surge in the population of the 4 major bases. With wastelands everywhere, food has always been a problem. Damn it, why haven't we encountered any contaminated zones with so many resources? 100,000 tons. How many points can that be exchanged for? Lin Yu, bad at math, couldn't help but ask her companions. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone started counting on their fingers. The point reward system is the same across the 4 major bases. While it's uncertain whether 100,000 tons are all food, and some resources offer very few points, a rough calculation allows them to vaguely guess. Shuyu gasped, Team Zero has struck it rich. Did they have this many resources in that contaminated Zone 88 last time? It's different. Last time the supplies were damaged, but this time they're all safe and sound. Clearly, last time it was more valuable. Although it was a split between the 2 bases, there were many technological advancements, so both sides received points as rewards. This time it's pure supplies, right? The team members discussed enviously. Fu Heng stood to the side, her face cold. She looked up and saw a strange creature wearing a cloak and wrapped in tin foil, led by several sentinels, walking towards their temporary camp. The S-rank sentinels' excellent perception allowed them to identify the creature almost instantly. It was a mutant. Qi Ling moved cautiously, holding 2 ceramic cups in her hands, catching the dripping slime as she walked. Under the protection of a group of sentinels from Dawn Base, they finally arrived at the Dawn Base camp. Qi Ling's reaction to Fu Heng was similar to Yun Zhao's emotional journey back then. This cute, big-eyed girl is the legendary S-rank sentinel. How come S-rank sentinels are all different from what he imagined? Fortunately, Qi Ling remembered the important matter and stepped forward to tell her what the captain had instructed him to do. Zombie apocalypse? Fu Heng raised an eyebrow. What are zombies? Qi Ling explained the world to her. I see. Fu Heng was very calm. Ultimately, they're still carbon-based life forms, unable to withstand weapon bombardment. Qi Ling lowered his head, not daring to look at her, and continued, the captain said we should go in an hour later. There are supplies everywhere inside. The 7 of us can't carry them all. Fu Heng wasn't stupid. She immediately guessed Xie Tu's intention. He wants us to go in as henchmen to help end the zombie apocalypse? Qi Ling was momentarily speechless. The eloquent Qi Ling in the contaminated zone had reverted to his usual timid self afterward. He had worried before coming out that he wouldn't be able to get things done. But the captain and Yun Zhao were both certain that Fu Heng would agree. Qi Ling couldn't quite figure out her attitude. It seemed like she was willing to help, yet also unwilling. Fu Heng, on the other hand, was quite composed. She gave him a second look and said, go back and rest first. I give you an answer later. Qi Ling was confused. Did she agree or not? But she had already given him the hint to leave, and staying any longer seemed inappropriate. Okay, I wait next door. The captain said, we can't delay too long. We have to go back in an hour. After saying this, Qi Ling followed the sentries, who had brought him back. As soon as he left, Fu Heng seemed like a different person, quickly calling her teammates back to their tents to pack their equipment. It was worth waiting all those days. A joint mission has begun. Xie Tu's offer to help suggests this gatekeeper is no ordinary person, and there's an endless supply of materials to unload. The message she sent to Yun Zhao last time was indeed useful. That Lazybones Jiang Mu is nearby too. Otherwise, why would she ask her instead of Jiang Mu? Check ammunition, bring enough supplies, hurry up. Yes, sir. The team members were also excited. They had just been envious of Zero Team's numerous reward points, and now they too could go in and unload supplies. Everyone moved swiftly, filling their backpacks with ammunition and checking their equipment. Fu Heng picked up the terrifying Gatling gun and said, we won't drive. We take that transport ship directly in. Have all the base's sentries help. Let's try to unload all the supplies from Dawn Base within an hour. Qi Ling had just said that there was only this one large ship in the contaminated zone. To load supplies, of course, they had to take the ship in. With thousands of incredibly strong sentries unloading simultaneously, if they work quickly, they should be able to finish within an hour. Yes, Captain. I go inform them right away. Less than 20 minutes had passed since Fu Heng's team quickly packed up. Qi Ling looked on, bewildered, as Fu Heng approached him. Since you all asked, I reluctantly help you out, Fu Heng said with a light cough. However, the supplies, the technical aspects, and the reward for killing the gatekeeper will be split equally. Chapter 356. With the combined efforts of the two bases, all the supplies on the transport ship were piled up on the shore. Countless containers were neatly stacked together, forming high walls. It looked quite spectacular. The 5 members of Fu Yu's team boarded the transport ship. Shui Yu, familiar with the place, crawled into the cockpit to check the damage to various facilities and equipment. The Dawn base was located in a coastal city. Almost all the sentries at their base could drive boats, and the team members could operate this medium to large transport ship as well. Their main task was to check if the slime on Qi Ling had damaged the cockpit. Qi Ling, after boarding, volunteered to be tied up. Yun Zhao isn't here. I'm afraid I'd be controlled by the gatekeepers and hurt you, Qi Ling said, standing on tin foil, frozen at the hatch. He kept his head down, looking like a helpless little pitiful creature. Lin Yu looked at him with pity, turned to look at the captain, and after seeing Fu Yu nod, sighed, and went out to find tools. The slime was corrosive, ordinary ropes would be useless. Lin Yu disembarked and obtained an alloy chain from the sentries, binding it around Qi Ling's body as she did so, saying, I be gentle. If it hurts, just say so. We untie you once we get inside and find Gai Gyun. Okay. Qi Ling didn't resist, and obediently cooperated, allowing herself to be bound. Everything was ready. The two in the cockpit started the engine, preparing to depart for contaminated Zone 111. At that moment, a massive spiritual entity appeared in the sky. The white jade bee soared above the sea, seemingly attracted by the commotion, flying over specifically to investigate. It spotted the ship below and Fu Heng standing on the deck, joyfully flying towards the deck, calling out to the water Kirin to come out and play. Fu Yu, hurry up. Getting entangled with this giant will waste another half a day. That Lazybones Jiang Mu must have noticed the situation here. If he loses his mind and tries to go in to check, Fu Yu's team might be stopped outside. Because it's not yet the joint operation period, the base won't allow 3 S-class teams to enter the same contaminated area. If they were all wiped out, humanity couldn't afford such a loss. Zhui Yu heard the commotion and quickly set sail. The massive body of the white she beast circled nimbly in the air, getting closer and closer to the deck. The sea breeze became even stronger with its arrival. The transport ship was slightly affected, rocking gently, but quickly started and successfully moved away from the shore, then suddenly accelerated, rushing towards the gray fog. The white she beast's round eyes were filled with confusion. Jiang Mu, TSK sweetie, come back to play. The child is so cute, yet that woman Fu Yu is acting like she's seen a ghost. Hearing the summons, the white beast turned in midair and flew towards the temporary encampment of Dawn Base. The sentries on the shore breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the white beast wasn't interested in the containers. The billowing gray mist quickly gathered, enveloping the ship, then receded in an instant. The scene before them underwent a dramatic transformation. One moment it was bright daylight, the next it was shrouded in darkness. A waning moon hung in the sky. The inky black sea, no longer its usual turbulent surface, appeared almost frozen, gleaming with an eerie, ghostly light. It was as if they had stepped into a cursed body of water. Qi Ling froze instantly, forgetting even to check his own condition. He stared blankly outside. All around was darkness, and in fact, he couldn't see anything. The night deepened. The sea grew darker. A strange, ominous feeling suddenly rose in his heart. He had gone out in the morning, only an hour ago. How could it be dark so quickly? It's normal. The flow of time is different in the contaminated zone than outside. Fu Yin, who had been observing his reactions and confirmed he was still conscious, said, in the contaminated zone, common sense no longer applies. You have to get used to it. Qi Ling nodded hesitantly. Then let's hurry ashore to find the captain and the others. He was still bound by chains. They would only be untied when they saw Yun Zhao. The transport ship headed towards the port in the contaminated zone. That was where Qi Ling had left. According to him, the safe base established by Team Zero was not far from the sea. They could reach it quickly after landing. Captain, the contamination concentration is 88%, and some swollen corpses have been found nearby. Lin Yu said, there are humans and marine life. Her sea lion spirit form had already jumped into the sea, swimming towards the deep sea to explore the surrounding waters. Fu Heng walked onto the aft deck, where the outline of the city was already faintly visible. There was no light, like a lurking, ferocious monster, or the eyes of an unknown creature, watching over all living beings in this boundless darkness. The transport ship was getting closer and closer to the port. Everyone went into battle mode. Before it had even come to a complete stop, a white tiger rushed out to scout the surrounding terrain. Since entering, Qi Ling's appearance had returned to normal, except that his upper body was bound by chains, and he couldn't move. Lin Yu held one end of the chain and led him onto the harbor. Seeing the familiar yet unfamiliar terrain, the strange feeling in Qi Ling's heart grew stronger. The scattered containers and distant shelves at the port seemed significantly more dilapidated than when he left that morning. I have a bad feeling about this place. It's different from when I left. Qi Ling finally spoke up, gesturing with his chin towards the scattered containers. Everything was perfectly fine when I left, all neatly arranged. The captain and the others couldn't have knocked these containers over. And those warehouses over there, all the doors were open. We didn't even touch some of the parcel storage areas. Look, just those few rooms over there, now everything's gone. The parcels were filled with strange and unusual items. The captain said to keep them, and if there was space on the last trip, they could be taken out. He sailed away on the only transport ship. The captain couldn't possibly carry all the packages back to the safe base. That would be a waste of time. Fu Heng, carrying the Gatling gun, squinted at them. Zero team is in trouble? Impossible. Qi Ling instinctively retorted, his expression suddenly turning anxious. He explained rapidly, we usually don't go out at night. We return to the hotel to rest before dark. It's probably already late at night. The captain and the others have gone back to sleep. That must be it. The captain is so strong. Yun Zhao is so powerful. How could something have happened to them in this ordinary zombie apocalypse? I know the way. I lead you there. Qi Ling seemed to want to prove himself right, and hurriedly ran towards the exit. He felt the pulling force, and turned to signal Lin Yu, who was holding the chain, to hurry up and follow him. Lin Yu had no choice but to wave to his teammates behind him, and run after Qi Ling. Fu Heng didn't stop him, carrying the Gatling gun and a huge ammunition box on her back, urging the others to follow. He only ran a few steps. Zhui Yu slammed on the brakes. Captain, White Tiger has spotted something. Chapter 357. Shui Yu had barely finished speaking when a dark figure suddenly appeared in front of the exit, leaping 5 or 6 meters in a single bound, landing with a loud bang, blocking the exit. Lin Yu reacted swiftly, quickly pulling back on the chain. Qi Ling stumbled, nearly falling. Before he could regain his footing, the dark figure bared its fangs, hissing, and lunged forward. The distance was simply too close. Qi Ling could even smell the stench of the dark figure's mouth, watching helplessly as the danger drew closer, even forgetting to move. Didn't they say mutants don't attack other mutants? Seeing this, Lin Yu's chain moved like a serpent, whistling through the air, coiling towards the dark figure. The chain accurately wrapped around the dark figure's neck, and Lin Yu tightened her grip, attempting to subdue this sudden monster. But the shadowy figure possessed unexpected strength, struggling relentlessly despite being bound by chains, roaring and its fangs gleaming coldly, appearing exceptionally ferocious. Due to the excessive force, Qi Ling, pulled on the other end of the chain, lost his balance and fell heavily to the ground. Bang! 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 3 gunshots rang out in quick succession. The shadowy figure instantly lost its strength, collapsing to the ground, convulsing, and gradually becoming still. That monster was attacking you, not Qi Ling. Fu Yu answered Lin Yu, stepping closer. She slightly extended her hand, handing over a flashlight. Several beams of light shone on the corpse. The corpse was extremely large, at least twice the height of an average human. Its limbs were thick and twisted, muscles crisscrossing like tree roots, and its surface was covered with a layer of uneven, putrid black scales. This is a mutated zombie? Lin Yu leaned closer. Compared to the mutants, who's stronger? Qi Ling had already explained mutated zombies, and superpowers to them, before they entered. Shui Yu was speechless. Didn't you just fight it at close range? Lin Yu, just for a moment. It was quite strong, but I didn't really feel it. The tall female sentry, Zhao Xinlei, squatted down to examine it. Its speed is probably at the level of an 8th level mutant, but I don't know about other aspects. It's just a carbon-based creature. Anything that can be dealt with bullets isn't a problem, Fu Heng said. The teammates agreed. These monsters were no match for Team Zero. Moreover, according to Qi Ling, there was an armory in this contaminated area. With a continuous supply of ammunition, and the presence of 2 S-level spiritual entities, it was only a matter of time before Team Zero wiped this place out. Qi Ling scrambled to her feet, somewhat anxiously. Stop discussing it. Let's go find the captain and the others first. Fu Heng nodded. You lead the way. The team hadn't driven in. Almost all the cars near the port were just wrecked frames. Fortunately, the distance wasn't far. Walking wouldn't be a problem. Qi Ling was eager to rejoin her teammates, and even with her upper body bound, she jogged towards Dongni Town. However, not far from the port, Fu Heng's team encountered 2 more mutated zombies. This time it was even more bizarre. One could breathe fire, and the other could use ice arrows, making them even more troublesome. Lin Yu's movements as she pulled the chains became increasingly skilled. Qi Ling felt like a kite released into the air, casually tugged by her hands, thrown backward again, and slammed heavily to the ground. To assess the strength of the mutated zombies, they didn't fire immediately. Shui Yu and Zhao Xinlei quickly engaged the 2 mutated zombies in combat. Fu Yen didn't intend to intervene. The Gatling gun would be too noisy. She simply stood aside, secretly observing the different fighting styles of each zombie. After observing for a moment, she drew a pistol from her thigh and concluded, we definitely can't underestimate them. With their so-called superpowers, their combat strength seems to have increased significantly, almost comparable to a level 10 mutant. A small number is manageable. If there are too many, even they will be in trouble. If there are mutated zombies with mental abilities, it will be even worse. Mental abilities are practically the Sentinel's nemesis. Fu Yen raised her silenced pistol, casually raised her hand, and instantly killed the fire-type zombie that was moving at high speed. She moved her gun, fired again, and accurately hit the water-type zombie in the temple. Then she turned to Qi Ling and asked, were these zombies this strong when you left? Qi Ling was stunned by her cool shooting action, then shook his head. No, not that strong. Fu Heng seemed thoughtful, her expression immediately turning serious. Let's go, hurry to the safe base. On the way forward, Fu Heng's team fought their way towards Dongni Town. They encountered over a dozen powerful mutated zombies along the way. Gradually, Dongni Town came into view. The night was deep and dark. Qi Ling's ordinary vision was actually quite poor in the darkness. Only when he got closer did he notice something amiss again. The high wall along the riverbank, which had been half built, was now complete. A sturdy wall enclosed the entire town, each wall 7 or 8 meters high, completely blocking out the view inside, allowing only a glimpse of the rooftops of the traditional Chinese buildings. The river separating them reeked of decay, the water was murky, and the stench was overwhelming. The sentry's sense of smell was unbearable, and they all covered their noses and backed away. I don't think Captain Xia would live in a place like this, Lin Yu said, covering her nose. How could anyone sleep at night in this stench? Qi Ling's face turned pale, and she instinctively ran towards the suspension bridge. Lin Yu, holding onto the chains, had no choice but to hold her breath and follow. Lend me a flashlight, Qi Ling pleaded. Lin Yu couldn't. Qi Ling's hands were bound in chains, preventing her from carrying anything. She helped by holding the flashlight and shining it across the river. The entrance on the opposite bank, where the suspension bridge had been retracted, was now broken. A considerable amount of time seemed to have passed. The bridge deck was cracked and rusty, and the piers equipped with hydraulic systems were covered in mottled marks. Fu Yin released her senses to probe the interior of the base. No one's inside. At such close range, Xie Tu's team would have come out to investigate if they had heard any noise. Or rather, they should have discovered them long ago. Upon hearing this, Qi Ling sat down abruptly, his eyes filled with confusion. How could this be? He had no idea what had happened. He had only gone out for an hour, as ordered by his captain. Just 1 hour. Where are my teammates? And the survivors? This safe base we built ourselves originally housed thousands of survivors, Qi Ling murmured. Fu Yin had no time to comfort him. She had Zhuo Yu send his spiritual form inside to check. She had come in for a joint mission, but the entire Zero team had disappeared. She still needed to find them, and find out what had happened. Besides, it didn't feel like only a few hours or days had passed here. The zombie's strength differed somewhat from Qi Ling's description. During Qi Ling's absence, in just 1 hour, the timeline advanced by several months? Or even years? Where is Team Zero now? Chapter 358. Zhuo Yu had the spirit form step on his arm, then forcefully tossed it upwards. The white tiger used the momentum to leap, flying across the river and landing on the wall, quickly darting inside the safe base to investigate. The spirit form can jump in so easily, this 7 or 8 meter wall shouldn't be able to stop the mutated zombies, right? Zhuo Yu said. That zombie at the port could easily jump 5 or 6 meters. With a little effort, it wouldn't be impossible for it to scale over the safe base. Qi Ling's hope flared upon hearing this. Could the captain have led the survivors to move? The so-called safe base had long since become unsafe. Moving away for safety seemed plausible. Unlikely. If Team Zero is here, unless they encounter a large-scale mutated zombie attack, a few zombies wouldn't be a threat to them. Lin Yu pointed to the wall and said, all the walls are intact, not like they've been attacked. Qi Ling spoke urgently again. Where are the captain and the others? I don't believe anything could happen to them with Yun Xiao around. Fu Heng, upon hearing this, also didn't believe it. With an S-rank guide protecting them, Xie Tu's combat power had probably already reached a new peak. She couldn't think of any mutated zombies that could threaten their safety. Bai Hu quickly came out of the base. Shui Yu said, there's no one inside? Everyone seemed to have evacuated in a hurry. Many personal belongings were left untouched in the hotel. A thin layer of dust had formed everywhere, as if no one had lived there for a long time. Shui Yu specifically glanced at Qi Ling. The same goes for the 3rd floor. There's even water and snacks in the rooms, untouched. I personally suspect that Team Zero encountered something after going out and never came back. Without Team Zero, the so-called survivors were no match for the mutated zombies. They realized that staying mid certain death. So everyone ran. Perhaps they found a new safe haven, or perhaps they turned into mutated zombies themselves. But these weren't things Fu Sheng's team cared about. They only cared about what had happened to Team Zero. Fu Sheng pondered for a moment. Let's go. First, find a vehicle, then find the people. Shui Yu, there's a car at the safe base. It doesn't look damaged, so it should be drivable. The problem is the bridge is broken. How will the car get out? A massive water unicorn appeared. It lay across the riverbanks, looking aggrieved, using its limbs to pry at the rocks on either side, using its body as a bridge. The water unicorn tried to lift its rear end upwards, trying to keep its body suspended in the air, not touching the river surface below. This water is so dirty. Fu Sheng said dismissively, hang in there, the car will be out soon. Zhao Xinlei ran inside, and the car started normally. There was still half a tank of gas. She didn't have time to survey the ghost town-like base before driving off again from the water unicorn's body. Zhao Xinlei slammed on the brakes, sticking her head out to call to her teammates, get in. It was an ordinary private car, easily accommodating 6 people. The water unicorn's body disappeared, eagerly returning to the spiritual realm. It opened its large, watery eyes, still tearfully complaining. Woof! Fu Heng was extremely disgusted. Don't bark like a dog. Business was more important. Fu Heng, carrying the Gatling gun, strode onto the roof of the car. I watched the road, you guys drive carefully. The spiritual entities rushed off first. White Tiger and White Wolf darted out, searching for living people in the city. On the other side of the city, northwest of the contaminated area, lay a dilapidated county town. Night fell, and a suffocating silence permeated the streets and alleys, broken only by the occasional cold wind, howling mournfully through the ruins. On the street, in the dim interplay of light and shadow, dark figures began to writhe, silently pacing the desolate streets. Inside a room with tightly drawn curtains, slivers of greenish-blue fluorescent light danced around, barely illuminating the dust-covered bedroom. Yuan Zhao bent down, frantically spreading the sheets, then laboriously helped the man slowly lie down on the bed. He was so heavy, moving him was quite difficult. Yuan Zhao exerted all her strength to finally settle him down. She sat down on the edge of the bed, panting, completely unaware of what had happened. Having made a bet with the gatekeeper, when she opened her eyes again, she found herself in this unfamiliar place. She encountered Xie Tu as soon as she emerged. At that time, Xie Tu was still conscious, holding a tang sword, standing tall on the street corner, several zombie corpses lying on the ground. Upon seeing her, Xie Tu's expression froze slightly, then suddenly his eyes closed and he collapsed. This scene terrified Yuan Zhao. She quickly found the nearest empty house and hid inside. Just before the gatekeeper appeared, she clearly remembered countless fragments of memory flying towards her, some from zombies, some from survivors, and some from those 6 people. All the shattered darkness surged towards them, eroding the sentinel's mental realm. The stronger the perception, the more severe the erosion. Had Xie Tu seen something? Was he affected by those memory fragments? She needed to wake him quickly, and then find her teammates. With almost no thought, to prevent the gatekeeper and the little bluebird from seeing what they shouldn't, Yuan Zhao called the little bluebird back to her mental realm and created a barrier to shield the entire room. After resting for a moment, Yuan Zhao took off her shoes and got into bed, kneeling on the bed as she began to strip the man of his combat uniform. Her teammates were waiting for her. She had to quickly perform mental manipulation on Xie Tu, clearing away all the fragments of consciousness that had seeped into their domain. High compatibility mental manipulation meant there was a possibility of triggering a bonding fever. Yuan Zhao couldn't worry about that. Compared to these trivial matters, the safety of her teammates was obviously more important. She quickly stripped Xie Tu of his combat uniform, revealing his muscular chest, and Yuan Zhao looked on with curiosity, tracing the muscle lines downwards, even poking the hard muscles. She had wanted to see this for a long time. Actually, there's no need to take your clothes off. I'm just afraid I won't be able to control myself and will ruin your combat uniform. Yuan Zhao wasn't sure if he could hear her, and she whispered in defense, if you ruin it, you won't have a combat uniform to wear. You're so concerned about your image, you can't possibly go to you and the others naked. The night was dark, and the room emitted a green glow. The man on the bed didn't move at all. Everything seemed so quiet. Yuan Zhao tossed Xie Tu's combat uniform aside, then suddenly remembered something and continued, to herself, will the combination of heat produce children? Otherwise, how would sentinels and guides reproduce? If I had a child, I would love her very much. I wouldn't throw her into the contaminated area, I wouldn't abandon her. I don't even know my mother's name. As she spoke, she began to take off her own clothes. The captain's clothes couldn't be ruined, and neither could hers. Of course, if you have children, you have to use points to raise them. All your points will belong to us afterward. If you disagree, I have Fire Phoenix take all your points cards away. Yuan Zhao paused, her hand still draped over her sleeves. Is my request too much? After all, Yuan Zhu has never raised me. Chapter 359. Yuan Zhao was raised by 8 uncles and the townspeople. But it's only natural for parents to raise their children, and Xie Tu's parents had left him a lot of points. She felt her request was reasonable. The two had long been completely open with each other. Yuan Zhao, thinking about important matters, reached out and touched his muscles, noticing his skin was very hot, and his ears were red. Why are you so hot? Do you have a fever? Yuan Zhao thought for a moment, then turned and grabbed his backpack. Ever since she was sick last time, Xie Tu always carried fever reducers and cold medicine in his bag. She found the medicine box, took out 2 capsules, and then pried open his mouth and put them in. Yuan Zhao was about to take out a bottle of mineral water. But then she saw Xie lying on the bed, his eyes closed, and the next second, his throat bobbed as he obediently swallowed the medicine. "Can you hear me?" Yuan Zhao stopped, speaking suspiciously. She casually placed her backpack beside her, then turned and leaned over him, trying to pry open his eyelids. His eyelashes cast faint shadows beneath his eyelids, and although his face was slightly pale, it didn't detract from his usual refined and handsome appearance. She found that he was indeed unconscious. Yuan Zhao relaxed, leaning down to press herself against his chest. Their foreheads touched, their breaths mingling. The fluorescent light quickly enveloped them, and specks of spiritual energy seeped into his body. The scene was dreamlike. Yuan Zhao touched his lips and whispered in his ear, "I'm starting. Let's finish quickly and find the others. Use your imagination to avoid being locked in a dark room." Several hours passed, and the sky over the contaminated area remained dark. The sun never rose again. The entire city seemed to have fallen into eternal night. Fu Yan's team drove a black private car through the silent city. The car's engine was quiet, but in this ghost town devoid of any sound, even the slightest noise was amplified. Suddenly, a large section of the ground ahead bulged up, forming an earthen wall that blocked the vehicle's path. Zhao Xinlei slammed on the brakes, barely stopping at the outer edge of the earthen wall. A hideous black shadow descended from the sky. Earth-type mutated zombies? Fu Yan calmly raised her gun and aimed. Quite a variety. The sentries were experienced and highly skilled in combat, but the survivors, facing mutated zombies, had almost no chance to fight back or escape. That sense of powerlessness reminded Fu Yan of the people in the early days of the Dark Apocalypse. Faced with dark matter, mutants, and bizarre contaminated zones, humanity could only hide underground and hold out. How similar their current situation was. So this is why the gatekeepers don't allow those defending the city to possess superpowers? After Fu Yan dealt with the mutated zombies, the spiritual entities cleared the mounds of Earth, and the vehicle continued forward. The map that Team Zero had previously cleared was all located to the east of the contaminated zone. Zombies were extremely rare in the eastern coastal area. They would only encounter one or two occasionally. If the surviving people from the base had escaped, they would likely be hiding in some secluded spot nearby. Qiling, sitting in the passenger seat, looked anxious. Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, he exclaimed, "Ah! I know." Lin Yu was startled by his sudden voice, and shook the iron chain in her hand. "Keep your voice down." Qiling didn't care about that, and turned his head, saying, "They might be at Ocean Park. If the survivors escaped the safe base, without a vehicle, they couldn't go far, and would most likely seek refuge at Ocean Park." "He's so stupid. He should have thought of that sooner." Fu Yan, alone on the roof of the car, asked, "Do you know the way?" "Yes. Ocean Park is actually right next to the safe base," Qiling hurriedly replied. Hearing this, Zhao Xinlei immediately turned around and went back the way she came. At the entrance to Ocean Park, dust had quietly laid the marks of time. The gleaming metal surface, eroded by time, was mottled and covered with a thick layer of rust. The ticket booths and signs on both sides of the gate had broken glass, crooked wooden boards, and illegible lettering. The surrounding scenery was even more desolate. The once lush green belt had long since become withered branches and leaves, overgrown with weeds. Seeing this, Qiling finally realized that a long time seemed to have passed. What exactly happened in the contaminated area after he left? The two spiritual entities rushed in first. The sentries followed closely behind, leading Qiling. The marine life that had once been alive in the aquarium had long since died, the various animal carcasses soaked in the murky water, a particularly gruesome sight. Qiling led them to the staff entrance, finding the iron gate tightly shut. His tense expression relaxed slightly. The closed gate proved that there were indeed people inside. The spiritual beings slipped inside, and quickly brought good news. 3 survivors found. Shuiyu said, a man, a woman, and a child? Qiling looked up sharply. Was it a little girl around 6 or 7 years old? Shuiyu nodded. Qiling's relaxed heart tightened again. Was it Ren Xian and her parents? What about the others? Without Chen Shi and Liao Yuxuan leading the way, how did they know about Ocean Park? Fu Yan raised her chin and ordered, "Knock." Zhao Xinlei stepped forward and knocked on the iron door. The loud sound echoed in the quiet aquarium, creating ripples. There was no movement from the staff passageway. They probably thought it was a zombie. Zhao Xinlei had no choice but to speak. "Open the door, someone alive." The sudden voice finally caused a stir inside. Perhaps thinking it was a companion, hurried footsteps sounded, and the observation window of the iron door quickly opened. A face covered in stubble, hair disheveled, looking somewhat unkempt. The light was dim. Qi Ling recognized him for a while, then suddenly gasped, Jing Yao? To Qi Ling, they had only been separated for a short time, yet he seemed like a completely different person. Jing Yao also recognized Qi Ling, his eyes immediately sharpening, filled with hatred. But he quickly discovered that Qi Ling was bound by chains, the other end of which was held by a woman. Since you already abandoned everyone and run away, why come back? Jing Yao's voice was cold, and he showed no intention of opening the door. Qi Ling was bewildered. Ran away? We didn't. Didn't? You fooled everyone, deceiving us into becoming your laborers, helping to load supplies onto the ship, while you loaded up more supplies and sailed away. Jing Yao grew increasingly furious. You even lied to me, saying you stay to end a city full of zombies. You gave them hope, then abandoned them. Qi Ling was dumbfounded. The captain isn't that kind of person. He tried to explain, but didn't know how. Because he had no idea what had happened afterward. The sentries stood outside the door. Fu Huan's large, bright eyes, gleaming coldly, scrutinized the man inside the iron gate. She seemed to have figured out the key point. After Qi Ling left, Team Zero must have encountered something at sea and failed to return to the safe base. This led the survivors at the base to mistakenly believe that they had abandoned everyone and sailed away. The only person capable of causing Team Zero to disappear and miss the timeline for moving forward through the contaminated zone is the gatekeeper. Did the gatekeeper ambush the Team Zero members who escorted Qi Ling out to sea? Chapter 360. Time passed slowly, and she didn't know how much time had gone by. Yun Zhao woke up from her bed, slowly opening her eyes. Her gaze was somewhat dazed, as if she had just woken from a long dream. The room was dark, filled with a faint musty smell and a subtle, ambiguous scent. A brand new thin blanket had somehow covered her. The temperature under the blanket was quite high. Yun Zhao stretched out her delicate arm and slightly raised her hand. Tiny green fluorescent lights immediately floated out, illuminating a corner of the bed. The bed was a mess. The already unkempt sheets were now even more crumpled and huddled together. The discomfort she felt instantly jolted her awake. She recalled what had happened earlier. Countless fragments of memory floated in Xie mental realm. She had only purified half of it when the man regained consciousness, and then... Thinking of this, Yun Zhao turned her head to the side on the pillow. She realized that Xie had been awake for quite some time. Those deep eyes were fixed on her, their intense emotions undisguised, surging like the ocean. This time, he didn't suppress himself. Instead, he took the initiative, sinking into despair with her. His body felt as if it had struck molten lava, shattering into pieces. It still ached faintly. In the dimly lit room, illuminated by fluorescent light, their eyes met. They were naked under the covers, the air seeming to freeze. Yun Zhao's eyelashes trembled slightly, and the fluorescent light that had surrounded them vanished instantly, plunging the room back into darkness. Xie reached out and pulled her into his arms, encircling her completely. He didn't speak, only held her tightly, his hot breath tickling her neck. Yun Zhao felt a little uncomfortable in his embrace. His chest was pressed against her back, his head buried in her neck, his body burning hot like a fireball, causing her to sweat again. Yun Zhao subconsciously moved away slightly. But immediately, the man pressed against her again, and she couldn't escape despite several attempts to break free. Her struggles were futile, and she resigned herself to leaning against the man's chest. She thought, he's too clingy. We have to get up. We need to go find the others, Yun Zhao said. Her voice was a little hoarse. Xie, however, didn't move, holding her. Just let Fire Phoenix go, you rest a little longer. A phoenix engulfed in flames. As soon as it appeared in the sky above the city, her teammates would definitely spot it and rush to assemble. Fire Phoenix has already gone out? The weak connection from their deep union allowed her to sense that Fire Phoenix wasn't beside him. Xie, yes. He had released Fire Phoenix the moment he woke up to search for his teammates. He believed news would arrive soon. However, he needed to get up first, lest his teammates see this. Xie noticed she wasn't feeling well, and finally let go of her, getting up and dressing. Yun Zhao breathed a sigh of relief, but then her mind raced, and the playful green fluorescent light reappeared. Sparkling lights coalesced, swirling around him. The man's muscular physique was on full display. A strong chest, a slender waist, a firm abdomen, and the graceful lines of his muscles were subtly visible with every movement. Xie remained composed, letting her see him openly. She seemed to enjoy looking at his body. Under Yun Zhao's unwavering gaze, Xie calmly put on his combat uniform, reached for his rummaged backpack, and pulled out a box of wound medicine and a points card. Seeing him look over, Yun Zhao quickly withdrew her spiritual energy. Darkness descended upon the room once more. She felt him sitting on the edge of the bed, looking down at her. Suddenly, a corner of the blanket was pulled back, and a hand reached under it, accurately grasping her right hand. Then, a points card was thrust into her hand. "It's all for you." A deep voice echoed in the pitch-black room. Yuan Zhao clutched his possessions, taking a moment to react. "You heard everything." Xie didn't deny it. Even under the influence of the gatekeeper, he still retained a sliver of consciousness. "Yes, you don't need to wait until you have a child. All the points from now on are yours to manage." He paused. "If I have a child, I will not only raise it, but I will also accompany it as it grows, teaching it skills, teaching it knowledge." Only his voice could be heard in the darkness. His expression was invisible. But Yuan Zhao knew he was telling the truth. She suddenly felt somewhat lost. She hadn't thought much of it at the time. Her original plan was simply to wake him up, take advantage of him, and make a little advance, the kind where she wouldn't have to take responsibility. But now things seemed to be taking a different turn. Xie leaned down and hugged her again through the blanket, gently touching her lips. He didn't say a word, yet it spoke volumes. Yuan Zhao held his points card, her feelings incredibly complex. "Captain." "When did you start liking me?" Xie quickly answered, "Before I met you." Yuan Zhao was puzzled. He said, "My heartbeat knew you before I did." After a moment of tenderness, Xie took out some ointment for her wounds, intending to apply it. Yuan Zhao had been unrestrained in her gaze towards him, but when it came to herself, she felt a surge of annoyance and shooed him away. She sat up, quickly tidied herself, applied her medicine, put on her combat uniform, and combed her hair. After a moment's thought, she slipped Xie's points card into her backpack. Yuan Zhao hadn't forgotten her business. After finishing, she called him back in and said, "I made a bet with the gatekeeper. Find it in the city within 3 days." Xie immediately moved closer to her, sitting down beside her on the bed. "What's the bet?" The situation had been sudden. The gatekeeper's decision to let them return to the city seemed related to the bet. Since she agreed to the bet, there must be a reason for her to compromise. "It's waiting for someone, but it hasn't found them yet. If I don't find them within 3 days, I have to go find that person for it." Yuan Zhao, feeling a bit cramped, moved slightly to the right. "If I find it, it will tell me everything it knows." She then recounted her conversation with the gatekeeper, omitting only the details about the dark guide and the light guide. After their deep integration, a faint mental connection was established between them. Xie had clearly glimpsed something. For example, the familiar amusement park that appeared in her mental realm. However, he didn't even have a question like, "Why is that amusement park in her mental realm?" Whatever the secret, it didn't matter. She was just herself. Xie listened intently, unconsciously moving closer to her. "You suspect he was once from the Dawn base, so you let us move supplies until they were safely transported out?" Yuan Zhao nodded, finally unable to resist pushing him away. "Don't get so close." "Why is he like a phoenix, always trying to get close?" Xie pursed his lips, shifting back slightly to maintain a finger's width of distance from her. To become a gatekeeper, the prerequisite is a strong will, and after mutation, that will must be able to break through the control of the dark matter to create a contaminated zone. Not every mutant, after losing their sanity, remembers their name or what they want to do. And not every mutant can become a gatekeeper. For example, Qi also broke through the control. The reason he retained his sanity is currently unknown, but the Research Institute leans towards it being related to his simple and straightforward will. In short, the probability of success is extremely small. So, would someone choose to self-infect, gambling on that 1 in 10,000 chance? How much determination would that require? Yuan Zhao, thinking about these things is useless. Let's think about how to find it. There are only 3 days, and several hours of the first day have already passed. Chapter 361. Yuan Zhao felt she couldn't waste time staying here. Let's go back to the safe base, and wait for the others while we look for clues. Yuan Zhao thought of a way to probe the gatekeeper. Her mental threads could control the mutants, but not the gatekeeper. This had already been tested in Contaminated Zone 88. She could simply release her mental threads to probe each survivor to find out if the gatekeeper was among them. She hadn't done this before because Team Zero was still collecting supplies, and the survivors they had taken in hadn't found anything suspicious. They were afraid that if they acted, they might alert the gatekeeper, and if the barrier couldn't trap it immediately, the gatekeeper might escape. Finding it then would be difficult. But now, the bet was in order. Yuan Zhao's agreement with it was to find it, not kill it. Whether she could trap it or not was no longer important. As long as she found the gatekeeper, she would win. Therefore, It was best to use the process of elimination, ruling out everyone she had seen. Xie2's eyes flickered. Fire Phoenix sent back a message. The situation outside seems different from when we disappeared. The streets along the way were dilapidated, houses covered in dust, and the zombies outside, he had fought them before he fainted, were stronger than before. It didn't seem like only a month had passed since the apocalypse. Clearly, something was wrong. Yun Xiao paused, startled. She had seen Xie2 the moment she appeared, her attention focused on him, and hadn't noticed any changes around her. After his words, she also noticed that the furnishings in the house looked somewhat old. Are you worried that the safe base no longer exists? Yun Xiao thought of Qi Ling. Do you think Qi Ling and Fu Heng might have already come in? She had barely finished speaking. Just then, Fire Phoenix sent another message. Ah, I saw the Peregrine Falcon and the Water Kirin. The Peregrine Falcon said that Rabbit was with him. They had just climbed ashore and discovered the world had changed. The teammates' appearances occurred at inconsistent points. This might be related to the time they regained consciousness from the fragmented vision. The fragmented memories of the mutants intertwined, forming an impact in an instant, eroding the Sentinels' mental domains. The Sentinels were violently impacted. Their mental domains were all affected. Fire Phoenix rambled on. Rabbit isn't doing well. Duan Shi is watching over her. You guys should come quickly. Aren't you ashamed? I also want to get close to Qing Wan. Xie2 ignored its last sentence and relayed the information to Yun Xiao. He stood up, took her backpack, tidied it up, and zipped it up for her to wear. Xie2, Fu Heng is also heading this way with her men. Let's find a car first. Yun Xiao, worried about Rabbit, nodded in agreement. Xie2 reached out and adjusted the backpack strap on her shoulder, his gaze gently falling on her. He leaned down and kissed her forehead, then led her out the door. Yun Xiao lowered her head, looking at their tightly clasped hands, realizing something was different. In the past, when they held hands during missions, Xie2's gestures were always restrained, like taut strings. Now, however, they were extremely natural. The kiss, the hand-holding, all flowed smoothly. Having tasted the forbidden fruit, the man no longer held back. Yun Xiao was led out the door by him. There were almost no intact cars left on the street, so the two circled around to the underground parking lot of the residential building. Upon reaching the entrance, they were attacked by two mutated zombies. Their appearance was vastly different from the zombies they had encountered before. Their heads were twisted and deformed, their flesh was rotting and dehydrated, their muscles bulging, and their skin a mottled, bluish-gray, with a nauseating sheen. The other zombie had bulging eyes, abnormally thick arms, and hands the size of fans, with sharp, curved nails that gleamed with a chilling light. The two monsters moved with incredible agility, their figures shifting like ghosts, closing in on the two in the blink of an eye. Xie2 reacted swiftly, pulling her into his arms and shielding her with his body. As he retreated while holding her, he kicked the oncoming zombie in the knee. One zombie lost its balance and fell to the ground. Xie2's eyes sharpened, and he drew his sidearm. Bang! Bang! Two gunshots rang out, accurately striking the heads of both zombies. Their movements instantly froze, and they finally collapsed limply to the ground. The whole process was clean and efficient, without any hesitation. They become so strong. Yun Xiao looked at the two corpses on the ground. It seems that a long time has indeed passed in the short time we were gone. The cars in the parking lot were also covered in dust. Yun Xiao asked him, is the safe base gone? Yes, the Fire Phoenix is already communicating with the Water Kirin. The safe base is indeed deserted. Xie2 led her into the parking lot. Dongyi Town is located within the city, without sentries. Ordinary people couldn't withstand such powerful monsters. Her plan to test the thousands of survivors had failed. The gatekeeper was cunning. The two found a complete minivan, the fuel tank was intact, and it could be started. Xie2 opened the passenger door, finally releasing her hand and gesturing for her to get in. Yun Xiao thought for a moment, the road is bound to be dangerous. Why don't I drive? That way, he could focus on dealing with the monsters along the way. Xie2 reached out and pinched her cheek. It's okay, I can handle it. Letting her drive meant he not only had to watch out for zombies, but also constantly keep an eye on her. However, Xie2 didn't say this aloud. He shoved her into the passenger seat without further ado. Yun Xiao sat in the passenger seat, feeling somewhat uncomfortable, her desire to touch the steering wheel dashed once again. After a moment's thought, she finally released the little bluebird. The Fire Phoenix couldn't return for the time being, so the little bluebird could fly out and help scout the road. The small, azure blue figure gradually materialized, appearing on her shoulder. This was the first time the little creature had been confined by its true form, and it was very unhappy, immediately complaining about her actions upon emerging. You've been corrupted by him. Yun Xiao quickly reassured it. No, it's not like that. We have something to do, and it's inconvenient for you to be here. The child shouldn't see the scene of the hickey. The little bird could sense her consciousness, and was curious. What was the hickey? It tilted its head, and looked at her neck, where it could vaguely see faint pink marks on her smooth, delicate skin. Commonly known as hickeys. The little bluebird didn't understand these things. It sniffed closer. Ah! You smell like him all over. Yun Xiao, She felt that skin was slightly warm, as if the other scent and warmth still lingered. The little bird was furious, believing that the injuries on its main body were caused by Xie. It unleashed a torrent of curses at Xie. If it weren't for the fact that its main body was still sitting in his car, the little bluebird would have unhesitatingly taught him a lesson. Xie remained calmly started the car, and drove away from the parking lot. Chapter 362. The car had barely left the parking lot when it was attacked by several mutated zombies. The northwest direction hadn't been cleared, and this area was fraught with danger. Before Yun Xiao appeared, Xie, with his superior skills, had killed a large number of zombies, which kept the number of zombies on this street relatively small. The car's movement quickly alerted some fast-reacting monsters. A massive mutated zombie, its huge body accompanied by a gust of wind, charged towards the front of the car like a small mountain. 5 or 6 more agile ones howled as they chased after the car from behind. These monsters were incredibly fast, and their noise caused even greater chaos. In the blink of an eye, more monsters appeared from all directions like ghosts. I handle this. Yun Xiao made her move. This was the first time she had attacked zombies since entering this contaminated area. With a gentle wave of her hand, a greenish-blue fluorescent light surged forth like a tide, instantly enveloping the pursuing zombies. Under the fluorescent light, the zombies moved sluggishly and clumsily, as if their bodies and souls were bound by invisible shackles. They struggled and roared, but could not escape the binding force of the bluish-green fluorescent light. Gradually, they became bewildered and helpless, seemingly unable to remember why they were here. Xie gripped the steering wheel with one hand, rolled down the window, and took the opportunity to shoot down the mutated zombie that was frozen in place ahead. The crisis was not over. After releasing his senses, Xie noticed movement in almost every direction. There are still many ahead. Yun Xiao also noticed. Xie, yeah, hold on tight, be careful not to fall. Yun Xiao responded, the little bluebird still angry. She had to soothe it, repeatedly assuring it that she hadn't been bullied. The little bluebird kept cursing at Xie, finally flying off to help scout the road. Yun Xiao helped translate the road conditions, providing timely directions to Xie. The journey was anything but peaceful. Under the cover of night, almost every street was teeming with rapidly running shadows. The two worked together seamlessly. Yun Xiao subdued the zombies, while Xie cleared the road ahead with his gun while driving. Following the little bluebird's guidance, the car smoothly entered the highway. The monsters along the way finally decreased. The county they were in was far from the sea, and with the roads congested and zombies chasing them, it would take about an hour to reach the vicinity of the safe base by highway. At this time, Fu Heng and the others were also heading this way. After traveling for a short while, Xie told her, Fire Phoenix has found Song Liang and is guiding him to join us. Song Liang had also appeared out of nowhere in a corner of the city. This proved that it was indeed related to the time it took for him to regain consciousness from the fragmented vision. Only Tao Hao was still missing. Xie wasn't too worried. He knew his team. Even if they couldn't withstand the corruption, they would react quickly and use suppressants to force themselves to stay conscious. Just like he had done before. The moment he realized Yun Xiao was missing, he immediately struggled to wake up and search for her. The side effects of doing so were obvious. His mental state was unstable, and after escaping, he was attacked by a group of zombies, especially since 2 mutated zombies among them could use mental powers. His mental state was in turmoil. It wasn't until she appeared that Xie stopped forcing himself to stay awake. Yun Xiao, however, was unaware of all this. Hearing that Song Liang was also on his way to meet them, she pulled out a map from her backpack, held up a flashlight to examine it, and asked, shouldn't we agree on a safe meeting place? Otherwise, with mutated zombies everywhere, there would be no way to stop and provide emotional support to his teammates. Xie turned his head, glancing briefly at the city map in her hand. There's a service area 20 kilometers ahead. Let's check the distance when we get there. The dark skies seemed frozen in time. The sun had disappeared, plunging the entire city into eternal night. No matter which direction you looked, it was pitch black. The car drove through the darkness. The road conditions were poor. Every short distance, they encountered abandoned vehicles blocked by accidents. Some were just burnt wrecks, others had shattered windows, and bloodstains were everywhere inside. Little Bluebird was still angry, and wouldn't help clear the obstacles. Sietu had to get out and move the wrecked vehicles blocking the road halfway through. So much so that when Song Liang arrived, the two hadn't even reached the service area yet. Hearing the commotion, Yun Zhao rolled down her window and saw a wrecked car approaching from the opposite direction. The left rear tire was completely destroyed, and there were impact marks on all four sides. Dozens of monsters were chasing after it. Each one was exceptionally ferocious. One zombie unleashed bolts of lightning, slicing through the roof of the car with ear-piercing sounds. Song Liang, terrified, quickly raised his gun and killed it. A greenish-blue fluorescent light appeared, controlling the dozens of zombies charging towards them. Song Liang abandoned the nearly totaled car and only caught his breath after getting into the back seat of a minivan. What happened? He had only been gone a short while, but the entire city had changed drastically. The zombies had all become exceptionally ferocious monsters, possessing all sorts of strange and powerful abilities, making them impossible to defend against. Sietu restarted the car. We talk after we regroup. They also needed to find out what had happened at the safe base. Song Liang nodded, rested for a moment, and opened the sunroof to help clear the way. Yun Zhao took this opportunity to send out some spiritual threads to soothe Song Liang's mind and purify the dark matter within his spiritual body as they drove. The lion, comfortably squinting, ran alongside the vehicle on the right side, helping to clear the road. Sietu no longer needed to get out of the car, and his speed increased significantly. 20 minutes later, they arrived at the service area. There were even more zombies here. Almost all of them were mutated zombies. Ordinary zombies were nowhere to be seen. Yun Zhao helped control the zombies in the service area, while 2 sentries were responsible for harvesting the kills. The 3 of them had just cleared the service area when Fire Phoenix appeared in the distance. Upon seeing the little Bluebird, Fire Phoenix no longer cared about giving directions to the people below and eagerly ran over, circling the little Bluebird. The little Bluebird was extremely indifferent, completely ignoring it, and immediately flew back to stay on Yun Zhao's head. Fire Phoenix? ? Then, a barrage of gunfire ripped through the silence of the night, descending like a sudden storm. Fu Heng, carrying the terrifying Gatling gun, stood atop the speeding car. A heavy belt of Gatling ammunition slung across her right shoulder, bullets connected to a backpack on her back. Her finger pulled the trigger, and the Gatling gun roared, unleashing endless firepower. Rat-a-tat-tat. The gunfire swept in like a storm. Bullet casings rained down, covering the entire roof of the car. Her cute, sweet face was filled with indifference as she bombarded the mutated zombies chasing after the car. The 2 cars pulled into a service area, slamming on the brakes. Before the car behind had even come to a complete stop, Duanqi quickly jumped out, clutching the rabbit. Yun Zhao, quick! Help! He shouted anxiously. The rabbit was conscious, but its face was deathly pale, and it looked extremely weak. It couldn't help but argue with Duanqi, I'm still alive. What do you mean, help me? Yun Zhao, without even greeting Fu Heng and the others, quickly said, let's go inside. Chapter 363. Fu Heng leaped down from the roof of the car. Yun Zhao had already gone inside to manage the rabbits. Fu Heng saw Sietu standing guard at the door, and nodded rather coldly as a greeting. Captain! The door of the front vehicle opened, and Lin Yu and Qi Ling got out. Qi Ling was still bound by chains. He quickly ran over, thank goodness, you're all alright. Lin Yu had no choice but to follow him. Sietu nodded, but his gaze fell on the car behind. Duanqi hadn't closed the door after getting out. The car contained not only the sentries, but also 3 familiar faces. Jingyao, Chenxi, and the little girl Ren Xian. The 3 looked somewhat different from before. Jingyao had a stubble beard, and Chenxi looked haggard. The little girl, who had previously seemed somewhat innocent, appeared to have grown up overnight, sitting quietly between the 2 without crying or fussing. The 3 men didn't get out of the car, but remained inside, watching Sietu. The emotions expressed in their eyes were incredibly complex. Sietu glanced at them only once before looking away. Fu Qian walked over and exchanged information with the others. According to Fu Qian's team, they had been there for 2 days, and learned a shocking piece of news from the 3 survivors. The apocalypse had been going on for a year, and Team Zero had disappeared for a full 11 months. Damn! Song Liang questioned his existence. I'm sure I only disappeared for about 10 minutes. In his perception, He had only been trapped in that dark place by fragmented images for 10 minutes. Shortly after regaining consciousness, he saw the fire phoenix circling in the sky. Then he randomly picked up a car and rushed to the rendezvous point. Duanqi shrugged. We were the same. I appeared at the beach, and the moment I showed up, I found a rabbit lying on the sand. The peregrine falcon had only been released for less than 10 minutes when we encountered Captain Fu and the others. The rabbit appeared even before him. The instant the fragments formed, she knew her mental barrier was weak, so she immediately used an inhibitor to force herself awake. The gatekeeper probably doesn't want to kill us, Song Liang said. Duanqi agreed, but he couldn't understand. Why did the gatekeeper do this? Pushing the timeline forward a year, is it because we sent out 100,000 tons of supplies, and it's unhappy about it? Xie, however, knew very well it was because of the bet with Yin Zhao. But there were too many people here to discuss this. Xie asked, Did you see the armored vehicle? Yeah. Duanqi suddenly realized, slapping his forehead, Where's our vehicle? When they went out, they parked the armored vehicle at the port. Fu Heng, head bow checking bullets, spoke up, It's not at the port, we landed at the port. It makes sense that the people are gone, but how could the vehicle parked at the port be gone? Song Liang frowned. Zhuyu couldn't help but interject, Could it have been stolen by the survivors? The safe base was deserted, the whereabouts of the others were unknown. Someone clearly went to the port, otherwise, who would have knocked over the warehouse supplies and the scattered containers? That's possible. Xietu's gaze deepened as he turned back to the car in the distance. And what about those three? Qi Ling, upon hearing this, quickly recounted what had happened after their disappearance to his teammates. On the day Team Zero escorted Qi Ling out, shortly after they left, someone discovered that Dong Hui, who had been locked in the warehouse, was dead. This didn't cause much of a stir. So many people died in the apocalypse. Dong Hui wasn't well liked, and he had been imprisoned by the superhumans for committing a crime. His death didn't even seem to bother his 5 companions. Those in charge of logistics simply thought they could report it once the superhumans returned. However, Team Zero didn't return to the safe base that night as usual. At first, the survivors assumed they were delayed by some incident. After all, the superhumans' abilities were well known, and no one believed they would all be wiped out. But then, they waited and waited, until several days passed without anyone appearing, and finally, they realized something was wrong. Then, they organized a team and risked going to the port to check, only to find the transport ship full of supplies missing, assuming we had escaped. You can imagine how furious the survivors were. Qin Shi and her classmates had spent the most time with Team Zero, and firmly believed they weren't like that. But their voices carried little weight, and no one believed them anymore. Later, internal disagreements arose, and a vote was held to strip 6 university students of their logistics management qualifications. The zombies also grew stronger, and everyone continued building fortifications to defend against attacks. During this time, without leaders, internal conflicts escalated. Seeing how powerful the mutated zombies were, and fearing even the high walls wouldn't hold them off, the people on Peach Blossom Island demanded a share of the remaining supplies to take back to the island. The hotel where Zero Team was staying had left several warehouses of food for future resupply. Many were persuaded. Some remained silent, but secretly boarded boats and left the safe base when no one was looking. At the time, the outside was relatively safe. Zero Team had cleared the surrounding roads countless times. Among those who left were survivors with substantial personal belongings. These were the food Zero Team had rewarded them for accompanying them on their errands. If they didn't leave soon, they feared others would target them. The number of people at the safe base dwindled, and a sense of panic spread across the island, tearing the entire base apart. Later, as expected, the mutated zombies were attracted by the presence of living people in the safe base. Survivors either died or fled. Qi Ling said, his voice inexplicably heavy. Ren Xian's parents died, Qin Shi's classmates died, Jing Yao got separated from his comrades, and the 3 of them escaped into the ocean park, where they held out desperately. For Team Zero, only a few hours had passed. But for these so-called survivors, it felt like a long nightmare. Qin Shi had a habit of keeping a diary, and could even clearly remember what happened each day. That's why Jing Yao's eyes were filled with hatred when he saw Qi Ling. Qi Ling had spent some time with everyone, and upon hearing of Liao Yushuan and the others' deaths, he was also deeply saddened. But he didn't know how to explain it. They decided to wait until Duanqi and Rabbit were found. Duanqi would explain that they hadn't left at all, but had been trapped by an accident. Jing Yao ultimately chose to believe them. From his perspective, if they had truly left, there was no reason for them to return. Furthermore, Rabbit's mental state was very poor, and the other ability users were still missing. Fu Yen listened indifferently. Developing feelings for mutants was a major taboo. She said, "Let's talk inside." The highway service area wasn't safe. It was open on all sides with no cover, and standing at the entrance would easily attract the attention of mutated zombies. Xia Tu shook his head at her, saying calmly, "We leave once Yun Zhao and Rabbit come out." Clearly, Dong Hui's death wasn't accidental. It was deliberately orchestrated by the gatekeeper. The zombie apocalypse, built around 6 people, collapsed with Dong Hui's death, and the world changed accordingly. And the bet between Yun Zhao and the gatekeeper, the so-called within 3 days, likely referred to the period starting from her appearance. They only have 72 hours. Now that more than half of the first day has passed, they can't afford to waste any more time. They must figure out a way to find the gatekeeper. Chapter 364. However, before Yun Zhao could emerge, another wave of mutated zombies arrived at the service area. This service area was very close to the residential area. Given the current strength of the zombies, even the slightest disturbance could attract them. The roar shattered the tranquility of the night. The sentries drew their guns, fitted silencers, and, using sound to pinpoint locations, positioned themselves in several directions around the service area to snipe any approaching creatures. The spiritual entities appeared one after another, disappearing into the darkness and rushing out. Fire Phoenix wasn't among them. Xia Tu had already sent it out again to find Tao Hao. It felt wronged. Why is Jingwan ignoring me? Everything was fine before. Fire Phoenix questioned its true form. Did you make it angry? Xia Tu stood at the door, his gaze occasionally glancing towards the closed door to his side and behind him. After an unknown amount of time, movement finally came from inside. The peregrine falcon peeked out, saw the door open, plopped down in the doorway, and stared at them with its large eyes wide open. The rabbit bent down and patted it. "I'm all right." The fragments in its spiritual realm were cleared, and the rabbit regained its strength. Yun Zhao wanted to pet it too, but the little bluebird was still angry, and had already returned to its spiritual realm. It didn't like her touching other spiritual entities. Yun Zhao took this opportunity to purify the peregrine falcon, clearing away the dark matter within it. The peregrine falcon swayed comfortably. Yun Zhao looked up, and saw a tall figure walking towards her. The night was too dark, without even a sliver of moonlight, and many sentries stood indistinctly outside the door. She recognized him at first glance. Xia Tu quickly came to her side, bent down, and said, "It's not safe here. Let's leave first." Yun Zhao nodded, letting him lead her into the car. Finding the gatekeeper in such a vast city was like finding a needle in a haystack. They only had a little over 60 hours left. They couldn't afford to waste any more time. Xia Tu gestured for the others to get in. Fu Heng and the others arrived in 2 cars, making 3 cars more than enough for everyone. The group was dispersed. Upon seeing the S-level guide, Lin Yu finally unchained Qi Ling. Besides Song Liang, Fu Heng, Lin Yu, and Qi Ling also got into their 7-seater van. Duan Qi and Rabbit led the way in the first car. Shui Yu, Xiao Xinlei, and the others brought up the rear, with the 3 remaining in the other vehicles. The 3 cars quickly left the service area, heading east. Song Liang drove, and Xia Tu told her what he had learned earlier. The van had 2 rows of seats in the back. Fu Yen was sitting right behind the 2, and hadn't had a chance to greet Yun Zhao yet. Directly in front of her, Xia Tu, whose demeanor had changed in front of Yun Zhao, even softened his tone when speaking. The 2 were sitting very close, almost touching the guide. Were they this intimate last time they met? Yun Zhao was oblivious. After hearing what had happened after they left, she asked, "So the ammunition we stockpiled at the safe base is gone too?" "Yes, not only are the ammunition and supplies gone, but the armored vehicle was also taken," Xia Tu replied. A year had passed in the timeline, and the city had undergone a complete transformation. All the progress made before had been overturned. The zombies were now terrifyingly strong, and the survivors were either dead or scattered. With these changes, it would be even harder for Yun Zhao to find it in the city after she emerged. If 72 hours pass, she'd lose. What a cunning gatekeeper. But we guessed one thing right, Yun Zhao said. Its obsession is ending the apocalypse. Not a zombie apocalypse, but the dark apocalypse outside. Fu Heng finally spoke up at this moment. "And the apocalypse? Would the gatekeeper be so kind?" Hearing her say this, Yun Zhao knew that Xia Tu hadn't had time to tell Fu Heng's team the truth. It wasn't good to keep it a secret and invite people in to help. Yun Zhao turned around, greeted her, and said, "This gatekeeper is a bit different. Its self-awareness is extremely high. Even after becoming a gatekeeper, it still focuses on its past life." She then told her about the bet with the gatekeeper. She didn't say anything else. Fu Yin, holding her Gatling gun, was somewhat surprised, her expression immediately turning serious. This gatekeeper knows the truth about the disaster? This is a major breakthrough. Humanity has always sought the truth, trying to unravel the mystery and restore its golden age. If they could obtain crucial clues from this gatekeeper and understand the source of the disaster, perhaps they could end this world. Xie paused. It's not that simple. If people 100 years ago had already found the source of the disaster but chose to sacrifice themselves to hide the secret, it could only mean the truth was beyond humanity's capacity to bear. Or rather, the source was something humanity simply couldn't handle. For humanity to continue and avoid extinction, those who discovered the truth chose to face death and wait for future generations to grow. Yuan Zhao remained silent. She concealed the fact that she had dark guides and light guides. His guess, however, was close to the truth, almost revealing the gatekeeper's reason for doing so. Guessing is useless, Fu Heng said. Finding the gatekeeper is the most important thing. Lin Yu turned to the members of Team Zero. We must find the gatekeeper within 72 hours. The problem is, the city is so big, and there are mutated zombies hindering our actions from time to time. How are we supposed to find him? Fu Heng's team had just joined and knew nothing about the gatekeeper. Completely clueless, they had no idea what clues they could find. Fu Heng interrupted her. No discussion, just follow the plan. What if they overheard and ran away? Fu Heng believed that since Yuan Zhao dared to agree to the bet, she must be confident. Yuan Zhao caught her gaze and blinked. I don't know. Fu Heng's bright, watery eyes blinked. She didn't know and still dared to accept the bet? Xie looked somewhat helpless, and pulled Yuan Zhao to sit down. Why did she suddenly have such a mischievous sense of humor, teasing Fu Heng? At this moment, Qi Ling hesitated before speaking. Actually, I have an idea. Everyone turned to look at him. Even Song Liang, who was driving, perked up his ears. Given the attention of so many people, Qi Ling forced a smile and said, anyone who's played a game knows that completing a game once is considered a playthrough. Let's say we finished loading the supplies and went out, completing the gatekeeper's first playthrough. Then, coming back in is like starting a second playthrough. Qi Ling continued, the supplies we took, the survivors we rescued, and the clues we found are like saved data carried over. They're all resources we accumulated. It's very similar to their current situation. The fact that Jingyao and the others remember them proves that everything that happened in this scene still exists. It's just that the timeline has been pushed forward by a year. From a game perspective, a second playthrough usually reveals some hidden clues. Qi Ling said, the gatekeeper might be connected to everything we've done before, so it has to change the rules and increase the difficulty. He felt that the gatekeeper might be among those 1,000 survivors. The S-rank guide is too strong. If it doesn't change the rules, once Team Zero returns to the safe base, Yuan Zhao can quickly find the gatekeeper by creating a massive barrier to trap all the survivors and testing them one by one. Then it will lose. Chapter 365. The car fell silent instantly, with occasional bursts of gunfire coming from the vehicles leading the way. Everyone was pondering Qi Ling's words. Qi Ling's analysis made sense. Since the gatekeeper had changed the rules to increase the difficulty, they must have left some loopholes. Including Song Liang, the entire Zero team was recalling the survivors they had rescued earlier. They had personally rescued each of them, and Yuan Zhao, Qi Ling, and Rabbit were all present when everyone was registering their identities. At that time, their attention was focused on finding the person with the sun pattern. The gatekeeper released a smoke bomb, perfectly diverting Zero team's attention. Song Liang, driving, kept an eye on the situation ahead and broke the silence, but now the survivors have long since left the safe base. Even if we have a suspect, finding them within 72 hours will be extremely difficult. Yuan Zhao corrected him, there aren't 72 hours anymore, I've been out for almost 8 hours. The two of them had wasted time sleeping. Yuan Zhao suspected that Xie severe corruption was also intentional on the part of the gatekeeper. It was all to stall her. Xie narrowed her eyes, her thoughts racing. She had spoken with the gatekeeper, and based on the information revealed, it was certain that the gatekeeper was a humanoid being. Send the spiritual entity to the front lines to immediately return to the safe base and retrieve the register, Xie ordered. That register contained detailed information about all the survivors, including their ID numbers, workplaces, and home addresses. The gatekeeper wasn't from the old era. If it were lying, it would leave a trace. The road ahead hadn't been cleared before, and there were many mutated zombies. A variety of bizarre supernatural abilities appeared without warning, unleashing a barrage of attacks on the vehicles. The 3 vehicles were all ordinary private cars, utterly unable to withstand the relentless zombie onslaught. Eventually, the sentries had no time to discuss further, focusing solely on clearing a path and fighting off the zombies. The ammunition in their backpacks was rapidly dwindling. The gatekeepers not only increased the difficulty, but also took away Zero Team's armored vehicles and the ammunition they had transported. They were doing everything in their power to slow their search. Sia2 opened his backpack, took out the food, and distributed it to everyone in the vehicles, also opening a carton of strawberry milk for Yun Xiao. They ate as they continued on their way. An hour later, Zero Team returned to the familiar yet unfamiliar Donny Town. The night was deep, the beams of flashlights the only light in the world. The safe base's suspension bridge was broken, high walls stood, and the river reeked of decay. Sia2 whispered to Yun Xiao, "Duanxi and I will go in. You guys wait in the car. Too many people could easily destroy some clues, and climbing in one by one would take too much time." Yun Xiao nodded, "Go ahead." The sentries in the car remained silent. After Sia2 got out of the car, Lin Yu whispered to Qi Ling, "Does your captain have to report to the guide before doing anything?" Qi Ling, "I don't know." The car was small, so Yun Xiao naturally heard her. She said, "Yes, he does." Lin Yu was a little embarrassed. "I was just asking out of curiosity." Yun Xiao, "It's all right. Have you all eaten? I still have food in my backpack." She took out the food from her bag and distributed it to everyone. The sentries had big appetites. Unfortunately, their armored vehicle was gone, but it still had sausages and cured meat they had brought in. Yun Xiao was starting to miss Sia2's claypot rice with preserved meat. Sia2 and Duanxi, using tools, nimbly scaled the high wall and entered the base. The peregrine falcon took the lead, flying familiarly into the hotel where they had stayed for over 10 days. The two followed closely behind. The lobby tiles were covered in dust, each step leaving a footprint. The entire safe base had been without power. The furnishings were the same as when they left, but the ammunition boxes piled in the corner on the first floor were all gone. The door to the restaurant was wide open, and Duanxi shone his flashlight inside. The interior was a mess, many tables and chairs had been moved, and the tables were covered with moldy, used, and dirty tableware. Clearly, after they left, many survivors had brazenly moved in and made a mess of the place. Having lived here for so long, Duanxi was furious at the sight. "Damn it!" Sia2 glanced at him. "This is a contaminated zone. One shouldn't develop feelings for anything in a contaminated zone." "I know," Duanxi explained. "I just couldn't help wanting to curse." Sia2 turned around. "Don't waste time, go find the registration book." Qi Ling had always been responsible for keeping the registration book. On the day he left, thinking he would come back in an hour, he left the registration book in his room. The two, flashlights in hand, climbed the stairs to the 3rd floor. They quickly arrived at Qi Ling's room and forced open the door. The furnishings inside were exactly as Qi Ling had left them. Even his personal belongings were still there. Sia2 glanced at it only once before going to the bedside table and opening the drawer. Qi Ling told them that he had placed the registration book in the last drawer of the bedside table. Sia2 opened the drawer, but besides finding a few familiar dark blue boxes, he didn't see the registration book. He opened both drawers to check, but still found nothing. The registration book is gone? Duanxi, was it taken by the gatekeeper? Yes. Sia2's gaze deepened. Its actions only confirm our suspicions. The gatekeeper has been living right under their noses. Duanxi wasn't giving up. Afraid Qi Ling might have misremembered, he turned and began rummaging through drawers and cabinets, searching every corner of the room with a flashlight. Sia2 lowered his head, staring at the few dark blue boxes in the drawer. The rabbit had given Yun Xiao one, which he had thrown into the river. He paused only briefly, then calmly took the contents of the drawer out and stuffed them into his backpack, just in case he needed them someday. The two of them turned the entire house upside down, confirming that the registration book was indeed missing. Leaving Qi Ling's room, Duanxi turned and violently flung open his own door. "Captain, wait a minute, I'm going in to get something." Duanxi had taken out a novel and slipped it under his pillow, reading a bit every night before bed. Since Qi Ling's room hadn't been touched by the survivors, his hadn't been either. They had long held sway over those survivors. Even if they thought they had escaped, no one dared to touch their belongings. Duanxi went in to pack, putting his items and the novel back into his backpack. Sia2 also went back to his room, getting some toiletries for Yun Xiao, and then opened all the rooms where his teammates were staying to check for any forgotten personal belongings. After they finished packing, the two went downstairs. At that moment, Fire Phoenix finally sent word that Tao Haohao had appeared, and was on his way to join them. Xie2 returned to the car. The registration book is missing. We might have to split into groups and search different areas for the gatekeeper's trail. Yun Zhao's eyes flickered slightly upon hearing this. She seemed to know who the gatekeeper was. Chapter 366. Knowing isn't enough. The bet is to find it. Yun Zhao couldn't say it aloud. It might overhear and hide in an even more inaccessible place. At this moment, a phoenix engulfed in flame circled in the air, flying towards them. The sentries got out of their vehicles to wait. Tao Haohao ran over, somewhat flattered by the scene. He hadn't expected so many people to come and greet him. Xie2 glanced at him, confirming he was alright. Come to the meeting. Tao Haohao, It turned out he'd been presumptuous. The car window was open. Jing Yao and the other two sat inside, their lips pressed tightly together, watching them drive away. Ren Xian held Chen Shi's hand tightly, remaining silent. The loss of her parents had forced a 7-year-old girl to grow up prematurely. The group hadn't gone far, stopping after walking 100 meters along the riverbank. Yun Zhao took this opportunity to cleanse the dark matter from Tao Haohao's brown bear's body. Aside from Xie2, the other teammates weren't severely affected by the corruption. There wasn't time to do in-depth cleansing for each one now. Purifying the dark matter from their spiritual bodies would make the little guys feel better, and the sentinel's condition would improve considerably. The fire phoenix hovered nearby, then suddenly shrank to the size of a palm, landing on Xie2's shoulder. It felt an unprecedented sense of ease today, but something felt off, though its little brain couldn't quite grasp the reason. The fire phoenix looked around and found the little bluebird hadn't come out, staring expectantly at Yun Zhao. Yun Zhao was busy cleansing the brown bear, and naturally didn't see it. Everyone gathered. Xie2 and Fu Heng discussed splitting up. 3 vehicles are too conspicuous. They're easily blocked by zombies, wasting time. Xie2 pulled out paper and pen from his backpack and drew the location of the military base. The supply point is here. We split into 4 groups. If we run out of ammunition or encounter any special circumstances, we retreat to the military base and regroup there. Fu Qian nodded and volunteered. The coastal area is our responsibility. Fu Qian's team had 3 marine spirit entities capable of searching the area. The gatekeeper wasn't truly human. He was free to roam in his own domain, even underwater. However, some things needed to be clarified first. Originally, our team came in to obtain supplies, but now the situation has changed. Finding the gatekeeper is the priority. Fu Qian proposed a condition. The reward for killing the gatekeeper will be split in half, and intelligence will be shared. Is that all right? The gatekeeper knew the truth about the disaster. With that information alone, supplies were no longer important. She would naturally do everything in her power to find clues and locate the gatekeeper. But she was worried that Team Zero might not agree to share the information with them. The details needed to be clarified before the operation. Xie2, of course. The salvation plan was a joint initiative of the 4 major bases. No one could remain unaffected. Even if Fu Heng and the others didn't come in, Dawn Base would still notify them after they received the news and went out. Sharing in advance would simply help her team get an extra point reward. Only 62 hours remained. Time was of the essence. The 2 captains divided their members into groups. On Team Zero's side, Xie2, Yun Zhao, and Qi Ling, along with the 3 survivors, were responsible for the western area of the city. Tao Haohao, Duanqi Rabbit, and Song Liang were in one group, heading north. On Fu Heng's side, Shi and Zhua Yu were responsible for the eastern coastal area. Lin Yu, Zhao Xinlei, and another male sentry, Fan Li, went south. Target. Search for the gatekeeper and Zero Team's armored vehicle. All 3 vehicles that arrived were damaged to varying degrees. The other 3 teams quickly left to find new vehicles. In the blink of an eye, only Xie2, Yun Zhao, and Qi Ling remained on the riverbank. Yun Zhao beckoned to the 3 in the other vehicle. Come on, get in this car. Of the 3 vehicles, their 7-seater van was the least damaged. Jing Yao, upon hearing this, opened the door first and got in. Chen Shi followed, holding Xiao Renqin's hand. Xie2 drove. Yun Zhao sat in the passenger seat, and Qi Ling sat next to them in the back. Since meeting them, Jing Yao and Chen Shi had remained silent, not uttering a single word. Perhaps they hadn't found an opportunity yet. From their perspective, the Zero Team's behavior was incomprehensible. After disappearing for a year, they suddenly and inexplicably returned to the city, the group still looking the same, but now a team of superhumans had appeared out of nowhere. Xie2 had already started the vehicle and was driving west. Fire Phoenix led the way. The atmosphere inside the vehicle was tense. Sitting in the same car, discussing issues inevitably meant that Jingyao and the others might overhear things they shouldn't. Don't you have any questions? Yunjiao spoke up. Jingyao looked out the window, silent for a moment. Too many questions, I don't know where to begin. For example, what had they encountered? Where did the supplies on that ship go? Who were the other group of superhumans? Could their return truly end this nightmare? Too many questions, it was hard to know where to start. Yunjiao's tone was soft, but I have a question. We're looking for someone, a survivor from the safe base. It was it that trapped us, which is why we disappeared for so long. Qinshi froze. How could this be? The survivors at the base were all ordinary people. Who could possibly trap 7 superhumans? The car drove off the street, heading west. The commotion attracted several mutated zombies. Yuan Zhao flicked his finger, a bluish-green glow chasing after several dark figures. It's hard to explain in a few words, but I'm telling the truth. After we left, you should know who took our ammunition and vehicle. Qinshi lowered her head, looking at Ren Xian in her arms. She recalled their time together, the hopeful and busy life in the early days of establishing the base, and ultimately chose to believe her. It was those people from Peach Blossom Island. Qinshi replied in a low voice. They went to the port to investigate, drove off with your vehicle, and took the ammunition. The armored vehicle had weapon racks on both sides, displaying various firearms, and also contained an automatic firing mechanism. With that vehicle and the ammunition, the others had a chance to survive. So no one stopped them at the time. But later events proved that the same weapons and vehicles had vastly different effects in the hands of different people. The armored vehicles that were invincible in the hands of the superhumans were only slightly more powerful than ordinary vehicles in their hands. On the day of the breakout, even that vehicle couldn't stop the mutated zombies. Everyone following behind it perished, some died, some fled. She recounted the horrific situation in just a few words. Her classmates were all dead, Ren Xian's parents were dead too. Qinshi choked up. Jingyao protected me and little Ren Xian. We had no other choice but to run back, eventually escaping into the ocean park. She knew it best there, the heavy iron gates inside the staff passageway. The air inside was thick with the smell of dead marine life, masking their living scent. The mutated zombies couldn't find them. It was the perfect hiding place. At the time, Jingyao and his companions went out to work with the superhumans every day. The 6 of them received a considerable amount of supplies and hid nearby. Jingyao risked going out to move the belongings inside, fix the water circulation system, and the 3 of them made their home inside the ocean park. They stayed there for almost a year. Qi Ling felt extremely distressed listening to this. A creature that retains its sanity in a contaminated area is destined for tragedy. Team Zero couldn't save them. No one could save them. Qi Ling turned her head to the window, unable to bear looking at the 3 people sitting behind her. Chapter 367. Yun Zhao seemed unaffected. She continued, what about Professor Chow and Zhou Yang? In a post-apocalyptic world modeled after 6 people, only a small part had collapsed. Perhaps the other 2 were still alive. Where did the survivors hide? I don't know. Jingyao answered, his voice low and serious. It was too chaotic, everyone scattered. But Professor Chow should be alive. He's sitting in the armored vehicle. Professor Chow was originally from Peach Blossom Island and had a good relationship with the leaders. Those people were counting on him to develop a vaccine, so their attitude towards him was different from theirs. As for the high school student named Zhou Yang, Jingyao hadn't paid attention. With thousands of people in the safe base, Zhou Yang, a high school student, was inconspicuous. He didn't know if he had escaped early or stayed behind to break through. Leaving the base and heading west, the number of mutated zombies along the way gradually increased. The Fire Phoenix took to the air again, clearing a path for the vehicles. Yun Xiao gazed at the chaotic, dilapidated streets ahead. Had they returned to Peach Blossom Island? A year had passed since the apocalypse. Those still alive were undoubtedly hiding deep within. Unless they were on the verge of starvation, no one would willingly come out to their deaths now. This undoubtedly made finding the gatekeeper more difficult. Xia Tu, focused on driving, said, I checked. There's no one on the island. Peach Blossom Island was indeed a natural refuge. But there were no supplies on the island. Unless they achieved self-sufficiency, they couldn't hold out for long. Yun Xiao nodded, saying nothing more. The city seemed swallowed by darkness, not a single star shone in the sky, and thick darkness permeated every corner. Fire Phoenix angrily led the way. While killing the mutated zombies, they also served as lights for the vehicles behind them. The mutated zombies couldn't see the spiritual entities, and when faced with the powerful Fire Phoenix, they couldn't even find a target to fight back. Used as a tool for the Fire Phoenix's wrath, They were slaughtered without exception. According to the map, the area west of Donggang District was their search area. They were almost at their destination. Shi Ling voiced his doubts. How do we search? Driving around wouldn't be effective. It was obvious the gatekeepers wouldn't be wandering the streets. Yuan Zhao thought for a moment. Leave this to me. Both zombies and gatekeepers have emotions, and emotions can be detected by the spiritual threads. The little bluebird slowly emerged. It perched on Yuan Zhao's head, glancing sideways at Xia Tu. Idiot. Xia Tu, seeing the fire phoenix suddenly become excited ahead, focused on driving. The vehicle entered their assigned area and slowly slowed down. Yuan Zhao slightly raised his hand, and countless fluorescent lights flashed. The spiritual threads, as if possessing life, spread out at an astonishing speed. The bluish-green fluorescent light weaved along the abandoned streets, climbed along the mottled walls, disappeared into dark alleys, and seeped into the cracks of tightly closed doors and windows. It began to spread wildly in all directions, trying to capture the emotions hidden deep within the buildings. Wherever the fluorescent light reached, it draped this desolate, dark, post-apocalyptic city in a dreamlike veil, and the originally eerie buildings shimmered with an eerie glow under its light. Unfortunately, the four people in the back seat couldn't see anything. The group began to slowly search along the streets. The movement attracted more and more dark shadows, some moving with incredible speed, howling like ghosts as they pounced on the vehicle. The zombies, now dehydrated and shriveled, didn't look as disgusting as before. The mental threads quickly subdued them. Xia Tu raised his hand and shot them dead. Gradually, his backpack's ammunition dwindled. Time was of the essence. There was no time to waste several hours resupplying at the safe base. Xia Tu told Shi Ling to drive ahead, while he drew his tang sword and got out to clear out the mutated zombies. The other three teams also arrived at their respective areas of responsibility. Song Liang and the others abandoned their vehicles and quickly entered the nearby residential area. The roar of the car engines would attract the zombies' attention. To avoid wasting energy killing zombies, the four chose to walk. The mental entities traversed the dark city, relentlessly searching for any humanoid creatures within the contaminated area. A car slowly drove along the highway by the sea, as leisurely as if taking a stroll. A white tiger walked alongside the car. This area had been cleared previously, leaving few mutated zombies, making it the area the Sentinels considered most likely to harbor survivors. With a thought, Fu Heng summoned a massive water unicorn, which almost blended into the vast ocean. It was perfectly at ease in the deep sea, its keen senses detecting even the slightest movement on the surface. For small teams conducted a thorough search of the entire city, determined to find the gatekeeper. 3 hours passed. No results. It was as if all the living people in the city had vanished. 5 hours passed. Attracted by the commotion, the mutated zombies in the city sped off in several directions. The Sentinels ceased fighting and began to flee and hide. All their supplies were gone, reduced to the meager amount in their backpacks. Ammunition was running out quickly. Furthermore, the current strength of the zombies made combat extremely exhausting, and the sentries were unsure if the gatekeeper would attack again, so they chose to conserve their strength. The western side was teeming with mutated zombies. Xia Tu ultimately abandoned the vehicle, and the group temporarily hid in a safe place to rest. There were simply too many places to hide in the city, and Jingyao and Qinshi, being outsiders, had no way of knowing where the other survivors were hiding. Following us will only hold you back, Jingyao said, sitting in a corner, one hand resting on his knee, unable to see anything in the pitch black. The Jingyao they remembered was a retired soldier bursting with a sense of justice. Now, he looked somber. The struggle for survival in the apocalypse seemed to have worn down his edges. He said in a deep voice, I don't know who you're looking for, or what your purpose is, but if you come to end this world, I hope you succeed. End this nightmare. Qinshi nodded, holding the now sleeping Ren Xian. Don't worry about us. We stay here and wait for you to come back. The rest of their lives were a struggle she had taken from the crowd. If this world couldn't be ended, death was death. It was too exhausting. She didn't want to struggle anymore. The surrounding fluorescent lights danced, but they couldn't see anything. Xia Tu observed the three for a moment, then walked over and handed them a bag of compressed biscuits and 2 bottles of water. If we don't return in 2 days, what will you do? What could they do? If Team Zero failed, the contaminated zone would restart, and perhaps they would be trapped in the cycle again, waiting for the person the gatekeeper was waiting for to appear. If they succeeded, they would just be a mutant. There was no solution. Yuan Zhao hadn't uttered a single word. Her spiritual threads had been hidden within the 3 of them since they were at the safe base. They weren't gatekeepers, just victims of the dark apocalypse. Xie led Yun Zhao away. Qi Ling followed silently, acting as a third wheel. 19 hours had passed. The first day was almost over, and none of the 4 teams had made any progress. It was a real-life needle in a haystack. Chapter 368. Time ticked by. The entire city was shrouded in darkness. There were no lights, no moonlight, only a deep and oppressive gloom. The streets had long since become the territory of mutated zombies. The further west they went, the greater the commotion became. Countless zombies swarmed the roads. They wandered aimlessly, and at the slightest rustle of wind, they would suddenly turn their heads, revealing hollow, bloodthirsty, and ferocious faces, howling as they raced off in a certain direction. Fire Phoenix lured these monsters to one spot, then swooped down, launching a one-sided attack. Flames surged around her. The firelight illuminated the dark area, making the zombies' ferocious faces appear even more terrifying. Xie, wielding a tang sword, emerged from a corner, leading Yun Zhao by the hand. Qi Ling followed closely behind them, and the 3 crossed the street, quickly entering the residential building opposite. The spiritual threads continued to spread in all directions. Fluorescent lights danced around them, illuminating the path ahead. Once Yun Zhao confirmed there were no living creatures, they immediately changed course and moved on to the next location. The road was blocked, vehicles couldn't pass, and after advancing a short distance, they had to get out and walk around, searching for hiding places. For several hours, they constantly dodged zombies, changed vehicles, and moved from one location to another. This method of thorough searching was extremely exhausting. Xie found another intact car. Without the keys, he manually unwired the circuitry to confirm the car could start. Yun Zhao sat in the passenger seat, slightly panting. The sentinels were physically robust. For them, this kind of physical activity was equivalent to their daily training. As for Qi Ling, a mutant, he seemed oblivious to fatigue. Her stamina was clearly waning. The little bluebird finally calmed down and perched on her head to rest. Once Yun Zhao's breathing stabilized, she pulled out a map from her bag and crossed out the places she had searched. The gatekeeper must be very pleased with itself right now, Yun Zhao said, leaning back in her seat. It's probably hiding somewhere it thinks we can't find it at all. Team Zero wasn't familiar with the city. Previously, they had almost always operated in the eastern part of the contaminated zone, their activities limited to the streets and the town of Dongyi, with the furthest they gone being the military base a few times. Qi Ling, sitting alone in the back seat, couldn't help but ask, a place we can't find at all? Where could that be? The sentinels were formidable, their spiritual entities could fly and burrow underground, freely entering and exiting any building. To evade the spiritual entity's search and the spiritual thread's capture, he couldn't think of anywhere to hide. I don't know, Yun Zhao said, closing the map. I declare that from now on, hide and seek is my most hated game. Qi Ling, Qi Ling didn't know if she was acting or just saying it out of anger. Something just felt off. If she wasn't confident, why did she agree to the bet? Qi Ling had no idea that Yun Zhao herself had suggested the bet. Xie took out the last bottle of water from his bag, opened it, and handed it to her, then tossed Qi Ling 2 cans of luncheon meat he had found in the apartment building. He lifted her wrist to check the countdown timer on her communicator. The first day was over. They only had 48 hours left. Xie said, no rush, there's still time. Yun Zhao took the water and sipped it. The road ahead seems drivable. We can continue driving. Her drinking motions were slightly slow, as if she were about to fall asleep. Xie's gaze never left her. He pursed his lips and said, withdraw your mental energy and rest for a while. Your health is more important. She needed to sleep. There were still 2 days left. She couldn't go 72 hours without sleep. The little bluebird glanced at Xie again. This time, she didn't scold him. She needed to rest. Yun Zhao was indeed a little tired and didn't insist further. Okay. She took out a chocolate from her bag, unwrapped it, and gave half to Xie. I don't have much food left in my bag either, just some snacks and compressed biscuits. Only 1 bottle of water remained. Qi Ling didn't have a backpack among the 3. Xie didn't have much food in his bag either, and he had given his compressed biscuits to Jingyao and the others. The remaining compressed biscuits were enough for the 2 of them to last 3 days. But they were short of water. They only had half a bottle of mineral water left, clearly not enough for both of them. Xie leaned down and adjusted her seat to a resting position. Don't worry, I figured something out. Yun Zhao nodded, nibbled on a piece of chocolate, drank some water, and then curled up in the passenger seat to sleep. She desperately wanted to know the truth. What exactly did Yun Zhao say to the gatekeeper? And when did he arrive at contaminated Zone 111? And the timeline was wrong. The gatekeeper said Yuanju was the world's first dark guide. What about the red-crowned crane? The red-crowned crane lived in the early to mid-dark ages. Did Yuanju appear even before the red-crowned crane? What kind of creature was her father? Or was her previous guess wrong, and the red-crowned crane wasn't a dark guide? How could she explain the mental pull? But this couldn't be rushed. Resting and recuperating was crucial, and she needed to sleep now. Qi Ling munched on his luncheon meat can. Seeing that the captain and Yun Zhao weren't in a hurry, he finished his can and simply laid down to sleep as well. Unlike Xie Tu and Yun Zhao's unhurried attitude, the other three teams were moving faster and faster. But more than 20 hours had passed, and they hadn't found the gatekeeper, or even a single survivor. Where have they all gone? Tao Hao muttered. Even if we can't find the gatekeeper, at least we should find someone alive, someone to suspect. Meanwhile, the four were replenishing ammunition at the military base. They were responsible for the northern area, and the military base happened to be in the northern suburbs, so they decided to come here to replenish their ammunition. Before coming, the four had thought that someone might be hiding here. But there was nothing there. The inside remained exactly as it had been before. Even the remaining ammunition boxes in the warehouse showed no signs of being touched. As Song Liang loaded bullets into his bag, he said, "The mutated zombies outside are so powerful, the survivors and gatekeepers must be hiding deep inside." The windows of the residential buildings were no longer a safe haven against the mutated zombies. High-rise buildings were no longer safe. Song Liang was inclined to believe they were hiding in underground structures. Just like the choices humanity made after the Dark Apocalypse, realizing they couldn't withstand the onslaught. Duanqi frowned. Where would they hide? Along the way, they were responsible for searching the upper floors, while the spiritual entities were responsible for corners and underground hiding places. After searching for so many hours, they hadn't found anything. Song Liang was also pondering this question. Rabbit urged, "Stop talking, get back to work." Duanqi shrugged. "Let's get to work. If we haven't accomplished anything by the time it's time, the captain will definitely think we're slacking off. With the Fuyu team here, it would be embarrassing if the four of them couldn't find any clues." Tao Hao shouldered his weapon. "Screw it, let's get to it. Now we have ammo. No more being chased like lapdogs by zombies. Let's go!" Load a few more boxes onto the truck. The four men, carrying heavy backpacks and ammo boxes, headed out. Just then, Duanqi, who was ahead, suddenly stopped. "Holy crap, the Peregrine has found the armored vehicle." Chapter 369. The armored vehicle was parked in the courtyard of a self-built house in the northern suburbs. Rows of walls surrounded it. A large, thick tree stood against the wall in the empty courtyard, its branches and leaves providing just enough cover for the vehicle. The four men rushed over. The house was already deserted. Tao Hao saw the familiar armored vehicle and rushed forward, tears welling in his eyes. But before he could even express his feelings, he opened the door and found the interior completely empty. He immediately started cursing again. "Which touched our stuff?" The ammunition and food that had been piled up were all gone. Not only that, the interior was in disarray, the weapon racks were empty, and even the toolboxes were gone. Upon hearing this, Song Liang quickly opened the driver's cab door to check the vehicle's equipment. Those people didn't seem to know how to drive this vehicle very well. The driver's cab was somewhat messy, but fortunately, the equipment wasn't damaged. Song Liang breathed a sigh of relief. It's okay if the stuff is lost, as long as the car is alright. Tao Hao was still furious, angrily saying, "We cleared this road several times when we were transporting ammunition, and those survivors enjoyed the fruits of our labor, yet they still have the nerve to take everything." The spirits had already burrowed into nearby houses. Duanqi said, "There are signs of habitation inside, but the Peregrine Falcon didn't find any living people. Strange, the car is parked here. Where did everyone go?" The armored vehicle was very sturdy, but it had a fatal weakness. Making too much noise would easily attract zombies. Those people were clearly aware of this as well. They didn't have the combat capabilities of a Zero squad, and wasting bullets wouldn't necessarily hit the fast-moving monsters. The number of zombies chasing after the vehicle would only increase. Abandoning the car was only a matter of time. Without a car, those people can't have gone far. They might be nearby. Let's start searching from here. Half of the bet's deadline had quietly passed. The contaminated area wasn't large. The water Kirin had already searched the entire area, confirming the gatekeeper wasn't hiding underwater. Fu Heng abandoned the car and, along with Shui Yu, entered a scenic area called a mountain to continue their search. The mountain was located in the city, not far from the port, with its highest point only 310 meters above sea level. There were temples and farmhouses on the mountain, making it a good hiding place. White Tiger rushed up the mountain along a path and found a small storeroom. The storeroom wasn't large, and the various food items added up to a small amount. Fu Heng opened her backpack and stuffed in some unexpired chocolate, instant noodles, and canned goods. Originally, the sentries had only brought compressed biscuits and a few bottles of water, intending to collect supplies. The supplies were right in front of them, but there was no time to collect them. Fu Heng pursed her thin lips, slung her backpack over her shoulder again, and said, "Let's go, keep searching." The area she was responsible for, the sea and the coast, had been searched, but they hadn't found any clues. Fu Heng possessed a stubborn streak. Imagine, in the last few hours, when they regrouped at the northern military base, if the other three had all found clues, while she, as an S-rank sentinel, had found nothing. Fu Heng couldn't bear the thought of it. Shui Yu, of course, knew his captain's temperament. He sighed and followed her out of the convenience store to continue searching for the gatekeeper. The sentinels' figures were swallowed by the darkness, their agile movements darting through the buildings, breaking down doors to search. The sounds of fierce fighting echoed intermittently throughout the city. As time passed, the crowd grew increasingly impatient. No one knew where the gatekeeper was hiding, or how to find him. This aimless, blind search gradually made them restless. Having slept and replenished her energy, Yuan Zhao became much calmer. The three continued wandering through the various areas of the western part of the city. The time on the communicator ticked relentlessly, finally reaching the final 24 hours. Yuan Zhao withdrew all her mental energy, the mental threads that had spread throughout the city vanished instantly. The world returned to darkness. The passenger seat reclined again. Seeing that she seemed to want to rest again, Qi Ling assumed she had given up and racked her brains to comfort her, saying, "It's okay, it's alright if you can't find him." Through conversations over the past 2 days, Qi Ling had roughly learned the details of the bet. The stakes were actually quite favorable to them. Even if they lost, they would only need to find someone for the gatekeeper. Even if they can't find it, as long as Zone 111 remains contaminated, they can come back in again. Sooner or later, they catch the gatekeeper and find out the truth. In Qi Ling's view, as long as it doesn't involve the lives of her teammates, it's not a big deal. There's no need to risk everything. You're right. Yuan Zhao took the thin blanket Xie Tu had found for her, and covered herself with it, seemingly really planning to give up. Let's go pick up Jingyao, and the others now, then head north. The streets from west to north haven't been searched. Searching as they go will allow them to reach the meeting point in time. Xie Tu responded and reached out to cover her with the blanket. Qi Ling, Although Yuan Zhao had already spent the night at the captain's house, Qi Ling had clearly noticed something different these past 2 days. The captain's behavior had become increasingly audacious, his words and actions no longer restrained, frequently involving physical contact like holding hands and feeding each other water. Qi Ling had grown accustomed to being a third wheel, sitting alone in the back seat as a mere backdrop. The car started to pick up the people. Seeing the three return empty-handed, Jingyao said nothing, opening the car door first to let Qin Shi and the child get in. Silence filled the car. Xie Tu drove the vehicle northward. Hua Feng led the way, while Yuan Zhao seemed to have truly given up, never using his mental power again. The subsequent search relied entirely on Xie Tu using his senses to detect the surrounding activity. The three changed cars twice along the way. When they arrived at the military base, there were only 8 hours left on the countdown. There was still time, and therefore, they were the first team to arrive at the rendezvous point. Someone's been here, Xie Tu said, noticing the tire tracks on the ground. The long-abandoned base exuded a deathly silence. The ground was covered in a thick layer of mud and ash. The flashlight beams revealed tire tracks leading straight to the armory. It's Duan Shi and his men, isn't it? Yuan Zhao sat up. They're responsible for the north side, they're probably here to resupply. Xie Tu thought so too. Since no spiritual entity was sent to contact them, the situation in the north was probably the same. The group got out of the car and headed to the armory to replenish their ammunition. Qi Ling found a backpack and helped load the ammunition. Even if he didn't need it, he could carry extra bullets for the captain just in case. Yuan Zhao stood under the eaves in front of the door, looking up at the dark sky. The sky remained unchanged, obscuring the passage of time. The scene of the Dark Ages, no matter how many times you see it, always evokes despair. She gazed silently, her eyes calm and unwavering. The little bluebird perched on her head, seemingly sensing her thoughts. Are you sure you want to do this? Yes. Yuan Zhao slightly raised his fingertips, pointing towards the sky. I never tested my limits, and I want to know just how strong I really am. Chapter 370. The Last Hour. The other three teams arrived at the rendezvous point one after the other. In the pitch-black night, lights flickered in the direction of the military base. At this moment, everyone gathered on the wide parade ground. Fu Heng arrived with a tense face, but after a brief exchange, upon learning that Xie Tu and Yun Zhao's team had also found no clues, her expression finally softened. See? It wasn't her fault. These two S-ranks hadn't found the gatekeeper either. All the living people have disappeared. Lin Yu frowned and said, "This city is too big, and we're not familiar with the buildings. With only 3 days, it's inevitable that we miss some places." They had failed. They had finally encountered a gatekeeper who knew the inside story of the disaster, and the information was right in front of them, yet they had missed the truth. This feeling was truly awful. Tao Haohao said nonchalantly, "It's okay, failure is failure, anyway, we have the key." Neither of the two captains spoke upon hearing this. Xie Tu stood beside Yun Zhao, his expression indifferent, offering no opinion throughout. Fu Yan's face, which had just softened, tightened again. They had finally managed to secure a joint mission. But after 3 days of parkour, they hadn't gotten anything. It was a wasted trip. Her team members shared the same thought. Yun Zhao sat on an ammunition box, a thin blanket beneath her. She pulled out the last box of strawberry cookies from her bag and said calmly, "Who said we failed? It's not time yet." The atmosphere froze. Everyone instinctively looked at her. With less than an hour left in the 3-day period, failure was inevitable. What else could it be but a failure? Team Zero believed in her unconditionally. Song Liang couldn't help but ask, "You have a way?" Yun Zhao didn't answer. She turned her head, gazing into the distance. The others followed her gaze, looking with her at the dark landscape. Directly in front of the drill ground stood an extremely tall watchtower. The watchtower was very tall, a circular structure with a very narrow interior, equipped with ladders for easy climbing, leading directly to the top, dozens of meters high. Located on the coast of the Yellow Sea, this area was frequently used for military exercises in the old days. Watchtowers were erected so that soldiers could overlook the surrounding environment and promptly detect and respond to potential threats. Nothing strange about it. Yun Zhao withdrew her gaze, unfastened the special device from her waist, looked around, and stood up to hand the key to Fu Heng. Fu Heng looked up, her large eyes staring at her, not understanding what she meant. Yun Zhao said, "Load the remaining ammunition onto our armored vehicles. Be prepared to break out at any time." Fu Heng reached out and took the device box, weighing it in her hand. It clearly contained keys. She seemed to understand. "Don't forget the distribution we agreed on earlier." Yun Zhao smiled at her, "Okay." Provided she could successfully obtain the information she wanted. The others were completely confused, not understanding what they were talking about at all. Yun Zhao had already turned and headed towards the watchtower. Xie Tu's eyes were deep, and he followed, instructing his teammates, "Follow Captain Fu's orders." His gaze swept over Jingyao, and the other two, seeing Jingyao also looking back. The two teams' conversation wasn't kept quiet from them. At such close range, he and Chen, she had clearly heard everyone's conversation. The moment their eyes met, Jingyao's face showed a bewildered expression. Suddenly, he had a feeling that he had forgotten something very important. Yun Zhao had already reached the watchtower door and pushed open the slightly worn door. The space inside the tower was very cramped. A nearly vertical ladder at a 90-degree angle led directly to the top. She reached out and grasped the cold railing, beginning to climb. Xie Tu followed 2 steps behind her. He didn't ask what she wanted to do, only silently staying by her side. The two of them, one after the other, climbed the dozens of meters up the watchtower. The moment they reached the top, the sea breeze howled past, carrying the salty, damp scent and the coolness of the deep sea, blowing against her face. Yun Zhao squinted slightly, letting the sea breeze blow freely, making her hair dance wildly in the air. Darkness, as black as ink, swallowed all light. As far as the eye could see, there was only the vast darkness of night, and the sound of waves crashing. Yun Zhao ignored Xie Tu, who was following closely behind. She had never truly known whether she should tell him the truth. Each time the words reached her lips, she subconsciously swallowed them back. Perhaps subconsciously, she didn't trust the sentinels, just like the little bluebird, who seemed to inherently dislike the sentinel species. No, that wasn't it. She actually liked him. Yun Zhao closed her eyes, slowly opening her arms. A bluish-green glow burst forth from her body, like the first rays of dawn, instantly illuminating the surrounding darkness. Spiritual threads intertwined in the air, forming a vast net that rapidly spread outwards. Wherever it passed, darkness seemed to dissipate, and the polluted, turbid atmosphere became clear. The little bluebird flapped its wings, soaring straight into the sky. In the blink of an eye, a magnificent, luminous behemoth rose into the air. The soft glow emanating from the azure phoenix now seemed infused with boundless energy, its individual feathers shimmering with a vibrant green fluorescence, like countless dazzling gems. As Yun Zhao continued to pour his spiritual power into it, the azure phoenix's green fluorescence on its wings grew increasingly dazzling. It raised its head and let out a deafening cry. Centered on Yun Zhao, the fluorescence spread fiercely in all directions, forcefully and domineeringly conquering the contaminated land. This power was as immense as stars, illuminating the entire dark sky. Not only that, but the spiritual threads were also spreading wildly, like growing vines, layer upon layer, rapidly spreading towards the city. The sentries below, who were carrying ammunition boxes, instinctively stopped what they were doing, their mouths agape as they watched this scene unfold in the sky. Their teammates recalled their first encounter. She, too, had been like that, knowing nothing, vainly attempting to purify the entire contaminated area with her spiritual power. Wait, what is she doing now? Fu Yan curled her lips into a smile, turned around and shouted, "What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and move the supplies." Atop the watchtower, a space the size of a round table, Xie leaned against the railing, standing in the direction the wind was blowing, using his broad body to shield her from the sea breeze. Fluorescent lights danced in the air, the scene dreamlike. Looking down at the distant city, the entire city was shrouded in a bluish-green fluorescent light. Such powerful mental energy. Just how unfathomable is her true strength? Xie eyes flickered, the faint light in them gradually fading. He roughly guessed what she wanted to do. She wanted to use this method to force the gatekeeper to show himself. As for why the gatekeeper would show himself, and why he would make a bet with her, Xie pursed his thin lips, deliberately not thinking about it. How much time had passed? Yun Zhao suddenly opened his eyes, turned his head to look southeast, and murmured, "Found you, Yujia, I won." Chapter 371. A sigh sounded in her ear. "When did you discover my identity?" Yun Zhao didn't answer, but turned to look at Xie. He was also looking at her. Their eyes met, and different emotions flashed in both of their eyes. Yun Zhao knew from his reaction that he couldn't hear her, just like the sound of turning pages in contaminated Zone 28, only she could hear it. "When I confirmed the registration book was missing," Yun Zhao said slowly in front of Xie, "I seen the information of all the survivors on the island." Qi Ling filled it out through questioning, and only a few people registered themselves. "And you were one of them." Qi Ling had said that. This person was socially awkward and not good at communicating, stammering and unable to get a single sentence out. Qi Ling didn't think much of it at the time, casually handing Yujia the pen and registration book so he could fill it out himself. The gatekeeper lived in the Dark Ages. In that era, there were no ID cards. It didn't understand the number format, yet easily obtained the registration book. Following the format referenced by others, it could naturally fabricate and fill in false information. "Yun Zhao, not only that, you also gave us the key. You said you're socially awkward, but that's just an excuse to avoid communicating with others." It hid among the masses, inconspicuous. It spent its days hiding in its room, and no one paid it any attention. It was also particularly cunning, observing her ever since Team Zero entered, knowing she liked strawberry milk, and using Xiaorenxin to divert her attention again. Silence followed the words. A moment later. "If I hadn't shown myself, you would never have found me." The previously androgynous voice suddenly became clear, a very clear male voice. "You misjudged the time, by nearly half an hour. 2 more minutes and you lose." She had erected a barrier to shield herself from the outside world after emerging. Having slept, she hadn't paid attention to the passage of time, only roughly estimating 8 hours had passed before starting the timer. What they called only 1 hour left was actually only about 20 minutes remaining. Yun Zhao gave an "oh," her attitude somewhat perfunctory. "Is that so? But I only care about the result. The result is that I found you, I won, and you have to fulfill the bet." The gatekeeper, "Don't you want to know why I showed myself? Is it important?" "Important." Yun Zhao, "Then tell me." The other person seemed choked by her words, pausing for a second or two before forcibly suppressing their emotions. "You're clearly a dark guide, so why does your spiritual threads possess purifying power?" The gatekeeper's voice was full of doubt. In the abyss, the only power she displayed was devouring. Her spiritual threads constantly devoured dark matter. But just now, the gatekeeper sensed the pure purifying power, which, while causing it to feel threatened, involuntarily pulled it out. Yun Xiao paused, subconsciously turning to look at Xie. Xie seemed to see through her thoughts. His thin lips pressed together, his gaze fixed on her. Don't worry about him. You can communicate with me through your spiritual form. The gatekeeper couldn't penetrate the guide's spiritual barrier. Without dispelling her own barrier, she couldn't communicate with him. Yun Xiao did as she was told, speaking through the large bluebird circling in the air. I won the bet, I should be asking you. She continued. First question, tell me, how do you distinguish between light guides and dark guides? The gatekeeper let out a low chuckle. Dark guides are very easy to identify. This group possesses extremely domineering mental power, their fluctuations carrying a strong sense of oppression. They are eccentric, adept at concealing themselves, and can easily penetrate the mental world of others, disrupting and controlling their thoughts. Mental manipulation. That was a unique ability of dark guides. Yun Xiao felt this resonated with her. Since its awakening, the little bluebird had been very domineering. The sentinels were all afraid of it. She could indeed easily control the mutants. If she wanted, she could probably easily control the sentinels as well. As the gatekeeper spoke, a sense of bewilderment crept into its voice. As for light guides, I never seen one. I've been waiting for a light guide to appear. It couldn't understand why the mental threads of dark guides possessed purifying power. It wanted to understand all of this, yet didn't know how. Because the person involved knew nothing, even more bewildered than it. Yun Xiao fell silent. She genuinely didn't know what was going on, but that wasn't the most important thing right now. Let's get back to the point. She paused. Tell me the truth as you know it, including what my father actually told you. The sea breeze howled from the watchtower, and fluorescent lights enveloped the sea before her. Yun Xiao noticed that the gatekeeper liked to sigh. She heard him sigh again. You and she look alike, the gatekeeper said. Yun Xiao, who? Red-crowned crane? Gatekeeper, yes, her name is Shining. Yun Xiao's expression faltered slightly. The gatekeeper really did know red-crowned crane. If I told you that the price of knowing the truth is death, would you still be so eager to uncover the truth? The gatekeeper said, Shining was initially like you, but she regretted it. She felt she was responsible for her companion's tragic ends. Do you want to follow in her footsteps? It seemed lost in thought. Actually, none of us blame her. Sacrificing for the right thing is the most humane thing we can do. But you're different. You still have a choice. Look at the man beside you. Look at the sentinel standing below. Do you want them to die because of you? After all, you're not a guide of light. When it spoke these words again, it lacked its previous certainty, its tone tinged with uncertainty. Is it possible? She is both a guide of darkness and a guide of light? The gatekeeper was startled by this thought, then immediately dismissed it. Impossible. How can darkness and light coexist? Yun Xiao was deeply disturbed by its words. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he was utterly shaken. Knowing the truth would kill her? She instinctively gripped the railing and looked down. On the parade ground, her teammates and the Fuan squad had already finished unloading ammunition. A group of people stood armed beside the armored vehicle, vigilantly watching their surroundings. The sentries had excellent eyesight. Rabbit, in particular, had been observing the watchtower. Noticing Yun Xiao watching them, Rabbit jumped up and waved to her Yun Xiao's sister. Her teammates followed suit, looking up at her with worried expressions, seemingly not understanding why she hadn't come down. Yun Xiao abruptly looked away, her eyelids lowered, her long eyelashes trembling. What's wrong? Standing beside her, Xie immediately sensed something was wrong. Her expression was off. What had the gatekeeper said to her? Yun Xiao snapped out of her daze, and looked up to meet his gaze. The man stood tall and straight as a pine tree, resolute before her, his deep eyes as black as ink, his gaze fixed on her. Knowing the truth, would he and his teammates die? Yun Xiao suddenly wanted to hug him. In fact, she did. Yun Xiao threw herself into Xie arms, opening her arms to wrap around his waist. Xie's hands froze in midair, somewhat unaccustomed to her sudden embrace, and after a moment, he lowered his hands to hug her. He always possessed a unique aura that could shut out all unsettling elements around him. It was just a brief embrace. Yun Xiao seemed to have understood. She released Xie's embrace, her gaze fixed intently on the southeast. You're wrong. All of humanity's efforts are for one truth. Only by finding the truth, finding the source, can this world end. A barrier opened instantly, blocking all senses. Two voices rang out simultaneously, like surround sound, their tone utterly arrogant. Yun Xiao, fool, how could we possibly die? Qing Wan, fool, how could we possibly die? A master of choice. Even when the wind rises, the sails are deliberately hoisted. Chapter 372. The Azure Phoenix hovered in midair, its dazzling wings unfurled, fluorescent spiritual threads constantly emanating from beneath them. It surveyed the world below, its gaze cold and arrogant, reflecting the insignificance of all things. The person who had remained quiet and reserved within the contaminated zone suddenly changed. With her and her spiritual entity behaving like this, what else could they be but a dark guide? The gatekeeper stood amidst the horde of zombies, shaking its head. Its skin was a bluish black, its face terrifying, wandering among the zombies on the streets. The spot where it stood was precisely the area the sentinels had already searched. The most dangerous place was the safest place. No one had expected it to roam so openly through the streets. As long as it didn't go west and be detected by the guide's spiritual threads, no one could find it. A bet's a bet. The gatekeeper finally spoke. Rules are made, rules are followed. Since you want to know, why not tell you? I hope you won't regret it. Its clear voice echoed in Yun Zhao's ears, slowly unfolding. All disasters originate from dark matter. It doesn't belong to Earth, nor to the solar system. It can destroy magnetic fields, create inexplicable forces, interact almost entirely with no other matter, and possesses no weak force or gravity. Evolution and extinction are intertwined. Disasters disrupt the food chain and also spur the creation of guides and sentinels. At this point, you should understand that the source and the truth are entities that humanity cannot contend with. Dark matter created sentinels and guides. These two types of beings are like failed experiments, both possessing fatal genetic defects. Sentinels possess superhuman strength and heightened senses. However, they are highly susceptible to interference and corrupted by dark matter, easily transforming into monsters. Guides, with their near-mysterious mental connection, possess immense mental power, yet are also fragile and easily destroyed, unable to withstand external attacks. How can products of evolution resist their creator, like humans on Earth, helpless against natural disasters inflicted by their planet? No matter how many mass extinctions occur, they are merely minor, insignificant wounds to the planet. Back then, Shen-Ing detected clues in the contaminated zone. She, like you now, believed that finding the source would end everything. She shared the information with us, determined to search. The gatekeeper's voice, carried on the wind, rang in my ears. The clear voice spoke of the past, its tone slightly altered. Like something climbing out of a decaying, dry well of time, it carried a dull, hoarse quality. Each word was wrapped in a heavy weight of vicissitude, rough and grating like old sandpaper being rubbed. The golden age is gone. Darkness has descended. It appeared from the sky, omnipresent, spreading corpses wherever it went, devouring, devouring, devouring. Unfathomable, indescribable, lest it be severely polluted. The wind howled. The sentries on the parade ground craned their necks until they were stiff, but the two above remained unresponsive. This silent exchange lasted for a very long time. So long that Yun Zhao's body swayed precariously in the sea breeze, leaning her entire weight against Xie Tu. Yun Zhao listened quietly, processing everything alone. She murmured, "So you chose self-sacrifice? Trapped in despair, destined for a tragic end, all for waiting for someone whose arrival was uncertain." Her only response was a helpless, bitter laugh. "Yun Zhao, humans are fragile, yet also brave. But even Xiang you couldn't cross the Jiangdong River." Yun Zhao's heart surged, her thoughts racing. What was Shen-Ing so determined to find? Something unfathomable, indescribable, otherwise, she would be severely contaminated. What was that thing? Yun Zhao pondered for a long time, then asked a completely unrelated question. Yujiet isn't your real name? Both from Dawn Base. Among Zero Team, there were descendants like Duan Qi, who had been rooted in Dawn Base for centuries. To avoid revealing their identities, the gatekeeper wouldn't fill in their real names. Yes. What's your name? It doesn't matter. I have no descendants, and I don't want anyone to remember me. The gatekeeper spoke calmly. The past had long since vanished. Its current name was Gatekeeper of Contaminated Zone 111. Nothing else mattered. Yun Zhao fell silent. A complex ripple stirred within her. True death is, in fact, oblivion. The serenity and detachment that comes after weathering life's storms, all the past glories and sorrows, have been deeply buried by the sands of time. For this gatekeeper, a name might truly be just an insignificant symbol. It cannot bear those heavy memories, nor does it need to be remembered by anyone. Your father, the gatekeeper continued. Yun Zhao, who had been lost in thought, instantly changed her expression upon hearing this. She wanted to know about Yun Ju, yet upon hearing news of him, she instinctively felt a sense of resistance. It's contradictory. I only met him once, but he left a deep impression on me. The gatekeeper seemed lost in memories, his voice murmuring. He was an oddball, a man of gentle appearance, always with a smile on his face. He walked the edge of darkness, acting entirely on his whim. When he was in a good mood, he was very easy to talk to. When he was in a bad mood, he could turn on you in an instant. I never seen a guide as powerful as him. It was then that we learned that guides like Shen-Ing weren't isolated cases, they even had a name. Dark guides. He was the one who told us about light guides. He said that light is born from darkness, and light guides are the nemesis of dark matter. Once light guides are born, this world will be saved. Only light guides can fight against it. He gave us hope. Yuan Zhao closed his eyes slightly, his thoughts racing. What is his purpose in doing this? Gatekeeper, I don't know. He has no reason to lie to us. Since learning that the sun had appeared, the gatekeeper had become even more convinced of Yuan Zhu's words. Yuan Zhu was right. The guide of light is the nemesis of dark matter. His appearance ended the dark apocalypse. Because of hope, it was able to hold on to this obsession, waiting day after day, year after year. I never imagined Yuan Zhu would have a daughter. It then asked, puzzled, he's your father, why don't you know anything about him? I never seen him. Yuan Zhao's chest heaved slightly, she couldn't calm down. She first learned about her father through a gatekeeper. A blurry image suddenly flashed through her mind. Such fragmented scenes. The perspective was strange too, the little bluebird's perspective. The blurry figure held her in its arms, gently coaxing her, as if she were the most precious treasure in the world. That figure spoke to her in a warm voice, walking away as it spoke. Yuan Zhu. You can't do this. The woman's shrill voice echoed in Yuan Zhao's mind. Are you going to kill her with your own hands? She's your daughter, she die? So what? Her physical strength can't keep up with the awakening speed. If you do nothing, she still die. The man still smiled. Since that's the case, why not take a gamble? You're a madman. What right do you have to have a child? The man remained unmoved, gently teasing the little one in his arms. Look at this little guy beside her, his eyes are so arrogant, just like mine. But it shouldn't have appeared so early. If it weren't for it, my daughter wouldn't be suffering like this. I really want to kill it. Yuan Zhao felt the killing intent directed at the little bluebird. Her father wanted to kill the little bluebird. Chapter 373. It's so confusing. What are they talking about? Could that woman be her mother? No, she said your daughter, not our daughter. That woman isn't her mother. Yuan Zhao's head suddenly throbbed with pain. She crouched down, clutching her head. Xiatu seemed panicked, holding her tightly, but she couldn't speak. The little bluebird's consciousness continued to spread, its images floating in her spiritual sea. It seemed to remember something. A deep connection was established between the human and the spiritual entity, their consciousnesses were linked, and what it perceived was what she could perceive. Regardless of whether the little bluebird wanted it or not. All the fragmented images rushed into her spiritual realm, appearing intermittently before her. Are you feeling unwell? The gatekeeper looked up at the sky. The originally orderly spreading spiritual threads were affected by her, fluctuating, the gentle, purifying fluorescent light suddenly transformed into thin lines that cut through space, devouring the dark matter. In the next instant, all the spiritual threads throughout the city vanished without a trace. The world plunged into darkness once more. What a strange power that vanishes. How could someone's spiritual power simultaneously purify and devour? These are clearly two different powers. I told you everything I know. I hope you live well after you get out. Whether or not to tell your companions is up to you. Of course, if you become a mutant, you're welcome to visit again. The sentries on the parade ground quickly noticed the anomaly. Song Liang stared at the door that had opened out of thin air directly in front of him, then suddenly turned to look at Fu Bei. Fu Yan, holding the special device in her hand, remained calm. I didn't open the door, it was the gatekeeper. It seemed she had the clue. In the distance, the roars of mutated zombies echoed. Losing mental control, the monsters throughout the city erupted in a frenzy the moment the door opened. Tens of thousands of zombie figures were rapidly surging towards the military base. Yuan Zhao felt terrible. As the little bluebird remembered something, a change was occurring within her mental realm. The area previously covered by white mist dissipated again, revealing an unfamiliar scene on one side of the lake. Yuan Zhao couldn't afford to be distracted. She suppressed the little bluebird's perception, preventing those conscious images from further affecting her. She breathed heavily, forcing herself to speak through the discomfort. Wait. Where's my father? Many things remained unclear. She still had so many questions to ask. She couldn't just leave like this. I only saw your father once, a long time ago. How would I know his whereabouts? The gatekeeper replied. A long time ago? When was that? I don't know. To me, time hasn't changed here, but to the outside world, perhaps decades have passed? Or even longer. He remained within his own domain, having long lost the ability to perceive time in the outside world. Yuan Zhao received no answer, but it was too late. She composed herself and asked, Besides you, where are the others? Red-crowned crane, big knife, old Bai, when did they leave the base? How did they deceive the people at the base? And your planned operation, it's impossible for you to do nothing but wait. The gatekeeper chuckled. So you knew. Looks like you came specifically for us. Too much curiosity isn't a good thing. Those were its companions. Companions? The gatekeeper's tone suddenly turned cold. Sorry, they weren't in our bet. I can't tell you. Why aren't they? Yuan Zhao said dejectedly. The bet was that if I won, you would tell me everything, and by everything, naturally included the whereabouts of your companions. The gatekeeper was furious. It hadn't expected to lose. You're a dark guide. You want to kill me just by hearing my voice. I can't possibly tell you their whereabouts. Below the watchtower. Above the military base's walls, countless dark figures appeared. The high walls could no longer stop the monsters. Mutated zombies leaped over the obstacles, charging towards the crowd like ghosts, their roars deafening. Gunshots rang out. Fu Heng shouted towards the watchtower, Come down. Xie Tu's face was as cold as ice as he picked her up and lowered her down the steep ladder. A 90-degree ladder is difficult to climb while carrying someone. Xie Tu, however, moved as if on flat ground. He supported her with one hand, using the other to hold onto the handrail as he jumped down. Yuan Zhao lay in Xie Tu's arms, her mental landscape in disarray, unable to hold on much longer. Are you afraid I harm them? Yuan Zhao, nestled against Xie Tu's chest, listening to his heartbeat, said, Then you can tell the person next to me that he's an S-rank sentinel from Dawn Base, who considers the red-crowned crane his spiritual totem, and would never harm her. That way, you protect your companions and fulfill your bet. Setting rules, abiding by rules. That seemed to be the gatekeeper's style. The gatekeeper hesitated, but ultimately agreed to her statement. I only know the whereabouts of Big Knife. He was the first aberrant, and I was the second. It drifted into memories, then murmured, that brat Big Knife, he loved to steal from me. Whether it was a piece of bread or issued equipment, he always wanted to take what I chose. In the end, he even tried to steal death. Xie Tu, who was descending the ladder, stopped. He looked down at her, his deep, dark eyes like ink, a hint of surprise in them. Yuan Zhao shook her head at him. Clearly, he had received a warning from the gatekeeper. A riot had broken out on the playground. There was no time. Yuan Zhao continued, One last question. If the light guides can truly fight the darkness, how do we find the source? How do we make the dark matter and the contaminated areas disappear? The gatekeeper, lost in thought reminiscing about the deceased, was suddenly agitated by her interruption. We haven't found the source. In the process of searching, we glimpsed a corner, but that corner alone has driven everyone to despair. Since we're all going to die anyway, why not become gatekeepers and wait for the day the light returns? I volunteered to become a gatekeeper, but I didn't intentionally choose to die. Do you understand? After venting her frustration, the gatekeeper exhaled, finally calming her tone slightly. Your father said the light guides know where the source is. You know nothing. That's definitely not true. Otherwise, why wouldn't Yunju tell her anything? Xie Tu had already carried her to level ground and strode towards the armored vehicle. His teammates rushed to meet them. Looking around, the entire base was surrounded by mutated zombies. The gunfire and the zombies' roars almost drowned out everything. Get in the car! Fu Yan called to the two. Xie Tu nodded slightly and carried her into the armored vehicle. They were surrounded by mutated zombies. Sentinels hung on both sides of the armored vehicle, unleashing a barrage of fire. The vehicle had already started moving, ready to rush out of the contaminated zone. I advise you not to continue exploring. You will bring even greater disaster to humanity. The best solution is to seal the secret forever in your heart. The gatekeeper said, Go. You should think about how you're going to tell those sentinels around you when you get out. Chapter 374. Yuan Zhao sat inside the armored vehicle, surrounded by her teammates. She gazed at the familiar, vibrant faces, and silently lowered her head. She really needed to think carefully about how to explain things to everyone. Should she repeat the mistakes of the red-crowned crane? The door, radiating a white glow, was close at hand, and the armored vehicle rumbled towards it. From night to day, it was only a moment. The blinding light caused everyone inside and outside the vehicle to squint. The sun blazed high. The vast land was littered with ruins, roads buried under yellow sand and rubble, presenting a scene of deathly desolation. Yun Zhao raised her hand to shield her eyes from the intense sunlight. The little bluebird had returned to its territory. It seemed to be in distress too, not having time to check on the unfamiliar land. It perched on a paulownia tree and closed its eyes to rest. The reinforcements, having noticed the commotion, immediately rushed to meet her. The contaminated zone hadn't collapsed, yet two teams suddenly appeared, leaving everyone somewhat puzzled. Armored vehicles pulled up at the entrance to the temporary camp. Yun Zhao's mind was a mess. After getting out of the vehicle, she forced herself to come over and called Qi Ling, "Let me set up a barrier for you first." She had expended a great deal of mental energy in the contaminated zone, and had been affected by the fragments of consciousness suddenly released by the little blue bird. But she still had the strength to set up a barrier for Qi Ling. Qi Ling looked down at the black liquid oozing from his body, his expression dejected. "Okay, thank you." He followed Yun Zhao with his head down. Xia Tu watched the two enter the camp, then turned and glanced at his companions behind him, saying, "Go rest first. We talk about it after you woken up." For the last 72 hours, the sentries hadn't slept a wink. Especially the members of Fu Yan's team, who had barely rested from entering the contaminated zone to exiting. Even now, some were still completely bewildered. Why did the door suddenly open? Why were they suddenly out? Things happened so fast that the sentries standing on the ground outside felt a sense of unreality. Fu Yan climbed down from the roof of the vehicle and turned to her team members. "Listen to Captain Xie. Everyone go and rest." The temporary encampments of the two bases were adjacent. The sentries were indeed exhausted. Since their captain had spoken, they said goodbye and went to their respective tents to sleep. Not long after, only the two captains remained at the camp entrance. Fu Yan's team had returned empty-handed. They hadn't managed to get the so-called joint mission, nor had they obtained any supplies. Fu Yan, however, remained calm. She stood there in her crisp combat uniform, not going inside to rest. Xia Tu understood why she wasn't leaving and said, "The gatekeeper is from one of the 4 major bases. The clues I got are related to coordinates." Fu Heng raised an eyebrow. "Coordinates?" Xia Tu, "Yes, they might point to a contaminated zone." Contaminated zone numbers only appeared in the wasteland era. The location given needs to be compared to determine which contaminated zone it is in. Fu Heng understood this as well, and she pondered it. What did the gatekeeper mean by providing the landmark? I remember Yun Zhao saying that the gatekeeper knows the truth about the disaster, and the bet between her and the gatekeeper is related to that. But there was one thing Fu Heng wasn't sure about. She asked quietly. In the end, the gate appeared out of thin air. Did she win or lose? The bet was to find the gatekeeper within 72 hours. But the gatekeeper never appeared. If the gatekeeper was from one of the 4 major bases and remained rational, regardless of victory or defeat, they might actually provide Xia Tu with a clue and then open the gate to let them leave safely. The question is, did they win? The difference is huge. If they lost, they might only have this one clue. If they won, it concerns the truth about the disaster. Xia Tu's face was cold and weary. "Let's have a small meeting tomorrow morning to discuss this in detail." No one knew what the gatekeeper had said to Yun Zhao. But just to be on the safe side, to avoid raising Fu Heng's expectations too high, Xia Tu said, "Regardless of whether we received any information or not, we inform you as soon as we confirm the coordinates. Then I have to apply for a joint mission with the base." Fu Heng waved casually, turned, and walked towards the next room. "I won't disturb your rest any longer. I'm leaving." It was midday, and the sun was dazzling. The air was filled with a warm atmosphere. Occasionally, a breeze would blow, but instead of bringing coolness, it brought a sweltering heat that made people feel stuffy. Xia Tu's eyes were deep and thoughtful as he turned and entered the camp. Passing sentries greeted him. Xia Tu nodded in acknowledgement and went to the rest area. Considering the sentries' heightened senses, the tents were spaced far apart. Team 0 had rested here on the day they arrived at contaminated Zone 111, and their tents were still there. The tent flaps of the team members' tents were all drawn, and they were already fast asleep. Xia Tu's gaze lingered on a particular tent for a moment, then he bent down and entered his own. The gatekeeper had once been from Dawn Base. No matter how many years had passed, it would still be moved upon seeing the red-crowned cranes on their shoulders. Xia Tu laid down on the makeshift folding bed and covered his eyes with his arm. As he descended from the watchtower, the gatekeeper, besides providing the coordinates, also said something to him. "Be wary of the guides around you." The azure sky was the purest blue. Below lay a crystal-clear lake, its surface as still as a mirror, reflecting the blue sky, white clouds, and the green trees and grass along its shores. Yun Zhao walked along the lakeside until she reached a large tree. She looked up. A little bluebird was perched on a branch, resting with its eyes closed. Its head was slightly lowered, its slender neck naturally curved, tucking its head under its wings, revealing only a sharp beak. As if sensing her arrival, its drooping, magnificent tail feathers stirred gently. Yun Zhao realized it was all right and didn't linger, continuing along the grass. Southwest corner. The amusement park stood silently, and with her thought, the carousel slowly began to turn, playing cheerful music. Yun Zhao stopped at the entrance, her gaze drifting towards the area next to the amusement park. The white mist there had dissipated. A new manor castle, seemingly straight out of a fairy tale, had appeared. It occupied a vast area, its vibrant colors making it a sweet, pale pink, like a child's favorite strawberry ice cream. The pointed roofs were rounded cones, inlaid with colorful candy-shaped gems. It was adorable and dreamlike. Yun Zhao watched for a while, then slowly walked inside. A small rainbow bridge connected the castle to the outside world. She crossed the rainbow bridge and entered a spacious courtyard, where she saw a fountain in the center. The water was crystal clear, jets of water gushing from exquisite sculptures, surrounded by a colorful garden. Winding paths crisscrossed the garden. As she drew closer, through the floor-to-ceiling windows facing the garden, she could clearly see parts of the interior. The curtains were whimsical crystal tulle, and many cute dolls were placed by the windowsill. Various children's toys were scattered on the carpet. Chapter 375. The heavy door slowly opened as she wished. Yun Zhao's feet touched the soft carpet. She didn't look at the furnishings on the first floor, but instead climbed the stairs to the second floor and entered her room. The entire second floor was like a specially crafted dream world, full of childlike fun and warmth. The room was luxuriously decorated, the walls painted a pale pinkish white, contrasting beautifully with the striking pink princess bed in the center. The bed had a vintage style, surrounded by strings of dazzling crystal curtains. Yun Zhao didn't look around much, going straight to the walk-in closet opposite. The closet was filled with princess dresses, all the same size, designed for 5- or 6-year-old girls. Below was a jewelry cabinet, overflowing with ornaments. Diamonds, crystals, a whole wall of princess crowns, and many bows and hair clips of different sizes and colors. Yun Zhao picked up a crystal bow, suddenly recalling her childhood aesthetic sense. Those shoes with those indescribable bows, and the crystal bow before her, shared a striking resemblance. Yun Zhao closed the closet, stepped out of the dressing room, and lay down on the princess bed. It was even more comfortable and soft than the bed in her base home. The blankets and pillows carried a strangely familiar scent. It was her scent. This was her spiritual realm. Fu Qian had once told her that the spiritual realm was a reflection of the inner world of the Sentinel, a place where emotions and memories intertwined. Based on the vision of the little bluebird's consciousness, it wasn't hard to see that she had awakened earlier than she had imagined. Little Yun Zhao had never seen the outside world. The initial scene that appeared in her realm, when she awakened, was a familiar scene she had seen before. This fairy tale-like castle must be where she lived as a child. Yun Zhao buried her face deep in the blankets. She was wrong. Yunju actually loved her very much. The sun slowly disappeared below the horizon. The last rays of sunlight on the horizon were as brilliant and fleeting as molten gold, gradually swallowed by the night. Lights illuminated the area around the camp. The sentries on duty at the entrance stood ramrod straight, constantly watching for any mutants or mutated animals. A slight noise came from behind. The sentry turned to look. He saw the curtain of the guide's tent open, and she emerged, standing at the tent entrance, her face still hazy from waking up. The sentry assumed the guide was hungry, and had come out to find food. He was about to offer directions when he saw her suddenly turn a corner, and slip into Captain Xia's tent. Sentry, shock. Xia too awoke from his slumber the instant the curtain was drawn. He sat up, his eyes clear, and saw Yun Zhao enter his tent as if it were empty. Xia too's gaze softened, and he asked softly, "Awake? Are you hungry?" His voice was hoarse, typical of someone who has just woken up. Yun Zhao nodded, and sat down next to him. "What do you want to eat?" "I make you something. Claypot rice with preserved meat. The preserved meat and sausages in the truck are gone. I go check the supplies area by the sea." Xia too stood up, but noticed she was clutching his combat uniform tightly. Her pale fingers were white from the force, as if she were afraid he would suddenly disappear. Xia too paused slightly, sensing something was wrong with her emotions. Yun Zhao lowered her head and said, "Your guess was right. My father has his own reasons." She was too young to withstand such powerful mental energy. She might very well explode and die. Yunju found a way to ensure her safe growth. He put the little bluebird into a deep sleep, sealing her power and allowing her to live peacefully among monsters. But an accident occurred. At the age of 6, she accidentally left the contaminated zone and lost her memory. Until her uncles passed away. Every day, she stared blankly in the direction of the contaminated zone, a strong desire to become stronger rising within her, triggering a second awakening and reawakening the little bluebird. Yun Zhao deduced these events based on fragments of the little bluebird's consciousness. She needed someone to confide in, but Dad never thought that I, such a small child, might also be afraid, might also miss my parents. Living in the contaminated zone meant being surrounded by monsters, by other beings. Although Yun Zhao hadn't regained her memories, she could imagine it. Her childhood self, from infancy to toddlerhood, to gradually beginning to understand the world. She was bewildered, the familiar faces around her changed every day, occasionally transforming into mutated creatures howling and devouring any intruders. She watched helplessly as those people became trapped in their own cycle of reincarnation, doing incomprehensible things every day. Of course she was afraid. Perhaps because of this, her childhood personality was eccentric, selfish, and cold, completely different from the girl she grew up in the warmth of the people of Qishan town. Xie heart felt a pang. The gatekeeper told you? Yun Zhao shook her head. I guess myself. Xie smoothed her hair. Aren't you hungry? If we can't find cured meat, we can make something else. The reinforcements should have hunted some mutated animals. How about we make some roasted meat too? Yun Zhao was a little taken aback. Huh? He quickly diverted her attention with a few words. He didn't want her to continue lost in her thoughts. Xie led her up from the narrow folding bed, saying casually, there should be seasonings in the container. Let's go find some chili and cumin. Yun Zhao was indeed led astray. The fragrant grilled meat skewers, sizzling with oil, sprinkled with cumin and chili. Once her thoughts drifted, just thinking about that smell made her mouth water. She wanted to eat meat. Yun Zhao was led out of the tent by him. The camp was deserted. Most of the troop sentries were on the beach, guarding the 100,000 tons of supplies that had been transported out. The first batch of military vehicles had already set off before Zero Team left, transporting grain back to base. The remaining supplies would need to be delivered by base again. The two of them, flashlights in hand, went to the beach to find chili and cumin. The bright white light flickered on the sand, casting long shadows. This sand wasn't the gravel found on beaches, but rather soil weathered from deprived sunlight. Walking on it caused a slight sinking sensation, producing a soft, continuous rustling sound. After walking for about 20 minutes, Yun Zhao heard the sound of the waves. She looked up and saw lights on at the container storage area in the distance. The off-duty sentries sat on the ground facing the sea, huddled together, seemingly chatting. The waves made a calm, drawn-out sound. The sea breeze, carrying a salty, damp scent, swept over her, ruffling her hair. Yun Zhao felt a strange sense of peace. When she returned, her teammates were already awake. The four of them sat chatting under the sky, watching their captain return carrying a large pile of seasonings. Tao Haohao scurried over like a lackey. Captain, what are we eating tonight? Xie glanced at him and tossed him the things he was carrying. Go get some meat from Lieutenant Zhao. Remember to give him points. Tao Haohao's eyes lit up at the mention of meat, and he quickly called to Duanxi, come on, let's go get some meat. After eating compressed biscuits for 3 days, in the contaminated zone, they were all craving meat. Hearing about meat, they ran faster than anyone else. Rabbit followed to help. Only Song Liang remained seated, a slight smile on his lips, head down, checking messages. The temporary camp wasn't far from the sentry post, within signal coverage. Yun Zhao asked, what good news happened? Song Liang was surprisingly happy that they hadn't killed the gatekeeper on this mission. Song Liang gestured for her to sit down, and couldn't help but share, my sister gave birth a few days ago. It's a girl, and I heard she looks a lot like me. Congratulations. Yun Zhao had almost forgotten about it. Xie glanced at the message. Congratulations. Song Liang was visibly happy, eager to return home. Captain, when are we going back? Chapter 376. Xie also came over and sat down. We leave after the meeting at dawn. Yun Zhao still hadn't told him what the gatekeeper had told her. Xie glanced around and noticed someone was missing. He didn't say anything, but called to Song Liang, don't eat in the camp. Go get some charcoal and move it outside. Qi Ling didn't want to come out where others were. No one could help him with his inner turmoil. He could only wait for the day he figured it out himself. Okay. Song Liang agreed and went to get charcoal and rice. The sentries had big appetites. That little bit of meat definitely wouldn't be enough. The bag the captain brought back contained not only seasonings, but also some canned food and pre-cooked dishes. The barbecue location was chosen on a small hill outside. No one else was there. Qi Ling heard his teammates calling, hesitated for a long time, and finally came out of the tent. He was completely bundled up, his black cloak and hood almost completely covering his face. His exposed hands were covered with specially made black gloves. He silently followed the group outside. Yuan Zhao called to him, "Come help." Tao Hao brought back a lot of meat. Qi Ling nodded and came to help carry the ingredients. The group carried their things, built a campfire on the hillside in the middle of the night, enjoyed the sea breeze, roasted meat, and chatted and laughed together. Yuan Zhao really liked this atmosphere. Being with a group of optimistic teammates seemed to make all worries disappear. "Old Song, have you chosen a name for the baby yet?" Rabbit asked curiously, sitting cross-legged in the sand. Song Liang had just poured the rinsed rice into the pot that had been set up and replied with a smile, "I thought about it before the baby was born. I named him Xiaojila, meaning contentment brings happiness." Duanqi leaned closer, put his hand on Song Liang's shoulder, and teased, "Not bad, Lao Song. You looked through the dictionary, didn't you?" Song Liang replied frankly, "Not only the dictionary, but I also looked through some ancient poems. I spent a long time choosing." Yuan Zhao wholeheartedly agreed. A name stays with a person for life, so you definitely have to choose the best one. She really liked her name. Dad must have spent a long time choosing. Duanqi said casually, "If I have a child in the future, I name him Duan Yi, easy to write and easy to remember." Tao Hao laughed loudly, "Ha ha ha, you can't even find a girlfriend, and you're thinking about naming your child." Everyone couldn't help but laugh. Even Qi Ling's lips curled into a smile. Duanqi, embarrassed and angry, shouted, "Get lost." He pretended to get up to hit Tao Hao. Tao Hao nimbly dodged behind Yuan Zhao, taunting, "Come on, if you hit Yuan Zhao, the captain will beat you up." Forced to become a shield, Yuan Zhao stammered, "Eh." Xie Tu, focused on grilling the meat, glanced up at them upon hearing this. Duanqi didn't dare actually go over. He shrugged, sat back down, and threatened Tao Hao, "See you at the training ground." The rabbit, seeing his cowardly expression, laughed until his stomach hurt. The group joked and played around, the atmosphere harmonious. Xie Tu finished grilling the meat, turned around, pulled out a plate, and first handed a plate of grilled meat to Yuan Zhao. The rice was also steamed over there. Everyone, holding a plate, sat on the sand dune and enjoyed their meal. Xie Tu generously used seasonings to mask the gamey taste. The grilled meat was indistinguishable from what they'd bought at the base. Yuan Zhao hadn't been able to eat meat for several days, so she ate with great relish. However, eating only meat was a bit greasy, so she went over and got an extra bowl of rice. Xie Tu watched, placing meat on her plate while reminding her, "Be careful not to get indigestion." Happy times always pass too quickly. After finishing their meal, the campfire was almost dead, and the sentinels began cleaning up. Yuan Zhao handed Xie Tu her plate. She sat quietly, and seeing that everyone had almost finished cleaning, she suddenly raised her hand and created a barrier. Greenish-blue fluorescent light danced, dreamlike and ethereal, instantly enveloping everyone. The sentinels were already accustomed to combat. It wasn't safe outside, and they were not far from the contaminated zone, where mutants could appear at any time. Everyone looked around warily, their hands instinctively reaching for their weapons. Only Xie Tu stood there, motionless, looking at her, his cold face composed. Yuan Zhao thought for a long time before slowly saying, "I did obtain some clues in the contaminated zone." Her teammates turned to look at her. Yuan Zhao said softly, "But the gatekeeper also said that the consequence of seeking the truth could be death." The mission was a team effort. Everyone has the right to know. Yuan Zhao believed that whether or not to tell them the clues shouldn't be her decision, but rather the choice should be left to her teammates. Will they die? What do you mean? Tao Hao clearly didn't understand. Yuan Zhao pursed her lips. Literally. Song Liang frowned, his expression becoming serious. Clues about the disaster? Rabbit's eyes widened. Why did Sister Yuan Zhao create a barrier? Will we be heard? Yuan Zhao, just in case. Just in case? Duanqi stroked his chin, lost in thought. The atmosphere instantly became heavy. The teammates exchanged glances, speechless. Everyone instinctively looked at their captain. Xie Tu remained standing, still carrying some unused condiments and food. His eyes were deep, his tone calm, as he made the decision for his teammates. Let's not talk about it for now. Death? This meant the source of the disaster was beyond humanity's current capabilities. The dark apocalypse had descended without warning. Both the dark matter and the contaminated zones were far beyond our comprehension. Wherever it went, everything was distorted and corroded, turning the once vibrant world into a desolate wasteland. Within the contaminated zones, all sorts of bizarre creatures roamed, and the power of the advanced contaminated zones was terrifying. Over the past century, many S-rank sentinels had never returned. It took 200 years for humanity to barely survive to this day. If the clues were pointed and would be discovered, bringing disaster to his teammates and the base, then it wasn't appropriate to reveal them. At least not now. The 4 major bases had just recovered from this disaster, and were working hard to rebuild and improve their strength. Humanity has indeed been searching for the truth, but if the truth cannot bear the weight of reality, then at least humanity must be prepared, ready to face this battle. Right now, from any perspective, the timing is wrong. Sietu was more concerned about something else. She had already learned of the clue. Would it be dangerous for her? We all listened to the captain. If the captain says it's not necessary, then it's not necessary, Tao Haohao said casually. Duanqi, now on Tao Haohao's side, chimed in, that's right, we do whatever the captain tells us to do. It wasn't suitable for them to handle the brain work. Rabbit thought it was fine either way, since the captain and Yun Zhao were there. Song Liang nodded, inexplicably relieved. No one wanted to encounter an accident because of a clue, especially since his family had just welcomed a new life. Only Qi Ling silently lowered his head. He became like this because of the dark matter. Chapter 377. Sietu glanced at Qi Ling. Everything is only temporary. Whatever the truth, humanity will have to face it sooner or later. Humanity didn't give up during the darkest 200 years. They wouldn't give up before, and they certainly won't now. The team members nodded in agreement. Seeing everyone's reaction, Yun Zhao thought for a moment and said softly, the gatekeeper also said it's looking for someone. A guide. As soon as she finished speaking, all eyes turned to her again. Looking for a guide? The guide the gatekeeper was looking for was definitely not an ordinary guide. The rabbit reacted instinctively. Is it looking for you, Sister Yun Zhao? Yun Zhao shook her head. It said no. She actually felt it might be her. But her characteristics were the same as the dark guide's, and her father was also a dark guide. The gatekeeper refused to believe she could be a light guide. Because it said that light guides knew where the source was, but she had lost her childhood memories, and didn't remember anything from before. Sietu's gaze faltered slightly. He seemed to have guessed something, his eyes deepening. The coordinates are related to this? One gatekeeper couldn't confirm it. What about the other two? If she is, then what do these people, once part of Dawn Base, now gatekeepers, want from her? Yun Zhao realized that the gatekeeper had told Sietu about Han Dedeo's whereabouts. If they could enter the location of the coordinates, they might be able to find out whether she was a dark guide or a light guide. But more than knowing that, she actually wanted to know her father's whereabouts. What coordinates? Duanqi asked instinctively. While the captain and Fu Heng were talking, the teammates had already gone to the camp to rest. He had no idea about this. Sietu raised his hand and tapped the communicator screen. I sent the coordinates to the intelligence team for verification during the day. We should have news soon. We discuss it at the meeting tomorrow morning. The communicator showed it was already 2 a.m. Sietu walked over and pulled Yun Zhao up. Let's go back and rest. Yun Zhao nodded. This couldn't be rushed, so he let Sietu lead him down the hillside. The teammates, carrying a bunch of stuff, saw the two walking hand in hand ahead and exchanged glances. Rabbit, pretty normal, right? The captain was already acting recklessly in the contaminated zone. He'd be even more unrestrained outside. Tao Haohao thought about it and agreed. Yun Zhao had even stayed overnight at the captain's house. In their eyes, their relationship was already public knowledge. Holding hands while dating is indeed normal. Duanqi turned and called to Qi Ling, let's go. We're going back tomorrow. Qi Ling thought of her little house and felt a warmth in her heart. No matter what happened, at least he had a home and a group of companions in this world. Qi Ling seemed to be in a better mood and walked over to follow them. Everyone returned to camp and went back to their tents to continue sleeping. Morning meeting. The temporary camp welcomed a group of uninvited guests. When Yun Zhaoqi came out of her tent, she saw a large group of people sitting under the sky. Besides Fu Heng and the other 5, Jiang Mu's entire team was also there. Jiang Mu lazily raised his hand to greet her. Good morning. We were afraid you leave early, so we came here at 6. Yun Zhaoqi was speechless. You haven't gone back yet? After wandering around for more than half a year, how is the Dawn Base leader's hair? Jiang Mu sighed. Who knew you'd be gone for more than half a month? The children's counseling wasn't done. How am I supposed to go back? Fu Yin, who had always disliked Jiang Mu's lazy attitude, sat silently to the side with a cold face. The others remained silent as well. The 3 S-rank captains were all gathered together. This was a rare occasion, one that only happened once a year. They didn't want to get caught in the crossfire and become the target of everyone's attacks. Yuan Zhao suddenly realized that she had been preoccupied with other matters, and had almost forgotten about the white beast's role in counseling. Let's wait until after the meeting, then we can counsel the child, she said, subconsciously referring to the white beast as such. Jiang Mu had no objection. He turned to Xia Tu and asked, what happened this time? You took so long and still couldn't eliminate the gatekeeper. This was the first time Team Zero had failed since the S-rank guides joined. Their current record was available. That's how they caught up. Xia Tu ignored him, and, seeing everyone had arrived, invited them into the large tent for a meeting. The makeshift canopy in the middle of the camp wasn't large, crammed with about 20 people. Upon hearing the meeting start, Fu Heng abruptly stood up. The Gatling gun in her hand was quite large. She swung it sharply towards Jiang Mu's position. Jiang Mu dodged, rubbing his forehead. When did I offend you again? Fu Heng's face was cold. You spend all day wandering around instead of doing anything productive. You'd be better off completing a couple more missions. Jiang Mu wasn't angry at all, casually replying, if I completed 2 more contaminated zones, would you still be able to sleep at night? Wouldn't you be up in the middle of the night, sending messages cursing him for being crazy? He never seen such a competitive woman. Fu Heng's expression darkened further. Remembering the meeting, she didn't want to waste time arguing with Jiang Mu. She turned and left, weapon in hand. Jiang Mu, seeing this, slowly stood up and called to his team, let's go listen in too. An extra team inexplicably joined the meeting between the 2 teams. Xia Tu didn't say anything, but after asking Fu Qian's opinion, he truthfully announced the coordinates. The intelligence team sent over the compiled data this morning, Xia Tu said. The coordinates are for Contaminated Zone 320, Danger Level 4, Mission Priority only yellow. In the old days, it belonged to Mianshan City and County, Anhui Province. It's far from all 4 bases. There are no other contaminated zones nearby, nor any survivor settlements, so it's always been excluded from the mission list. Fu Qian nodded, asking nothing. I informed the base truthfully when I get back and apply for a joint mission. The base couldn't possibly disagree with the disaster clues. As for the clues Yuan Zhao obtained, Xia Tu didn't hold back, stating frankly, it's not that I won't tell, but I can't now. I tell you truthfully when the time is right. Clues that can't be spoken of? What would happen if you revealed them? Jiang Mu turned to look at Yuan Zhao, understandingly saying, looks like there's been a major breakthrough. Unfortunately, the base wouldn't agree to a 3-team joint operation at this time. Otherwise, he really wanted to go and see what was going on in Contaminated Zone 320. Yuan Zhao sat quietly, not answering his question. She remembered what the gatekeeper had told her. But Yuan Zhao, even Xiang Yu had his insurmountable obstacles. She didn't know who Xiang Yu was at first. She checked the system last night using her communicator. An ancient historical figure. Defeated and committed suicide at the Wujiang River, and the Wujiang Pavilion seemed to be located in Yi County. Yuan Zhao couldn't understand something. In the Dark Ages, with its treacherous roads, why did the Red Crown Crane team travel so far? Everyone was scattered. If she were the gatekeeper, she would definitely stay in a contaminated zone with her companions, and transform the contaminated zone into a fun amusement park. Even if everyone became a mutant, they would still gather together to eat, drink, and have fun. Chapter 378. The meeting was very brief. After Xia Tu explained everything, he adjourned the meeting. The departure time for Zone 320 was still undecided. Having just emerged from the contaminated zone, each team needed to return to base for rest. Online communication would suffice later. Fu Heng's team left first. They had recently undergone psychological counseling and hadn't encountered severe damage in either of the 2 contaminated zones, so they didn't need further counseling for the time being. Before leaving, Fu Heng came to say goodbye. Yuan Zhao, see you on the next mission. She had been in 2 contaminated zones consecutively, working for days and nights without sleep. However, she had only rested for 1 night. She showed no signs of fatigue from continuous combat. Her back was ramrod straight, her shoulders relaxed, and her confident stride exuded an aura of power. At first glance, one could tell she was an excellent warrior. Yuan Zhao smiled at her. Okay, have a safe journey. Fu Heng nodded, then turned her gaze to Jiang Mu, her eyes immediately turning cold. Goodbye. Jiang Mu, eh. The little bluebird was still resting, perched on the paulownia tree, showing no signs of waking up. Yun Xiao didn't want to force it awake. She and Jiang Mu left the camp and found an open space outside, where she took over the process of calming the white she beast. Jiang Mu had no objections. Without Qing Wan, he suffered less. The massive body gradually solidified, appearing in the sand. The white she beast emerged from its spiritual realm, and upon seeing Yun Xiao, happily rolled around on the ground. The surrounding area reacted as if an earthquake had struck. Sand flew, dust billowed, obscuring visibility. This huge creature was anything but still during the calming process, even trying to call the little bluebird out to play. Yun Xiao had no choice but to keep her distance. Quickly purify the dark matter within its body. Only the spiritual body needs purging. Jiang Mu's spiritual domain might still have some residue. But as long as it doesn't affect the white jade beast, that little bit of dark matter is negligible to him. Xie hadn't left, standing on the small hillside quietly watching the two below. The fire phoenix emerged. What's wrong with the azure phoenix? Did you anger it? I haven't seen it all day. Xie interrupted the spiritual body's questioning. What does she usually call you? He seemed to have never heard her call the fire phoenix affectionately. The fire phoenix was stunned. Who's the one who's being useless? Think about it carefully. Xie said slowly. Below, sand and stones flew. The little bluebird didn't like staying in the spiritual domain. It was unusual that it hadn't come out to move around. In contaminated Zone 111, Yun Xiao had used spiritual threads to cover the contaminated area. She hadn't exhausted herself. But the little bluebird had been affected. What caused this? Xie had no idea. The traffic control work on the other side was quickly completed. Jiang Mu transferred the points to Yun Xiao, waved to Xie on the hillside, and turned to leave with his child. The sun was blazing. It cast a long shadow. The white mythical bees circled above his head, both of them gradually disappearing into the distance. Over there, Zhou Tianqi, Qingzi, and the others were waiting in the shade. The three teams parted ways again. Xie picked up the people, and the two returned to the temporary camp together. The teammates had filled the vehicle with gas, and loaded all the necessary rations for the journey. Xie greeted the adjutant of the reinforcements, and everyone boarded the vehicle. The armored vehicle started, finally setting off back to base. They had traveled this road before. When they left, the snow on the road hadn't completely melted. In just over 20 days, the scorching heat had already enveloped the land. The familiar yet strange scenery made them feel as if they were in another world. Along the way, armored vehicles sped along. The dust kicked up by the wheels lingered in the sweltering air. Frequently, they could see several hideous mutants, relentlessly chasing after the vehicles. Rabbit extended his sniper rifle, and with each shot, mutants fell one after another. Eager to return home, they traveled even through the night. What should have been an 8-day journey was covered in just 5 days, reaching the base at top speed. The distant mountains loomed in and out of view in the heat. Deep in the mountains, a familiar, massive building came into view, its towering gate standing silently. The sentry on guard above, upon spotting Team Zero's vehicles, slowly opened the gate. Finally back. Tao Haohao drove into the passage, his voice filled with emotion. This wasn't the longest mission Zero Team had ever carried out. But after being away from home for so long, everyone missed the peaceful life at the base terribly. The car slowly entered the base and stopped at the entrance to the inner city passage. The sentries gradually disembarked from the armored vehicles, breathing in the familiar air that carried a sense of security. Stretching their limbs, stiff from sitting for so long, they shouted at the top of their lungs, "We're going back now." Song Liang, eager to see his family, said, "Captain, I'm going home first." Xie bent down to get into the driver's seat, and restarted the car. "Okay. Sister Yun Xiao Qiling, see you all tomorrow." "Yun Xiao Qiling, see you tomorrow." "See you tomorrow." Yun Xiao poked her head out of the observation window, and waved to everyone. Her mood had been flat throughout the journey, only picking up slightly once they entered the base. Having been away for so long, Yun Xiao missed her little family, and the people in town terribly. She couldn't wait to go back and see them. Xie started the car, and drove towards the outer city. Fire Phoenix had been in the car for the past few days, crouching close to Yun Xiao, gazing at her expectantly. Why hasn't Azure Phoenix come out yet? Yun Xiao understood and reassured Fire Phoenix. It come out in a few days. After the little bluebird woke up, influenced by the vision in its consciousness, it seemed to remember some things. Fragments of memories occasionally drifted out from its mental realm. The scenes in the fragments were blurry, appearing only briefly before being quickly dispersed by the fluorescent light. The little bluebird sensed the killing intent from its father in its memories. It showed great anger. In the little creature's eyes, she and it were one. Her father was also its father. Yunju's words, his murderous intent directed at it, filled the little bluebird with anger mixed with sadness. It didn't understand why its father wanted to kill it. The little bluebird crouched in the manor castle in the spiritual realm, burying itself in a pile of toys, unwilling to come out. The car interior was confined, everyone crammed together for the journey, and Yun Zhao couldn't find any time alone. She planned to comfort the little bluebird properly when she got home. The fire phoenix was somewhat disappointed, raising its head to look at Yun Zhao. Can you come stay at my house? That way, I can see the blue phoenix as soon as it comes out. Xie-Tu's eyes flickered. Unfortunately, there was no translator, and Yun Zhao couldn't understand what he was saying. The car was almost at the central square. Xie-Tu collected his thoughts and asked, "Do you want to buy something to take back?" The plantation probably had new fruits. After being away from home for so long, eggs and meat needed to be restocked. Okay. Yun Zhao readily agreed, suddenly remembering that Xie-Tu's points card was with her. Qiling needs to eat meat every day. Until the reward is issued, he can only continue to eat on credit. Chapter 379. The inner city was as deserted as ever. It was 3 p.m. At this time, everyone in the inner city was at their work posts. There was hardly anyone to be seen in front of the doors. Xie-Tu parked the car in a corner of the shopping center, opened the back door, and helped Yun Zhao out. The armored vehicle's roof shield was already raised, completely obstructing the view. After getting out of the car and not seeing anyone, Yun Zhao called out to the roof, "Qiling, let's go buy some things, we'll be right back." Qiling held out a hand wearing a black glove, indicating that he had heard her. The two entered the shopping center. "Let's go buy meat first." Yun Zhao was eager to get home, and went straight to the meat section after entering. Xie-Tu saw this, grabbed a shopping cart at the entrance, and strolled after her. They had known each other for so long. This was the first time the two of them had shopped at a supermarket alone. Yun Zhao pulled him straight to the raw meat section. "Captain, how many kilograms of meat should we buy?" Yun Zhao bent down and asked, approaching the refrigerated meat counter. Inside were fresh meats, each cut, processed, and marinated. Yun Zhao said, "Qiling has a big appetite. You definitely need to take some home too, and there's also the food for the gathering tomorrow and the day after." She also wanted to buy about 10 pounds to take home. Meat was too expensive. When she wasn't around, Aunt Zhao probably wouldn't eat meat, and it was probably the same for her 8 uncles' families. Xie-Tu walked over and stood beside her. "We buy the food for the gathering tomorrow, take 30 pounds today. Qiling will take 15 pounds, you take 10 pounds home, and I eat the rest myself for today and tomorrow." As Xie-Tu spoke, he pointed to a piece of spare rib and casually remarked, "This one's good, we can make steamed spare ribs with rice flour tonight." Steamed pork ribs? A new dish I never tried before. His intentions were too obvious, so Yun Zhao didn't respond immediately. Yun Zhao hesitated before saying, "I have to stay home tonight." Having finally returned, she wanted to stay home and not go anywhere. Besides, the little bluebird wasn't feeling well, she needed to enter her mental realm to soothe it. Xie-Tu hummed in agreement, his face expressionless, and bent down to hand the selected meat to the supermarket clerk for weighing. Yun Zhao wasn't sure what he was thinking. After a moment's thought, she said with a conflicted expression, "Steamed pork ribs. Can you make it tomorrow?" Xie-Tu chuckled, "Sure. What else do you want to eat tomorrow?" Seeing his normal expression, Yun Zhao thought for a moment, "I can't think of anything right now, and there are many dishes I never heard of before." Steamed pork ribs, for example, was something she never heard of before. Xie-Tu was clearly in a great mood. "Then I make a menu, and you can order a la carte next time." The two bought the meat and put it in the cart, continuing to browse while chatting. Just a few meters ahead was the fruit section. Before Yun Zhao even got close, she saw several new kinds of fruit on the shelves. Among them were bright red, juicy strawberries. Each one was plump and round, with glistening water droplets on its surface. But the price was very high. A small box with only a few strawberries cost 120 points. While Yun Zhao was still looking at the prices, a pair of well-defined hands beside her had already reached onto the shelf, picked up 3 boxes of strawberries, and put them in the cart. "These points are for spending. Buy whatever you want to eat." Xie-Tu also took some tangerines from the shelf. He saw cherries, and took a little of each. Not sure if she liked them, he took some to try. "If you like anything, I buy more next time." Yun Zhao saw him constantly putting things into the cart, which was already overflowing when she brought it out. That's enough, I can't eat that much. Yuan Zhao said, fruit spoils easily and can't be kept for long. We buy more next time. Xie stopped. He seemed to have thought of something and said, I built a greenhouse in the backyard, and I already planted strawberries inside. When I left, I removed the windproof cloths on all 4 sides of the greenhouse, so I don't know if the fruit is still alive. He had built an automatic irrigation system himself, diverting water from the stream in the valley to irrigate the plants on a timer. Yuan Zhao became interested upon hearing this. Then let's go take a look tomorrow. Fresh fruit grown by herself, she could go downstairs and pick it herself whenever she wanted. Like the farmhouse courtyard described in books. Yuan Zhao felt quite curious and wanted to see it. Okay, I come pick you up tomorrow. Xie, seeing that his goal had been achieved, dutifully pushed the cart to help her choose the groceries. After the two emerged from the shopping mall, Xie, pushing a shopping cart in each hand, slowed his pace and followed behind Yuan Zhao. Qi Ling, hearing the commotion, poked his head out from above and asked hesitantly, Captain, when will we receive our mission rewards? He had overheard the two going in to buy meat. Qi Ling had no time for further embarrassment. He hadn't paid off his debt of points, and would have to continue borrowing money for food after returning to base. Moreover, they hadn't killed a gatekeeper this time, only receiving the guaranteed points and the points from that batch of supplies. Divided among 7 people, he wondered if it would be enough to pay off his debts. Thinking of this, Qi Ling began to worry again. Xie took in his reaction and replied, wait for notification. He had already stepped forward, opened the armored vehicle door, and placed the 2 carts inside. The staff at the shopping mall entrance didn't dare utter a sound, letting him take the shopping cart with him. Yuan Zhao turned to the staff and said, there's too much stuff, it's hard to carry. I return the cart to you tomorrow. The staff quickly waved their hands, you're too kind, it's no trouble at all. Team Zero was a regular customer of the shopping mall. Judging from their combat uniforms, they must have just returned to base from the contaminated zone. They wouldn't dare cause them any trouble with such a small matter. Yuan Zhao nodded, turned, and climbed into the passenger seat. She had noticed earlier that Xie communicator had been vibrating incessantly while they were shopping at the supermarket. Team Zero hadn't eliminated the contaminated zone this time. The operations department was definitely anxious to know the situation. Moreover, this second-generation communicator was equipped with a camera and a memory card. The research institute was still waiting to confirm whether it could record the scene inside the contaminated zone. Back at base, Xie seemed to be busy again. Xie drove the car into the residential parking lot. The two didn't get out of the car immediately. He had intended to escort her upstairs. Yuan Zhao knew he was busy and would probably head to the operations department after dropping Qi Ling off, so she offered, it's just a short walk, I can go up myself. She thought for a moment, then added, let's set up a barrier now. Go home and rest early after you're done, don't stay up too late. As she spoke, Yuan Zhao looked up and touched his forehead. They were very close enough to hear each other's breathing. Xie's breathing was heavy, his dark eyes churning. The mental barrier was instantly established. His Adam's apple bobbed slightly. No longer able to hold back, he leaned down and kissed her cheek, saying, okay, I text you when I get home. Yuan Zhao reflexively raised her hand, touching her kissed cheek, and looked up at him. Their eyes met. The atmosphere suddenly became somewhat ambiguous. Qi Ling, on the car roof, silently served as a backdrop, not daring to peek out to see what was happening inside the car. He should be under the car, not on the roof. The road home was long. Would he be able to get back to his little metal hut before dark? Fortunately, the two in the car didn't linger for long. Xie got out of the car, lifted out the trolley, and carried her to the apartment building. He stood there, watching Cheng Dongqing open the door for her, nodding and greeting, until her figure disappeared into the stairwell before returning to the parking lot. As for Yuan Zhao, she had just returned when she received shocking news. Cheng Dongqing took the trolley piled high with things and said hurriedly, Sister Yuan Zhao, it seems the guide Bai had a fight with her father. She has nowhere to go, and has been staying with us. Chapter 380. Bai Yu is with them? Yuan Zhao was somewhat surprised. What happened? Cheng Dongqing pushed the cart towards the elevator, saying as he walked, I don't know. She said, she had a fight with her father, and doesn't want to go back to the inner city. She wants to stay here, and wait for you to come back. Yuan Zhao didn't ask any further questions upon hearing this. Since she was here, she might as well go up and ask Bai Yu directly. She then asked, I haven't been home recently. How is everything at home? Cheng Dongqing, nothing serious, Sister Yunjiao, you don't need to worry about us. By the way, the grain on the back mountain is almost ready for harvest. These past few days, everyone in town has been wandering around the back mountain, waiting to go to the fields to work at any time. This batch of winter wheat was planted, weeded, and fertilized under the guidance of agricultural experts. Originally, at the normal growth rate, it wouldn't be ready for harvest until May or June. But perhaps due to the surrounding environment and climate, the wheat grains have already turned yellow, and the golden ears of wheat are bowing low. Old Chen shamelessly went to ask the planter. They said the wheat awns will start to dry and loosen in a couple of days, then it'd be ready to harvest, Cheng Dongqing said excitedly. The Agricultural Institute's land is different from our town's, he added. They irrigate and fertilize it specially to improve the soil. This year's harvest will definitely be exceptionally good. Yuan Xiao replied, that's great. Any wheat we can't eat can be sold to the Agricultural Institute. Private sales aren't allowed at the base, but selling to the Research Institute is certainly permitted. The points earned can be used to buy rice and vegetables. With this batch of grain, every household will at least have enough to eat. There are many people in town. After the wheat harvest, everyone can discuss what else to plant. Just then, the elevator doors opened. Cheng Dongqing seemed to have something else to do, and saw her to the door. Sister Yunjiao, I go down now. Go ahead. Yuan Zhao thought for a moment, then took an orange from the cart and gave it to him. Cheng Dongqing happily accepted it. After everyone left, Yuan Zhao retrieved the house key from under the meter box, first taking the cart inside, then changing her clothes before knocking on the door of apartment 1201. The door opened just as she knocked. Zhao Yan heard the noise outside and came out to check. Zhao Zhao's back. Aunt Zhao was as usual, happily pulling Yun Zhao inside when she saw her standing at the door. Are you tired? Have you eaten? This time she had been gone for even longer than last time. But Zhao Yan didn't dare ask too many questions. As long as she returned safely, that was enough. Yuan Zhao went inside and replied, not tired. I bought some meat. We have meat for dinner, and I take some to my uncle's houses later. Zhao Yan naturally agreed, but hesitated, her eyes glancing frequently at the closed door. Miss Bai didn't want to go home, saying she couldn't stay alone while Yun Xiao wasn't home. She could sleep in the hallway or the living room. But Zhao Yan dared not let her sleep in such places. So Zhao Yan cleaned up the two children's room, gritted her teeth, and used the living expenses Yun Xiao had given her to buy a set of high-quality bedding in the inner city. She had no choice but to let Bai Yu stay at her house temporarily. Yun Xiao followed his aunt's gaze. Just then, there was a sound coming from the door. Hearing Yun Xiao's voice, Bai Yu hurriedly dressed and came out of the room. The guides often finished get-off work early during their free time. They could leave any time after completing their assigned number of appointments. Bai Yu had been back for a while, even changing into her pajamas. When she opened the door and saw Yun Xiao, her face lit up with excitement. She ran over in her slippers and hugged him tightly. Why are you so late? I've been waiting for you for days. Her voice was thick with nasal emotion, carrying an unspoken sense of grievance. Yun Xiao felt a little uncomfortable being hugged so tightly. Remembering Aunt Zhao was still there, she nudged Bai Yu's waist and whispered, we talk later. Bai Yu released her. Auntie, let's go over first and pick up the meat. The three of them went out together. Yun Zhao gave Aunt Zhao the meat and vegetables she had bought, and also some fruit, asking her to divide it into 7 portions to deliver to her uncle's homes. After Aunt Zhao left with the things, Yun Zhao closed the door and sat down on the sofa with Bai Yu. Have some fruit and wait for me a bit. I need to take a shower first, Yun Zhao said to Bai Yu, opening 2 boxes of strawberries and placing them on the table. She had only had time to change out of her combat uniform in the rush. Bai Yu nodded, go on, we talk after you shower. Team Zero had been away on this mission for a long time, and Yun Zhao had obviously just arrived home and hadn't even had time to rest. Anyway, she had time now. Yun Zhao went inside to get her things. The bed sheets had been changed and were hanging on the balcony, new bedding was neatly made, and the floor was spotless, just as it had been when she left. Yun Zhao went into the bathroom and took a nice shower. When she came out, Bai Yu was curled up on the sofa in her pajamas, the strawberries on the table untouched. Yun Zhao, drying her hair, walked over and sat down. Did Minister Bai upset you? Bai Yu hugged her cushion and whispered, you heard? I overheard them talking about it at the door. Yun Zhao pondered for a moment, then asked, is it about the diary? Bai Yu shook her head. No. Her mood turned somewhat heavy. A lot has happened at the base since you left. The higher-ups decided to build 2 towers to manage the guides and sentries separately. Yun Zhao naturally knew about this. Minister Duan had mentioned it at the annual meeting. Completely separating the guides and sentinels meant weakening the Special Abilities Department's power. Minister Bai initially disagreed, but somehow suddenly relented. Yuan Zhao tentatively asked, "Did you and your father argue about this?" "Sort of," Bai Yu said sullenly. "The construction plans for the 2 towers are out, and the guides have all received the news. This is an opportunity. I don't want to move from one cage to another." Bai Yu said, "I know that because guides are rare, they must be protected, but no one has asked for our wishes. We don't even have the most basic right to choose. Guides also have their own thoughts. They yearn to be able to decide their own fate, instead of being kept like rare animals." The farthest she had ever been was the Zero Team's training ground. Once she moves into the White Tower, she might have even less chance to go out. Life seems predictable. Bai Yu's voice was low and somber. "I didn't make any unreasonable demands. I just told my dad that the guides could leave the base and go to various outposts to guide the sentries, so they wouldn't mutate due to a lack of timely guidance." She knew her limitations. Today's guides haven't received proper training and are used to a pampered life, unlike the guides from the Dark Ages. Going into places, like the contaminated zone, would only hinder the sentries. Bai Yu felt her suggestion was reasonable. She wasn't being unreasonable. She was considering the issue from a human perspective. But her father didn't even let her finish speaking. As soon as he heard she wanted to leave the base, he immediately refused. The father and daughter argued about it. "They don't understand me. They think it's so dangerous outside and don't understand why I insist on going out," Bai Yu said, her eyes reddening with sadness. Chapter 381. After hearing the story, Yuan Zhao paused for 2 seconds before saying, "You're not being unreasonable, you're speaking up for yourself. You did nothing wrong. A belief is something you choose yourself. What you're born with is a shackle." Yuan Zhao wasn't good at comforting people, but he was being factual. "Minister Bai is probably just worried about your safety. Perhaps you could try communicating with him in a different way." The Special Abilities Department's power was being diluted. The White Tower hadn't even started construction, yet differing opinions were already emerging within it. Minister Bai was probably overwhelmed. Bai Yu's suggestion to leave the base at this time was like walking into a trap. And if she set a precedent, the other guides would likely follow suit. As a leader, Minister Bai had too many factors to consider. Furthermore, this matter couldn't be decided by him alone. He would need the approval of Base Chief Shun and several other ministers. Communicate in a different way? Bai Yu was stunned, lost in thought. She quickly realized what was happening, her face clearly showing her displeasure. "I've been away from home for several days, and my dad hasn't come looking for me at all." Yuan Zhao sighed helplessly. "You can't leave the base anyway. Minister Bai can easily find out where you are. Besides, she goes to the counseling center in the outer city every day to see patients. Minister Bai probably wants to wait for her to come to her senses. Otherwise, if he comes looking for her, the father and daughter will definitely start arguing again." "Is that so?" "Yes." After explaining the situation, Bai Yu calmed down a bit. Unwilling to give up, she couldn't help but ask, what kind of communication method would be better? Yuan Zhao thought for a moment. You could collect some cases of sentinels who haven't received timely counseling and use real data to persuade him. Her gaze kept drifting to the strawberries on the table. Unable to resist, she bent down, picked up a box, and opened it. She continued, however, "The timing of the conversation is crucial. We need to choose the right opportunity, ideally when Minister Bai is in a good mood." These boxed strawberries had already been washed. Yuan Zhao picked up a strawberry, took a small bite, and the sweet and sour juice burst in her mouth. "Strawberries are so delicious," Yuan Zhao mumbled. "So this is what fresh strawberries taste like." The sweet juice with a hint of tartness was even better than strawberry milk or strawberry sandwich cookies. Yuan Zhao handed the box to Bai Yu, gesturing for her to take some. Bai Yu reached for a fresh strawberry, still pondering what she had just said. "But if I go back now, wouldn't I lose face?" Bai Yu immediately sat up. "No. I can't back down. If I go back like this, my dad will definitely think I'm apologizing, making negotiations even harder next time." Yuan Zhao took another strawberry and put it in her mouth, thinking about it. That was indeed a possibility. "It's fine if you don't go back. You can move in with me. The apartments in the complex are all 2-bedroom, 1 living room layouts. Bai Yu is living at Zhao Yan's house, taking up the children's room, which makes Aunt Zhao uncomfortable. Although she only has 1 room, and the other room, Xiao Qingyao's, can't be moved. But it's not impossible for 2 people to live together. Okay. Bai Yu also felt it wasn't good to keep living with other people. She acted immediately, rushing next door to get her things. Yuan Zhao didn't touch them. Bayu's personality is fickle. She was just heartbroken, but now she's fine. She probably just couldn't find anyone to confide in. Yun Zhao thought the two were quite similar in this respect. A few minutes later, Bayu came over carrying bags and packages, followed by Ping Ping and Hienan. Zhao Yan went downstairs to deliver things to other families. The two children had just returned from school. Hearing that Sister Yun Zhao was back and Sister Bayu was moving in, Ping Ping and Hienan offered to help carry the things. Sister Yun Zhao, Hienan, clutching Bayu's pillow, ran over happily to greet her. Ping Ping was also very happy. They hadn't seen Sister Yun Zhao for over a month. The two children put down their things and gathered around her, chattering about what had happened at school recently. Our teacher took us to the library yesterday. The base's library is huge. When we're in 3rd grade, we can borrow books with our student IDs. Also, Qin Xiaoxiao got first place in PE last week. The teachers all say she'd definitely be a sentinel someday. Ping Ping was envious. Sister Yun Zhao, will I become a sentinel someday? Yun Zhao gave each of the children a strawberry and replied, I don't know. It's okay if you don't become a sentinel. You can become a researcher at the base, and become a great scientist. Hienan was very supportive, tilting her head back and saying, then I want to be a scientist someday. Yun Zhao patted her head. Okay. The two of them ate fruit and chatted. Bayu didn't disturb them, and continued moving things around. She was used to spending money lavishly, spending her earned points as she pleased, almost always broke every month. After moving in, Bayu paid Aunt Zhao 500 points for rent plus the money she had spent on the 4-piece bedding set. She also paid the sentries in town for running errands, asking them to buy her daily necessities in the inner city. Having only lived there a few days, they had unknowingly acquired a huge amount of stuff. Bayu wasn't really used to life in the outer city. But she was determined not to go back unless her father came to pick her up. Yun Zhao, who had been sitting quietly, saw Bayu run around 3 or 4 times and still hadn't finished moving, so she reluctantly stood up and went to help. 2 adults and 2 children worked for half a day, and in the end, the children still had to help tidy up. Zhao Yan had already returned and was cooking dinner in the kitchen. The children went back to their rooms to do their homework, saying goodbye reluctantly. As Hienan left, she asked worriedly, Sister Yun Zhao, will you go out again? What if my brother and I can't find you after we finish our homework? Yun Zhao silently replied, no you won't. Hienan was relieved and went home with her brother to do her homework. Only the two of them were left in the house again. Bayu sat down on the sofa to rest, exhausted. Seeing that she was alright, Yun Zhao got up and walked to the door of Little Bluebird's room, saying directly, Little Bluebird isn't doing well, I need to check on her. Bayu was startled. She had been thinking about her own affairs, and only then realized she hadn't seen Little Bluebird. Go ahead, I watched the door for you. Bayu felt a little embarrassed. She had delayed Yun Zhao's business. The guy couldn't be disturbed while examining the mental image. Yun Zhao nodded and closed the door. Meanwhile, after dropping Qi Ling off, Xie drove to the operations department. He reached the door, saw Chung Dongshu standing ramrod straight, nodded slightly in acknowledgement, and entered the elevator directly to the underground command center. Bright lights flashed overhead. In front of the central metal control panel, Minister Duan, still in his dark blue military uniform, stood there ramrod straight. Hearing the commotion, Minister Duan turned and saw someone enter. Instead of inquiring about the mission's failure, he asked about something else. Why were you suddenly having the intelligence team investigate data on contaminated zone 320? Xie walked to the minister's side and stood there. He looked up at the densely packed red dots on the large screen and replied, it's for the next mission. Chapter 382. Is there a connection between the 2 contaminated zones? Minister Duan had already sensed something. Combat teams have the right to choose their targets. When no red-level missions occur, it's customary to select the next mission within the designated area in advance for targeted training. However, generally, they choose from the targets provided by the intelligence and calculation teams. But this time, Team 0. Almost immediately after leaving the contaminated zone, they requested information on contaminated zone 320 from the intelligence team. Xie nodded. We don't know the specific connection, so we have to go. Minister Duan didn't object, but said calmly, last time I didn't ask you why you chose contaminated zone 111? That area belongs to the Dawn base, and isn't on the list submitted by the calculation team. If she remembered correctly, last time the guide came to the operations department to check data, the contaminated zone he checked also included zone 111. Minister Duan gave her subordinates a high degree of freedom, but she had to understand the necessary information. She couldn't let them act recklessly. It was Jiang Mu who provided the clue. Xie didn't hide anything, but simply shifted the focus to Jiang Mu. The clue was indeed provided by Jiang Mu. Xie looked at the large screen. The specific area of contaminated zone 320 had been zoomed in on by the measurement team, clearly showing the comparison of several diffusion curves. Yun Xiao's silence didn't mean he didn't know. Jiang Mu lived in the base, and that diary had passed through his hands. She seemed particularly concerned about the red-crowned cranes. Combined with what the gatekeeper at gate number 111 had told him, Xie vaguely guessed who the diary's owner was. Minister Duan nodded. No wonder Jiang Mu's team went there too. Xie immediately realized the minister had misunderstood. Jiang Mu had gone there simply because he was lazy, and didn't want to make the extra trip to help his mental body. But Xie didn't explain. Minister Duan had already turned to him, and was talking about recent events at the base. After the new year, the base underwent a major reform, with various departments issuing new policies. Current construction still has many shortcomings and deficiencies. The surge in population has brought many problems, not only food, but also infrastructure and public facilities that need further improvement. Those guys from Team 9 and Team 10 returned a few days before you. They also managed to get a batch of grain this time, which, combined with the 100,000 tons of supplies you brought back, has temporarily alleviated the base's food shortage crisis. The harvest season is almost here. The farmland on the back mountain will also yield a considerable amount of grain. At least this year's reserves are secured. The sites for the Sentinel Academy and the Guide Academy have been finalized. Construction will begin at the end of this month, and they are expected to be completed next year, Minister Duan said. After this year, the winter training camp will likely be cancelled and replaced with winter intensive training, involving not only sentinels but also guides. This matter was approved almost unanimously at the meeting. The stronger the soldiers are, the better their chances of defeating this apocalypse. At that time, there will be no winter missions. Instead, intensive training will be conducted at the academy. Yun Xiao can also go to the Guide Academy to interact more with other guides. Speaking of Yun Xiao, Minister Duan suddenly turned his head and asked, "I've seen your compatibility report with Yun Xiao. You're not young anymore. Have you considered marriage?" Xie, who had been listening absent-mindedly, suddenly stiffened upon hearing this. No, Xie awkwardly turned his head away. How could he make this decision alone? Minister Duan, seeing his reaction, understood perfectly, a knowing smile flashing in his eyes. At the time, I was thinking about starting training immediately, and it was the first mission of the new year, so I didn't talk to you. After you finished the tests, Dean Jiang came to me that very night with a report, suggesting that you and Yun Xiao get married immediately. Minister Duan paused, then explained, "Don't think the base is acting arbitrarily. In the 200 years since the apocalypse, we haven't seen such a high compatibility, especially two S-rank individuals. From the base's perspective, of course we hope you can unite and have excellent offspring. Research data already shows that the genes of sentinels and guides are hereditary. For humans, the inheritance of S-rank genes is very important. In the Dark Ages, in any shelter, if two highly compatible S-rank individuals appeared, they would be advised to have offspring. This matter could be a big deal or a small one." Minister Duan temporarily suppressed the compatibility report, not letting the others in the base know. He planned to first understand the thoughts of the two parties involved. After all, this is a private matter, and asking about it all at once would be quite awkward. Asking them separately would be better. Minister Duan had initially thought that, given Xie personality, bringing it up directly might backfire. But judging from his reaction now, he didn't seem opposed at all. This isn't urgent. Yun Xiao is still young. I hope the base won't put pressure on her, and will respect her personal wishes. Xie finally gave an answer that wasn't entirely clear, but it wasn't evasive either. Minister Duan understood, of course. The only S-rank guide, the base practically worshipped her. Thinking of this, a flicker of doubt crossed Minister Duan's eyes. Was it too smooth to get S-rank guides into Team 0 and out of the base? It had taken some time. Xie finished registering for the mission in contaminated Zone 320, handed the memory card from his communicator to the intelligence team, and then quickly left the operations department building. It was already 7 p.m. Twilight descended. The streetlights flickered on, illuminating the bright lights surrounding the office building. Minister Duan's words from earlier still affected him. Marriage. Xie sat in the car, his thoughts a jumble, and subconsciously searched for the word marriage on his communicator. Marriage certificates no longer existed in the Wasteland era. The laws in this area were still imperfect. Ordinary people only needed to register at the service hall, They weren't issued marriage certificates like in the old days. But for sentinels and guides to marry, they had to report to their respective superiors first. Guides were rare. A guide's partner had to undergo strict vetting within the base. Not only must the mental compatibility between sentinels be considered to ensure optimal collaboration after pairing, their respective ranks must also be weighed. Because once a guide is deeply bound to a sentinel, they cannot deeply guide other sentinels. This has a significant impact on the base system. Of course, if the compatibility exceeds 85%, the base will strongly support it. The higher the compatibility, the more compatible their genes. Offspring are more likely to produce powerful units. Like Sia2's parents, who were only A-rank sentinels and B-rank guides, their over 90% compatibility resulted in him, an S-rank sentinel. It's only natural that the base would arrange a match between him and Yun Xiao. Sia2 stared at the old-fashioned marriage procedures recorded in the data, and suddenly realized he was doing something foolish. At this moment, Fire Phoenix sensed his consciousness and appeared. Tilting its head, the Phoenix asked, "What is marriage?" Sia2 answered softly, "It's a solemn promise made by two people in love to journey together through the long river of time. Like stars finding their own orbit, like clouds encountering a gentle breeze." The Phoenix didn't understand. "Do we have to live together after marriage?" "Of course." Sia2 pursed his lips. The Phoenix flapped its wings, becoming somewhat excited. "Then I want to marry Qingwan. I want to live with Qingwan." "Sia2, your one-sided wish is useless." His eyes darkened, because marriage is based on the principle of mutual consent and equality between two people. Chapter 383. The Fire Phoenix, however, understood another layer of meaning. In other words, as long as Qingwan agreed, that would be enough. "I want to marry Qingwan." The Fire Phoenix became extremely excited, flying around in the small, enclosed space. Sia2 ignored it. He sat quietly in the car for a moment, sending her a message through his communicator, "Have you had dinner?" Sia2 waited a while, but the communicator remained silent. He received no reply. He had rushed back. She was probably already asleep. Sia2 didn't disturb her, turning the key to start the armored vehicle and driving to the logistics department. The vehicle needed to be taken there for maintenance. He also needed to replenish the lost equipment and tools. The scenery outside the car window rushed past. Just as the armored vehicle left the operations department building, Sia2 suddenly slowed down and looked up. At the intersection not far away, two figures were strolling along the roadside. He recognized them from behind only their backs. They were Base Chief Shen and Minister Han. The two walked and talked, seemingly having just come out of the building, turning left towards their homes. Today, the base chief was not accompanied by any guards. Such a scene was unusual. Sia2 didn't disturb them, simply driving slowly past, turning right at the intersection towards the logistics department. By the time Sia2 returned home, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. He first went to the backyard to check on the strawberry plants. Because he hadn't had time to tend to them, the strawberries were few in number, and the fruit was whitish. The leaves were slightly yellowed, but the roots were still relatively healthy. He quickly went back inside and found gardening shears, fertilizer, and some small tools for weeding. After finishing, Sia2 returned inside. Too lazy to fuss, he rinsed the kettle, boiled water, and took out 2 packets of instant noodles for dinner. Fire Phoenix hadn't been home for a long time. It picked up its red ball and went upstairs to play. After being gone for over a month, the house was covered in dust. Sia2 took out his cleaning tools and started cleaning while the water was boiling. He paused, then took out his communicator and sent Yun Xiao another message. "I'm home. Tomorrow I make steamed pork ribs, spicy sliced pork, braised pork. She'd definitely love it." Yun Xiao naturally didn't reply. She stayed in Little Bluebird's room the whole time. A fairy tale-like manor castle. The vast first floor was practically a toy paradise. All sorts of dolls were piled up into small hills, colorful and vibrant, pink bears, blue rabbits, golden ducks, layer upon layer, clustered together. Yun Xiao dug through the pile of dolls and found Little Bluebird at the very bottom. The little guy was sullen, but still hopped into her arms. Yun Xiao sat cross-legged on the soft carpet and whispered to it, "Daddy didn't mean it. He just couldn't understand why you appeared so early." The little bluebird buried its head in preening its ruffled feathers. It didn't make a sound. The gatekeeper said Daddy is a strange person. Perhaps your appearance shattered his understanding, and he panicked for a moment, which is why he said those hurtful things. Yun Xiao murmured, "Actually, Daddy loves us very much. He didn't mean it. Yun Ju was just saying that." A guide who loses its spiritual body can be seen in Gatekeeper number 88, whose spiritual realm collapsed, ultimately resulting in a mutation into a monster. He couldn't really kill the little bluebird. The little bluebird puffed up its cheeks, but proudly raised its head, because Daddy couldn't kill me. It was powerful. Yuan Zhao naturally echoed, yes, you're amazing. The little bluebird seemed to understand Yuan Zhao's words, its little head slightly lowered, still unwilling to give up. Let's go find Daddy. Let's ask him face to face. Yuan Zhao's hand paused. This was her deepest thought. She didn't want to continue the mission. The light guide and the dark guide were actually irrelevant to her. She only wanted to know her father's whereabouts. Then she wanted to ask him everything face to face. She was actually somewhat uneasy. If Yuan Zhu's departure when she was young was because of the little bluebird, then now that she had awakened a second time, why hadn't he come looking for her? Could it be that Daddy was already? Yuan Zhao dared not think too deeply. The gatekeeper said he had never seen a guide as powerful as her father. Since he was so strong, he must still be alive. Yuan Zhao refused to think about the existence of contaminated Zone 6. Because the timeline didn't match. The intelligence team's data showed that contaminated Zone 6 had existed for over 100 years. It was one of the earliest contaminated zones to emerge in the Dark Apocalypse. Yuan Zhu placed her in contaminated Zone 6, likely intending to use the zone's unique properties and the dark matter within to suppress the little bluebird's power, so she could grow into adulthood smoothly. As for why she was able to live there unharmed, Yuan Zhao thought her father might have found a way for her to coexist peacefully with the gatekeepers. The gatekeeper of contaminated Zone 111 was an example, proving that gatekeepers could actually negotiate. That's why the woman in the consciousness vision said he was insane. The little bluebird, sensing that her thoughts aligned with his own, hopped in front of her. I emphasize again, go find Dad. Yuan Zhao snapped out of her reverie, gently stroking its head and murmuring, but where should we look? Everywhere, Yuan Zhao, but I need to eat and drink along the way, buy a car, and find a gas station. Easier said than done. Besides, her sudden departure would trigger a series of events. Yuan Zhao's mind unconsciously conjured up the trusting eyes of Xia Tu and her other teammates, and the people of the town. If she disappeared, everyone would be extremely worried. Especially Xia Tu, he would definitely come looking for her. The little bluebird chirped softly. It had almost forgotten that its true form was useless. Its icy blue eyes darted around, an idea forming in its mind. Let the cook lead us to Dad, that way we can find him, and you have someone to take care of you. The cook? Yuan Zhao realized the little bluebird was referring to Xia Tu. Her expression was strange. If I kidnap an S-rank sentinel from the base, they'd probably find me the next day. Yuan Zhao barely hesitated, instinctively assuming Xia Tu would agree. But there were sentry posts everywhere. Once their presence was detected, exposure would be instantaneous. A brilliant idea flashed through her mind. She could actually do it during a mission. She had a perfectly legitimate reason, a map of the base's survivor distribution points, and free supplies from sentry posts everywhere. Let's do this next mission, what do you think? Yuan Zhao asked. Little bluebird, okay. Any way is fine as long as I go out to find Daddy. Yuan Zhao soothed little bluebird and finally led the little guy out of the room. Only then did she see the message on her communicator. Xia Tu, have you had dinner? Xia Tu, I just got home. Tomorrow I make steamed pork ribs, spicy sliced pork, braised pork. Yuan Zhao replied, looking down, okay. Bai Yu had been waiting in the living room. Seeing her come out, she immediately got up to greet her. Auntie has come several times to invite us to dinner, but I told her and the children to eat first, not to wait for us. Bai Yu saw the little bluebird raise its head and glance at her. The proud little creature seemed the same as before, perfectly fine. Relieved, Bai Yu took Yuan Zhao's hand and went next door to eat. Chapter 384. Night was deep. The dim streetlights cast a faint glow. The silence, so profound that only the occasional rustle of the wind could be heard. Most windows were already dark, leaving only a few sparse lights piercing the veil of night. Inner city. Minister Bai emerged from the building, waved away the approaching guards, and drove off alone. The area where the base leaders resided was just across the street from the office building, in a villa district not far behind it. The iron gate slowly opened. Minister Bai parked his car in the garage, but instead of entering his house, he walked out of the yard again, taking a few minutes' walk to another villa. The door opened with a push. Bright lights shone in the living room. Base Commander Shen and Minister Han were sitting inside. Hearing the noise, they turned to look at him simultaneously. Just getting off work now? Is the Special Abilities Department that busy? Minister Han asked familiarly. Bai Mo replied gently, there were some issues with the design blueprints for the two towers. I had a meeting with Minister Xiao to revisit the blueprints, which delayed things until now. Base Commander Shen, holding his tea, asked, "The Sentinels Forum will go live tomorrow?" Bayamo replied, "Yes, I hope the base calls today, and the 4 major bases will go live simultaneously at 8 a.m. tomorrow." "Alright, let's not talk about business after get off work." Minister Han, impatient with this, suddenly asked, "Is Xiaoyu throwing a tantrum? I heard she's been staying in the outer city these past few days, not coming home at night." Speaking of his daughter, Bayamo felt a headache coming on. The base went to so much trouble to protect the guides, just to keep them out of danger. She's always been stubborn. Once she's made up her mind, she'd do it. In this era, everyone wants to be a guide. Countless people outside envy the guides' pampered lives. She, on the other hand, was determined to get out. It's normal for a child to yearn for the outside world after staying in the base all this time, Minister Han said dismissively. "I'd be going to Dawn Base next month. Since Xiaoyu wants to go out, I'd take her out to see the world." Simply refusing would only fuel her rebellious streak. Going out and experiencing the world would show her that it wasn't as wonderful as she imagined. Especially those terrifying mutants. Even a naive guide, let alone a sentry on their first battle, would tremble with fear at the sight of them. Going out and seeing the world might change her mind. Bayamo frowned. Next month? Another batch of sentries will be returning in April. She probably won't be able to leave. Minister Han glared at him. Will the base go bankrupt without her? Is your daughter more important than your job? She should also go and see how the guides at other bases work, exchange ideas. It will benefit her, Base Commander Shen chimed in. Bayamo sighed helplessly. "I think about it." Base Commander Shen nodded, his large belly protruding as he stood up. "Let's go, let's talk in the study upstairs." The 3 of them went upstairs one after the other, and entered the study. As the soundproof door closed, not a sound could escape. The 2 ministers casually found a place to sit. The computer screen in the study was lit. Base Commander Shen walked over and opened the internal system. It clearly showed that Team Zero had registered contaminated Zone 320. After reading the information, the expressions of the 3 present became extremely solemn. "I disagreed with sending the guide out in the first place. It would have been more appropriate for her to join the Special Abilities Department for close observation." Bayamo spoke first, glancing at the 2 people present. "It's a pity old Han isn't here, and the base commander is on Minister Duan's side. What do you think I can do?" Base Commander Shen scratched his head. "Is it my fault? But to determine her attributes, we need to leave the base. What can we figure out by just staying inside and doing mental counseling? Guides are protected by the base. Logically, the only S-rank guide is extremely valuable. Even if the base commander wanted her to leave, his subordinates wouldn't agree. That was just the right opportunity. Minister Duan offered a ladder, and he took advantage of the situation." Minister Han's expression was serious. "Is she the one she's waiting for?" "I don't know." Minister Bai was familiar with Yun Zhao and had the most contact with her. He slowly said, "The family precepts only say to find a guide with special attributes, without explaining the reason or cause. Even if she is, what should we do after we find her? Yun Zhao is special enough. The only S-rank guide, and her mental power has its own purification ability. Now that they found them, what's next?" A few words, yet they present endless questions for posterity. Base Commander Shen looked around, a hint of worry in his voice. Team Zero came out from 111 and happened to choose contaminated Zone 320. Did they discover something? The red-crowned cranes left a message before leaving the base. They urged future generations not to investigate, saying it would bring even greater annihilation to humanity. Base Commander Shen considered himself mediocre. But he was always obedient, faithfully guarding the base his ancestors had built, never daring to act recklessly. "So what if they discovered it?" Minister Han said with a more relaxed attitude. "Times have changed. Our predecessors couldn't have predicted the end of the Dark Ages. Perhaps now is the best time." Bayamo sighed. "What's meant to happen will happen. It's best to tell Minister Duan about this so the operations department can prepare in advance." After dawn, the 2 girls had just gotten up when their communicators received a message. The forum for exiles from the 4 major bases will go online at 8 a.m. The forum address is below. Just click to register and log in. "I think this was mentioned during the new year," Yun Zhao said, clicking the address and registering according to the steps. Bai Yu, head down, skillfully operated the system and replied, "It was mentioned, and the efficiency is quite high. Creating a forum isn't difficult. The difficulty lies in the lack of communication between the major bases, making it difficult to share most information." especially for the scattered search teams outside. The sentries and guides in those areas, after awakening their abilities, rely entirely on their own exploration and know nothing about relevant information. Now, with the forum, it means that sentries from different locations can overcome geographical limitations, share experiences, and seek help. As long as they are within signal coverage and have the necessary equipment, sentinels and guides can exchange experiences online. Senior sentinels can also guide newcomers on training and skill improvement. Overall, this is a good thing. Yuan Zhao thought for a moment and chose to remain anonymous when filling out the information. The two quickly completed registration and login, and the forum interface appeared before them. A very simple white page. On the homepage, many official technical and experience posts had already appeared. From daily training tips and mission experience sharing to the latest sentinel theory research and psychological adjustment methods, everything was available. The forum was divided into several sections. These were further divided into two main categories: sentinels and guides. Daily communication, training and growth, mission practice, academic research, psychology and emotions, intelligence on contaminated areas, mission recruitment, Q&A, etc. Anyone could access the Sentinel section to post or view information. However, guide sections required secondary real name verification to confirm their guide identity before entry. Yuan Zhao understood immediately. Outside, unofficial guides could not log into the dedicated section. The base's move is intended to get wild guides to register at the 4 major bases and confirm the current number of guides outside. Chapter 385. If a high-level guide comes to register, the various bases might offer enticing conditions to lure them in. This also indirectly shows that guides are indeed very scarce. Bai Yu sat on the bed, with disheveled hair, browsing various sections with her communicator. Both of them were guides registered with the base. Their information was approved almost instantly, and they could browse any section without restriction. Yuan Zhao, look! Someone's already posted. Bai Yu excitedly nudged her. Should we post something too? Yuan Zhao wasn't very good at it, so she leaned closer to Bai Yu to look. The daily communication section refreshed, and had 2 or 3 new posts from a minute ago. A user named Iron-Hearted Sentinel Shaoli posted, "Hello everyone, I'm from Hope Base." Another sentinel named Adventure King Xiao Wang posted, "Seeking help with insomnia." Shouldn't the help post be in the Q&A section? Bai Yu said as she clicked to look. Yuan Zhao, maybe everyone can't tell the difference yet. Even she was a little confused, and needed to figure it out slowly. Ha ha, look at what's inside. Bai Yu clicked in and scrolled down, laughing as she handed the screen to Yuan Zhao. Adventure King Xiao Wang, I always have insomnia after a mission. My mind is filled with images from the mission. Any good solutions? I tried counting sheep, but while I was counting, the sheep mutated, which scared me awake. A sentry has already replied below. Listen to some white noise, but not the kind with a strong rhythm, otherwise you keep remembering the scenes of fighting mutated creatures in the mission. Bro, your imagination is amazing. If you ask me, next time don't count sheep, try mutated silver fox dogs. Maybe looking at that soft thing will remind you of your mattress at home, and you feel sleepy immediately. What's a mutant silver fox hound? Which base are you from upstairs? You don't even know what a mutant silver fox hound is? It's below the avatar. The one above you has a unicorn pattern. It's from the Dawn base. Within minutes, many people appeared. Yuan Zhao saw their conversation, and then looked at his own avatar. Sure enough, below the gray default system avatar was a small, pure white red-crowned crane. Probably for easier management, and to prevent shady transactions on the forum, people from the 4 major bases had their own base identifiers. If there's nothing below the avatar, it means they're from outside. In a short while, the thread asking for help with insomnia had completely veered off course. The sentinels went from discussing solutions to insomnia to a large-scale social gathering. They were directly calling each other brothers in the thread. Bai Yu watched with great interest. On the first day, everyone chatting on the forum was from the 4 major bases. She turned and asked, are the base's communicators going to be sold to the public now? Probably. Then sales will definitely skyrocket. Yuan Zhao threw back the covers and got out of bed, remembering the first-generation communicator that had been sitting idle. She opened a drawer, took out the communicator and charging equipment, and said, I'm going downstairs. Get up and wash up quickly, and go have breakfast early. Today, Bai Yu was going to the counseling room for her usual consultations, while Yuan Zhao was going to the inner city for a mission summary meeting. I get up in 5 more minutes, Bai Yu said. Yuan Zhao said okay, and went into the bathroom to wash up. The little bluebird popped out, perched on her shoulder, watching her wash her face and brush her teeth with a bored expression. After getting ready, Yun Zhao took the communicator and went out, taking the elevator to the 8th floor and knocking on the door of apartment 803. He Xiang opened the door. "Sister Yun Zhao, what brings you here?" He Xiang started chattering as soon as they met. "Speaking of which, it's been so long since I seen you. Dong Qing said you were back yesterday, but I was too embarrassed to go over since Guide Bai was at your house. And yesterday, I wasn't home when Aunt Zhao came down. My mom said you bought some things and brought them over again. That fruit is so expensive. We couldn't bear to eat it all. Don't bring it next time. By the way, have you eaten? My mom cooked porridge this morning. I heated up for you." He Xiang kept talking non-stop, leaving Yun Zhao no chance to get a word in edgewise. "No, I have to go to a meeting in the inner city later, so I won't go in." Yun Zhao handed him her old communicator. "The base has set up a forum. You guys can check out the experience posts when you have time. The base's communicators must be very expensive. The search team will use this old one for now. Given their limited resources, one device should be enough for the whole team. It's also convenient for looking up information anytime." He Xiang was taken aback, then said apologetically, "Brother Dong Shu mentioned it to us. We were originally planning to collect points to buy one." Seeing that he didn't take it, Yun Zhao shoved the communicator into his arms. "Then don't buy it yet. The first generation has fewer functions. Just make do with it for now. But you need to go to the service hall to get a SIM card first. If you don't know how to use it, ask Chung Dongshu later." After Chung Dongshu joined the operations department, the base also issued him a device. He loves tinkering with these things. He's definitely better at using it than Yun Zhao. "I have something to do, I go now. We talk again tonight." Afraid of being late, Yun Zhao handed him the device, then turned and entered the elevator to go upstairs for breakfast. When she returned, Bai Yu was already up. The two went next door to have breakfast together. They had only eaten half of their meal when Xie-Tu's car arrived downstairs. Yun Zhao hurriedly ate a couple of mouthfuls of rice, told Bai Yu, and grabbed an egg before heading out. "Okay, take your time. Do you want another steamed bun?" Bai Yu was seeing patients in the outer city and had plenty of time, so she wasn't in a hurry to leave. Yun Zhao had already reached the door. "No need. She preferred meat to noodles." Yun Zhao ran out of the complex, only to find the car had been replaced by a small military vehicle. Xie-Tu had already gotten out and walked up the steps to meet her. Even though it had only been one night, it felt like an eternity. The armored vehicle was sent to the logistics department for maintenance, and the other one is parked at the training ground. Xie-Tu picked her up and noticed she was holding eggs. "Didn't you have a proper breakfast?" "Don't worry, being a little late for a meeting like this is fine." Yun Zhao truthfully replied, "I was worried you have to wait. We had plenty of time, but we were busy checking the forums this morning, which made us a bit late." "We?" Xie-Tu narrowed his eyes. "Who else?" Yun Zhao didn't hide anything, saying, "It's Bai Yu. She had a fight with Minister Bai and came to stay at my house." Xie-Tu's expression softened, and he led her down the stone steps. "Then invite her to the dinner party tonight." Yun Zhao nodded. "I sent her a message." The two got into the car. Fire Phoenix hadn't seen the little bluebird for several days, and couldn't wait any longer. It jumped onto the back of Yun Zhao's chair and approached the little bluebird. It made soft chirping sounds, which Yun Zhao couldn't understand. The little bluebird suddenly asked her curiously, "What is marriage?" Yun Zhao, Where did Fire Phoenix learn that word? She turned to look at Xie-Tu. The man driving the car kept his eyes straight ahead, seemingly unaware of what was happening inside. Chapter 386. The two entered the conference room. Their teammates were already there. It wasn't even April, but the weather was as hot as midsummer. Everyone had taken off their combat uniforms, and were all wearing short sleeves, sitting around the conference table, heads down, browsing forums. Except for Qi Ling, everyone else was too busy to look up and greet them. Yun Zhao casually found an empty seat. Tao Haohao was to her left. "Ha ha, this guy is hilarious." Tao Haohao laughed so hard he pounded the table. Leaning over to share, he said that the first time he entered the contaminated zone for a mission, he actually fired a signal flare as a flare, which attracted a huge swarm of mutated flying insects, and the whole team was busy fighting them. "Ha ha, what kind of idiot from which base would do something so stupid?" Duanxi laughed along, doubled over. Yun Zhao, hearing this, also checked her communicator. Song Lian looked up. Judging from the profile picture, a red-crowned crane, and the fact that they're on a mission in a contaminated area, it should be from our base's operations department. Duanxi, Could it be He-sun from the second team? Rabbit chimed in gossiping. I remember when the second team came back from their first mission, He-sun got punished by Minister Duan. It's more fun to see other people make a fool of themselves. Duanshi refreshed the forum and quickly found something new to amuse himself. Ha ha, someone actually posted a marriage proposal requiring anyone to be a guide, gender doesn't matter. Let me see. Rabbit perked up. Qi Ling, seeing his teammates laughing so hard, really didn't understand their excitement. After all, in his time, forums were a very outdated internet phenomenon. The base's forum was originally intended for information exchange, allowing everyone to easily share experiences and improve their skills. The sentry's morale was worrying. They went astray on their very first day online. Sia2 walked over and gently tapped the table. Get back to work, everyone. Get ready for the meeting. As soon as he finished speaking, Minister Duan appeared in the doorway, carrying a stack of documents into the meeting room. The entire Zero team quickly packed up their equipment and sat down. The atmosphere instantly became serious. Qi Ling silently pulled out his ledger. Yesterday, Captain Xia bought 15 jin of meat at the inner-city shopping center. He bought the most expensive and best pork shoulder and tenderloin, costing 100 points per jin. 19860 plus 1500. He owed Captain Xia a total of 21,360 points. He wondered if the reward would cover the debt. Minister Duan was already seated at the head of the table. Song Liang's mission report had been submitted this morning. This mission did not achieve the expected results. But for the operations department, the safe return of everyone was a victory. I reviewed the mission report. Minister Duan opened the documents and began summarizing the mission. This mission targeting contaminated Zone 111 encountered a new type of apocalypse, a blind spot in the knowledge that the operations department has never encountered before. I already had the intelligence team compile the relevant information, and we uploaded to the internal system later. Minister Duan then gave Qi Ling an approving look. Qi Ling played a significant role in this mission, successfully bringing out a large amount of supplies, and providing the team with knowledge and information during the mission. Qi Ling looked somewhat embarrassed. Minister Duan continued, although we didn't completely achieve the expected goals, we made breakthroughs in the ecological research of the contaminated zone and in the preparation of supplies. Yuan Zhao sat between Tao Haohao and Xia Lu, seemingly listening attentively, but his thoughts had already wandered far away. It was obvious. This report was written from Song Liang's perspective. The report contained too many suspicious points. Yuan Zhao pondered how she should answer if Minister Duan asked. To her surprise, Minister Duan didn't ask anything. After summarizing the mission, he began to explain the next mission. The Dawn base has submitted a joint mission application. If you have no objections, the base will approve it directly after verification. The mission is scheduled for half a month from now, Minister Duan said. Sia2 nodded, no objections. Minister Duan nodded, and then began distributing the mission rewards. The settlement sheet, signed by the base commander, was distributed to everyone. Zero Team's first mission of the new year failed. Contaminated Zone 111 didn't collapse. This time, the reward points were entirely due to the supplies they brought out. The supplies weren't all food. They also included ammunition, small machinery, and daily necessities. The non-technical reward points weren't high, and there were 7 people to share them. However, since food is currently a necessity, the base increased this bonus to incentivize the combat teams. Converted, each person received over 14,000 points. This was higher than Yun Xiao had expected, making it a very generous bonus. His teammates seemed to share the same sentiment. The base is generous. Higher than I imagined. Let's go! Old song. Let's go to the shopping mall to buy some things for your niece. I want to go too. I need to buy 2 new outfits. Qi Ling looked at the bill in his hand, realizing he couldn't make up the debt, and felt extremely distressed. Even with this bonus, he still owed the captain nearly 7,000 points. But before entering the next contaminated zone, he needed to eat every day, and he estimated he would incur a large debt again. He had also discovered that his teammates always took turns paying for meals when they got together. He was now one of them. He couldn't keep freeloading. His teammates had already taken their point settlement slips and stood up to leave. Yun Zhao was just about to leave. Yun Zhao, wait a minute, I need to talk to you about something. Minister Duan called out to her. Yun Zhao's heart skipped a beat, thinking Minister Duan would ask her about the clues in the contaminated area. She subconsciously looked at Sia2. Sia2 awkwardly looked away. I wait for you outside. Yun Zhao, ? She quickly realized what Minister Duan wanted to say to her. Minister Duan smiled kindly, trying to keep his tone gentle. What do you think of your captain? The captain is an exceptional person. He's not only highly capable, but he also cares deeply about each of us team members. Yun Zhao answered almost instinctively. She paused, then added, he's especially kind to me. Minister Duan nodded. I already seen your compatibility report. His tone shifted, becoming more tactful. Have you made any plans to settle down? Minister Duan's attitude towards the two women was drastically different. Afraid of making things awkward between the two team members by bringing it up abruptly, he could only probe her thoughts subtly in this way. Yun Zhao was visibly taken aback. Settling down? Marriage? No wonder Wei Feng knew that term. Personal matters were brought up so abruptly, especially in this setting. Yun Zhao's heart felt like a pebble thrown into a calm lake, creating ripples. She hadn't thought that far ahead. There were still so many things to do. Understanding her identity, finding her father's whereabouts. And then, there was Zone 6, contaminated area, like a boulder blocking her path in life. Thinking of her 8 uncles, she couldn't rest easy until she'd brought them home. Seeing her silence, Minister Duan seemed to have the answer. It's nothing, I was just asking. Your teammates are waiting for you outside. Go shopping with them. Minister Duan stopped there, his words full of understanding and respect. Yun Zhao snapped out of her reverie, pursing her lips. Minister, I be going now. Go ahead. Chapter 387. The conversation only took a few minutes. Xie waited in the corridor not far away, quietly looking out the window. There was movement behind him. She came out alone, seemingly in low spirits. Xie's expression remained unchanged. He didn't ask anything, but walked to her side and asked in a low voice, go back to rest or go shopping with them. Because they were so close, his voice was soft and gentle in her ear. Yun Zhao instinctively raised her head to meet his gaze. When their eyes met, she could clearly see her own reflection in his dark eyes. Those dark eyes were always deep, like burning flames, giving her the illusion that she would be burned. She hadn't said anything inside, but afterwards, facing him, she felt inexplicably guilty. Didn't we say we were going to see the strawberries in the yard? Yun Zhao replied, her head lowered. A soft laugh came from above. Okay, let's go first. We have them pick up by you this afternoon. Aren't you busy? Even when I'm busy, I need to rest. Xie walked out beside her. I make steamed pork ribs, spicy sliced pork, and braised pork for lunch. After going downstairs, Xie greeted his teammates and drove away with Yun Zhao amidst the ambiguous gazes of the group. The familiar courtyard. Xie led her through the fence gate and went around to the backyard to look at the strawberries. Behind the stone table, in a small patch of land, strawberry plants were arranged in a neat and orderly fashion, their emerald green leaves gleaming in the sunlight. He had done some remedial work last night, but it hadn't been long enough. The strawberries hidden under the green leaves were all whitish, even more noticeable in the daylight. Without regular fertilization, their growth rate can't compare to the carefully nurtured results from the Research Institute. They probably won't ripen until next month. Xie released her hand, picked up the tools lying to the side, and squatted down to carefully check again for any withered leaves. The little bluebird, impatient with the meeting, had returned to its spiritual realm during the meeting. Now, seeing something interesting, it popped out again, curiously wandering around. The fire phoenix followed, and the two phoenixes soared through the air before flying to play in the valley outside. Yun Zhao walked into the strawberry field. The dismantled tarpaulins hadn't been cleared away yet, piled in a corner, their wrinkles layered, resembling a small hill. Xie focused intently on clearing away the withered leaves, sunlight shining on him, outlining his tall figure, his profile appearing particularly resolute in the play of light and shadow. He seemed very serious and responsible in everything he did. Yun Zhao suddenly lost her interest in sightseeing. She was thinking about Minister Duan's words. Marriage? They already been intimate, shouldn't she take responsibility for him? But could it wait a little longer, at least until she found her father? Captain. Yun Zhao suddenly hesitated. She always said what she meant. She wanted to tell him her thoughts, but found her throat dry, unable to utter a single word. Xie, however, assumed she wanted to go inside and rest, saying, wait a few minutes, I'll be right back. The small strawberry patch, planted sparsely, was cleared in just a few minutes. Xie went to the sink to wash his hands, glancing at the time. It was only 9:30. Making lunch now was too early. He turned back, naturally taking her hand, and led her to the front door to rest. She had somehow acquired her own slippers. Yun Zhao changed her shoes. Looking around, the house was just as she last visited. Clean and tidy. He must have tidied up when he got back last night. The curtains were still drawn, making the room somewhat dim. As the door closed, all sounds were blocked out. The dim light cast a hazy filter over the surroundings, blurring the furnishings, but softening the outlines of the two figures. Standing in the dim room, their eyes met unexpectedly, and the air seemed to freeze for a moment. Only their breathing and heartbeats remained. Xie leaned forward slightly, his unique scent gently entering Yun Zhao's nostrils. Yun Zhao's heart suddenly raced as she watched him draw closer. Her lips touched hers, more unrestrained and carefree than ever before. Their breaths mingled, and Yun Zhao could feel his breathing suddenly become heavier. His breath filled her lips and ears, as if trying to engulf her entirely. She was mesmerized by his kiss. She tried to speak, but he seized the opportunity, their bodies entwined even more deeply. Xie shielded her head, pitting her against the wall, gradually losing control, his movements becoming increasingly intense. Summer clothes were thin. In no time, both were disheveled. Unable to breathe, Yun Zhao pressed her hand against his chest in silent protest, and he finally stopped. No, he didn't stop. A burning, scalding touch followed on her neck. He had merely shifted his position. The spot where he had kissed her trembled slightly. The sensation was so clear, hot, and wet, almost scorching her skin. Yun Zhao, held captive in his arms, breathlessly whispered, "Just now, Minister Duan asked me if I wanted to consider my future." Xie Adam's apple bobbed, and he gave a soft without stopping his actions. "Did Minister Duan ask you to?" Yun Zhao asked with difficulty. Xie wrapped an arm around her waist, gently rubbing against her fair skin, and gave another His hoarse voice sounded in her ear, "I said I can't make this decision alone, I have to ask you." As he spoke, his lips brushed against the skin of her neck, his breath falling on her. "If you say yes, we register today. If you say no, I can wait." She couldn't escape anyway. Yun Zhao had nowhere to retreat behind her, unable to see his expression, and said anxiously, I don't plan on that for now." She felt it necessary to make things clear to him. At least let him know her thoughts. "I want to know where Dad is, and some things about me." Xie lowered his head, touching her lips again, reluctant to part. "I know everything." He, who usually possessed incredible self-control, instinctively couldn't help himself, unwilling to let go of the person in his arms. They spent so much time together. Even if he didn't know everything, he could guess a little. "But I'd done what I needed to do. You have to take responsibility for me sooner or later." Xie said this with utmost seriousness. Yun Zhao, I didn't say I wouldn't take responsibility. It's good that you will," Yun Zhao explained, but before she could finish, she was interrupted. Xie's eyes filled with laughter. Yun Zhao stared at him blankly, forgetting to speak. Xie tilted his head down, his nose touching hers, one arm around her waist, gently caressing it. "But now, my mental state seems a bit unstable. I need deep counseling." Now, Chapter 388. The valley was densely vegetated. A crystal-clear stream meandered from the depths, its waters babbling gently, the leaves rustling in the wind, creating a natural white noise. The evacuation room had been relatively quiet lately. Duanqi and the others had lunch at Song Liang's house, then went to the shopping center to buy groceries, and accompanied Qi Ling to get a points card. They picked up Baiyu around 3 p.m. The group arrived early at the long-missed training ground. After being away for over a month, a thin layer of dust had accumulated everywhere. Song Liang unlocked all the doors. The group took out tools and began cleaning. Baiyu walked around the training ground alone, not seeing Yun Zhao, and asked, "Where is he?" "Probably at the captain's house," Tao Haohao replied casually, carrying a bucket of water. Baiyu turned and walked to the back of the training room, looking down. The scenery in the valley was at its most beautiful at this time of year. Winter and summer were fading, the vegetation lush and green. Baiyu craned her neck to look around, and suddenly spotted two phoenixes, one blue and one red, playing in the stream. She didn't see Xie or Yun Zhao. "I go down and get them," Baiyu said as she returned. Song Liang sighed, subtly reminding her, "There's nothing wrong with coming over now, and the sentries are sensitive to smells. We never go to the captain's house." Baiyu was taken aback. Never go? Then why was Yun Zhao at Captain Xie's house? She didn't have time to think about it carefully. Duanqi had already put down his work and tapped on his communicator, send a message. Qi Ling, who was mopping the floor, perked up her ears, eager to hear this. "The captain knows we arrived. He'd definitely come right away," Duanqi said confidently after sending the message. An hour passed. After everyone cleaned up the training ground, the communicator wasn't working, and no one came up the path. The group moved to a large tree to sit and rest. Baiyu was getting restless. Why haven't they come yet? Should we call them again? Why would we call them? Aren't you comfortable with us? Tao Hao said casually. Why were they so insistent on calling them? What if the captain saw them relaxing and immediately told them to start training? Baiyu immediately denied it. Of course not. Song Liang gave Rabbit a look. Sitting here is really boring. Let's take Guide Bai to the warehouse and get some snacks. Rabbit understood and pulled Baiyu up. Come on, let's go to the warehouse. There's a lot of food inside, and some of it will expire soon. Rabbit then dragged Baiyu into the warehouse without further ado. Baiyu's strength was no match for the sentries, and Rabbit pulled him directly to the warehouse door. The cleaning had just been finished, and the door was open for ventilation. The warehouse shelves were overflowing with supplies, a dazzling array of everything imaginable, and all free. Take as much as you want. Rabbit walked in, picked up a bag of chicken feet, and handed it to her. These are delicious, pickled pepper flavor. We also have spicy flavor over here. Want some rice cakes? Egg yolk flavor. Baiyu's arms were stuffed with all sorts of snacks, and her attention was instantly drawn to the food on the shelves. She exclaimed, so much? Can you all finish it? Yes, we can. The warehouse was practically empty from all the food we ate, and the captain even went to the inner city's warehouse and brought back 2 more truckloads, Rabbit replied. They always brought several large boxes with them on every mission. They always finish everything. Everyone's going back tonight. The warehouse probably be emptied again. Looks like the snacks dragged out of contaminated Zone 88 won't last long. We have to find a way to restock next time. Baiyu followed them into the warehouse, enthusiastically picking through the snacks. Let's take these outside and eat them. Want some drinks? What kind of drink is this? I never had it before. Seeing that she wasn't bothered by Yun Zhao and the captain anymore, Rabbit breathed a sigh of relief. Okay. In Rabbit's view, building relationships requires solitude. Everyone's always together, so the captain never gets a chance. Now that they're back, they can't ruin the captain's plans. Outside, 2 phoenixes playing by the stream spotted them. The little bluebird, followed by a little tagalong, flew to the training ground first. It tilted its head back, surveying the area, scrutinizing the sentries. Song Liang seemed to understand its meaning. He then released the lion. Seeing this, the others also released their own spiritual forms, letting the little ones come out to play. The little bluebird was pleased with their sensible actions and led the spirits down the valley for a water fight. The fire phoenix looked very energetic. The negative effects of the spiritual connection had inexplicably disappeared. It was in a particularly cheerful mood and happily followed the blue phoenix down the valley. Baiyu released her little white cat, patted its head, and said, "Go play." The little white cat had played with everyone a few times during the winter, and wasn't as timid as before, eagerly running over to join them. The group returned to the tree, drinking beverages and eating snacks. Someone started a conversation, and everyone began browsing the forum again. The information platform between the various bases had just been established. The excitement hadn't subsided. Baiyu chatted with them about the jokes from the forum, and with Tao Hao and Duanshi's vivid reenactments, she laughed until tears streamed down her face. Qi Ling wasn't very interested in this. He wasn't a sentry or a guide, he was just there to watch the drama unfold and listen to his teammates' experiences with the contaminated zone. It was a little past 5 in the afternoon. Song Liang, seeing that it was almost time, stood up and headed to the kitchen. "I cook, come help me." There was still no movement from below the valley. The sentries didn't dare call to urge them. The captain held a grudge, and they didn't want double the training after tomorrow. Rabbit stayed under the tree to chat with Baiyu, while the others went into the kitchen to busy themselves. Until dinner was almost ready. Xia finally appeared on the training field. The teammates quickly noticed that the captain had changed his clothes, wearing a completely different black shirt from during the day, the collar turned up high, and an unusually gentle aura emanating from him. Baiyu looked around, puzzled. "Why are you alone? Where's Yun Zhao?" "She's asleep." Xia expression remained unchanged. He turned and went into the kitchen to get some sausages. "You guys eat first. I make her something different when she wakes up." The team members looked at each other strangely. Was the captain here just to tell them this? The promised get-together. But no one dared to respond, not even Duanshi. The group stood there like statues. They watched helplessly as the captain came out of the kitchen with 2 sausages and headed straight for the changing room. Xia opened Yun Zhao's wardrobe and took out a clean change of clothes. Then he went into the storeroom. Xia grabbed an empty box and filled it with some of her favorite snacks and some brand new toiletries. He quickly came out carrying a full box. It seemed he wasn't planning on staying for dinner. Training starts tomorrow. Same rules as always, everyone be on time tomorrow morning. Sietu tossed out a sentence, his figure disappearing again down the path. The round trip only took a few minutes. Baiyu seemed still processing what she had just heard, her mind a little foggy. Yun Zhao was staying at Captain Xia's house. She was asleep before dark. Would she go back tonight? Baiyu finally realized what was happening, her expression one of utter shock. Captain Xia and Zhao Zhao. Baiyu hesitated, turning to look at the others. The sentries suddenly sprang into action, each pretending to be busy, some carrying dishes, others fetching bowls, but no one uttered a word. Chapter 389. Yun Zhao was awakened by hunger. She opened her eyes, somewhat dazed, still immersed in a hazy afterglow. The room was filled with a tranquil atmosphere. There were no windows, only a small nightlight casting a dim light, making it difficult to discern the time. Yun Zhao slightly turned her head, rolled over on the soft bed, and her gaze fell upon a dark blue box on the bedside table. Her consciousness instantly sharpened. She hadn't had time to review her sex education. But someone had already personally demonstrated, finally making her understand what contraception was. Was it considered taking responsibility? What difference would it make whether she got married or not? The little bluebird had returned sometime earlier. It squatted beside the pillow, staring with curious eyes, its gaze filled with doubt. It had just returned, and the cook had talked to it for a long time, explaining that what was on his body wasn't an injury, that he would hurt anyone but her. But the little bluebird didn't quite understand. If it wasn't an injury, then what was it? The effects of the two deep unions caused the white mist in her spiritual realm to disperse slightly, revealing a corner of its edge. The little bluebird could feel its power had increased. That was a good thing. It proved the cook hadn't lied to it. But why was her true form sleeping again? She had clearly just woken up this morning. Ah, why are you sleeping naked? Why do you smell like him again? Yun Zhao remained silent. She sat up and turned up the night light, gradually making everything in the room clearer in the soft light. Her clothes were wrinkled beyond recognition, clearly unwearable. Beside the bed was a clean set of clothes, the one she kept in the changing room for easy changing during training. It seemed Xia too went back to the training ground. The communicator showed it was already past 9 o'clock at night. She had slept for so long. Yun Zhao was starving, so she changed her clothes and took the little bluebird downstairs to find food. The backyard light was on. She opened the door and came out, following the path to the backyard. Steam rose from the open-air kitchen. On the stove, 2 pots were simmering, one with braised pork belly and the other with steamed pork ribs. Xia too, dressed in black, his sleeves slightly rolled up, revealing his muscular arms, his figure appearing and disappearing in the steam and light. Hearing the movement behind him, he turned around, and the moment he saw her, a faint smile appeared on his lips, his eyes softening. Hungry? Dinner will be ready soon. Yun Zhao walked over. The broth in the pot of braised pork belly was bubbling and bubbling, emitting a rich aroma. She couldn't help but ask, "Do you need any help?" Xia too seemed to be thinking, "Then go to the cabin and get 2 bowls." Okay. Yun Zhao went in, grabbed 2 bowls, and returned. She rinsed them briefly with water, then went over to serve the 2 of them rice, and placed them on the stone table under the tree. Xia too first opened the steamer, wearing gloves, and picked up the steamed pork ribs. He picked up a rib with his chopsticks, blew on it, and held it to her lips. "Try it, how does it taste?" Yun Zhao glanced at him, then took a bite of the rib from his hand. It had been steamed for too long. The meat almost melted in her mouth. The seasoning seemed to contain Sichuan peppercorns. The steamed meat powder coated the tender rib meat, giving it a spicy and numbing flavor with a hint of aroma, stimulating her taste buds and making her want to take another bite. Yun Zhao lowered her head and chewed gently. Delicious. "I'm glad you like it." As she lowered her head, stray hairs fell naturally behind her ears. Xia tu's eyes darkened. He handed her chopsticks and gently tucked the stray hairs behind her ears. Something he wanted to do for a long time. Now it was finally happening. "Xia tu, you eat first. We still need some spicy pork slices and stir-fried vegetables." Yun Zhao was so hungry she could only see the meat. She took the chopsticks, looked at the large bowl of ribs, and thought about the braised pork in the pot. "Let's make the spicy pork slices tomorrow. We can't finish all this food." "Tomorrow?" Xia tu's eyes were full of smiles. "Okay, and stir-fry some vegetables too. It be ready soon." He turned and went back to the stove, ladled out the braised pork, and started heating the oil again. The vegetables sizzled as they were poured into the pot. Yuan Zhao, through a thin layer of steam, ate her meat while observing him. Handsome people seem to look handsome no matter what they do. After finding her father, marrying him would actually be a good idea. He has many good qualities, excellent cooking skills, strong fighting ability, and a sharp mind. His only flaws are his pride. Does drinking 1 glass of wine count? But Yuan Zhao thinks those 2 traits are kind of endearing. Captain. Yuan Zhao, shall we have a drink? She wanted to see him one more time. Xie knew what she was up to as soon as he heard that. He looked up and asked, "Are you sure you still have the energy tonight?" Huh? Yuan Zhao didn't understand. Xie said quietly, "After drinking, I won't be able to control myself like last time." She had been lying down all day. If she did it tonight, she definitely wouldn't be able to get up for training tomorrow. Yuan Zhao's body stiffened slightly, and she quickly changed the subject. "By the way, wasn't it a bit inappropriate that we didn't go to the dinner party?" Xie didn't expose her, chuckling softly as he replied, "It's alright. Everyone was together all day. Training sessions were practically meals together, so no one thought anything of it. As for Bai Yu, she was already living in Yuan Zhao's house, so she wasn't considered an outsider anymore. However, it was still necessary to get Minister Bai back as soon as possible." After finishing the last dish, Xie finally came over and sat down to eat with them. Their interaction seemed to be the same as before. The man kept putting food on her plate while she ate. Dinner was accompanied by the sound of a stream flowing through the valley. It was a peaceful and serene time. After dinner, Yuan Zhao didn't go back. Instead, she went to Xie study on the 2nd floor and began searching for the locations of the survivors outside. After the Dark Ages ended, with the establishment of outposts in various places, the base marked all areas where people were active. There were hundreds of civilian refugee camps of varying sizes. Some places had thousands of people gathered, while others had only dozens or 100. Most of these people were descendants of survivors who had escaped from the occupied territories. Some were from formerly remote villages who, after the Dark Ages began, spontaneously united, building high walls and underground structures, and were fortunate enough to survive the disaster. Would Yuan Zhu, who wasn't in the 4 major bases, be in one of these places? Yuan Zhao opened the intelligence map, mainly checking the distribution of refuge camps along the route to contaminated Zone 320. There were more than 20 refuge camps of varying sizes along the way. The area was too vast. She could only search slowly, starting with the nearest location. Yuan Zhao picked up an A4 sheet of paper from the table and wrote down these camps, planning to ask them one by one when she returned from the mission. Mainly because she wouldn't have time to go. Contaminated Zone 320 was a joint mission. Fu Qian's team would definitely arrive on time, and she couldn't afford to delay them too long. Xie finished cleaning the kitchen and slowly climbed the stairs. Soft light spilled from the half-open door. Yuan Zhao was bent over her desk, scribbling and drawing on paper. Her long, black hair was casually tied up, with a few stray strands falling gently across her forehead, giving her a relaxed, homely air. Xie unconsciously softened his footsteps, afraid to disturb her tranquil focus. Her presence filled the house. A thought stirred within him. He didn't want to let her go back. He would find a way to let her stay here. Chapter 390. Xie stood quietly outside the study door, watching her for an unknown amount of time. Deep connection allows one to glimpse into the other's heart, to feel the subconscious depths of their souls. Not long had passed since their last encounter. Xie noticed another change in her mental realm. He saw an area appear after part of the white mist dissipated. A fairy tale-like manor castle. An amusement park, a castle. Her mental realm was like a children's playground. In the heat of passion, influenced by her pleasurable senses, the carousel in the amusement park began to turn, emitting cheerful sounds. The golden age is over, darkness descends. It appears from the sky, omnipresent, spreading corpses wherever it goes. Devouring, devouring, devouring. Unfathomable, indescribable, or it will be severely corrupted. The cheerful music, yet it chanted chilling words. And that vast manor castle, which hadn't existed last time. The only variable that occurred during the interval between their appearances stemmed from the silent conversation between her and the gatekeeper. The answer lies with Yuan Zhu. Her subconscious obsession and yearning stemmed from her father. He recalled her confession in the tent. Fragments of information strung together. Xie had long understood. She was an anomaly. An anomaly born with an S-level spiritual body, sealed away by her father in contaminated Zone 6. She grew up in the contaminated zone, her mind and body inevitably bearing its unique imprint. The timeline within was chaotic, the rules broken, the future and past blurred. Her perception was completely different from the outside world. Therefore, in contaminated zone 249, she was affected by the contaminated zone, experiencing a reverse reaction, reverting to the appearance of a 6-year-old. And because of the prolonged sealing, her mental realm became fragmented, her sensory integration dysfunction caused, leading to physical inertia. Things others found simple, she could never do well. The gatekeeper of contaminated zone 111 kindly reminded him, beware of the guides around you. But Xie only felt heartache. At the same time, he felt grateful that he had met the kind and simple people of Qishan town. Having just emerged from the contaminated zone, she was like a blank sheet of paper. Those weak sentinels, ordinary people without abilities, taught her what kindness, courage, and responsibility were. They shaped her into who she is today. Xie gently pushed open the study door and entered. Yun Xiao was engrossed in drawing the distribution points of the refugee camp, not looking up when she heard the noise. Do you need to use the study? I'd be done soon. She had already drawn most of it. Let her finish first. The man, however, acted somewhat strangely, walking behind her and gently pulling her into his arms, resting his chin on the top of her head. His tone deepened as he spoke slowly above her head, no rush, take your time. He could pretend not to know anything she didn't want to talk about. So what if it was related to a disaster? No matter what happened, he would stand firmly in front of her, protecting her. Yun Xiao didn't think much of it. She had already noticed that the seemingly calm and collected S-rank sentinel had become somewhat clingy after their 2 deep encounters. It wasn't good for Yun Xiao to draw while he was holding her, so without thinking, she pushed him away, then don't bother me. Xie hand, pushed away by her, froze in midair. The computer was on, displaying a dense network of refugee camp locations. The lines drawn on the table, however, were completely different from the map on the screen. The crooked lines were unrecognizable. Having experience with this, Xie instinctively knew he shouldn't ask. He silently went out to pour her water, intending to wait until she finished drawing. She didn't mention going home, so he pretended nothing had happened. By the time Yun Xiao finished, it was past 11 p.m. She had drawn on 2 A4 sheets of paper, recording the distribution of over 20 survivors along the way. She planned to visit them one by one on the way back to base. But a problem arose. Everyone was eager to return home, and she couldn't let her personal matters delay her teammates' return to base to rest. Yun Xiao was considering whether to buy a car. She could drive 2 cars out, and on the way back, she could search slowly along the road. As for whether the base would urge them, Yun Xiao didn't care. Jiangmu could wander outside for half a year. What was a little delay for her? The little bluebird was very satisfied with this idea. It wanted to find its father. It couldn't wait to destroy contaminated zone 320, and then find its father. Reminded by the little bluebird, Yun Xiao thought about the situation in contaminated zone 320. If nothing unexpected happened, the gatekeeper should be Hondadeo. Should she kill him? The contaminated zone shouldn't exist in the first place. But Yun Xiao didn't know how to deal with a monster who had become a gatekeeper for the sake of humanity. This was also why she ultimately suppressed her killing intent and didn't kill contaminated man number 111. That person whose name was forgotten in the long river of history. Like the countless humans who sacrificed themselves to save the world in the past 200 years. Perhaps his name shouldn't be forgotten. Yun Xiao closed the distribution map on her computer, opened the information archive, and searched for the list of sentinels and guides from the Red-Crowned Crane era, trying to find the true information about gatekeeper number 111. But with hundreds of names on the list, she wasn't clear about the social relationships these people had back then. Which one was Yu Jie? Xie paced back and forth outside the study, occasionally coming in to add water, mop the floor, and tidy the bookshelves. When he came in for the 4th time with a rag, Yun Xiao looked up at him speechlessly. Did he really have to clean up in the middle of the night? How could she concentrate on analyzing these people's information like this? Xie seemed to understand, calmly saying, training resumes tomorrow morning. Go take a shower and rest first. We can deal with anything else during the day. He didn't mention sending her home at all. The little bluebird raised its noble head, letting out its usual mocking laugh. Xie, used to this, said to the little bluebird, tomorrow I make you a new bird perch, 8 stories high, with wheels, a trampoline, toys, and stairs, and a door with a wind chime. Fire Phoenix, eh? The little bluebird tilted its head. You make it yourself? Xie asked Fire Phoenix to translate, on the condition that he make 2, and that Fire Phoenix's perch be next to the little bluebird's. You can make your requests, Xie said slowly. The little bluebird's eyes widened. The cook not only cooks, but he also makes bird perches. Its 5-story bird perch cost 1,000 points, but the cook's was free. The little bluebird was looking forward to the new perch. A swing, Sia too, okay. The little bluebird was happy, and Fire Phoenix was happy too. With the perch in its home, it could see the bluebird more often. Yuan Zhao, Although the little bluebird is usually very proud, spirit beings are inherently playful, and they're actually quite easy to coax if you find the right method. Habit is a terrible thing. For example, the little bluebird saw Sia 2 hug her just now, and didn't react at all. To the spirit being, the hug was no different from their usual physical contact. The little bluebird was already used to their way of interacting. She even wanted to direct the cook to go find her father. Yuan Zhao shut down the computer and got up. Never mind, I go take a shower. It's so late, she didn't want to go through the hassle of running back. Chapter 391. The next day, Team Zero's training officially began. When the teammates arrived in the morning, the captain and Yuan Zhao had already been in the training room for a long time. Everyone tacitly avoided mentioning the two's absence from the previous day's dinner gathering. They conscientiously went to the training field to do warm-up exercises. Early in the morning, Yuan Zhao and Qi Ling were having a knowledge training session in the training room. The sentries were doing physical training outside. As for Sia 2, their always serious and responsible captain, after assigning everyone's training courses, left alone. Soon, he dragged a newly cut sycamore tree to the adjacent training field and began chopping wood. To make working easier, he changed into a short-sleeved shirt and loose sweatpants. 2 phoenixes perched on a nearby tree, acting as supervisors. The little bluebird leisurely preened its feathers, occasionally glancing down at Sia 2 to check on the preliminary preparations. The 2 bird stands that Yuan Zhao had previously commissioned were custom-made. They arrived ready-made. The little guy was incredibly curious about building from scratch. Sia 2 chopped the materials, took out tools from the tool shed, and then sat down under the tree to design the bird pergola blueprints. The little bluebird flew to the table, its head bowed, intently watching him draw the blueprints. Sia 2 knew it might not understand, so he patiently explained it to it. The 8-tiered bird pergola was very compactly designed, with each tier having its own play equipment. The first tier featured a small maze, cleverly constructed from branches of varying thicknesses, with a connection between 2 pergolas, allowing 2 phoenixes to play together. From bottom to top, each tier had a different structure, featuring various trampolines, swings, rotating rings, and roller-based climbing frames. The middle level could hold a miniature harp, which would produce a clear, melodious sound when gently touched. The top level was an observation deck, unobstructed on all sides, perfect for hanging mini wind chimes. The little bluebird listened intently, eager to speak. I want something fun, lots of fun things. Fire Phoenix. I want something fun, lots of fun things. Sia 2, good-natured, okay. After drawing the blueprints, he began measuring the wood with a ruler. Making 2 frames wouldn't be enough for one day, he'd have to take it slowly. Today, he needed to get the overall framework in place. The view between the areas was unobstructed. His teammates trained next door, occasionally glancing over. Seeing their captain making the little bluebird so happy, the group's mouths dropped open in disbelief. Where did the captain go for his training? If I'd known a simple stand could win over the little bluebird, I would have made one long ago. The captain can do woodworking? How come I didn't know? Sia 2 seemed to sense something, his casual gaze sweeping over them. The group slipped away faster than anyone else, quickly getting back to their training. By noon, Yuan Zhao came out after his lesson. The main trunk of the bird stand was already erected. In area number 3, Sia 2 had just nailed down the base, picked up a dagger from the ground, and began meticulously shaving away the remaining bark, carving grooves at each connection point. He looked different than usual. After a morning of work, his clothes were dusty, and he was covered in sawdust. But he seemed oblivious, his eyes fixed intently on the wood in his hands, his gaze revealing focus and determination. Yuan Zhao wasn't unaware, he was trying to please the little bluebird. He was diligently taking steps to gradually win over the arrogant little guy. This stirred a strange feeling within Yuan Zhao. A nameless emotion seemed to well up deep within her, stronger than ever before. She was about to walk over. Yuan Zhao. Duanqi called out loudly, appearing out of nowhere, Old Song needs to see you. Yuan Zhao was startled and had to stop. What is it? Song Liang was somewhat helpless. He wasn't as oblivious as these people. But since he already called out, Song Liang had no choice but to bite the bullet and come over, saying, my sister knows about my brother-in-law almost turning into a monster. She's very grateful, and would like to invite you to a simple meal. When would be a convenient time? He had originally planned to tell her about this yesterday. But he hadn't seen her when he came yesterday. Having the captain relay the message or sending a message didn't seem very formal. So Song Liang waited until today. Yun Zhao's expression softened. Is your brother-in-law better? Song Liang chuckled. He's still doing rehabilitation exercises. His muscles are still recovering. But he can already hold a gun and shoot normally. He'd be almost fully recovered in another month or two. The deformity was irreversible, but thankfully the intervention was timely, preventing it from eroding the bone. Even so, it will still take several months to recover. That's good. Returning to normal is more important than anything else. Yun Zhao thought for a moment. Any day is fine with me. I was thinking of going to see your niece. The birth of a new life is a joyous occasion. She should go and see her. Song Liang breathed a sigh of relief when she agreed. Then let's set it for the night after tomorrow. After training, you and the captain can come together. Yun Zhao, okay. Xie Tu, having heard, nodded. He put down his tools, dusted himself off, and walked towards Yun Zhao. The little bluebird flew to his side, displeased. Why did you stop? Its frame wasn't finished yet. Fire Phoenix, why did you stop? Xie Tu patiently replied, It's noon, I need to cook. I can't let her go hungry. The little bluebird fell silent. A carpenter also has a primary role, a cook. After finishing her training for the day, Yun Zhao finally said she wanted to go home. Bai Yu was still staying at her place. He had texted her earlier that day, not asking anything else, just sharing some interesting gossip from the forum, and casually asking if she was coming back today. Xie Tu didn't show it, but silently drove her to her apartment building on Dongshan Street. He had guests at home, so he couldn't stop her from going back. He couldn't go upstairs either. Xie Tu escorted the woman into the residential area, then drove to the inner city to find Minister Bai, hoping he would take his daughter home as soon as possible. Also, the rooms in the house had no windows. She didn't seem to like it. The backyard also had no door, forcing her to walk a longer distance every day to get out for meals. He needed to go to the logistics department to have someone find a way to add a back door, and a few windows to the wall made of a special material. As for soundproofing, there was a noise-reducing room on the first floor, which could provide a barrier for him when she was there, and his mental state was already very stable. There was no need to make the house completely airtight. Xie Tu had just arrived at Minister Bai's house, when he suddenly received a message from Yun Zhao. Yun Zhao, Bai Yu just told me that Minister Bai came to apologize to her today, saying that Minister Han is going to the Dawn base next month and plans to take her with him, so she can see the outside world. Bai Yu hadn't gone home today. She just wanted to wait for him to come home, so she could tell him the good news in person. Meanwhile, Minister Bai, having heard of Xie Tu's arrival, had just emerged from the main gate. Did you need something? Minister Bai asked gently. Xie Tu put down his communicator, looked at Minister Bai, and said calmly, Nothing, I just got lost. Minister Bai, Chapter 392. The next day, Bai Yu got up early and started packing. She hummed an unknown tune as she folded clothes. Yun Zhao sat on the bed, staring blankly, and it took him a while to come to his senses before he got up and helped her pack. Conditions outside are tough. Remember to bring plenty of food when you leave. Yun Zhao found a bag, thought for a moment, went to the living room, opened the cabinet, and filled it with chocolates for her, then added worriedly, also bring some common medicines, especially cold medicine and heat stroke medicine. The group was all sentinels. Sentinels are physically strong and don't get sick easily. They probably wouldn't prepare these kinds of medicines. Bai Yu replied from the room, I know, it's still early, we don't leave until the 20th of next month, by then you might all be back from your missions. Yun Zhao paused, this time it might not be so soon. The two of them chatted until midnight last night. They talked about everything. Unable to withstand Bai Yu's relentless questioning, Yun Zhao truthfully recounted some of her and Xie Tu's affairs. She also casually mentioned the timing of the next mission. Ah? Isn't Rabbit going to celebrate her birthday outside? Bai Yu said, sounding somewhat regretful. Yun Zhao remembered this. Duanqi's birthday is also in April. We buy him a gift in advance and celebrate with him when we get back. Duanqi's birthday is April 6th, and Rabbit's is April 17th. They'd probably be in the contaminated zone by the 6th, so they have to celebrate inside. She remembered the birthday cake she had in contaminated zone 88. If only there were cakes in zone 322. There are quite a few birthdays in April. Ping Ping and Inan are also turning 7 in April. She had watched the two children grow up step by step, from Aunt Zhao's pregnancy to their birth, and now to their lively and energetic selves. Unfortunately, she probably won't be able to make it back this year. Bai Yu understood perfectly and comforted her. It's alright, I come over to celebrate the children's birthdays. Bai Yu had stayed at Aunt Zhao's house for a few days and had become familiar with the children. Yuan Zhao didn't refuse, only saying, don't buy anything expensive. Aunt Zhao wouldn't dare accept it. Just buy some daily necessities and the children's favorite foods. Bai Yu agreed. There were quite a lot of things, and the two girls packed them together, carrying them to the door, waiting for Bai Yu's driver and aunt to come upstairs and collect them. Bai Yu was reluctant to leave. As an only child, and because of her family background, the people around her always treated her with a hint of flattery, lacking genuine sincerity. It was rare to have a friend she could talk to. Bai Yu, aren't you going out in another 10 days or so? Come to my house for dinner tomorrow, you can stay here. Yuan Zhao said, I'm not free tomorrow. She was going to Song Liang's sister's house tomorrow. Bai Yu was somewhat disappointed, but quickly cheered up and whispered, I'll look into the matter you asked me to investigate when I get back, but it might be a bit slow. I'll let you know as soon as I have news. Last night, she learned a shocking secret. The gatekeeper of contaminated Zone 111 might be from Dawn Base. Yuan Zhao had asked her to help investigate Yujia's true information and told her that this person might be Lao Bai's accomplice. Since it involved her ancestor, Bai Yu readily agreed. However, in order to be able to go out next month, she had cancelled all her vacations, so it might take some time. Yuan Zhao still had to go to training, so she pulled her into the restaurant next door for breakfast, thinking for a moment before saying, okay, it's okay if it's slow. It would be best to find a complete list of their team. Xie car was already downstairs. Ever since he learned that she always rushed through breakfast, he stopped messaging her proactively and waited for her to finish eating before coming out himself. Training days passed very quickly. Soon it was time to visit Song Liang's sister's house. Song Liang's sister and brother-in-law didn't live with their parents. Sentry soldiers are sensitive to smells, which isn't suitable for a large family living together. Her sister moved back to her parents' house for a while during her pregnancy, but after learning that her husband had almost developed a deformity, she moved back to her own home after giving birth. Xie drove, and the two first went to the shopping center to buy gifts. Visiting someone's home, one naturally can't go empty-handed. Yuan Zhao walked alongside him to the second floor, picking out baby clothes. When they saw the mini-sized clothes and socks, their reaction was similar to Song Liang's back then, a little bewildered. Yuan Zhao was slightly calmer. There are many children in town. Whether it was Qin Xiaoxiao, Ping Ping, or Anan, she had taken care of them all when they were little, and even helped cut their diapers. Xie felt a little awkward. But he rarely showed his emotions, simply following silently behind her, watching her choose. How about this one? Yuan Zhao asked Xie's opinion. She was carrying a pink baby onesie with a cute lion pattern printed on it. Xie's gaze fell on the small, delicate baby clothes. Looking at them, he seemed to think of something, and awkwardly turned his head away. Very cute. He hadn't noticed the pattern at all. Yuan Zhao, oblivious, handed the clothes to the sales assistant. Then let's take this one. After buying the clothes, the two went downstairs and bought some fruit and pastries. They used Xie's points card to pay. The older sister and brother-in-law seemed quite familiar with the teammates. Song Liang, probably worried that too many people would disturb his niece and sister's rest, only invited Yuan Zhao and Captain tonight. The teammates didn't seem to mind. Especially Rabbit, since her brother passed away, she often went to Song Liang's sister and brother-in-law's house for meals. On the other hand, this was Captain Yuan Zhao's first time there. The two left the shopping mall, got back into the car, and headed to the Sentinel residential area in the inner city. Unlike the cold, hard style of the office area, the buildings where high-ranking Sentinels live were specially designed to ensure both comfort and privacy, while also taking into account the Sentinels' heightened senses. The car entered the residential area. Tall ginkgo trees lined both sides of the road. It was almost every few hundred meters before you could see a single detached house. Each house maintained a uniform gray and white color scheme. The exterior was simple and elegant, with a small front yard surrounded by tall shrubs, obscuring the interior. Yuan Zhao couldn't help but ask, Sentinels are sensitive. Will the babies crying have an impact? No, this area is mostly inhabited by Sentinels who have started families. Xie replied in a gentle, low voice. Many Sentinels live alone, so the houses over there are smaller. Single-story houses, around 60 square meters. Each complex has several public noise reduction rooms. Once they find a partner, Sentinels and guides can apply to the base to change houses. Single guides live in another villa complex, and will move out after starting a family. They are all managed separately. Yun Zhao, I see. No wonder the base built the White Tower and the Black Tower. The Sentinel and Guide housing alone occupies almost half of the inner city area. For a base with limited population and land resources, this resource allocation is too severe and detrimental to future development. Chapter 393. The car stopped in front of a house. Song Liang was already waiting at the door. His sister had just finished her postpartum confinement, and his brother-in-law was undergoing rehabilitation training. He had come early to help. Seeing the car stop, Song Liang went up to him and said, "You finally arrived?" My sister asked several times. "I went to the shopping center to buy some things, so I was a little late." Xie Tu got out of the car and took out the things he had bought. Song Liang greeted Yun Zhao and went around to the back seat to help carry the things. "No need to be so formal, we're not strangers." Yun Zhao got out of the car as well. It was her first time seeing the living environment of the Xiaoxiang family, and her eyes were filled with curiosity. The three of them carried the gifts into the front yard. Standing at the door was a gentle woman, about 27 or 28 years old, whose features bore a resemblance to Song Liang. It was Song Liang's sister, Song Qing. Song Qing, dressed in casual clothes, smiled gently and beckoned to Yun Zhao, "Come in quickly, the food is just ready." "Excuse me," Yun Zhao greeted politely, following her into the house. A soft beige carpet covered the entryway, and several landscape paintings hung on the walls. The living room was spacious and bright, with heavy soundproof curtains hanging in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, and the glass itself was made of specially made triple-layered soundproofing material. The lights in the house were fitted with diffusers, providing a gentle, non-glaring light. Yun Zhao noticed that the edges of the furniture were rounded, clearly for the safety of the newborn. "Rabbit and the others often come over, so please make yourselves at home," Song Qing said, grateful to Yun Zhao for saving her husband's life, leading Yun Zhao and Xie Tu into the living room. A fragrant aroma wafted from the semi-open-air dining area. Brother-in-law Xia Xinjue was setting the table. Seeing them enter, he gave a slightly reserved smile. "Welcome, Guide Yun. Thank you so much for your help last time." Xia Xinjue had recovered well, and was now no different from an ordinary person. His muscles didn't prevent him from doing simple tasks. However, it would still take some time for him to return to his previous combat strength. Yun Zhao spoke frankly, "Don't mention it, it's just my job." Xie Tu, somewhat helplessly, helped her sit down on a stool. Afraid of an awkward silence, Xie Tu took over the conversation, inquiring about Xia Xinjue's return date. Sentries went on missions in small teams. With 2 members recovering from injuries, the other teammates wouldn't be going on missions for the time being. Xia Xinjue noticed their intimate gesture and paused. About 2 months later. "Old Liang's recovery is a little slower. We have to wait for the hospital's evaluation report." The old Liang he mentioned was the other sentinel, who had undergone the mutation. He only received a basic salary during his recovery period. With a new addition to the family, he wanted to return to work as soon as possible to earn more money for baby formula. He couldn't rely on his brother-in-law's help forever. The 2 men chatted across the dining area. Song Liang left his sister behind, while his brother-in-law called to his teammates and went into the kitchen to continue cooking. The house was filled with a rich, milky aroma. This made Xie Tu feel a little uncomfortable. Xie Tu observed Xia Xinjue discreetly, and noticed that Xia Xinjue seemed unaffected by the smell, his eyes only showing the happiness and satisfaction of becoming a father for the first time. Does becoming a father make one immune to these smells? Yun Zhao sat next to him chatting with her sister. She noticed the clean baby bottles and supplies on the table when she came in. A bamboo cradle sat next to the sofa, but it was empty. The baby must be sleeping upstairs. She glanced out the window. Tiny baby clothes were drying on the balcony. The shadows of newborns were everywhere in the house. "The baby's sleeping upstairs. Do you want to go check on him?" Song Qing, noticing her gaze and smiling, worried that Yun Zhao might feel uncomfortable. Yun Zhao, thinking her sister might be worried about leaving the baby alone upstairs, readily got up. "Okay." The 2 went upstairs. The upstairs door was open. With the sentinel's heightened senses, Xia Xinjue could detect even the slightest movement. Yun Zhao followed her sister quietly into the room. The baby was sleeping soundly, his little face rosy, his lips pouting, his eyelashes like 2 tiny fans. She watched him quietly for a while. Suddenly, a little bluebird appeared, flying to the crib shelf, tilting its head to peer closer, seemingly very curious about the chubby human infant. According to the fragments of consciousness about Yunju, when it met the original body should have been about this size. But the little bluebird didn't remember. Song Qing didn't stop it after seeing this. Her child had a very high chance of becoming a guide or sentinel in the future. Contact with a guide spirit, possessing strong mental power, could only be beneficial for the infant. Song Qing looked lovingly at her baby, tucked the blanket around her, and whispered to Yun Zhao, taking care of a baby is hard work. I have to feed her every 2 or 3 hours. She's a bit fussy, and sometimes I'm afraid she disturbed the neighbors. She thought Yun Zhao wouldn't understand. Since she had no one to share with, she pulled her aside and started talking about her parenting experiences. She especially loves her father. She recognized his scent from birth, and whenever Xianju holds her, she stops crying. At this point, Song Qing's eyes were filled with happiness. She turned to Yun Zhao and thanked him earnestly. So, Guide Yun, I'm especially grateful to you. Thank you for saving my child's father. I can't even imagine what would have happened to Xianju and my child. Yun Zhao was a little uncomfortable and replied softly, Really? There's no need to be so polite. Song Liang is my teammate, and guiding the sentinels is part of my job. Song Qing smiled. My brother said you're reserved and told me not to say these things, that it would make you uncomfortable, but I just couldn't help it. Don't blame me for being long-winded. Yun Zhao looked down at the crib. It's alright. Song Qing changed the subject at the right moment, talking about other things. Her husband and brother were both high-ranking sentinels, often carrying out dangerous missions. Especially Song Liang, who had to enter the most dangerous contaminated areas. Every time she learned that Team Zero was going out on a mission, she would worry and lose sleep all night. Yun Zhao listened quietly. Sister Song has been pregnant for a long time, juggling childcare and caring for her injured husband. She's probably been suppressing her feelings for a while, and rarely has someone to confide in. Until the baby woke up. Song Qing heard the crying and quickly got up to pick up the baby. It's time to feed her. Yun Zhao's gaze softened as she looked at the infant. Downstairs, Xia Xinjue heard his daughter crying and rushed from the kitchen to the living room, skillfully preparing formula. Xia Tu sat on the sofa, watching him. Why do you add water first? Xia Tu asked calmly. Xia Xinjue, while mixing the formula according to the instructions, smiled and said, The nurses at the hospital taught me. Not only do I add water first, but it has to be 40 degrees Celsius. As a new father, he shared his parenting experience. Xia Xinjue spoke fluently. To avoid creating bubbles, you can only gently shake the milk powder after pouring it in. Test the temperature with the back of your hand after it's completely dissolved to avoid scalding the baby. It's actually very simple. You get the hang of it after a few tries. He then quickly demonstrated for Xia Tu, completely forgetting that he was facing a powerful S-rank sentinel. Xia Tu's eyes flickered slightly as he learned very attentively. Chapter 394. Xia Xinjue skillfully prepared the formula, tested the temperature, and quickly went upstairs to feed his daughter. After he went up, the baby's crying soon ceased. Xia Tu didn't want to follow, so he got up and went to the dining room. He stood alone by the window. The dining room was located to the left of the living room, half of it incorporated into the interior, and the other half an open terrace, sheltered from the wind and rain by a glass door, facing the tall sycamore trees in the backyard. Song Liang's sister knew how to enjoy life. The yard was filled with flowers and greenery whose names she didn't know. The fragrance of flowers could be smelled as soon as the window was opened. On the terrace next to the kitchen, there were scallions planted in flower pots, within easy reach of the kitchen window. Song Liang came out of the kitchen carrying plates in both hands, not treating his captain as an outsider, and called out towards the stairs, Dinner's ready. There was a sound from upstairs. Yun Zhao and his family of 3 appeared in the stairwell. The little bluebird perched on her shoulder, its head held high with haughty arrogance, glancing at the human cub in Xia Xinjue's arms. The baby, having eaten and drunk its fill, stared at its father with wide, round eyes. Xia Xinjue lowered his head, smiling as he teased his daughter in his arms, making strange noises. Ah, a strange sentinel. Xia Tu's gaze followed this scene. Suddenly, he wondered what it felt like to hold such a tiny human cub in one's arms. Yun Zhao was still talking to Song Qing when she suddenly sensed a ripple in Xia Tu's mental landscape, as if something had touched it. She looked up, her eyes filled with deep confusion. The inner city was safe. Besides the baby's milky scent, there were no other pungent smells at Song Liang's house. His mental barrier had already been established. This little bit of milky scent shouldn't cause a disturbance in his domain. Yun Zhao asked with her eyes. Xia Tu knew she was concerned about him, and his heart warmed. He walked up to her and whispered, I'm fine. Captain Xia, Guide Yun, come and sit down, the food will get cold. Song Qing called out. Xia Xinjue carefully placed her daughter in the cradle and carried it to the dining room. She felt she was neglecting the guests. Sorry, the baby's a little fussy, Xia Xinjue said somewhat apologetically. Xia Tu snapped out of his thoughts. The child is too young. It's normal for her to be fussy. Yun Xiao also nodded in agreement. She didn't feel neglected. In fact, the excessive attention made her feel uncomfortable. What are you all standing there for? Sit down and chat while you eat. Song Liang urged everyone to come over. The captain, because of his overly acute senses, was the only teammate who had never visited his home. Song Liang never treated his teammates as outsiders. They had all been through thick and thin together. They were like family. Captain, want some wine? Song Liang turned and asked. My brother-in-law is still recovering. He can't drink. If you want some, I have some with you. Yun Xiao stiffened for a moment, then pulled Xia Tu's arm to sit down. Without thinking much, he replied for him. He doesn't drink. He has to drive later. What if he embarrasses himself at someone else's house with his low alcohol tolerance? Xia Tu didn't explain, letting Yun Xiao make the decision for him. Song Qing's gaze shifted between the two, looking at them with surprise, as if discovering a new continent, and she smiled. Right, drink less wine, have some soup. The table was already full of sumptuous dishes. Everyone ate and chatted. The topics were mostly about the base's plans for this year. From the launch site under construction outside, to the Twin Towers planned. Yun Xiao didn't interrupt, eating his food and listening quietly. She ate quickly, but the food in her bowl kept piling up. The man beside her chatted, constantly adding meat to her plate. Halfway through the meal, the baby, restless in her cradle, started crying again. Xia Xinjue got up and took his daughter into his arms, carefully cradling the child while using his other hand to pick up food, his movements practiced as if he had rehearsed countless times. The baby immediately stopped crying when held by her father, waving her little hands and making cute ee sounds. Xia Tu noticed the baby staring at him curiously, paused, unsure how to amuse the child. He couldn't get her to make those strange sounds like Xia Xinjue's. Would you like to hold the baby? Song Qing noticed and suggested with a smile. Xia Tu looked away, got up to serve Yun Xiao soup. No thank you. Babies are too fragile. He was afraid of hurting the child if he didn't control his strength. Song Liang looked strange, continuing to eat. She felt the captain was acting strangely today, but he and Yun Xiao seemed to be getting along well, and they didn't look like they argued. She couldn't figure out why for the moment. Yun Xiao also found it odd. She took the soup bowl and subconsciously glanced at him. But Xia Tu didn't say anything, and instead gave her a small soup spoon and placed it beside the bowl. It was already dark when they finished their meal. Team Zero had training tomorrow. Yun Xiao sat for a while, then said goodbye. Song Qing didn't try to stop her. She took out 2 bags and gave them to Yun Xiao. A small thank you gift. It's jam I made with fruit. Take it home and try it. The other one is something old Liang sent. Xia Xinjue, holding his daughter, stood up and added, Old Liang told us to make sure to give it to you. He had something to do today, and couldn't come in person, so he thanked you another day. Yun Xiao, somewhat immune to such talk, took the bag. Thank you. Come visit again next time you're back, Song Qing said gently. May you both be safe. Yun Xiao nodded and waved. We be going now. Song Liang personally saw them to the car. The car drove into the night, the lights of the base in the distance twinkling like stars. Their cozy little home behind them gradually disappeared into the distance, hidden in an outline. The car drove out of the residential area. Yun Xiao couldn't help but ask Xia Tu, what were you thinking about before dinner? The faint connection brought about by their deep union made her sense movement immediately. How could there be ripples in her mental realm for no reason? Xia Tu, one hand on the steering wheel, reached out and ruffled her hair with the other, replying, thinking about this kind of life, it's so happy. The car stopped downstairs on East 3rd Street. Yun Xiao was still thinking about his words. Is it happiness? A simple life is something that's hard to come by in this era. Ordinary people struggle to make ends meet, unable to afford such houses or lavish meals. The sentries and guides seem to be doing well, but they face constant danger. Who knows when this peaceful life will be shattered? Yun Xiao sighed, picked up the gift bag, and got out of the car. Xia Tu followed her until he saw her into the apartment building elevator before returning to the car. This morning, he had contacted the logistics department to renovate the house. He planned to add a back door leading to the open-air kitchen, and 2 more windows on the 2nd floor. However, the soundproof walls made of a special material are different from ordinary walls. Making windows and doors in them is extremely difficult. The logistics department worked all day, only managing to cut a few rectangular holes in 2 walls. Now the walls are dilapidated and drafty. He temporarily abandoned his plan to bring someone home. She hadn't been resting well. It's better to wait until the house is finished. Sia2 drove out of the base, lost in thought. Just then, his communicator vibrated slightly, receiving 2 messages from Minister Duan. The residence in the valley was meticulously and painstakingly built by the base to stabilize his mental state. He's changing it so easily now. Minister Duan must have received the message. Minister Duan, you're messing around with renovations for no reason. You're trying to piss me off. If you're interested, just tell her directly. Don't just think about living together without giving her any recognition. Minister Duan, what did you say when I asked you that day? You said you respected her opinion, but then you turned around and did these little things. It was indeed a message scolding him. Sia2 seemed used to it, only replying, then please talk to her again, Minister, and ask her to give me a title sooner. This was a direct admission of his feelings. Minister Duan's burning anger abruptly stopped, and he suddenly went silent. Chapter 395. Afterwards, training continued as usual. Yuan Zhao attended knowledge classes with Qi Ling every morning, and in the afternoons, her teammates accompanied her to train her physical fitness and reaction skills. The fulfilling life passed quickly. Sia2 worked tirelessly for over 10 days at the training ground next door, finally completing 2 frames. The little bluebird personally supervised the construction every day, witnessing firsthand how the wood, under the carpenter's hands, gradually transformed into uniquely shaped frames. The little bluebird watched the finished product unfold step by step, filled with a sense of accomplishment. Beautiful. These are the frames I supervised. A new type of tall bird frame, fully functional, with many ways to play. 8 tiers crafted from pure Paulownia wood, each tier has different toys and play equipment. Almost a one-to-one replica of the design drawings. The little bluebird flew to the 5th tier, extending a claw to gently touch the miniature harp on it, the strings producing a melodious sound. It found it fun and loved it immensely. But there wasn't enough room at home. This shelf is too tall and too big. It won't fit in my main body's small home. Sia2 bent down to gather the tools on the ground, listening to Huafeng's translation, and casually said, then we can only put it in my house for now. Huafeng excitedly chimed in, put it in my house is your house. It's rare for a human and a spiritual entity to be on the same side. The little bluebird let out a laugh, but really couldn't bear to part with the new shelf. After hesitating for a long time, it flew back to the training room to find its main body. Yuan Zhao said quietly, it really can only be put in his house. Who can blame her when his house is so big? It won't fit in her own house, and it won't fit in the training ground either. The wind and sun will easily damage the shelf. Yuan Zhao knew perfectly well that he was doing this on purpose. They deliberately made the bird perch so luxurious and large. The little bluebird had no choice but to settle for second best. They have the carpenter make a smaller one for our house. That way, it can play on both sides. Yuan Zhao, he doesn't have time. We're going on a mission in a couple of days, and we're going to see Dad, right? We'd be away for a long time, so even if it's finished, you won't be able to play. They have the carpenter make it on the way. Yuan Zhao then realized, isn't he the cook? How did he become a carpenter? Cook plus carpenter. Yuan Zhao didn't know what to say, so she could only agree, I'd talk to him later. But he probably wouldn't have time to make it until they had some free time on the way back. The departure date was fast approaching. Team 0 received a message from Fu Heng the day before. Their team had already departed. The Dawn base is located in Zhejiang, closer to contaminated Zone 320 than Team 0's. Fu Qian said, I plan to go to the encampment ahead of time to clear out the surrounding mutants and scout the environment. There are no refuge camps there. The number of sentry posts is also limited. According to the environmental data monitored, mutants frequently appear in groups along the route. Fu Qian wanted to clear the area as soon as possible, to avoid delaying their entry. Sia2 expressed his gratitude but didn't disrupt his own schedule, methodically arranging various matters. He waited until the last day of training was completed. As usual, rest at home tomorrow, and report to the operations department on time the day after. Understood? On the day of rest, Yuan Zhao invited Bai Yu to go shopping in the inner city to pick out birthday gifts for Rabbit and Duanqi. She notified Tao Haohao and Song Liang in advance, to avoid making everyone else feel awkward if she was the only one bringing a gift. However, Yuan Zhao wasn't very good at shopping. She didn't know what the sentries liked, and after asking Tao Haohao and Song Liang, they were also worried about it. In previous years, we always bought meat and ate, and drank to our heart's content. That's not right either. Last year, on Duanqi's birthday, the captain was busy and just gave him a few hundred points to get rid of him. We have to spend this year in the contaminated zone, right? What if things get bad inside? Where will we buy meat? Tao Haohao was even more concerned about eating meat than Yun Xiao. Yun Xiao could only figure out a solution herself, so she asked Bai Yu for help. The little bluebird wasn't around today. It was really enjoying the new bird perch Xie had made. Thinking about going out to find its father tomorrow, and not being able to play for a long time, the little bluebird couldn't resist, and was tricked by the fire phoenix into going to its house to play. Xietu's house had just been renovated. After about 10 days of work, the doors and windows were finally installed. The light inside the house immediately became bright. The little bluebird, however, paid no heed to these changes, preoccupied only with playing on its perch. Xietu had cleared out half of the first floor, creating a fenced-off area near the window. Inside the fence, he placed the 2 phoenix perches and various toys. The toys were bought by Yun Xiao, who also bought a rug. But Xietu hadn't laid it down yet. He didn't know how long he'd be gone, and the house wouldn't be cleaned. Laying down the rug would mean washing it again when he returned, so it was better to do it later. His days off were too leisurely. Xietu sat on the newly bought soft sofa on the first floor, watching the 2 phoenixes play. The little bluebird was quite domineering, not allowing the phoenixes to touch its perch. Instead, it would occasionally navigate the maze on the first floor to play on the phoenix's perch. Fire Phoenix, on the other hand, seemed quite happy. She showed no sign of being upset. Xietu felt a mix of emotions. He was already used to this way of interacting between the 2 spiritual beings. He knew she was shopping with Bai Yu. Having nothing to do by himself, Xietu went for a walk in the valley, picking some edible mushrooms and fungi. He planned to make chicken stew with mushrooms that evening. He patiently waited until 3 in the afternoon. He observed that the little bluebird seemed to sense something, and showed signs of wanting to leave. Xietu raised his wrist, preparing to dial a number. But his communicator rang first. He saw the name on the screen. Xietu smiled unconsciously, answered the phone, and said gently, "Finished shopping?" "Yes." Yun Xiao had just parted ways with Bai Yu, carrying her birthday presents, and boarded the bus. She said, "I want to buy a car at the trading center, but I don't know how to choose." "Xietu, what do you need a car for?" "Yun Xiao, to drive 2 cars out tomorrow." Xietu immediately understood. She wanted to find Yunju, but didn't want to trouble her teammates. He was silent for a moment, then said, "No need to buy a car, use the base's small military vehicles. They're more durable than the ordinary off-road vehicles at the trading center." Yun Xiao suddenly realized, "Can we drive the cars out?" Xietu, "Yes, and you don't need 2 cars. The small military vehicles can be given to the reinforcements." The reinforcements would be accompanying her on this mission. Yun Xiao thought for a moment, "But I plan to take a lot of supplies with me. It wouldn't be good to trouble others." She needed to bring enough gasoline. Since it was her personal matter, she didn't plan to ask the logistics department for supplies. She thought she could buy them herself using her points in the outer city. "I also brought food and supplies and a tent. Conditions outside are tough, so it's good to have extra things just in case." Although Yun Xiao was going to find her father, she didn't want to suffer. Xietu agreed, getting up to leave. "I come back now, and see what else I need to buy." She might not be able to manage alone. Yun Xiao replied, "Okay." The 2 phoenixes, happily playing on the trampoline, didn't react at all when they saw him leaving. Chapter 396. Xietu drove into the city. He quickly spotted her at a bus stop. Yun Xiao wore a green short-sleeved shirt and loose-fitting beige trousers, which made her skin appear even whiter, giving her a fresh and comfortable look. She hadn't tied her hair up today. Her dark hair was casually draped over her shoulders. She stood there quietly. A gentle breeze blew, causing stray hairs to flutter around her ears, revealing her delicate earlobes. This attracted frequent glances from passers-by. Not far away, a 7-member base patrol team had been standing there with her for an unknown amount of time. The trading center was opposite the stop where the guide had gotten off. There were many people coming and going here. Most of them were dressed in drab clothes. Some were newly arrived sentries rushing to replenish their supplies at the Dawn base, while others were search teams returning with their loot. She stood there waiting for someone. Even without considering her appearance, her clean clothes and fair complexion were enough to attract attention. The patrol team, fearing some clueless individual might cause trouble, diligently stood guard a short distance away. Xietu noticed the gazes around him. He recalled how she and Little Bluebird, as children, seemed to hate being stared at. Xia rolled down the car window and honked the horn. Yuan Zhao heard the sound, looked up, and jogged over to get in the car. We go to the trading market to buy gasoline first, then drive to the inner-city warehouse to get food. Yuan Zhao told him her plan as she got in the car. Xia, however, didn't want her to go in. There are too many people inside. You wait in the car, I'll be out soon. The trading center was completely different from the farmer's market. Most of those trading here were sentries. Weapons, vehicles, gasoline, medical supplies, technological products, and inhibitors were sold here, as well as intelligence trading and private jobs like modification work. To facilitate visiting sentries, the base had set up some official shops. However, most transactions were conducted privately. It's possible that there are gray market industries undetected by the base. Yuan Zhao quickly understood his intention. She had researched the situation before coming to the base, otherwise she wouldn't have called him in advance. Okay, I wait for you in the car. Xia nodded, got out of the car, greeted the patrol team nearby, and asked them to stay there temporarily before entering the trading market. This was also his first time at the trading center. Previously, due to his heightened senses, he almost always avoided noisy, crowded places. Xia didn't look around much. Once inside, he quickly found the gasoline stall. Located inside the trading center, it was a small gas station set up by the base. Actually, you could also refuel at the various sentry posts outside. However, the distances between the sentry posts were too far, and he was worried about running out of gas before reaching the next post. Xia didn't ask the price and bought 20 cans of gasoline. The trading center doesn't offer free delivery unless you pay extra. After paying with his points, he wrote down the address, deliver it here by tomorrow morning. The staff member glanced at it. The address read, Inner City Operations Department Building. The staff member felt incredibly awkward, looking up at him, then back down at the address on the slip of paper. He suspiciously checked it several times. The Operations Department supplies are provided free of charge by the Logistics Department. You, a sentry from the Operations Department, come to the outer city to buy gasoline and ask it to be delivered to the Operations Department. Have too many points to spend, although the staff member didn't know him, who would randomly fill in the Operations Department's address? Of course, it can only be someone from the Operations Department. Remember to deliver it on time. Just give it to the soldier on duty to sign for it. Xia explained clearly before turning to leave. No one dared to tamper with the Operations Department supplies. He couldn't possibly open and inspect every barrel of oil. This method ensured the purchase was as accurate as possible. Xia went to another area and bought a first aid kit and various common medications. He quickly came out after finishing. Yuan Zhao didn't ask where the gasoline was. She knew he wouldn't make mistakes. Now go to the inner city warehouse and get some daily necessities and bottled water. Yuan Zhao took out a list and said, we also need a toolbox and a spare tire for the military truck. When traveling, it's always good to be prepared for unexpected events. Yuan Zhao had considered everything carefully. The military truck wasn't as good as the Zero Team's vehicles. If it broke down or got a flat tire on the road, at least they could change it themselves. Okay. Xia naturally obeyed. She might lack practical skills, but she was always calm and thorough in her thinking. The two arrived at the logistics department first. They went inside, drove away in a small military vehicle, took a set of tools, and some replacement parts and equipment, plus 2 spare tires. The logistics department staff didn't dare stop them. They simply listed the items, and Captain Xia signed off on them. I park my car in front of your building for now, and come back later to pick it up, Xia said, leading Yuan Zhao to the logistics department's warehouse. Those supplies were from contaminated zone number 88. Now the warehouse was more than half empty. Especially the food items. Consumption was high during the Lunar New Year, with dozens of boxes being moved each time, and now there was almost nothing left. But they managed to finish it before the expiration date. Yuan Zhao felt relieved. It was good that nothing was wasted. They restocked next time they found a good contaminated area. The two didn't chat and started moving things. Yuan Zhao picked out the lighter items according to her list. Xia was responsible for moving the heavier supplies, like bottled water and canned goods. The two carried the items to the truck, trip after trip, until it was more than half full. They had to leave room for 20 cans of gasoline. Shall we park the truck at the operations department? Yuan Zhao dusted off her hands. Xia picked up a bottle of water, unscrewed the cap, and held it to her lips. Yeah, you don't need to drive back and forth tomorrow morning. You can leave directly after the meeting. Yuan Zhao took a couple of sips of water, blinked, and asked, can I drive tomorrow? At the base, everyone said the mountain roads were difficult to navigate and wouldn't let them drive. In the contaminated area, they said it was too dangerous and wouldn't let them drive. She learned to drive, but hadn't touched a steering wheel yet. What a pity. Sia2, feeling a bit overwhelmed by her bright, almond-shaped eyes, relented. I drive the mountain road ahead. You can drive once we're out of the mountains. It's a deal. Yuan Zhao, her wish fulfilled, visibly fluttered with excitement. Sia2 chuckled softly. The two drove the small military vehicle into the operations department's courtyard. Yuan Zhao spotted Cheng Dongshu and waved to him. Cheng Dongshu was on duty, standing ramrod straight, and quietly nodded in response. Sia2 greeted the duty officer's team leader. Someone might be delivering gasoline tonight. Please sign for it. The team leader, though finding it odd, didn't ask further and nodded in agreement. Now they had no vehicle. Sia2 and Yuan Zhao had to walk to the logistics department to retrieve their armored vehicle. Fortunately, the journey wasn't far. As Yuan Zhao walked, he looked down at the list: tent, sleeping bag, spare batteries, multi-fuel. Check if you've forgotten anything? Chapter 397. Sia2 took the order. He understood her eagerness to find her biological father. But the immediate priority was the mission in contaminated Zone 320. Fearing she might be too anxious and neglect the mission, Sia2 said, "No rush. Finding him is something to do after the mission is complete. Anything you need can be replenished at the outpost." He paused after speaking. He meant to remind her to adjust her mindset, but his words came out as reassurance. Yuan Zhao, unaware of his inner thoughts, nodded. "That's true. The outpost should have other supplies." Outposts provided convenience for convoys along the way. Lodging and civilian necessities were readily available. Besides, there might be supplies in the contaminated zone. Sia2 rubbed his temples helplessly, walked to the armored vehicle, and opened the door. Yuan Zhao sat inside, leaned back in her seat, and closed her eyes to rest. She spent the morning shopping with Bai Yu, and the afternoon had been spent running around, including just moving things from the warehouse. She was a little tired and wanted to go home and lie down. Sia2 started the car, turned his head, and his gaze fell on her face. He didn't say anything else. "That chicken stew with mushrooms. Take it with you on the road." The next day, as usual, the pre-battle deployment meeting was held. In the morning, the entire Zero team changed into their combat uniforms and appeared on time in the main conference room. Qi Ling didn't sit alone this time. Instead, Tao Haohao pulled her to sit with everyone. "Why sit so far away? We're on the same team. We should sit together," Tao Haohao said casually. Duanqi agreed. "Exactly. People on the same team should act together." His cloak was made of a special material, and his exposed hands were still covered with black gloves. The physical contact was limited to touching clothes. Tao Haohao didn't think much of it. Besides, Yuan Zhao was there. The brief contact with the dark matter was limited. Nothing serious would happen. Qi Ling was somewhat moved, but unsure what to say. He let Tao Haohao pull him down to sit. Yuan Zhao sat next to Sia2 in the middle, glancing up at Qi Ling. She attended knowledge classes with Qi Ling every day, and could sense that as the mission approached, Qi Ling had visibly become more cheerful. He seemed to really like the contaminated zone. The meeting officially began. Yuan Zhao was already familiar with these procedures, so she focused her thoughts and looked intently at the large screen in front of her. On the white screen in the center, data for contaminated Zone 320 was displayed. Base Chief Shen, as usual, went on stage and gave some official remarks, followed by explanations of the latest data from the intelligence and calculation teams. Minister Duan, however, was different this time. His words were less forceful than usual. The mission objective did not include killing the gatekeeper. Yuan Zhao's eyes flickered, her gaze sweeping over the smiling base commander, Shen, and then over the tall, resolute-faced Minister Han sitting beside him. The sentinel senses were incredibly sharp. The moment Yuan Zhao looked over, Minister Han noticed, pausing briefly when their eyes met before nodding in acknowledgement. Yuan Zhao politely nodded in response, naturally shifting her gaze away. This, it seemed, was the first time she had ever met Minister Han face to face. This burly, middle-aged sentinel was a descendant of Han Dideo. Yuan Zhao had hesitated, wondering whether to tell Minister Han the information. But then she thought, if Han Dideo truly existed in contaminated Zone 320, he certainly wouldn't want his descendants to know this. With their obsession shattered, the gatekeepers may perish. Based on the Zero Team's operations in contaminated Zones 111 and 320, the base's higher-ups have shown no reaction. This indicates that these descendants are unaware of their ancestors' burial grounds. The red-crowned crane and her companions may have left fragments of information for their descendants, but they would never reveal their plans. They didn't want to tarnish their majestic image in the eyes of the world. They didn't want humanity to lose hope. They chose to bury themselves in darkness. After the meeting, the Zero team, as usual, checked their equipment, collected supplies, and prepared for departure. "Captain, why are we using 2 vehicles this time?" Rabbit asked, somewhat bewildered. Where did this small military vehicle, fully loaded with supplies, come from? Siet-2 was inspecting the vehicle, simply stating, "We have too much stuff to fit in all the cargo, so we're just preparing an extra vehicle for storage. The focus should be on the mission." Besides, this was Yun Zhao's personal matter, and Siet-2 didn't want to say too much and affect the team members. "Oh!" The rabbit didn't quite understand, but it respected. Duanqi pointed to the armored vehicle and interjected, "Don't we have a winch on the back of our vehicle? We can just tow this one." Yun Zhao turned her head upon hearing this, her expression somewhat serious. No need. She wanted to drive. Duanqi was speechless at her righteous indignation. What was with that expectant look in her eyes? Song Liang was moving ammunition boxes. After shoving the boxes onto the vehicle, he clapped his hands, speaking up for Yun Zhao. "The road ahead is all mountain roads. If we tow it, the vehicle behind will definitely fly off the road when we turn a corner. The vehicle would be fine if towed by the winch, but the supplies inside would definitely be destroyed. Especially since there were so many gasoline cans inside." Duanqi thought about it and agreed, then asked the most crucial question, "Who's driving?" Siet-2 replied calmly, "Me." "Okay." Team Zero quickly divided into groups. The others were in armored vehicles, while the captain and Yun Zhao drove smaller military vehicles. As for Qi Ling, he had already climbed onto the roof of a vehicle and was squatting there, waiting to depart. Yun Zhao, like him, couldn't offer much help and had already gotten into the vehicle and settled in. After completing all the final checks, Siet-2 strode towards the vehicle, opened the door, and tilted his head to sit in the driver's seat. "Let's go!" The door to the special mission passage slowly opened. Armored vehicles led the way, followed closely by military vehicles. Soon, they met up with the fully equipped reinforcements outside the base. With the commander's order, vehicles started up one after another, the roar of engines mingling together. The mountains rose and fell, the forests ablaze with autumn colors. A long convoy of military vehicles wound its way through the mountains, wheels rolling and dust billowing, a truly magnificent sight. "Should we tell Fu Heng?" Yun Zhao asked, gazing out the window. Siet-2, driving, replied, "I already sent a message, but haven't received a reply. She probably has no signal." Outside, the world was a scene of utter ruin. Each signal tower represented a sentry post. Within a radius of several hundred miles around Highway 320, there were only 2 sentry posts. Being outside their coverage area, it was normal for there to be no signal. Knowing there might be no signal there, Yun Zhao raised her wrist and tapped on her communicator. "Then I download some data first." Perhaps it was a matter of habit, she actually preferred the traditional method of paper records. Using electronic devices always made her feel insecure. Without signal and power, so-called electronic technology was just a pile of junk. The Dark Apocalypse was the best proof of this. Once humanity's energy supply was cut off, all the achievements of centuries of human development could be destroyed. Chapter 398. The convoy quickly drove out of the mountains. Upon reaching the plains, the view suddenly opened up, but what met the eye was a desolate, lifeless landscape. The remaining road cracks crisscrossed like jagged scars, winding into the distance. Occasionally, a few dead trees could be seen, their branches twisted, like hands reaching for the sky in despair. The sentries were long accustomed to this. The world had been like this since their birth. No one found it surprising. Yun Zhao finished downloading the data and maps and, while there was still a signal, started browsing the forum. In the past few days, people from outside had been purchasing equipment, authenticating, and logging into the Sentry forum. Everyone could clearly feel the download numbers for official training posts and knowledge-sharing posts skyrocketing. But these people rarely posted, remaining quiet observers. The few requests for help that did appear were mostly common questions. These posts usually had a points system. Once an answer was adopted, points were earned, which could be redeemed offline. The senior sentinels were all eager to speak. In contrast, the guide section was very quiet. The guides were reserved, unlike the more carefree sentinels, who quickly started joking around. The few dozen posts discussed mostly clinic-related matters. It was a very formal exchange. Yun Zhao scrolled for a while, and found it boring. "We still have 4 or 5 days on the road. Why don't we take a nap?" Xie said to her as he drove. Yuan Zhao shook her head. I'm not sleepy. How about some strawberries? Xie propped himself up on one side of the steering wheel, reached for the trunk in the back with one hand, and opened it. Inside was a trunk full of strawberries. I tried a few. They might not be as sweet as the ones sold in the shopping mall, Xie said. Yuan Zhao instantly understood, looking up at him. You picked all the strawberries in the yard? He chuckled softly. Yeah, I might be gone for a long time this time. It would be a waste not to pick them. After half a month of his careful tending, the originally whitish strawberries had turned a vibrant, juicy red. Fresh fruit doesn't keep for long. That's why he hadn't picked them the past few days, wanting them to grow sweeter, and thus it was time to leave. I already washed them. You eat some first, then take them to the others later, and put the rest in the car refrigerator for you to eat on the road. Yuan Zhao didn't know what to say. Why didn't you call me when you picked the strawberries? She actually wanted to experience the fun of picking them herself. Xie gazed at the road ahead and said directly, I didn't mention it yesterday because you looked so tired. He paused. We plant another batch of watermelons when we get back, and I take you to pick some if you want. Yuan Zhao imagined the scene and nodded. Okay. She thought to herself, if she found her father, she'd treat him to watermelon. Because it was a joint mission, and the other team had already set off, they couldn't linger on the road for too long. They needed to reach the meeting point as soon as possible. So the convoy didn't stop until lunchtime. Yuan Zhao ate strawberries, and took out a bunch of snacks from her bag for lunch. Xie couldn't drive easily, so she prepared the food for him. That evening, the convoy arrived at outpost number 30 after dark, rested for the night, and continued their journey the next day. They had been traveling non-stop on the road. Yuan Zhao waited until now before finally saying, Can I drive tomorrow? The military vehicles were sandwiched in the middle of the convoy. Stopping would delay everyone's progress. She couldn't say anything halfway through. But he had promised. Xie bent down to take the mushrooms off the car, intending to make chicken stew with mushrooms for dinner, so of course he wouldn't refuse. Okay, you can drive tomorrow. Yuan Zhao felt relieved, and went to find her teammates ahead, to help them remove the barrier. The next morning after departure, Yuan Zhao finally got her hands on the car. The members of Team Zero sat in the lead armored off-road vehicle, occasionally turning their heads to check the situation behind them. The rear of the car has been hit 2 or 3 times. Why isn't the captain replacing the driver? Tao Hao said thankfully, luckily, our car is durable. It's okay after a few hits. Qi Ling, sitting on the roof, muttered, back in our day, this would be called a traffic accident. A rear-end collision. Quick, quick, Lao Song, step on the gas. It's going to crash again. Duanqi noticed the car behind suddenly accelerating and quickly reported. Song Liang immediately stepped on the gas to create distance. Reacting quickly, they avoided the collision. Fortunately, they were in the lead car, and there were no other vehicles blocking their way. Why did Yuan Zhao suddenly accelerate again? Tao Hao, is she playing whack-a-mole, making it impossible for us to predict which pedal she step on next? Rabbit hesitated for a moment, then said against his conscience, I think Sister Yuan Zhao is driving quite well. After all, it's her first time driving. Maybe she's just mistaking the accelerator for the brake. Duanqi's eyes widened. Wang Jiayu, don't you feel guilty saying that? Sister Yuan Zhao needs more encouragement. We're all teammates. What's wrong with me praising her? Rabbit said matter-of-factly. Is this how you encourage someone? Otherwise? You can't just indulge her. You have to point out her problems in time, so that Yuan Zhao can improve. How could I be so indulgent? Isn't the captain the most indulgent? Their daily arguments were commonplace, something everyone was used to. Backstage, Yuan Zhao pursed her lips, her hands gripping the steering wheel tightly, explaining again about the sudden acceleration. I haven't learned to drive this car before. Small military vehicles and armored off-road vehicles are very different. She had always driven armored vehicles when she learned to drive. And the full name of an armored vehicle is a heavy armored off-road vehicle. It was a heavily modified vehicle, with a steering wheel, accelerator, and brakes all heavier than ordinary vehicles. Small military vehicles are too sensitive. She wasn't used to it, and accidentally pressed too hard. It's because the accelerator is too sensitive. Yuan Zhao argued. Xie, sitting in the passenger seat, kept his eyes fixed on her feet, maintaining a calm expression. It's okay, take it slow. Consider it training the reaction speed of the teammates in front. Yuan Zhao nodded, not daring to look around, concentrating on driving. At this moment, 2 spirit entities emerged, one after the other. The little bluebird hopped onto her head, its expression arrogant and overbearing. Ah, a bunch of useless entries, You managed to bump into their car 3 times. How can you blame others? Yuan Zhao couldn't help but defend her teammates ahead. It was my fault for not controlling my strength properly. It was too sudden. Her teammates had no idea that she and the captain were behind them. The little bluebird didn't care about that. They're just stupid, they couldn't even react in time. Fire Phoenix chimed in, right. They're stupid. Step on the gas. Xie reminded her. Perhaps she was traumatized, she drove slower and slower. If she didn't speed up, it would affect the speed of the reinforcements behind her. Yuan Zhao, however, wasn't bothered and stepped on the gas. Okay. Duanqi, acting as a scout ahead, immediately noticed the anomaly. Duanqi shouted, here we go again. Old song, speed up. The little bluebird raised its head and let out a mocking laugh. Ah, foolish sentry. Chapter 399. The open field of vision and lack of cover made it a hunting ground for the mutants. The further they drove, the more mutants appeared along the way. Some resembled twisted beasts, or were hybrids of humans and plants, suddenly chasing after the convoy. Their roars echoed across the desolate wilderness, sending chills down their spines. The armored vehicle at the front made occasional noises. Bullets pierced the bodies of the mutants, producing dull thuds. Later, Rabbit and Tao Hao climbed onto the roofs of the vehicles to clear out the monsters ahead. Meanwhile, Xie was driving the military vehicles again. 5 days later, the convoy safely arrived at Route 320. 5 kilometers from the contaminated zone. The Dawn Camp's temporary camp was set up on a relatively flat open area. A simple protective fence was erected around the camp, with military tents neatly arranged and bearing the Dawn base's insignia. The roar of the cars had already alerted everyone. When the convoy came into view, Fu Yan, dressed in a crisp combat uniform, and her team were already waiting outside. The entire Zero team disembarked. The 2 teams successfully rendezvoused. Yuan Zhao and Xie lagged 2 steps behind. As soon as they stepped out of the car, waves of heat hit them. The south was hotter than the southwest. After experiencing the dark apocalypse, global temperatures were unbalanced. It was only early April, and the temperature was already over 30 degrees Celsius. Yuan Zhao was more sensitive to the heat than the cold, and could endure it for the time being. She looked up and saw uniformed sentries on the perimeter, and 6 people standing in front of the temporary camp entrance. In Fu Yan's team, a new face had appeared. A pale-faced young man, slender and with a refined appearance, stood inconspicuously behind Zhu Yu. The sentries naturally saw them too. But since Fu Heng didn't introduce them, everyone pretended not to know and greeted them familiarly. We meet again so soon. They were all old acquaintances, so there was no need for formalities. Song Liang asked, how many days have you been here? Lin Yu held up 4 fingers. 4 days. There's no signal here. If you hadn't come soon, the captain was planning to drive to Sentry Post 315 to contact you. Fu Heng nodded to Yuan Zhao and Xie. Let's go inside and talk. The group entered the temporary camp. Not far behind them, rows of military vehicles were neatly parked. After the reinforcements from Dawn Base got out, they quickly began setting up their own camp. Let me introduce you. Fu Heng walked over, pointing to the slender young man. New member, Chu Xingzhou, A-level guide. His spiritual form is a Sika deer. Chu Xingzhou smiled warmly at the Zero team. Hello everyone, please guide me. Hello. Xie nodded slightly, not surprised. Sentinels and guides are very easy to distinguish. Chu Xingzhou's presence in Fu Heng's team already said it all. Yuan Zhao blinked. Guides have been confined to the base for decades. Finally, another guide has left. This is a good thing. Everyone's choices are different. People are inherently multifaceted. Some are willing to follow orders and stay in the base their whole lives, while others are eager to change the world, willing to make sacrifices, to stand up and shed blood. The base shouldn't completely ignore individual will. Yuan Zhao thought of Baiyu. Today is April 4th. Baiyu is going to visit the Dawn base on the 20th of this month. I wonder if Baiyu will change her mind after she comes out and sees the devastated world outside. We surveyed the surrounding terrain. We're northeast of the contaminated zone, separated by a river. Nanjing is on the other side. Fu Yan explained the situation to Xie in a business-like tone. Chu Xingzhou, perhaps unfamiliar with everyone, remained silent after greeting them, walking quietly beside the captain and listening to their casual conversation. Behind them, Lin Yu, holding Rabbit's hand, quietly told them about Chu Xingzhou joining the team. Yuan Zhao deliberately lagged 2 steps behind to listen. This all started with Guide Yuan. Since Team Zero acquired a guide, the sentries felt safe using their abilities in the contaminated zone, with a guide always there to help guide them. The team's combat effectiveness increased significantly. They eliminated several gatekeepers in succession. Upon learning this, Fu Yin was itching to find an aggressive guide for the team. However, progress was slow. Guides were scarce, and the guides she had her eye on weren't willing to give up their peaceful lives to enter the contaminated zone. However, she found those willing to help too weak. There was only one S-rank guide, and she had already lowered her requirements, only wanting an offensive A-rank guide. That way, at least they wouldn't be a hindrance during missions. But A-rank guides were also rare. There were only a handful in the entire base. Fu Yin couldn't possibly go to other bases to poach them. The matter remained unresolved. Until recently, the Sentinel Forum was established. To obtain an accurate number of wild guides, the 4 major bases required real name registration and authentication before opening information and sharing experience with external sentinels. Chu Xingzhou arrived at the Dawn base at that time. He was detected as an A-rank guide. The Dawn base immediately began recruiting him. However, he seemed unwilling to be confined to the base, declining their offer almost without hesitation. After receiving the news, Fu Mao sent someone to investigate his background, and then personally met with him. Anyway, I don't know what the captain said to him, but he finally agreed to join our team, Lin Yu whispered to the Zero team members. The base couldn't do anything about it, because if they didn't agree, he would have run away. Rabbit gave a thumbs up. Captain Fu is awesome. As expected of an S-rank sentinel, his execution is top-notch. Captain Jiang probably won't be able to sleep, Duanqi said. Yun Zhao thought about it, and realized it was true. The other 2 S-rank teams already had accompanying guides, so Jiang Mu was forced into a more competitive environment. During the casual conversation, the group entered the tent, and the atmosphere became serious. Latest reconnaissance report on contaminated zone 320. Fu Han spread out a map. There's been no spread. It covers approximately 2,000 square kilometers, consistent with the data from the survey team. We've been staking out for 4 days, and haven't seen any mutants emerge from there. This awful weather, I wouldn't want to come out either, Tao Haohao couldn't help but say. Qi Ling hesitated. He actually wanted to say that the mutants seemed to be immune to heat, but he felt nothing at all. Chu Xingzhou had been constantly wiping away sweat since entering the tent. The tent was stuffy and hot, even hotter than outside. He wondered how the sentries endured it. He subconsciously glanced at Yun Zhao, who was also a guide. Just then, he saw Captain Xia pull a bottle of mineral water from his backpack and hand it to him. The little bluebird perched on the main body's head, muttering, "Useless guide, what are you looking at?" Chu Xingzhou, Xia too, with his keen senses, noticed his gaze and turned to look. Chu Xingzhou smiled politely. "When shall we go in?" Fu Yin asked Xia Tu for his opinion. Xia Tu looked away and replied calmly, "Let's go in after resting for a few hours." The temperature outside was too high, and the environment was harsh. The sentries weren't oblivious, they just had extraordinary endurance. Resting in the tent would only be unbearable and negatively impact their performance, so it was better to go in sooner. Yun Zhao had no objections. Whether it was the training taking effect or the dissipation of the white mist in her mental domain, she felt her body was more resilient than before. Chapter 400. The group emerged from their tents and moved to a tree to get some food. The bare trees in the inner circle of the camp offered no shade, only providing shelter because of the tent curtains. The weather was hot. No one had much of an appetite, so they ate a little something. After finishing their meal, the sentries got up to check their equipment and prepare for entering the contaminated zone. Under the tree, Yun Zhao, Qi Ling, and Chu Xingzhou. The 2 useless guides and the mutant were of no help, so they sat still under the tree. Chu Xingzhou, fanning himself with a piece of cardboard, felt the atmosphere was too quiet and broke the silence. "What's it like inside the contaminated zone?" Yun Zhao unscrewed the cap and took a sip of water, asking suspiciously, "Haven't you checked the forums?" Before the mission, Fu Heng would definitely arrange training for him and understand his abilities. "I've seen it, but I'm still a little apprehensive," Chu Xingzhou said with a wry smile. "After all, this is my first mission. The more documents I read, the less confident I become." Qi Ling deeply sympathized and interjected, "I felt the same way on my first mission, but the situation in each contaminated area is very different. Nobody knows until they go in." This was because Chu Xingzhou had joined an S-class team. Missions below 3 stars often had survivors, and the base could learn about the situation from them. S-class teams, however, mostly operated in unexplored areas. Although Qi Ling hadn't been to many contaminated areas, his training hadn't been in vain, he had learned a lot about them. "You have to overcome this yourself," Yun Zhao told him honestly. Chu Xingzhou nodded helplessly. Not far away. 2 armored vehicles had already driven onto the open ground. Tao Haohao went around to the back of the vehicles, took the rope from the winch, and hung it on Fu Heng's team's vehicle to prevent the 2 teams from getting separated after entering. Preparations complete. The 2 captains were outside negotiating with the commanders. The sentries picked up their weapons and stood by. Song Liang called to the 2 under the tree, Yun Zhao, Qi Ling, you 2 get in the vehicle and wait. Yun Zhao nodded, got up, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and walked over with Qi Ling. The 2 had just gotten into the vehicle when Xie Tu and Fu Heng returned. Fu Heng picked up her Gatling gun, looking dashing and spirited. Her cute face held a sharp aura that didn't match her appearance. She said to Chu Xingzhou, you come with me. Chu Xingzhou slung his bag over his shoulder and readily agreed, yes, Captain. The billowing gray fog was close at hand. With a muffled roar and billowing dust, 2 armored vehicles shot towards the gray fog like arrows. The sentries were on high alert. Extreme vigilance. Yun Zhao and her teammates held hands, a bluish-green glow emanating from her mind, enveloping the 2 vehicles. As with every mission, the gray fog suddenly descended, the familiar enveloping sensation obscuring their vision, only to vanish in the blink of an eye. The armored vehicles seemed to have broken through a barrier, entering another world. The surrounding scenery had undergone a dramatic transformation. The once barren plains had disappeared, replaced by... Damn! What the hell? It was Song Liang who spoke. He was driving, and the driver's seat offered the clearest view. After realizing where they were, Song Liang couldn't help but curse under his breath. Xie Tu sat in the passenger seat, squinting as he surveyed the cityscape before him. 2 cars appeared on a street in the city center. The roads were clean and tidy, lined with towering buildings, their surfaces covered in countless mirrors reflecting the pale sunlight. The building rooftops were covered with intricate gears and pipes, intersecting and turning, emitting rhythmic metallic clanging sounds, like the heartbeat of the city. A city constructed of metal and mirrors. The streets were deserted. It was eerily quiet, devoid of the city's hustle and bustle. Look at the sky! Qi Ling exclaimed from the roof of one of the cars. Everyone craned their necks, looked up, and gasped. There was no sky above. Instead, there was an inverted city, perfectly symmetrical to the city below, a mirror image. Identical building walls, identical empty roads, everything was identical. The inverted mirror city was right above them, creating a powerful sense of oppression. And that wasn't all. The mirrored walls of the 2 inverted cities reflected each other's images. Countless phantoms of cities intertwined and stretched in the mirrors, directly reflecting countless armored vehicles parked on the streets. They were as if inside a giant kaleidoscope. No matter which direction they looked from, the vehicle shadow could be seen on the walls made of mirrors. Yun Xiao pressed herself against the observation window. Both phoenixes crowded around, curiously peering out with her. The road wasn't wide, and the mirrored walls on either side were only 3 or 4 meters away from the armored vehicles. Yun Xiao's gaze fell on her reflection in the mirror, and she froze. In the mirror, she was clinging to the window wall, with 2 phoenixes of different colors standing on either side of her. This mirror can reflect spiritual entities? Xie Tu released his senses, hearing only the sounds of gears turning and metal clanging. Metal clanging? Xie Tu's expression turned cold. Duanxi. Roger. Duanxi understood and immediately released a peregrine falcon to investigate. Behind the car, a white wolf appeared simultaneously, galloping off in different directions with the peregrine falcon. Instantly, countless figures of white wolves and peregrine falcons were reflected throughout the mirrored city environment. These mirrors can reflect spiritual entities? Song Liang immediately became alert. Not only Yun Zhao, but the sentries also noticed this. Song Liang was about to speak. Xie Tu heard the approaching metallic clanging sound, and suddenly his expression changed slightly. Come back! Come back! It was Fu Qian's shout from the car behind. As soon as the words left his lips, a sudden change occurred. The 2 spiritual entities had only gone less than 20 meters. Several spiderweb-like streaks of blue light descended from the sky, instantly striking the peregrine falcon in midair, and the white wolf running on the ground. Seeing this, everyone's expression changed drastically. As the peregrine falcon was attacked, Duanxi groaned, unsteady on his feet, and slumped back into his seat. Rabbit and Tao Haohao quickly steadied him. The turn of events happened too fast. Xie Tu, almost without thinking, raised his gun and fired at the blue light. Quickly, recall the peregrine falcon. How are you? Rabbit asked anxiously. Duanxi's face turned ashen. His head throbbed with pain, rendering him speechless. He could only shake his head repeatedly, quickly withdrawing his spiritual body to check its condition. Damn it! I'm going to kill this gatekeeper. Tao Hao gritted his teeth. Yuan Zhao acted swiftly, sending spiritual threads into Duanshi's spiritual domain to attempt to heal the peregrine falcon. That power was strange. It wasn't a spiritual fluctuation, nor did it belong to dark matter. The psychological soothing effect was limited. It couldn't cure the peregrine falcon, only alleviate Duanshi's pain. Something wasn't right. If Hondadeo was the gatekeeper of Vehicle 320, it wouldn't have attacked them after seeing the red-crowned crane insignia on the vehicle. Unless... Chapter 401. Duanshi was in poor condition, barely able to support himself, his eyes revealing weakness. The danger level of contaminated Zone 320 exceeded expectations. Everyone, withdraw your spiritual forms. Xiatu's ears twitched, his face chillingly cold. He turned to Yuan Zhao and said, "Let little Bluebird go back." Yuan Zhao had never seen him with this expression before. His tone was extremely firm. Okay. She nodded in agreement. Little Bluebird was furious, cursing and refusing to go back. The peregrine falcon was its friend, and the gatekeeper had harmed its friend. Kill the gatekeeper. Yuan Zhao was about to soothe it when she suddenly heard a metallic clanging sound. Even she heard it. Qi Ling on the roof of the car also heard the noise, muttering, like the sound of robots walking. He knew it all too well. His robot was broken, permanently buried in contaminated Zone 28, never to be found again. It was indeed a robot. Xiatu forcibly retracted his fire phoenix, pushed open the passenger door, grabbed the car wall, and nimbly flipped onto the roof. I watched the way, Rabbit, get on! He couldn't send out his spiritual entity to investigate now. He could only stay put, assess the situation, and make a decision. Roger! Rabbit glanced worriedly at Duanshi, picked up her sniper rifle, and climbed onto the roof. Afterwards, the mirrored city hung overhead, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Countless familiar figures were reflected on the glass walls on both sides of the street and overhead. It was difficult to distinguish which was the real Xiatu and Rabbit. Yuan Zhao sent little Bluebird back to the spiritual realm. Hearing it was a robot, she subconsciously pursed her lips. The robot had no emotions. This meant that emotional resonance attacks were ineffective. Yuan Zhao looked out the window. Through the mirror on the wall, she could clearly see the person standing on the roof of the vehicle. Xiatu's tall figure was reflected in countless illusory light and shadow. Looking at it for a while made her a little dizzy. I think these mirrors are a bit strange. Yuan Zhao couldn't quite put her finger on what was strange, it was just her intuition. Be careful. Okay. Yes, Sister Yuan Zhao. On the armored vehicle behind. Hearing the commotion, Fu Heng, carrying a Gatling gun, and 2 team members emerged from the vehicle and stood on the roof as well. Her face was also very pale. Zhao Xinlei, like Duanshi, had suffered mental damage and were both experiencing a backlash. They had just entered, hadn't even figured out the situation, and one of their team members was inexplicably injured. Is this contaminated zone really only 4-star? They're here. Xiatu reminded everyone. Rabbit had already set up his sniper rifle, aiming at the road ahead. Yuan Zhao, take care of Duanshi. Tao Hao shouldered his weapon and went to the observation window, ready to act at any moment. The armored vehicle was running. Song Liang sat motionless in the driver's seat, vigilantly watching for any changes in his surroundings. The air was filled with a chilling atmosphere. The next second, countless dark shadows appeared on the empty street. A vast number of mechanical lifeforms surged out from all directions. These mechanical lifeforms resembled humans, their bodies covered in metal armor, their joints flashing with blue light, and they made a loud clanging sound as they moved. There are too many of them. Tao Hao couldn't help but complain. Song Liang noticed the flashing light on the robots and exclaimed, "Is that the blue light that struck the spiritual entity?" Yuan Zhao, who was using mental threads to alleviate Duanshi's pain, reacted upon hearing this. Was that light source just now energy light? These robots can actually see and harm mental entities? Probably, Song Liang said. But there was no time to discuss that now. The robots had a clear target, heading straight for the 2 armored vehicles. From the moment they entered the contaminated area, they were locked onto by the gatekeepers. Gatekeeper number 320 seemed different from the other gatekeepers. They seemed determined to exterminate all outsiders immediately. Seeing the robots getting closer and closer, Rabbit aimed at one of them and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! Bang! The crisp sound of bullets hitting metal echoed through the street, and sparks flew, tracing crimson paths against the gloomy sky. The mechanical mental entity, that was hit only staggered slightly. A coin-sized dent remained on its head. Rabbit gasped. Even more durable than our armored vehicles. Find their weakness. Fu Heng shouted. Gunfire erupted from behind. A rapid, relentless barrage of Gatling gunfire swept across the robot, targeting the blue light emanating from its joints and its chest. The metal joints creaked and groaned, but the robot remained standing. What the hell? It can't possibly be without weaknesses, can it? Even if it is, it's too late. It's about to get close. They'd barely entered before facing such a crisis. Xia stopped firing, assessed the situation, and decisively ordered, retreat first, Song Liang, break out from the south. The robot wasn't moving quickly. It didn't attack for the time being. But this thing could emit energy beams. Even the strongest sentinel couldn't withstand an attack from those beams. Shuyu jumped out of the vehicle and quickly untied the winch cable connecting the two armored vehicles. Being connected made movement difficult. Accelerating the vehicles could easily cause an accident. We clear the way. Shuyu jumped back into the vehicle and said to them. The armored vehicle behind them suddenly turned around. South was the direction they had come from. The gray fog had long since disappeared, replaced by empty streets. The number of robots on the road was relatively small compared to those ahead. A cursory glance suggested only a few dozen. Given the strength of the armored vehicles, they should be able to withstand the energy attack and break through. But the terrain here had clearly changed. Without a spiritual entity to scout ahead, where would they go after breaking through? Find a place without mirrors. Chu Xingzhou, sitting in the vehicle, spoke up at the opportune moment. Lin Yu, who was taking care of Zhao Xinlei, looked up at him in surprise. You also think there's something wrong with the mirrors? The sentry had keen hearing. They had all heard the conversation ahead. Chu Xingzhou sighed helplessly. I believe everyone would make this choice. Which team doesn't have a guide with combat capabilities? Their first mission is this dangerous. Two armored vehicles rumbled and retreated rapidly, heading straight for the robots behind them. They were getting closer to the mechanical lifeforms. Both teams were immediately subjected to a fierce attack from the robots. These robots were motionless, like cold killing machines. The mechanical gears on their arms whirred, aimed directly at the armored vehicles. Get down! Someone shouted. The next moment, energy beams struck the armored vehicles, denting several places in the walls. Everyone's nerves tightened instantly. Old song, accelerate and rush over. Damn, you think I don't want to accelerate? Our vehicle can withstand it, right? Yun Xiao's mind raced. Greenish-blue fluorescent light surged, swirling and filling the streets and alleys. However, the robot's attacks did not stop in the slightest. The barrier couldn't block the spiderweb-like blue light source. This contaminated area, it could be said, completely suppressed the abilities of an S-rank guide. Chapter 402. The armored vehicle accelerated with a roar, its tires screeching against the ground. Gunfire erupted again. Fu Yin and her team activated the heavy weapons on board. Lin Yu set up a rocket launcher, and rockets, trailing blazing flames, hurtled towards the pursuing robots. The deafening explosions were deafening. Flames shot into the sky, and several of the leading robots were instantly thrown back by the powerful impact. But these robots remained unharmed. They quickly got back up. Old Song left. Rabbit shouted from the roof of the vehicle. Song Liang reacted quickly, jerking the steering wheel and maneuvering the armored vehicle to the left, dodging the impending attack. Safe distance 10 meters. Once you enter within 10 meters of the robots, you will be attacked immediately. Xia voice came through the explosions. The robots weren't moving fast, they seemed unable to run. Energy attacks have range limitations. Song Liang, understood. Tao Hao. Support Lin Yu. Roger. Backseat. Tao Hao crouched at the observation window providing fire support, the cannon barrel protruding from the window, firing at the robots on the road ahead. Yuan Zhao crouched low, quietly lying on her seat. The armored vehicle was attacked intermittently, its body shaking violently. I was really worried their vehicle wouldn't hold up. Duanqi lay down beside her, reacting a beat slower, enduring his headache as he retorted, but there weren't any robots within 10 meters of the Peregrine Falcon just now. He was still bothered by this. The Peregrine Falcon wasn't in good condition. The little guy had never suffered such serious injuries before, feeling wronged and helpless, lying weakly in the mental realm. Duanqi was heartbroken. I just saw it, the attack came from above, Rabbit said, managing to squeeze in a moment of silence. The blue light descended from the sky. It came from an inverted city hanging in the sky. Standing on the roof of the vehicle, one could clearly see the tops of buildings suspended overhead simply by looking up. The entire inverted sky city was like a giant mirror. The two moving armored vehicles, and their shadows, were reflected. including the robots that were roaming and chasing each other in the streets. The robots in the mirror can attack? Qi Ling, huddled in a corner of the roof, subconsciously looked up at the sky, feeling a chill run down his spine. Tao Hao interjected, but it's not 10 meters away, judging by the distance. The city above us is at least 100 meters away. Rabbit, I don't know. Bang bang bang. A series of explosions rang out. The armored vehicles, machine guns, and grenade launchers fired simultaneously, and for a moment, sparks flew and smoke filled the air. Now is not the time for discussion. Let's figure out how to shake off these robots. Xie Tu had switched to a heavy weapon at some point. He gripped the gun firmly with both hands and pulled the trigger, firing at the robot's knee joint. The robot, which was walking, staggered and knelt on the ground after being hit, then slowly got up and continued the chase. These robots were indestructible. No weaknesses were found for the time being. This was the only way to delay them and maintain a distance of more than 10 meters. The sound of artillery fire continued. 2 armored vehicles broke out of the encirclement and sped through the empty streets. The slow-moving robots were left behind. Yuan Zhao heard the silence outside the vehicle and sat up straight. She looked up, seeing the armored vehicle riddled with bullet holes and dented in several places. Tao Hao, having retracted the glowing cannon, plopped down in his seat and naturally saw it too. He angrily exclaimed, "Damn it, we dismantled those robots to repair our vehicle." "Stop with the nonsense," Song Liang said. "It seems we're locked onto by the robots. We can't shake them off." The metallic clanging behind them hadn't ceased. The robots, though slow, showed no signs of fatigue, relentlessly closing in on their location. Within 10 meters, they automatically fired energy beams. A hit from them would be fatal, if not fatally wounded. Team Ambition seems to be looking for a safe haven. A safe haven? Once we're inside a building, the robots will have nowhere to run, won't they? We can't stay on the street forever. We only faced a few dozen robots, and our vehicles are already like this. If more come, our armored vehicles won't be able to hold up. Damn it, what's going on with this contaminated zone? Where's Duanxi? How's he? Everyone was concerned about their injured teammate. Yuan Zhao was checking on Duanxi's condition and quietly said, "He's alright." Mental reassurance had limited effect. It couldn't heal the peregrine falcon, but it could alleviate his mental anguish. Duanxi had slowly recovered and said weakly, "Yeah, I won't die for now." Everyone fell silent for no apparent reason. They were able to catch their breath temporarily, but it didn't make them relax. The robots would attack the spiritual entities, meaning that the spiritual entities in this contaminated zone couldn't provide any help. Since Team Zero got their guide, they hadn't felt constrained during missions for a long time. Yuan Zhao suddenly stood up and walked towards the area below the skylight. The visibility inside the vehicle was limited. Since entering, she had only heard her teammates discussing the city hanging upside down from the sky, but hadn't seen it with her own eyes. She wanted to go up and see if there were any clues. Xie Tu noticed her intention, bent down, and easily pulled her onto the roof. The armored vehicle was moving. Reflections in the side mirrors flashed by. Once Yuan Zhao was steady, she looked up at the sky. The tops of the buildings that had once soared into the clouds were now directly above them due to the angle of the inverted view. It created an extremely strong sense of oppression. Different mirrored walls reflected scenes from every corner of the city. If you looked closely, you could even see robots several streets away in the reflections. No wonder Xie Tu and the others hadn't gone back into the vehicle. On the bright side, the city above them was like a dynamic, two-dimensional map, which could help them avoid the robots in time. Yuan Zhao observed carefully, then said with a puzzled look, "The architectural style of this contaminated area is so strange. Upright spires, fan-shaped vaults, thin and delicate building surfaces. The overall appearance was ethereal and slender. All the walls and windows were mirrors." Qi Ling couldn't help but say, "If you ignore the mirrors, the architectural style here is actually a bit like Gothic." Gothic? It was Fu Heng who spoke. The 2 armored vehicles were moving very close together. Fu Heng stood on the roof of their vehicle, frowning slightly. "Now that you mention it, it does seem a bit like it." S-rank sentinels have a wide range of knowledge. They read all sorts of books. She had read books on this kind of topic before. Gothic style originated abroad, primarily in churches. Qi Ling asked, puzzled, "But what's the meaning of the rotating gears at the apex?" The apex was lined with gears and pipes of varying sizes, silently rotating continuously since they entered. Fu Yan's voice turned colder. "Is it related to attacking the spiritual entity?" Xie Tu slowly replied, "Yes, but not entirely. I personally lean towards the idea that the gears are providing some kind of energy source for those robots. Sietu continued, the robot's internal structure should contain devices that scan for spiritual energy. Like the sophisticated instruments at the base's Special Abilities Research Institute, once activated, they can detect fluctuations in spiritual energy. The spiritual entity is essentially formed from the Sentinel's spiritual energy. That's why those robots can attack the spiritual entity. Chapter 403. Thinking of this, Sietu looked at Yun Xiao with some unease. From now on, don't release your mental energy indiscriminately. She was used to using her mental energy at any time. Before finding a way to counter the robots, it was best not to act rashly. Yun Xiao knew the importance of this. Okay. The city above is at least 100 meters below. Fu Heng's brows furrowed even more. I just tested it. You only get attacked by robots when you step within 10 meters. Yun Xiao turned to Fu Heng and answered her. It's a mirror. A mirror? Fu Heng understood almost immediately. Mirrors reflect energy fluctuations, so when a mental entity gets close, it's transmitted and reflected through the mirror, and then captured by the distant robots, triggering an attack. Mental energy is also a type of energy source. If a mirror can reflect energy sources, then similarly, mental fluctuations will also be reflected. Sietu nodded in agreement, saying calmly, that's also why we're being targeted by the robots. They were relying on mirror images to avoid the robots. In reality, these robots also rely on mirror reflections to capture them. This creates a bizarre game of strategy. A silence fell over the air. The sentinels had sharp hearing. Everyone in the vehicle heard what was said. Yun Xiao's hands itched. She almost used her mental energy to create a barrier. Her mental energy could shield the sentinels' mental fluctuations. But the mental barrier itself was a mental energy fluctuation. Accustomed to releasing the greenish-blue fluorescence at will, the sudden inability to do so was very disorienting. But where did the mutants in this contaminated area go? Rabbit glanced at Qi Ling and couldn't help but ask, didn't Captain Fu say they didn't observe any mutants leaving the contaminated area? Robots aren't living beings, so they couldn't possibly be mutants in disguise. Following past practice, their first priority should be finding the key. But without mutants, there's no obsession. Then they can't get the key. Hearing Rabbit's words, everyone on the roof almost simultaneously looked at the mirrored walls on both sides of the road, including Rabbit herself. In the old days, mirrors were often considered a passageway connecting the real world and the spirit world. Like in many horror movies, terrible scenes or ghosts often appeared in mirrors. Could it be really locked in a mirror? Rabbit's face showed a look of utter despair. She didn't want to be fighting when she suddenly saw a terrifying mutant in the mirror. That scared people to death. Fu Heng coughed lightly, changing the subject. The most urgent thing is to find a way to shake off the robots and find a safe base. Yun Xiao, are you afraid of ghosts? Fu Heng reacted strongly, staring at her with her big eyes. How could I be? Yun Xiao thought for a moment. Are ghosts scarier or mutants? Of course ghosts. Mutants can be killed easily, but ghosts can't be killed. Fu Heng answered quickly. Yun Xiao, oh. Fu Heng, They gone off topic. Sietu looked helpless, supporting her with one hand to prevent her from falling. Indeed, we can't keep going in circles on the streets, Sietu said. They can't compare to robots. People get tired, hungry, and sleepy. A war of attrition is not in their favor. But we walked through several streets, and they're all mirrors. Tao Hao popped his head out. Should we try breaking the mirrors? Without mirrors reflecting, the robots shouldn't be able to lock onto us. Although this is a contaminated area, the gatekeepers can detect everything. But the gatekeepers also abide by the rules they set. Once the robots lose their bearings, they are temporarily safe. What if we release the mutants? It was Lin Yu, who had just jumped onto the roof of the car, who spoke. Tao Hao didn't care. That's perfect. We can get the key. True. Everyone looked at the two captains, waiting for their decision. Sietu shook his head, saying calmly, we're at a disadvantage right now. If the mutants are really in the mirror, releasing them now wouldn't be wise. Fu Ho pondered for a moment and agreed, we don't know the number of mutants. If we release them, we might be attacked from both sides. The mutants would pose a significant obstacle, especially since their spiritual bodies can't leave. Once a group of robots gets close, their energy attacks are no joke. We can't put both teams in danger just to get the key. Alright. Hearing this, everyone had no choice but to abandon the idea. The armored vehicle continued forward. Relying on the mirrored image overhead, they evaded the robots blocking their way from all sides. The person standing on the roof guided Song Liang and Zhuo Yu, who were driving. But soon, they encountered a situation where robots were present on every stretch of road. Fu Heng prepared for battle. Take the left, choose the direction with fewer robots, and force your way through. Roger. Shui Yu responded. Yun Xiao was still on the roof, seemingly lost in thought. Xie Tu was a little worried. It's dangerous here, go back inside. Okay. Yun Xiao snapped out of his reverie and nodded. There was no ladder to the sunroof. The height was a bit difficult for Yun Xiao. Xie Tu carried her back to the car and then climbed back onto the roof. Qi Ling also went in. Once inside, he reverted to his normal appearance, but unlike Yun Xiao, he didn't get the luxury of being carried and had to obediently jump in himself. Yun Xiao, Qi Ling, and Duanqi each took up one side of the seat and lay down. Tao Haohao carried the grenade launcher to the passenger seat to help clear the way. Song Liang suddenly slammed on the gas pedal. Gunshots rang out outside. Soon the car began to shake violently. Duanqi, because of the Peregrine Falcon's injury and the resulting mental damage, hadn't spoken. Qi Ling asked worriedly, "How's the Peregrine Falcon?" Duanqi replied listlessly, "Not too serious. It can heal itself after some rest." His spiritual body had entered a dormant state. He needed to concentrate his mental energy to repair the damaged mental structure and energy field. It wouldn't be better in the short term. Yun Xiao had never encountered this situation before. None of the guide cases she had reviewed were similar. But she felt that since it was psychological harm, a guide should be able to help. It couldn't be that they could only offer simple comfort. Yun Xiao said, "I take a look at you once we find a safe place." Duanqi's eyes darted away, and he quickly waved his hand. "No need." Yun Xiao, ? Do you know how to treat it? Yun Xiao realized. Duanqi choked. Was I being too obvious? Song Liang, who had been focused on driving to dodge the attack, was nearly driven to despair by Duanqi's stupidity, and finally snapped, "You're sick but won't get treatment. You know the method but won't tell me. Did that energy attack electrocute you?" "Exactly. What's wrong with you, a grown man? What's more important than your spiritual body?" Tao Haohao fired a grenade, saying in between shots, "Wait, and see how the captain deals with you when he gets here." Duanqi had a terrible headache, but still couldn't resist being sarcastic. If I told him the method, the captain would deal with me even more. Yun Xiao understood. Is it about establishing a mental connection? Duanqi, Why be so clever? It wasn't that Duanqi deliberately didn't say it. It's just that, under normal circumstances, guides who have undergone deep integration can no longer establish mental connections with other sentinels. This was quite awkward. Saying it out wouldn't help, and would only incur the wrath of the petty captain. So why did he say it? Song Liang was about to cry from his stupidity, and angrily said, "Damn it, are you an idiot? Isn't there Chu Xingzhou in the car ahead?" Duanqi, He forgot. Chapter 404. The method Duanqi mentioned. The guide can use a mental connection to transfer their mental energy to the sentinel, helping their spiritual body recover. Like charging a device that's run out of power. As for why Duanqi knew this, it was probably because of Minister Duan. Find a safe place before we look at it. Xie Tu naturally heard the conversation inside the car. The vehicle had just entered the street where the robots were located. A dozen robots, their eyes glowing blue, strode towards them. The clanging of metal echoed as they moved. The 4 sentinels standing on the roof of the car raised their guns, aiming at the robots' knee joints to stop them from approaching the vehicle. The car next door. Fu Heng launched the first attack. The Gatling gun seemed weightless in her hands, a dense rain of bullets pouring out like silver lightning. The spent cartridges traced countless arcs, clattering onto the roof of the car. Her round face was slightly flushed with focus, creating a striking contrast. Rabbit couldn't help but glance at it a few more times before looking up at the Sky City overhead again to help confirm the route. The armored vehicle quickly and smoothly passed through the section. Yun Xiao got up from his seat and noticed that there were more dents on the vehicle. If they continued circling like this, the vehicle would be totaled sooner or later. "Captain! Found something." Rabbit's voice came from the roof of the vehicle. "Look! There's a grove of trees in the northeast corner ahead, with a cellar entrance there. There are no mirrors nearby." Upon hearing this, Fu Yu immediately made a decision. "Zhuo Yu, shake off the robots first." "Roger." Xie Tu looked up at the sky. Above the inverted city, behind a tall, mirrored building, there was indeed a small grove of trees. The cellar entrance was level with the ground. The wooden door was hidden by leaves, with only a corner of the handle visible. Without rabbit-like eyesight, it would be impossible to spot. 2 armored vehicles first shook off the pursuing robots, circled twice, and sped towards their destination. The vehicles quickly arrived nearby. Shui Yu jerked the steering wheel, the car scraping the ground and sending sparks flying. The following vehicles screeched to a halt. Xie was the first to jump off the roof, opening the rear door. Tao Hao Hao, deploy sonic mines around here. Everyone else, get out of the cars immediately. Yes, sir. Fu Heng followed suit, jumping out of the car. While Xie was getting out, she opened the cellar door, and after confirming there was no danger, turned and said, "Hurry up, everyone. Don't attract the robots." Yun Zhao grabbed Xie's shoulder and jumped out of the car. Qi Ling and Song Liang quickly unloaded the ammunition boxes and 2 boxes of food, and the group swiftly crawled into the cellar. A damp, musty smell filled the air. The cellar was much deeper than expected. Sloping steps led into the darkness. As the last person entered, the wooden door closed, plunging the enclosed space into complete darkness. The sentries pulled flashlights from their backpacks. Fu Yin, pulling Chu Xingzhou along, led the way, then suddenly stopped, shining the flashlight beam on the side wall. The wall, made of rough stone blocks, was covered in moss. On the stone wall were the words Safe House 03 written by human hands. The passage was narrow, and those behind couldn't see. Noticing the group had stopped, Xie called out, "A discovery? Safe House 03 is written on the wall." Fu Yin reached out and touched the writing, concluding, "Carved into stone." The others breathed a sigh of relief. Are there any living creatures in this contaminated area? Could they be mutants? Safe House 03 means there are still January 2nd. Thinking of this, many people felt relieved. The presence of mutants meant they had a strong will, and perhaps they could successfully obtain the key. Yun Zhao, however, said, not necessarily. They could also be outsiders, who have entered the contaminated area over the years. Since entering, they haven't found any dark matter. She tested the contamination concentration, which showed only 10%, almost negligible. If it gets dark. If the concentration remains unchanged, the assimilation rate of the outsiders must be extremely slow. As long as they avoid the robots and find food and water, they might be able to survive here for a long time. Come on, let's go in and take a look. Fu Heng pulled Chu Xingzhou forward. Chu Xingzhou was somewhat helpless. His captain, who looked shorter than him, was very rough, and her arms were red from being pulled. As they went deeper, they came to a relatively spacious room. Flashlight beams shone everywhere. In one corner of the room lay a pile of dry grass and old planks, which appeared relatively dry. It could serve as a temporary resting place. A few dilapidated wooden crates were scattered around, their lids long since rotten, revealing only blackened, unidentified mold inside. In a corner, a worn-out wooden table, one leg broken, leaned against the wall. On it sat a long-extinguished oil lamp, its flame filled with dust. It seems this place has been abandoned for a long time, Shuiyu observed, examining the stone wall. No bodies found. Did the creature that hid here move on, or is it already dead? Let's be optimistic. What if an outsider found the key and left? Duanxi, grimacing at his headache, sat on the haystack. Whatever, let's rest for a bit. Fu Heng frowned. We can't stay here long. There's only one entrance and exit. If it gets blocked, it'd be a real problem. Let's take a short break and discuss our next move. They've been chased by robots since they came in. They really needed to sort out the situation now. Captain, there's another side room over here, Lin Yu said, carefully opening the door with a flashlight. It seemed to be a laboratory. Scattered on the dusty table were many broken mirrors and several empty glass bottles. These mirrors are broken mirrors, right? Lin Yu gasped softly. Has someone already tried it? Or did a mutant break a mirror and escape? She seemed influenced by the earlier conversation and also believed the mutant was trapped inside the mirror. Hearing this, the sentries quickly squeezed into the side room to investigate. The room wasn't big enough to fit everyone. Yun Zhao didn't go over, but pulled Xie to sit down next to Duanxi. Zhao Xinlei wasn't feeling well either. Helped by her teammates, she also sat down to rest. Yun Zhao checked Zhao Xinlei's condition and said, "Let's have Guide Chu try now." The 2 sentinels had injured their spiritual bodies. It was best to treat them sooner rather than later. Try what? Chu Xingzhou turned to look at her when she mentioned him. Yun Zhao then explained the method she had mentioned. So this is how it can be treated. Chu Xingzhou naturally wouldn't refuse, however. I don't know how compatible I am with Duanxi, so I can't guarantee it will work. Upon hearing this, Fu Heng's gaze involuntarily turned to Xie, whose expression remained unchanged. She knew Yun Zhao's abilities better than anyone. With her present, it was still necessary for Chu Xingzhou to intervene. There was only one possibility. She couldn't establish a spiritual connection with Duanxi. Sia 2, oblivious to Fu Mo's reproachful gaze, offered no explanation and calmly said, "Let's wait until they come out and try the next room. Treatment requires a quiet environment. Being disturbed might lead to another backlash." Chapter 405. Fu Yu turned and said, "The mental fluctuations are too strong and might attract the robot's attention. Have 2 people stand guard at the door." Sia 2 had just nodded when Tao Hao Hao stood up, carrying his large cannon. "I go." Jueyu came out from the side room and followed Tao Hao Hao. The others, having searched every corner of the cellar, gradually arrived, some standing, some sitting, gathering together. Chu Xingzhou dusted himself off and, holding a flashlight, volunteered, "Let's go, let's test it out in that room." Both were reconnaissance sentries, indispensable in the operation. Early treatment is best. Duanxi nodded, enduring the discomfort, and stood up. The rabbit beside him was a little worried and said to Sia 2, "Captain, I go in and keep watch." If the robot could detect the mental fluctuations, leaving 2 wounded soldiers and a guide without combat ability inside wouldn't be safe. Lin Yu thought it made sense, "Then I go too." The 5 of them entered the side room one after another. Adding Tao Hao Hao and Jueyu, who were keeping watch at the door, only a few people remained in the cellar. Fu Heng walked over and discussed the next steps with Sia 2. "First, we need to determine whether the sky city above us is a reflection of a mirror or a real entity." She placed the Gatling gun on the table. "Second, the gears on the top of the building might be the energy source. It's best to find a path to the top of the city, destroy the gear's energy source, and weaken the robots and the gatekeepers. Most importantly, we need to find another safe base that can be both attacked and defended. As for the strangeness of the mirror, we discussed that after dealing with the robots." Fu Heng finished out the next arrangements almost in one breath. Considering the people receiving treatment in the next room, she spoke in a low voice. Sia 2 had no objection. The immediate priority was to deal with the robots. Otherwise, they would be unable to move an inch. But one thing was worth noting. Sia 2 reminded Fu Heng, the coordinates for this mission were given by Gatekeeper 111. "You mean a trap?" Fu Heng raised an eyebrow. Sia 2 slowly said, "No, think about why we came in." Fu Heng understood. Sia 2 had said that Gatekeeper 111 used to be from one of the 4 major bases. And Yun Zhao's bet was related to the truth of the disaster. The coordinates it provided contained clues of extraordinary significance. After coming in, the mission itself became secondary. Yun Zhao felt uncomfortable sitting on the hay, so he stood up and went to the supply crate to get some food. If the gatekeeper is from one of the 4 major bases, they wouldn't look like they wanted to kill us all after seeing the markings on our vehicle. Like Yujie. It was still moved by the red crown crane pattern on the combat uniform. It gave a hint with a sun pattern, and even waited until Team Zero had transported the supplies before revealing itself. It never intended to kill them. But the situation here was completely different from what they had expected. The danger had exceeded their expectations. "The clues are wrong?" Fu Heng frowned. "Number 111 has no reason to lie to us. It won't do it any good." Sia 2 said calmly, "Indeed, but there's another possibility." A bad feeling had already formed in everyone's hearts. Yun Zhao had already spoken truthfully. There should be 2 gatekeepers here. If Yujie hadn't deliberately misled them, then the gatekeeper was Han Dideo, and it was impossible for him to attack them as soon as they entered. Unless there are 2 gatekeepers. Only that makes sense. After she finished speaking, the cellar fell into a deathly silence. The dark cellar. The breathing of everyone seemed particularly heavy in the silence. Yun Zhao paused for a long time, then continued, "Moreover, that gatekeeper dislikes being disturbed, hates outsiders, and exterminates all outside creatures, including mutants." Another male sentinel from Fu Qian's team hadn't expected to encounter a merged contaminated zone. "But we can't rule out the possibility that the gatekeeper might lose its self-awareness and change its behavior rules, right?" he said. Fu Qian rubbed her temples. "The possibility is very small. If the gatekeeper loses its self-awareness, the contaminated zone should be in a disordered and chaotic state. This place doesn't resemble that at all. The buildings outside are orderly, the streets are clean, tidy, and spacious, and the mirrored walls are spotless. The robots have a clear objective: to kill outsiders." Fu Qian had studied the merged contaminated zone completed by Team Zero. The 2 gatekeepers at number 249 can get along peacefully. But what about this one? What are the rules for the other gatekeeper? He successfully snagged a 5-star mission. But this mission seems far more complex than expected. Sia 2 remained silent, his eyes lowered in thought. 2 identical cities. One on the ground, the other hanging upside down in the sky. Mirror-like. If they were created by the fusion of the two gatekeepers, it seems plausible. Qi Ling hesitated before speaking. Don't you think the mirrors are strange? Throughout history, there have never been buildings that use mirrors as walls, especially since these houses are very much like Gothic architecture. I took a special look when I came in. The building opposite the grove looks a lot like a church, he said, offering his thoughts. Assuming those mirrors weren't originally there, could the other gatekeeper be a mirror? Because they merged, the original contaminated area changed. Mirror walls appeared, along with the inverted city in the sky. These are just our guesses. Xie Tu stood up. Don't disrupt the rhythm. We must deal with the robots first, no matter what. Even if the gatekeeper is a mirror, the entire city is made up of mirrors. Currently, it's impossible to determine which mirror is the gatekeeper. A small side room. It had been converted into a laboratory. Mirror fragments piled on the table varied in size, the largest as tall as a person, the smallest only the size of a thumb. Chu Xingzhou walked over and placed a flashlight on the table. He looked around. The room was covered in dust. There wasn't even a place to sit. Duanqi, enduring the pain from his headache, came in and plopped down on the floor. His symptoms were milder after Yun Zhao's emotional reassurance. Zhao Xilei's condition seemed more serious. She hadn't uttered a single word. Duanqi said, treat her first. Chu Xingzhou nodded, I try. Rabbit and Lin Yu, who had followed, stood against the wall, hidden in the darkness to minimize their presence and avoid disturbing the guide. Zhao Xilei's face was deathly pale. She sat on the ground, mimicking Duanqi's posture. She closed her eyes, letting her mental threads probe in, attempting to establish a mental connection. The waiting process was extremely long. Absolute silence had to be maintained to avoid distracting Chu Xingzhou. Rabbit, standing against the wall with nothing to do, simply let her senses open to listen to the captain and Fu's team discussing the mission outside. Lin Yu did the same. Hearing Sister Yun Zhao say that there might be two gatekeepers, Rabbit's heart skipped a beat. Soon they heard Qi Ling mention that the other gatekeeper might be Mirror. Rabbit and Lin Yu, almost simultaneously, looked towards the shards of mirror on the table. The change occurred abruptly, almost without warning. The stone wall crumbled, revealing the mirrored interior. Everything happened too fast. Rabbit and Lin Yu were pulled from behind by a suction force, instantly falling into the mirror. Duanqi's eyes widened in horror, and he cursed inwardly. He endured the discomfort and quickly ran forward to grab Rabbit, but was pulled by the suction force, falling into the mirror along with the two of them. Chapter 406. A strong sense of weightlessness washed over her. A heavy tug pulled at her waist. Was it Duanqi? Rabbit reacted quickly, gripping her sniper rifle tightly, adjusting her posture in midair, assuming a defensive stance. All color and sound around her rapidly faded, replaced by a vast, white void. An intensely blinding white, making it impossible to open her eyes. In the instant the surrounding scene rippled, Rabbit smelled a rusty, watery odor. A very familiar smell. It awakened the deepest memories within her. She heard the sound of shattering lenses. Rabbit landed and rolled on the ground, trying to raise her gun to attack, only to find to her horror that her sniper rifle was gone. She tried to find cover, but froze in place after seeing her surroundings. A familiar scene, a dilapidated tent, simple living necessities. Water seeped from the walls through rusty pipes, pooling into murky puddles on the concrete floor. This was her home in the attic of an abandoned steel factory, before she went to Dawn Base, where she and her brother lived together, relying on each other. The damp, musty smell that filled her nostrils was so real. She could even distinguish the distinctive sweet, rotten aroma of the pile of expired military canned goods in the corner. Hey, what are you doing? Rabbit turned around abruptly, the familiar creaking of the iron stairs echoing around her. There she saw a young Wang Jiai climbing the stairs, his camouflage uniform cuffs worn white. He carried the food he had just found that day, looking up at her with gentle eyes. Rabbit's eyes instantly welled up with tears, her fingertips trembling as she touched her chest. There should have been her brother's belongings there, a pendant made from a worn-out bullet casing. A warm metal pocket watch, its chain wrapped with a faded red cord. It was a gift her brother bought for her, with the points he earned in his first month at the Dawn Base. The pendant was gone. She had somehow transformed into her 12-year-old self. Her combat uniform had changed into her childhood red sweater. Back then, despite the harsh conditions, her brother always took good care of her, keeping her clean and tidy. What are you daydreaming about? Wang Jiai suddenly reached out and ruffled her bangs, the smell of gun oil mingling with the scent of soap from his cuffs. Tears streamed down her cheeks and fell to the ground. The real touch, her living brother, longing and pain surged into her heart, overwhelming her reason. Deep down, she knew it was all fake. But she couldn't control herself. Wang Jiayi panicked slightly. Why are you crying? Are you hungry? The boy spread out the food he had found on the table, but saw she still didn't react. Could it be that she woke up and couldn't find her brother and cried? Wang Jiayi said, half laughing and half crying, Ayu is almost a big girl now. She can't cry so easily anymore. A turbulent era. For over a decade since the sun first appeared. The sky was always gray, resources were scarce, danger lurked everywhere. In a small attic, two young children depended on each other for survival. The boy used his not-so-broad shoulders to hold up a shelter for her. The rabbit's body trembled uncontrollably. Wang Jiayi carried food to the makeshift stove, turned his back to her, and started a fire. Guess what I saw when I went out? Receiving no response, the boy continued on his own. A lot of sentries and cars have come. They're planning to set up a sentry post nearby. Wang Jiayi said, Ayu, how about I take you to live at the big base? It's safe there, there's plenty of food, and there's a school. You need to go to school. By then, Wang Jiayi had awakened his abilities, and become a sentinel. His eyes were filled with boundless anticipation for the future. He wanted to realize his ambitions, and even more so, to provide her with a better life. The exact same words echoed in her memory. The rabbit shook her head desperately, choking back sobs. No, brother, we won't go to the big base. She remembered how excited she had been then. She and her brother had shared their last lunch in this attic, packed their bags together, and then followed the group of sentinels on their mission to Dawn Base. If she had known her brother would die, she would never have gone. She didn't want her brother to be some world-saving hero. The boy chuckled, what's wrong now? The rabbit's tears flowed uncontrollably as she continued to shake her head. Let's not go, okay? You die, you really will die. I don't want you to die. The attic suddenly darkened. Outside, the afternoon sky, which should have been clear, was piled high with leaden clouds, and the sound of raindrops pounding on the tin roof was as dense as drumbeats. Ayu, don't cry. Wang Jiayi's voice was low and gentle. It seemed to pierce through time, accompanying the sound of rain. Death isn't scary. What's scary is having the ability but choosing to run away. Wang Jiayi's eyes were full of tenderness and reluctance, yet his tone was gentle. This world is terrible. Someone has to stand up and change it. If one day I really die, then my sacrifice won't be meaningless. The sound of shattering mirrors echoed through the downpour. Wang Jiayi looked up, her eyes brimming with tears, and saw the countless mirrors on the iron wall of the attic. Her pupils contracted sharply. Almost without thinking, she rushed over and tightly embraced the boy before her. The real touch was her brother's scent. Wang Jiayi opened his arms and embraced her, wiping away the tears on his sister's cheeks with his sleeve. He said slowly, Ayu, your future should be brighter. You should stand in the sunlight and become the person you want to be. Wang Jiayi shook her head desperately, tears streaming down her face, but somehow, images of her teammates surfaced in her mind. When the devastating news came, they were there for her. They hid their own sadness and tried their best to make her laugh. It was the captain who personally supervised her, arranging endless training, leaving her no time to think. What was her belief back then? To avenge her brother, to fulfill his wishes, to do what he hadn't finished, to change the world. A sigh came from above. Silly girl, your brother entrusted his future to you long ago. The dark cellar. The peeling mirror on the wall quickly returned to normal. Although they sensed something was wrong, those outside couldn't disturb the two who were in the midst of their mental connection. Xietu patiently waited until movement came from inside. Song Liang and the others immediately opened the door and rushed in. A dusty table was littered with shards of mirror. 5 flashlights stood pointing upwards, their beams casting 5 spots of light on the wooden ceiling. In just a moment, the enclosed room was empty except for Chu Xingzhou and Zhao Xinlei. Where are they? Song Liang's expression changed slightly. Xietu's pupils contracted slightly. He quickly scanned the room, drew his tang sword from the side of his backpack, and searched the space. The small room was completely exposed. Stone walls, a low stone platform, there was nowhere to hide. They had simply vanished into thin air. Fu Qian followed closely behind, her heart tightening. She turned to look at Zhao Xinlei and Chu Xingzhou. What happened? It's the stone wall. There's something wrong with the stone wall in this room. Zhao Xinlei had recovered after treatment, but with her teammates missing, she had no time to worry about herself. Chu Xingzhou dusted himself off and stood up, his face pale. He echoed, I heard the noise too. Everyone looked at the stone walls of the room. The uneven walls were marked by the passage of time. Fu Bei's tone was chillingly cold. Try chiseling open the stone wall. Chapter 407. The sentries violently breached the stone wall. Fu Yan picked up the heavy Gatling gun and slammed it against the stone wall. With a loud crash, stone chips flew everywhere, leaving a deep dent. Dust billowed in the cellar, making the already dim light even more blurred. Yun Zhao retreated to the doorway. The rabbit's mental barrier was already fragile, and Duanqi was injured. It was impossible not to worry about him being separated from everyone. Her gaze fell on the shards of mirror on the table, her brow furrowing slightly. A mirror? Song Liang used his gun as a crowbar, inserting it into the cracks in the stone and prying hard. With a creaking sound, pieces of stone were pried off. It's just dirt inside, nothing there. Song Liang slammed his fist into the dirt. Watch your emotions. Xie Tu stood not far from Song Liang, scraping away layers of stone with his tang sword. His expression was cold, yet he remained calm. Finding it useless, he quickly sheathed his knife and approached the table piled high with mirror shards. Yun Zhao warned, be careful. It must be related to the mirror. These mirror shards are suspicious. Xie Tu looked up. You and Qi Ling, don't stand too far apart. Stay within sight. Yun Zhao, okay. The room had been extensively vandalized by the sentries, and lime was everywhere. Hearing his captain's words, Qi Ling moved to stand next to Yun Zhao. Chu Xingzhou had come with him. Chu Xingzhou had just expended a great deal of mental energy. His face was slightly pale. He stood quietly to one side, saying nothing. Meanwhile, Xie Tu was already examining all the shards on the stone table. He didn't touch them, but carefully observed the number of shards of varying sizes. Is it possible to piece these fragments together? Fu Yan asked calmly. The sentries had already checked all 4 walls. There were no traces. Song Liang, no longer wanting to waste his time, felt a surge of anger and walked over, saying, let's try to piece it together. If all else fails, we could all go in together. Song Liang was always composed and rarely acted rashly. Thinking of Jia Yi's words before his death, Xie Tu's eyes darkened. Bring me the flashlight. He reached for a piece of mirror. Everyone watched with bated breath. After a moment, nothing happened. The expressions on everyone's faces were complex, all showing disappointment. Before, they had all been eager to stay away from the mirror. Now, for the first time, they hoped the mirror would react and take them all inside. Let's piece it together. It'd be faster if we all worked together. Yun Zhao simply walked in. She wasn't good at fighting or causing destruction, but she should be able to handle a puzzle. Dust filled the air. Except for the 2 still on guard duty. The rest of the group gathered around the stone platform, trying to piece together the fragments to form a complete mirror. Meanwhile, on the other side, Duanqi, during his fall, was horrified to discover that the person he had been holding onto had vanished. His heart raced, and fear, like ice, spread through his body. Upon landing, without even checking his surroundings, Duanqi immediately shouted, Wang Jiayu, where are you? His shouts echoed through the empty space, reverberating. Wang Jiayu, where are you? Where are you? Where are you? The voices piled up, making the surrounding silence all the more terrifying. The scene before him seemed strangely familiar. Dim light shone down from a few flickering emergency lights on the cave's ceiling. The walls were stained with watermarks and worn-out marks. Ahead of him was the number B17, outlined in red. But the number was reversed. The escape arrows marked in red paint were also all reversed. The exits that should have been marked were instead mirror reversed. Duanqi's head throbbed with pain, and it took him a while to realize, holy crap! Isn't this the base's old air raid shelter? During the Dark Ages, most of the base's inhabitants lived in air raid shelters. Until the sun rose. They gradually moved into newly built housing on the surface. Air raid shelter B17 was completely closed 5 years ago. Duanqi had left his flashlight in the side room. In his haste to find someone, he didn't have time to think, ignoring his discomfort as he ran towards the exit. Behind him, the crisp sound of spent cartridges hitting the ground suddenly came from deep within the air raid shelter. Duanqi turned around with lightning speed, his hand reaching for the gun at his waist. He was anxious, not stupid. If it were Wang Jiayu, he would have immediately retorted upon hearing his shout. Who is it? Duanqi raised his gun, cautiously, and slowly moving deeper into the cave. The cave was a maze of interconnected paths, with countless forks leading in different directions. An unfamiliar person could easily get lost. But Duanqi was different. As a child, he complained that his aunt was too busy to spend time with him, and often sneaked into the air raid shelter alone when the nanny wasn't looking. Then, he would secretly rejoice. waiting for his aunt to discover him missing and frantically search for him. He knew this place all too well. He could even clearly pinpoint where the voice was coming from. Duanqi quickened his pace, weaving and twisting, rushing into the depths of the air raid shelter. Deep wasn't quite accurate. He remembered there was another exit in this direction. Sure enough, a bright light source soon appeared ahead. A tall figure stood there, backlit, his face obscured, only a blurry outline visible. Duanqi's heart skipped a beat, deducing the person's identity. The gatekeeper. Damn! He only been here for less than half a day, and this was the first time he encountered a gatekeeper appearing so early. And he even swaggered right in front of him. Duanqi didn't care about anything else. Seeing the culprit, he was furious. Where did you take Wang Jiayu? He thought. He'd kill him as soon as he found him. The tall figure slowly turned around. His face remained hidden in the shadows, indistinct. After a long silence, a deep, hoarse voice came. You shouldn't have come here. The secrets here are not for you to pry into. Duanqi was extremely annoyed. We're already here. What's the point of talking about should or shouldn't? Just answer my questions properly. Why are you making up other things? His spiritual body went into hibernation. He was no match for the gatekeeper. Finding the person was the most urgent thing. The figure's gaze fell on him, finally settling on the red-crowned crane pattern on his shoulder. I didn't expect to see a team with a dark guide. The gatekeeper let out a low laugh, the laughter echoing in the air raid shelter, sending chills down everyone's spines. That child, she's a dark guide, aren't you afraid? Duanqi was about to explode. His head was throbbing, his spiritual energy was failing, and he was anxious to find the person. Can't you understand human language? I asked you where Wang Jiayu is. Why are you giving me this nonsense? The gatekeeper remained silent. Who doesn't understand? Its tone turned icy. I'm telling you, she's the dark guide. She has the power to control the sentinels. Your life or death, your good or evil, are all in her hands. Chapter 408. What's it to you? Duanqi's head was throbbing, his attitude sharp. What dark guide? What's it to you? Yun Zhao is our teammate. She wouldn't hurt us, no matter who she hurts. The gatekeeper was silenced by his words, turned around and waved his hand dismissively. Get lost. Damn it! He'd been insulted by the gatekeeper. Duanqi was furious and took a sudden step forward. The instant he moved, a strong wave of dizziness washed over him, causing him to stumble and almost fall. The air raid shelter shattered inch by inch, like a complete mirror breaking apart. The cellar. Just as the mirror fragments were half assembled, Tao Haohao's loud shout came from the passage. Captain! The robots are here. Zhui Yu's voice followed closely. So many. Robots from all four directions are converging this way. We must evacuate immediately. The cellar was dark and narrow, with only one exit. If they were trapped inside, they were all doomed. Yun Zhao's heart tightened. The shards of mirror involuntarily slipped from his hand, making a soft sound. The sound was particularly jarring in the tense atmosphere. Fu Heng picked up the Gatling gun and, without hesitation, gave the order, retreat. Take all these shards with you. Xia Tu immediately grabbed Yun Zhao. Qi Ling, hearing this, offered his backpack. His black-gloved hand swept the half-assembled and unassembled small shards into the backpack. Song Liang and Zhao Xinlei held the larger pieces. The sentries efficiently packed their equipment, and the group urgently retreated towards the exit. Fu Heng grabbed Chu Xingzhou by the collar and rushed out of the side room, leading the way. Chu Xingzhou stumbled as she pulled him, his expression one of utter helplessness, as he tried to maintain his balance and keep up. Two heavily damaged armored vehicles were parked in the grove of trees. Fu Huan's team jumped into their armored vehicles first, followed closely by Team Zero. The roar of engines instantly filled the air. As soon as Yun Zhao settled in, the two armored vehicles shot off like arrows. Xia Tu climbed onto the roof to give directions. Tao Haohao went to the passenger seat to provide fire support. With two members missing, the back seat was empty except for her and Qi Ling. This gatekeeper doesn't give us a moment's respite, Tao Haohao muttered, pointing her cannon out of the vehicle. We're all in such a sorry state. Are you sure there are any survivors in this contaminated zone? The sniper was missing, the scout was injured and missing, and the guide's abilities were completely suppressed. And this safe house 03? Where's the safety? Tao Haohao continued to complain. Yun Zhao said, perhaps it was safe there before the mirror shards appeared in the cellar. The robots were attracted, most likely because they used their abilities. Chu Xingzhou's mental energy was detected by the robot's devices, causing all the robots to chase after him. An ordinary person could probably stay there for a long time. Who put the mirror shards inside? Song Liang was very concerned about this. Safe House 03 looks like a trap. Xie, observing the surroundings from the roof of the car, trying to find a new way out, heard a voice. These two gatekeepers can't possibly coexist peacefully. Right now, they should be in some kind of balance, neither able to devour the other. Our arrival has disrupted that balance. Xie continued. The gatekeeper of number 249 didn't know where the other one was at the time, which suggests that the gatekeepers were hiding their tracks from each other. He slowly stated his deduction. The robots might not only be looking for us, but also for the other gatekeeper. Yuan Zhao was taken aback, then understood. You suspect the other gatekeeper has appeared? That's why the robots mobilized in full force. According to her previous guess, one gatekeeper was Hondadeo, and the other should be Mirror. But now it seems she was wrong. Mirror is Hondadeo? Just a suspicion, Xie said. Upon hearing this, Yuan Zhao breathed a sigh of relief, but a vague sense of unease lingered. Hondadeo wouldn't kill Rabbit, Duanxi, or Lin Yu, but why pull them into Mirror's world? The metallic clanging grew closer. The mechanical footsteps echoed through the empty city, sending chills down one's spine. Xie looked up at the inverted city above, his gaze finally settling on the top of a building. The gears turned, moving at a steady, unhurried pace. According to their original plan, they were supposed to find a way to destroy the gears. But now, with 3 team members missing, their plan was disrupted. Finding them was the immediate priority. Xie notified Fu Hong ahead. Get rid of the robots first. Find a mirrored building to hide in. The streets were the robots' territory. Previously, they had been afraid to approach mirrors for fear of accidents. But now, for them, a mirrored building was indispensable. Okay. Fu Hong responded. She raised her Gatling gun and launched an attack. A barrage of gunfire erupted, aiming at the knees of the robots charging towards them. The bullet, streaking through the air with a scorching heat, struck its target precisely in a joint. The hit robot faltered, a faint spark erupting from its knee. Losing its balance, it collapsed to the ground. The cold robot, its eyes glowing blue, quickly used its arms to support its heavy body and slowly rose to its feet. No matter how it attacked, it only slightly slowed its approach. The armored vehicle accelerated suddenly, intending to force its way through. Just as it was about to enter within 10 meters, in the instant it brushed past, the energy beam from the robot's arm was aimed at the armored vehicle. Get down! Xie shouted into the vehicle. Yuan Zhao and Qi Ling simultaneously bent over. The vehicle shook violently. Damn it! Song Liang cursed. The energy beam struck an observation window, shattering the glass. Shards of glass, like sharp blades, flew into the vehicle, crackling and popping. Xie jumped into the carriage without anyone noticing, rushing over to protect the person slumped in their seat. Qi Ling waved his hands repeatedly, turning his head to say, I'm fine. He was a mutant, and wearing a cloak made of special materials, these glass shards couldn't possibly hurt him. But he seemed to be deluding himself. The person the captain was protecting wasn't him. Qi Ling, The 2 armored vehicles passed smoothly. Xie pulled Yuan Zhao up to check for any wounds. Only after finding her unharmed did he relax and climb back onto the roof. Yuan Zhao sat up straight, looking up to meet Qi Ling's gaze. Silence fell between them. The mirrored city overhead acted like a dynamic navigation map, guiding the 2 armored vehicles. Safety left all the robots behind. Just when everyone thought they were temporarily out of danger, Fu Hong noticed that the city hanging upside down in the sky suddenly split into 3 irregular geometric shapes. The straight street ahead suddenly shifted dramatically in the city's layout. Zhuyu swerved sharply to avoid it. The 2 cars were forcibly separated with a screeching sound of brakes. Song Liang watched helplessly as the car in front changed direction and entered another road. Chapter 409. The armored vehicle came to a precarious stop at the edge, its body swaying violently. The city's structure shifted again. It blocked the path of the Fu Hao squad's departure, while the robots behind were gradually closing in. Turn right. Xie decisively redirected the direction. Song Liang had no choice but to comply, driving in the opposite direction from where the Fu Hao squad had left. The inverted city skyline clearly showed everything. The 2 armored vehicles separated, driving in opposite directions, the distance between them increasing. Tao Hao's eyes widened. They separated like this? It's alright, we regroup later. Xie gaze was cold, yet he remained calm. His attitude determined the team members' mindset. Hearing their captain's words, the team members felt slightly relieved. But their tense nerves remained unshaken. Under Song Liang's control, the armored vehicle sped off in the new direction, the reflections of other vehicles flashing past the windows. The city's structure in the sky was slowly closing in, the terrain was changing, and many streets that were once unobstructed were now blocked by walls of mirrors in the middle or at the end. It looked like a mirror maze. The car became extremely quiet, no one spoke. Yuan Zhao looked down at the communicator. It had been over 9 hours since they entered. They seemed to have been constantly on the run, passively accepting every unexpected turn of events. A feeling of being suppressed and beaten suffocated welled up inside her. Subconsciously, she felt that this shouldn't be happening. No matter how the contaminated zone changed, the gatekeepers were composed of dark matter. It was impossible for their mental power to be completely unusable. In the mental realm, the little bluebird was playing in the amusement park. Its home now had many places to play. It's just that without the fire phoenix to bully, playing alone isn't very fun. The little bluebird sensed its true nature. They're useless. I come out and take it down. Yuan Zhao whispered to it. Wait a bit, it's not time yet. The armored vehicle had been driving for an unknown amount of time. The mirror maze in the sky showed that Fu Qian's team's vehicle was parked somewhere in the southwest corner. Too far. Many robots were moving around on the road, making it impossible for them to reach them immediately. Song Liang drove a little further, and found no robots on the nearby streets. The car quickly stopped next to a mirror building. Xia Tu jumped off the roof, opened the door, and said to Yuan Zhao, let's go in and take a look. It would be best if we could enter the mirror world, but if not, consider it a temporary rest. Yuan Zhao nodded, took his hand, and jumped out of the car. The house was a Gothic building. The exterior doors, windows, and walls were all reflective mirrors, but in reality, every door could be opened. The rest stop chosen by Team Zero appeared to have a back entrance, as seen from above. No matter which entrance was blocked, they could safely evacuate. Everyone disembarked and quickly entered the building. The moment the door opened, an ancient and mysterious aura wafted out. Everyone was stunned. Before them stood an ancient, elegant temple. In the very center stood a colossal Buddha statue, entirely golden, with a solemn and dignified appearance. Its lowered eyes held boundless compassion and wisdom, and its body radiated a soft halo, appearing even more sacred in the dim light. How did the two gatekeepers merge? Song Liang murmured. Yuan Zhao glanced at the Buddha statue, tilted his head, and said, are the mirrors protecting these buildings? The mirror's appearance was too deceptive. This deterred outsiders from approaching it rashly. The light reflected from the mirror intersected and refracted, confusing the robot's visual system and causing it to lose its sense of direction, leaving it wandering aimlessly in the streets. Xia Tu squinted slightly. It should be. If it weren't for the disappearance of 3 team members, they wouldn't have rashly opened the mirrored structure and stumbled upon the interior. Yuan Zhao lowered his head, silent. So, the information Hondadeo wanted to convey must be inside the building. Because of the fusion, the two contaminated areas had merged. It could only use this method to ensure that the clues wouldn't be destroyed by the other gatekeeper. We should be safe for now. Tao Haohao plopped down on the futon, anxiously calling to Qi Ling, quickly take out the mirror fragments and continue piecing them together. Let's find Duan Shi and Rabbit first. Qi Ling walked over and replied, I only have small fragments in my backpack. A few large fragments are with Zhao Xinlei. Damn! The evacuation was rushed. Who knew they would be separated? Yuan Zhao had already walked towards the Buddha statue and was wandering around the temple. If there were any clues, they should align with what Yu Jia was trying to convey. Unpredictable, indescribable, otherwise it would be severely corrupted. Where would the light guide's information be kept? She pondered as she walked further in. Xia Tu, worried she might get lost, called for his teammates to follow and investigate the area. The temple was enormous. The floor was paved with lotus-patterned tiles. Walking along the main hall, side corridors led to different side halls, each enshrining different gods and Buddhas. Yuan Zhao had no knowledge of these things. The people living in the wasteland era had long abandoned old beliefs, no longer believing in gods or Buddhas, only in themselves. If gods and Buddhas truly exist, why don't they save all living beings? They allowed disaster to spread for 200 years. Qi Ling, however, was unaware of this. He followed his teammates into a hall, and immediately recognized the Bodhisattva on the altar. This is Guanyin Bodhisattva, renowned for her great compassion. Almost every city has a temple dedicated to her, Qi Ling said. Back then, many people believed in her. They would come to burn incense during festivals, praying for peace, good fortune, and health. Especially during the Lunar New Year, many people would rush to be the first to offer incense on the first day, queuing overnight to secure a spot. They would strive to be the first to burn incense, as a sign of piety. Song Liang chimed in, you believe in this too? If you do, you can actually pray. He didn't see anything wrong with it. Qi Ling really wanted to pray. His parents were business people who believed in feng shui and gods and Buddhas. They would even organize all their employees to offer incense and prayers during the Lunar New Year. He was able to retain his consciousness and hadn't completely turned into a monster. Although he didn't know the cause yet, he wanted to bow and pray for peace of mind. They say bodhisattvas are compassionate, relieving suffering and loving all beings. Yuan Zhao suddenly interrupted him. Do you love ants? What? Qi Ling didn't understand. Yuan Zhao repeated, calmly saying, Do you feel compassion for ants? This question stumped Qi Ling. In the old days, which child hadn't flooded a few anthills? Seeing ants on the road was so unbearable that they pour water into their nests, or create obstacles in their path. Back then, many bloggers on video platforms live-streamed these kinds of videos, recording how to torment ants. For example, leaving food on the ground for the ants to find, then replacing it with stones while they went to get reinforcements. Some even poured molten aluminum into anthills, wiping out the entire colony, then dug up the nest to admire it. Humans had no compassion for ants, only mockery. Yuan Zhao said calmly, If there truly are gods in this world, then what's the difference between how they see us and how we see ants? Why would anyone believe that gods would pity the weak, like humans? Chapter 410. Upon hearing this, Qi Ling was momentarily speechless, his gaze lingering on the Guanyin Bodhisattva statue, his expression complex. That compassionate and serene face now seemed to possess a profound and unfathomable distance in his eyes. The other teammates also fell into deep thought. The entire hall was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Even if the gods look at us like ants, at least ants don't ponder these questions. Qi Ling's voice carried a hint of uncertainty, and we, as intelligent beings, should have aspirations and reverence, shouldn't we? The implication was that it might be inappropriate to say such things in front of the Bodhisattva. Song Liang spoke up at the opportune moment. What Yuan Zhao might be referring to is that we shouldn't blindly place our hopes on divine salvation. When the apocalypse comes, humanity will ultimately rely on the remnants of technology to gradually rebuild civilization and rise from the ruins. It has nothing to do with the gods. The so-called compassion of Buddha has never truly existed in the torrent of history. Have you heard of the binary mind theory? Xie gaze fell on the shrine to the side, and he slowly said, Some psychologists believe that before the birth of self-awareness, the cognitive functions of the human mind were divided, existing in a bicameral state. Our brains have one part used for speaking, and another part for listening and obeying. Experiences and memories from the right brain are transmitted to the left brain through auditory hallucinations. People usually perceive this guidance from the other hemisphere as the voice of God, rather than their own thinking. Xie continued, When encountering unexpected and novel events, humans don't subconsciously analyze them. Instead, they experience auditory hallucinations, imagining God giving advice or commands, and then unconditionally obeying. This explains the birth of gods. It also explains why almost every different race and civilization on the planet has similar myths and legends. But does it have anything to do with us now? Tao Haohao was anxious to find someone and didn't understand why everyone had started discussing the origins of gods. Yuan Zhao's thoughts were jumbled, and she was somewhat agitated. She pursed her lips and said, Perhaps? She seemed to have sensed something. Perhaps? What did she mean? Everyone was confused. Xie gaze remained fixed on her, but he didn't ask anything. The safety of the team members was paramount. After confirming that the temple was safe, Xie quickly assigned tasks. Yuan Zhao and Qi Ling continue piecing together the fragments. The rest of you, go find the other mirrors in the temple. Roger. Now it was almost certain that one of the gatekeepers was a mirror. Worried about Rabbit and Duanqi's safety, everyone dispersed and began searching all areas of the temple. Qi Ling took off her backpack and dumped all the mirror fragments on the ground. We're missing 3 large pieces, Qi Ling said, counting the fragments. Yuan Zhao lowered his eyes and came over to help. It's all right. We add the larger ones after the 2 teams meet up. The 2 sat on the prayer cushions and began piecing together the scattered small fragments on the ground. Xie didn't go far, exiting the main hall to check the meditation rooms on either side. Tao Haohao and Song Liang conducted a thorough search, checking every Buddha statue, every mural, and every stone tablet. Time ticked by. The dim sky remained unchanged. In the city, now a maze of mirrors, robots lost their way, blindly circling the streets. Song Liang and Tao Haohao searched every corner, finding many mirrors in the temples. There were all sorts of bronze mirrors, octagonal, rhomboid, round, long-handled, large and small. But these mirrors didn't react when held in their hands. Damn it, How are we supposed to get the mirrors in? Tao Hao irritably ran his fingers through his hair. The longer they wasted, the more dangerous it would be for Rabbit and Duanxi. Song Liang was also losing patience, becoming increasingly agitated. Keep searching, there must be a way in. Xie Tu's expression was grave, but as the team leader, he had to remain calm. We talk about it when we get back. The three of them re-entered the Guanyin Hall. Yuan Zhao and Qi Ling were still sitting in the same spot, their posture unchanged, their heads buried in piecing together the mirrors. Yuan Zhao was very quiet, quietly searching through the pile of oddly shaped fragments. The two were piecing them together rather slowly. On the ground, only one corner of the assembled mirror fragment was visible. Compared to her teammates, she seemed much calmer. Tao Hao, carrying a pile of bronze mirrors, entered the hall, and seeing this progress, he became even more impatient. They seemed to be wasting their time. These fragments can fit 3 people? Tao Hao, according to Zhao Xinlei and Chu Xingzhou, from the time the noise started to the time the people disappeared, only a few seconds passed. In such a short time, how could the fragments reassemble and take everyone inside? All 3 were A-level sentinels, after all. Even if Duanxi's spiritual body was injured, he shouldn't have been sucked in along with them. Besides, we didn't react at all when we touched the fragments, did we? Tao Hao wasn't very bright, and could only desperately search for inconsistencies. Qi Ling picked up a fragment the size of a matchbox and gestured, but at the time, there were only these mirror fragments in the side room, there were no other suspicious items. This was the only clue. Song Liang was more concerned about something else and asked again, who put the mirror shards in there? He had asked this question during their escape. The captain didn't answer directly. Song Liang was focused on dodging the robots while driving and didn't have time to ask further. He felt this was very important. There's a handwritten Safe House 03 sign there. It must have been something a previous survivor dragged into the mirror after breaking it, Qi Ling said. We haven't found any survivors. Is it possible they were also sucked into the mirror? I still think the clue is in the shards. But how long will it take to piece them together? Tao Hao frowned and said gruffly, besides, the shards here aren't complete. The 3 larger pieces are with Zhao Xinlei. How long will it take to reunite them? I can't wait that long. Song Liang turned to Xie Tu. The evacuation was too rushed. Should we go back to the cellar and search again? I agree. Tao Hao raised both hands in agreement. Xie Tu stood with his back to them, looking at the tall Guanyin statue in the center. He neither agreed nor refused. It was as if he was making a decision. Influenced by them, Yuan Zhao's piecing together the mirror slowed down considerably. The shattered mirror on the ground was covered in cracks, each shard like a small mirror reflecting her face. Her almond-shaped, watery eyes were reflected in the mirror, her gaze sometimes focused, sometimes lost. Yuan Zhao's fingertips paused between the cracks in the mirror. She seemed to know what was happening. In a moment of distraction, her finger was cut by a sharp shard, blood gushed out, and a drop fell onto the mirror. Xie Tu noticed and came to her side, taking her hand to examine it. He frowned, quickly pulling out ointment and bandages from his bag. How could you be so careless? Yuan Zhao let him treat her wound, recalling the scenes in the city, and said all objects in the contaminated area have mirror symmetry. Chapter 411. Symmetrical streets, a mirrored sky, an inverted city. Xie Tu looked up at her, seemingly understanding. Perhaps the mirror fragments aren't the key is the condition for triggering the mirror world. Yuan Zhao ignored the small cut on her hand, and quickly continued, the gatekeeper is the mirror, it can actually move. In the contaminated zone, it can appear anywhere it will. Xie Tu's eyes suddenly sharpened, and he slowly said, so the other gatekeeper can't catch it, and Zhao Xinlei and Chu Xingzhou clearly heard the noise coming from the stone wall, but when we broke open the wall, we found nothing. It can move. But there are at least tens of thousands of mirrors in this contaminated zone. How do we find the gatekeeper to get in? Tao Hao questioned his existence. Song Liang seemed thoughtful, turning to ask Yuan Zhao, what is the trigger condition? Yuan Zhao pursed her lips and gave the answer, it's mental power. At that time, in the side room, Chu Xingzhou used mental connection, triggering the condition. Hondadeo was waiting for the guide of light. Only a guide could open the mirror world. And only a guide could unlock the password Hondadeo had set. Wisps of bluish-green fluorescence emerged. The little bluebird's form gradually solidified, landing on her shoulder. The haughty little creature, upon emerging, raised its noble head, glancing sideways at the group of sentinels. Ah, useless sentinels, I'm the one who matters in crucial moments. No need to search. Wherever the mirror exists, it is its eye, its medium, Yun Zhao said slowly, answering Tao Hao's earlier question. When she saw countless reflections of herself in the shards of the mirror, she grasped the key. The fluorescent light penetrated all the mirrors of varying sizes, attempting to establish a connection. Fine cracks began to appear in the air, like shattered glass. The mirror shards began to reflect a dazzling green light. The intense light forced everyone to close their eyes. Xie gripped Yun Zhao's hand tightly and commanded, "Hold on to the people next to you, don't get separated." The teammates immediately obeyed. The surrounding light was so intense that it almost drowned out the fluorescent light emitted by the spiritual threads. Even with eyes closed, one could feel the blinding brightness piercing through eyelids and penetrating deep into the soul. Yun Zhao could feel the warmth and determination from the man's palm. A pulling sensation came from all around. Then, a strong sense of weightlessness washed over her. The light reached its peak, and suddenly, everything returned to calm. When Yun Zhao opened her eyes again, her palm was empty. The warmth of Xie hand still lingered on her fingertips. Before her lay a void filled entirely of mirrors. A space composed of countless mirrors. Time seemed to freeze here. She saw her reflection split and recombine within the countless mirrors, as if countless versions of herself were watching her. And, a little bluebird perched on her shoulder, its head tilted. Ah, so many versions of myself. Yun Zhao stood motionless. She surveyed for a moment, then looked down at the ground, which too was constructed of mirrors. She felt as if she were trapped inside a mirror. Yun Zhao didn't panic. Instead, she spoke softly, "Handadeo, where did you put my teammates?" Her voice echoed in the space. No one answered. At this moment, the surrounding mirrors lit up, dividing into 12 areas. Yun Zhao was slightly startled, seeing them in the mirrors, along with the missing Duanxi and Rabbit, and Lin Yu. The scenes gradually appeared. Each area was like a small screen, playing different scenes. In a spacious air raid shelter, the gatekeeper spoke to Duanxi. "That child, she's a dark guide, aren't you afraid? She has the ability to control sentinels. Your life or death, your good or evil, are all in her hands." In a dilapidated steel factory attic, Rabbit, tears streaming down her face, watched helplessly as her beloved family disappeared again after a brief embrace. A storm raged. A tall figure appeared. "Do you know her? Did she tell you she's a dark guide, with the ability to control sentinels? You want to become her puppet?" Yun Zhao froze, his fingertips trembling slightly. She felt her blood freeze instantly, her ears ringing. Handadeo ruthlessly pierced her carefully hidden secret. The little bluebird sensed her true form's fear and stared questioningly at the annoying sentinels in the mirror. "Why be afraid?" Yun Zhao couldn't answer the little bluebird. She took a deep breath and spoke again. "What do you want to do?" No one answered her. The gatekeepers hadn't appeared at all. Her thoughts were completely jumbled. The other scenes in the mirror continued to play. Yun Zhao forced herself to look at the others. Tao Hao was running, carrying his cannon, cursing and shouting the names of the others. The scene where Qi Ling appeared was the underground shelter in contaminated Zone 28. Black slime kept oozing from her body. Qi Ling slowly reached out and caught the slime, her expression blank and somewhat bewildered. Song Liang had found cover and was scouting the surroundings. As for Xie, his location was peculiar. It was his home in the valley outside the base. His renovated home. On the first floor windowsill, 2 tall bird stands stood, toys tucked away in a box. The rug Yun Zhao had bought was in a corner, covered with a dust cover. Her slippers and water cup were still there. When Yun Zhao saw Xie on the screen and realized she was gone, she panicked for a moment, but quickly calmed down and began searching the corners of the house. No one knew his home better than him. Xie went upstairs. He opened the study door. Her notebooks and pens were neatly placed in the drawers. He went to the room again, to the bathroom. Her toothbrush and mouthwash cup, and the pink towel, hung side by side with his on the shelf. Just like in real life. Unconsciously, her presence had filled his life. Xie stood at the bathroom door for a moment, then turned and walked to the opposite side, opening the door to the walk-in closet. The clothes she had changed out of last time, he had washed and put away in the closet. Inside the closet were several pairs of delicate, small children's shoes. In a corner, dozens of large boxes, neatly stacked, occupied a third of the walk-in closet space. Yun Zhao looked at the familiar children's shoes and boxes. She remembered. She hadn't been to his walk-in closet, and had no idea he had taken all those things home. The scene continued. Xie searched the second floor, found no one, and returned to the first floor. The gatekeeper appeared out of nowhere, standing against the light before the open door. Its face was blurred, and its towering figure almost completely blocked the view. Xie2's eyes sharpened, and he drew his tang sword, charging forward without hesitation. "She lied to you," the gatekeeper's voice rang out. "She's the dark guide. Have you ever considered that your attraction to her, all your feelings for her, were deliberately orchestrated by her?" Chapter 412. Upon hearing the gatekeeper's words, Yuan Zhao's pupils contracted sharply, her heart pounding violently in her chest. The warmth of his hand still seemed to linger in her palm. But now, her heart felt frozen, trembling with cold. Yuan Zhao had never imagined that the dark guide's secret would be so ruthlessly exposed under such circumstances. The surrounding scene was too glaring for her to bear. Yuan Zhao closed her eyes slightly, her eyelashes trembling incessantly. What would he think? What would her teammates think? I'm not like that," Yuan Zhao murmured softly. The little bluebird sensed the emotions of its true form, its rage surging, its body suddenly becoming transparent. Countless strands of spiritual energy spread out. "Kill it!" the scene continued. Xie2 ignored it, his tang sword firmly gripped in his hand, yet he found himself unable to approach the gatekeeper. "It's a mirror image. The gatekeeper isn't here at all." He stopped moving, standing coldly in the familiar living room on the first floor. The dark guide can silently infiltrate the sentinel's mental world, controlling their consciousness, making the sentinel a puppet on a string. The gatekeeper's voice echoed in his ears, cold and sarcastic. "The dark guide is a master of disguise. You think your feelings for her are real? That's just a means for her to manipulate you. She didn't lie to me." Xie2's eyes remained unwavering, his voice low and deep. "My feelings for her are my own choice, and have nothing to do with her." Yuan Zhao shuddered slightly, and opened his eyes. The man in the image stood tall and straight like a pine tree, the hazy light outlining his resolute features, his eyes deep and calm, without the slightest wavering. The figure appeared exceptionally clear in the mirror, seemingly within reach. The gatekeeper, upon hearing this reply, visibly lost his composure. These sentinels were all mentally unstable. They couldn't understand human language at all. The gatekeeper looked at him coldly. "You're too naive. The power of the dark guides far exceeds your imagination. They are born to control sentinels." Xie2's eyes remained calm as he said indifferently, "If she really wants to control me, what's wrong with being her puppet? I'd be more than happy to." He seemed to completely disregard the dark guides. The gatekeeper was clearly taken aback, suddenly becoming somewhat agitated. "What about your responsibilities as an S-rank sentinel? Have you considered the disaster you would bring to the base if you lost control? You seem quite concerned about that?" Xie2's gaze sharpened, a glint of steel appearing in his eyes. "The gatekeeper cares about the safety of the base outside?" The gatekeeper's figure faltered slightly. Xie2 observed his reaction. "It seems you don't know why we're here." "Why?" the tall figure asked instinctively. Xie2 had seized the initiative, his voice still calm. "Tell me first, where is she? Where are my teammates?" Silence answered him. The gatekeeper wasn't stupid, it possessed a high degree of self-awareness, and sensed his intentions. If it yielded, it would lose. In the living room, the dim light hung heavy between the two like a shadow. The atmosphere reached a stalemate. The gatekeeper was unwilling to compromise. Yuan Zhao witnessed the entire confrontation between Xie2 and the gatekeeper. "She didn't lie to me. My feelings for her were my own choice, nothing to do with her." Her mind went blank, only Xie2's voice echoing in her ears, over and over, piercing through the gloom in her heart. Yuan Zhao lowered her head slightly, her wildly beating heart, which had just settled, suddenly skipped a few beats. Other scenes began to unfold. Scenes of her teammates appeared one by one. Yuan Zhao saw Duanqi choke the goalkeeper into cursing. "What's it to you? Yuan Zhao is our teammate. She wouldn't hurt us even if she hurt someone else." She saw Rabbit stand up, tears welling in her eyes, but her expression was unusually firm, saying the same words as Duanqi. "What does it have to do with you? We know better than you what kind of person Sister Yuan Zhao is." She saw Tao Haohao fire a shot at the goalkeeper. Trying to sow discord because I'm not smart enough? Think you can fool me with some made-up title of Dark Guide? She saw Song Liang standing amidst the ruins, his dagger gripped tightly, his eyes scanning the surroundings warily. "We are teammates fighting side by side. No matter who she is, that won't change." Yuan Zhao stood blankly in the void surrounded by mirrors. Hearing their unwavering trust and support, the last trace of unease in her heart completely vanished. The little bluebird tilted its head. "Ah, the annoying sentinel doesn't seem so annoying anymore." Yuan Zhao nodded emphatically. "Yes." But Qi Ling's situation seemed dire. He appeared in the shelter within contaminated Zone 28, the swamp that had once trapped him. In the scene, a dimly lit, cramped room, 12 bunk beds, housing 24 people. Qi Ling was once one of them. This place holds many of his years. Familiar scenes, familiar faces. Qi Ling looked at the familiar faces, his expression somewhat dazed. Once, in this limited space, he struggled to survive, watching those around him being corrupted and driven mad by the contamination. Finally, it was his turn. Qi Ling wandered aimlessly, looking down at his body, constantly oozing black slime, his heart filled with bitterness. This was Qi Ling's inner conflict. He hated his monstrous appearance. Outside the contaminated zone, he could constantly feel his difference from normal people. That sense of alienation, that inability to ever truly integrate into normal life, haunted him. Only by returning to the contaminated zone could he regain his normal self. This created a complex and contradictory feeling within him towards the contaminated zone. Qi Ling knew that humanity had always longed to eliminate all contaminated zones and end the apocalypse. Yet, without realizing it, he had developed a dependence on, and even a fondness for this place that should have been filled with fear. He dared not let his teammates know. This thought tore at his heart, becoming a knot in his heart, suffocating him. A voice echoed in the cramped space. Cold and oppressive. You think you can escape your own heart by hiding here? Your fondness for the contaminated zone is a betrayal of humanity. Qi Ling's body trembled slightly. He clenched his teeth, a flicker of anger and struggle in his eyes. I haven't betrayed anyone, I only feel like a normal person here. A normal person? The voice was aggressive. Stop deceiving yourself. How can a mutant be normal? What are you still struggling for? You are part of the contaminated zone. Why force yourself to integrate into the outside world? Qi Ling's voice was hoarse and broken. No. I'm not a monster. I'm human. The gatekeeper's figure gradually appeared, standing in the corner of the room, coldly watching him. Human. You haven't been. Your body, your consciousness, have long been corrupted by the contaminated zone. What you like is the darkness and dampness here, the familiarity and tranquility. The gatekeeper, the outside world is nothing but unfamiliar ruins to you. A trace of confusion flashed in Qi Ling's eyes, his voice trembling slightly. But, my teammates. They accepted me. They trusted me. The gatekeeper sneered, his voice laced with sarcasm. Trust? Do you really think they can completely accept you? You are a mutant, a monster, an existence that humanity wants to eliminate. To them, you're nothing more than an exception, someone who needs to be saved. Qi Ling's face turned deathly pale. He recalled the painful years in the contaminated zone, and also the warmth and trust he felt in Team Zero. Should he continue to run away? Chapter 413. Yuan Xiao looked at the image in the mirror, but didn't intervene. No one could help Qi Ling with his problem. He needed to face it himself, and try to resolve his inner conflict. Wait! Resolve the inner conflict? Yuan Xiao suddenly looked up. Honda Dao wanted to help everyone resolve their inner conflict. At that moment, all the images in the void suddenly disappeared, and the mirror reflected countless images of herself. The figures of her teammates vanished from her sight. Why did you come here? The voice came from all directions, but no one appeared. Yuan Xiao stood in the center of the mirror, already composed. What? You couldn't get anything out of my captain, so you come to ask me? She was seething with anger. Her attitude was extremely poor. The gatekeeper seemed used to the Zero Team's hostile attitude. What did you call me just now? Hondadeo? How do you know all this? Yuan Xiao and Xie Tu said the same thing. Where are my teammates? Release them first, then I tell you. Gatekeeper, if you tell me, I naturally let you leave. Yuan Xiao, can I trust the gatekeeper? Gatekeeper, didn't you already guess my intentions? I wanted to kill you. Those 3 sentries are already dead. Yuan Xiao paused, thought for a moment, and said, I can tell you first, but there are conditions. What conditions? The gatekeeper didn't seem to care. Yuan Xiao said quietly, tell me first, who is the other gatekeeper? Those robots are too troublesome. They must be dealt with first. The gatekeeper was slightly surprised, but quickly gave the answer. It's a robot. The robot flashing red is it. But it had to remind her. Killing it won't cause the contaminated zone to collapse. The 2 domains had already merged. To cause the contaminated zone to collapse, both gatekeepers had to be killed. Yuan Xiao fell silent. Indeed, the 5-star contaminated zone had no key. If they wanted to leave, Hondadeo seemed unlikely to survive. As the white mist within her mental domain gradually dissipated, she was able to control her killing intent. Yuan Xiao disliked it. But before she understood all the information, Hondadeo couldn't die. Alright, now it's your turn to tell me. The gatekeeper didn't understand what she was thinking, she just wanted answers. Why did you come here? And where did you learn the name Hondadeo? Yun Zhao said, in exchange, I can only answer one of your questions. That was fair. She couldn't completely trust a gatekeeper. She had to proceed cautiously before reuniting with her teammates. As for the other clues, there would be plenty of time to discuss them after eliminating the other gatekeeper. The gatekeeper didn't answer. A brief silence. The voice came from an unknown source. In the empty, void space, besides the mirror, there were only her and the little bluebird. Greenish-blue, fluorescent spiritual threads had already permeated every corner. The little bluebird was trying to catch this annoying fellow. After a long while, the voice hoarsely said, Answer my first question. Xie was the first to emerge from the mirror world. It was still the Guanyin Hall. Xie scanned the area, seeing no one. He sensed that the gatekeeper had no intention of killing them, so he could only patiently wait. An unknown amount of time passed. Song Liang appeared, but before he could even speak to the captain, Tao Haohao appeared. Holy crap! This is the first time I ever encountered a gatekeeper actively coming towards us. Tao Haohao exclaimed as soon as he appeared. Song Liang looked at Tao Haohao. You encountered a gatekeeper too? Xie frowned slightly too? Song Liang gave a lom. The captain too? Xie nodded. It was a mirror image, not in the same space. Even if it appeared in front of us, we still couldn't do anything about it. There were at least tens of thousands of mirrors in the entire city. No one knew which one was the gatekeeper. Tao Haohao didn't have time to guess. He quickly exchanged information with the two. He complained that gatekeeper started sowing discord as soon as it appeared, making up some kind of dark guide, trying to isolate Yun Zhao. Does it think I'm stupid? How could I fall for that? Song Liang glanced at the captain's expression, but didn't reply. By the way, did you guys run into Duanxi and Rabbit? Tao Haohao, oblivious to the situation, was concerned about his two missing teammates. Did they come out? It can't just be the three of us, right? No, they must have separated us. Song Liang replied. Tao Haohao's eyes widened. Then what do we do? Xie raised his wrist to check the time, suppressing his emotions. It's been about 3 hours inside, let's wait a bit longer. Mental power can be used in the mirror world. Yun Zhao is very strong. She's the gatekeeper's nemesis. In the contaminated zone, she adapts better than any Sento. Thinking this way, but a sense of unease inexplicably arose within him. The three stood waiting inside the Guanyin Hall, and another half-hour passed. Duanxi and Rabbit appeared one after the other. Although they had disappeared in the cellar, they had taken the only shard of the mirror. So they had used the mirror to appear here. Duanxi was startled to see Rabbit's red, tear-filled eyes. Despite his headache, he asked, Wang Jiayu, are you alright? Wang Jiayu shook her head. I'm fine. Song Liang, seeing this, understood. You and Rabbit were separated too? Wang Jiayu looked up at Song Liang, pursed her lips, and said, From now on, just call me by my name. Even if you call me by the wrong name, it's okay. Her brother had entrusted her with the future. She shouldn't run away, she would live well, carrying on her brother's love. Everyone was stunned by her words. Song Liang recovered, smiled, and patted her. Okay, Wang Jiayu. Okay, Xiaoyu. Tao Haohao breathed a sigh of relief when he saw her finally come out. Xie stood a little further away, his gaze falling on his teammates, his eyes darkening. The dark guide, Wang Jiayu, having emerged from the shadows, was still concerned about the base outside. Plus, the information came from Gatekeeper 111. Xie seemed to have guessed something. Where are Yun Zhao and Qi Ling? Duanxi looked around and quickly noticed that 2 people were missing from the team. Seeing their captain alone, he felt inexplicably uneasy. Neither Duanxi nor Rabbit mentioned the dark guide. In their view, it was completely unnecessary. They had all been through so many contaminated zones together. They had faced life and death together, fought and joked together. The teammates already knew Yun Zhao's character well. He wouldn't be swayed by a few words from the gatekeeper. Chapter 414. In the void of the mirror space, her image was reflected and overlapped countless times by the mirrors on all sides. Yun Zhao finished answering the gatekeeper's question. A suffocating silence fell around her. The mirror directly opposite her suddenly began to shatter inch by inch, shimmering with light. An exit appeared. The shattered mirror fragments revealed a temple scene, where her teammates, except for Qi Ling, were all present. Yun Zhao's feet moved involuntarily. She had to go out and explain things to her teammates. And Xie too. She wanted to tell him that she had never used her abilities on him. Just as her body was about to be engulfed by the light. By the way, you probably don't know this, do you? Yuan Zhao stopped, turned her head, and slowly said to the silent space, my father's name is Yunju, and I was born in the year the sun rose. The voice finally broke its silence. What did you say? The tone carried a hint of disbelief. Yuan Zhao ignored it, and stepped out of the mirror world. She knew very well what was going on. Han Dedeo's attitude was the same as Yu Jie's. Having decided she was a dark guide, he wouldn't easily reveal clues or information to her. She proactively mentioned her father's name, hinting that she might be connected to the sun's descent. If Han Dedeo wanted to figure out if she was the one he was waiting for, he would naturally find a way to determine whether she was a dark guide or a light guide. Meanwhile, she and her teammates only needed to focus on dealing with the other gatekeeper. In the blink of an eye, Yuan Zhao appeared in the Guanyin Hall. Xie Tu, Tao Haohao, Song Liang, Rabbit, and Duan Shi were all there, turning to look at the commotion. Seeing her appear, her teammates quickly surrounded her, chattering with concern. Yuan Zhao, are you all right? Duan Shi asked anxiously first. Wang Jiayu followed closely. Sister Yuan Zhao, did the gatekeeper give you any trouble? Yuan Zhao shook her head. I'm fine. Tao Haohao, that's so damn annoying. They always separate us. This godforsaken place has nothing. Next time, you should pack an extra bottle of water in your bag. Song Liang, it's good that you're alright. Sit down and calm down, talk slowly. Everyone's attitude remained the same. Her teammates were unaware that she had seen everything they said and did in the mirror world. Yuan Zhao didn't know what to say for a moment. The secret that had caused her so much fear. Was it that no one else cared? A warm feeling welled up in her heart. Yuan Zhao looked up, searching, and happened to meet Xie Tu's dark, deep eyes. The man held a tang sword in his hand, standing on the outskirts of the crowd. Seeing her appear, his tense body relaxed slightly. Her teammates surrounded her, and he restrained himself, not immediately rushing forward. The two stared at each other across the crowd, neither speaking. Song Liang, sensing the awkward atmosphere, quickly covered Tao Haohao's mouth, who was howling with hunger, effectively muting him. Yuan Zhao walked towards Xie Tu, stopping directly in front of him. Then, she opened her arms and embraced him. Yuan Zhao spoke hesitantly, explaining, I didn't use mental attraction on you. Xie Tu pulled her into his arms, his voice low and gentle, I know. She wouldn't say that without reason. Xie Tu understood. You heard everything? The teammates quickly turned their backs. In broad daylight, under the clear sky, couldn't they consider their feelings? Yes, I saw it. Yuan Zhao, oblivious to everyone else, tilted her head to look at him. Don't you have anything to ask? Xie Tu chuckled, resting his chin on his hand. No. As long as you're safe and sound. He answered too quickly, without the slightest hesitation. Yuan Zhao paused. Did you know all along? Xie Tu never lied to her, hugging her tighter. Yes, you didn't tear that document completely, so I tore out 2 more pages. Yuan Zhao froze. She hadn't finished reading that booklet. She was ill at the time, her mental strength failing her. When she saw the 2 pages about the dark guide, her emotions surged, and she didn't continue turning the pages. So, from that moment on, he had already known about the dark guide's existence. Xie Tu might not have been sure if she was the dark guide at the time. But to protect her, he still made the same choice as her. Yuan Zhao's heart pounded, and she buried her head in his shoulder. Just how many things have you done behind my back? Xie Tu reached out and smoothed her hair. Want to know? Yuan Zhao gave a muffled I tell you after we get out. The 4 people with their backs turned were completely at a loss for what to do with their hands and feet. Yuan Zhao's lack of awareness of the situation was understandable. But what about the captain? Duan Shi had a terrible headache. He had finally found temporary safety, only to be shown up like this. But that was the captain? He didn't dare to disturb him, fearing extra training when they got back. The 4 looked at each other in silence. Tao Haohao was the first to lose his temper, muttering softly, I'm hungry. Qiling hasn't come out yet. Should we eat while we wait? They've been here for almost a day and a night. He hadn't eaten or drunk anything and was starving. Even though Tao Haohao tried to lower his voice, Yuan Zhao still heard him. Yuan Zhao composed herself and said, Eat, I'm hungry too. She had just been thinking about what Xie Tu had said in the mirror world, and had momentarily lost her composure. Right now, she should focus on the mission. Tao Haohao quickly took off his backpack and rummaged through it. I only have chocolate and compressed biscuits in my bag. Does anyone have self-heating rice? Give me a bowl. Yuan Zhao left Xie Tu's embrace. I have some. She unzipped her backpack and handed Tao Haohao a box of self-heating rice. Do you want instant noodles? Yun Xiao asked her teammates. The sentries had big appetites. One box of self-heating rice definitely wouldn't be enough. Tao Haohao and Song Liang both responded, yes. Wang Jiayu looked at the closed door, somewhat worried. Won't the robots come looking for us? Xie Tu's arms were empty. He calmly withdrew his hand, pulled out a strawberry milk from his bag, and inserted a straw. With the mirror blocking the way, the robots shouldn't be able to find us here. All the robots' scans of the building were reflected by the mirror. As long as the mirror gatekeeper didn't intervene again, this place was quite safe. However, no food or water was found inside the building. They could only consume the supplies they had brought in. Clearly, they couldn't stay here for long. Wang Jiayu breathed a sigh of relief, but was still worried about Duanshi's condition. Duanshi waved his hand, his voice weak. I'm fine. Let's wait for Qiling first. Yun Xiao took the strawberry milk Xie Tu offered and asked, what about Lin Yu? Has she not come out either? Lin Yu had disappeared with Duanshi and Wang Jiayu. Now that both of them were out, where was Lin Yu? She didn't see her in the mirror image. Chapter 415. Could it already be out? Song Liang said, it can come out wherever there's a mirror. Maybe the mirror gatekeeper brought it to Fudue? Tao Haohao sat on the ground fiddling with his self-heating rice, saying sarcastically, then this gatekeeper is actually quite nice. He was furious about the mirror gatekeeper. You guys don't know, even grenades couldn't hit it. This gatekeeper is so wicked, playing a bunch of tricks to sow discord, toying with me before letting me out. Tao Haohao said angrily, does it think I'm a monkey? Duanshi lay on the mat resting, scoffing, it even insulted me, telling me to get lost. Yun Xiao, with a straw in his mouth, froze upon hearing this, glancing at the two with a complicated expression. The teammates' attitude remained unchanged. Is it possible that they didn't even understand what a dark guide was? After all, apart from Song Liang, the other three weren't very bright. Wouldn't she have been moved for nothing? Should she explain herself? Yun Xiao pursed her lips, deciding to clarify. Otherwise, what if she encountered a similar situation again? She was just about to speak. Xie Tu walked over, interrupting her. The mirror gatekeeper doesn't want to kill us for now, and probably won't harm Lin Yu either. Let's have a small meeting now to discuss the route. After Qiling comes out, we try to rendezvous with Fu Qian's team. Yun Xiao looked at him. Xie Tu softened his tone, softly telling her, let's discuss the mission first. The important thing is to get things done. We can talk about the rest later. Yun Xiao could only nod. Just then, she got a clue about the other gatekeeper from Hondadeo. Xie Tu held a self-heating rice box, and a box of instant noodles in each hand. Noodles or rice? Yun Xiao, rice please. There was nowhere to start a fire. Tao Haohao was simply eating instant noodles as a snack, munching on them, while waiting for the rice. She wanted something hot, something more filling. Okay. Xie Tu quickly prepared the rice, and placed it in front of her. The lotus-patterned floor tiles were as white as a mirror, reflecting the dim candlelight in the hall. The Guanyin statue above them had lowered eyes, its face compassionate and serene, as if silently watching over everything in the hall. Qiling wasn't there. The entire Zero team didn't believe in gods or Buddhas. They sat together in the hall, completely uninhibited, munching on their instant noodles while waiting for the rice to heat up. They also held a small meeting. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Yun Xiao revealed the clues she had obtained. The mirror gatekeeper said that the other gatekeeper is a robot that flashes red light. The atmosphere froze. Everyone looked at her simultaneously, their gazes focused on her. It actually told you all this? Tao Haohao found it unbelievable. Duanshi muttered under his breath, damn, he wouldn't say a word when I asked him, and even cursed at me. He was clearly bothered by this. It was one thing that he received different treatment from the captain on ordinary days. But the gatekeeper was also applying double standards. Yun Xiao, is this the point? It seems like every time they try to talk about serious matters, the conversation goes off topic. Xie Tu looked at Duanshi and said coldly, even a headache can't shut you up? His gaze swept over them, and everyone immediately fell silent. Duanshi's head really did hurt. He obediently shut his mouth and continued to rest. Song Liang pondered for a moment. The robots on the street are all glowing blue. I haven't seen any red ones. It must be hiding, Yun Xiao said. It's looking for the mirror gatekeeper, and the mirror gatekeeper is looking for it too. Whoever devours the other might merge the contaminated zone into a true 5-star contaminated zone. Based on the last merged contaminated zone, the gatekeepers were unaware of each other's whereabouts. Hondadeo probably didn't know the robot's weaknesses either, otherwise he would have already targeted them. Therefore, Yun Xiao only asked about the gatekeeper's attributes and nothing else. We can rule out all the buildings inside the mirrors. The other gatekeeper won't run into the mirror gatekeeper's territory and walk right into their trap, Xie said. Hiding its tracks isn't actually that easy. But the outside is all mirrors, where can it hide? Wang Jiayu couldn't help but ask. No one answered. Everyone was deep in thought. The terrain outside seemed to have changed, transforming from a mirror city into a mirror maze. A maze the size of a city, its area is unimaginable. Finding a robot with unique attributes in a city teeming with robots seems incredibly difficult. Not to mention, all the robots look exactly alike. Song Liang had a flash of inspiration. Could it be in the safe house? The cellar was named Safe House 03, and there were no mirrors nearby. As they reasoned, since there was Safe House 03, there would naturally be safe houses February 1st, and even April 5th, 06, and so on. And the safe houses were clearly in the blind spot of the mirror guardians. Safe House 03 was discovered because of the presence of those mirror fragments. Other places are probably the real safe houses. Following this line of thought, everyone agreed it was possible. Wang Jiayu looked at the captain, then after Qi Ling comes out, let's meet up with Captain Fu, and then search the safe houses together. Song Liang sighed, easier said than done. Their armored vehicles were already badly damaged. After a few more encounters with the robots, they'd probably be totaled. Without their heavily armored vehicles, their mortal bodies couldn't withstand the robots' energy attacks. Finding a few safe houses in such a vast contaminated area was no easy task. Xie, seeing the rice was ready, first opened the lid of Yunxiao's box and said calmly, don't forget, the robot's scanning devices can't penetrate mirrors. They already confirmed the mirrors weren't hostile. Just remove a few pieces of mirror and stick them on the vehicle. The sentries paused, then clapped and cheered. Holy crap! As expected of the captain. After everyone finished eating, Qi Ling still hadn't come out. The delay was getting long, and everyone was starting to worry. This shouldn't be happening. We all went in together. How come Qi Ling has taken so long? Could he be being held captive by the gatekeeper? I was worried he wouldn't have enough to eat, so I didn't dare touch the canned meat. Tao Hao, are you a pig? All you ever do is eat. Yun Xiao, listening to her teammates' commotion, began to droop her eyelids after eating and drinking her fill. She forced herself to stay awake and said, he's fine. He come out when he figures things out. No one knew better than her what Qi Ling was going through. Han Dedeo wouldn't hurt him, but he had to overcome his own inner turmoil. Xie brought over a mat, laid it out, and pulled her into his arms, patting her gently. Sleep for a while, get some rest. Yun Xiao nodded, adjusted her position in his arms, and slowly closed her eyes. No matter how dangerous the place, she could almost always fall asleep quickly when sleepiness came. Xie looked at the others and whispered, take a break now, I keep watch. The team members quietly agreed. They each found an open space, and laid down to rest inside the main hall. Even while resting, the sentries kept their weapons close at hand, remaining vigilant at all times. Chapter 416. Time ticked by. After an unknown amount of time, a commotion arose within the main hall, and Qi Ling finally appeared. His teammates instantly sprang to their feet, crowding around him to check on his condition. Yun Xiao, awakened by their noise, slowly sat up from Xie embrace. How long have I been asleep? Less than 4 hours. Xie paused. You wouldn't have been awakened by this much noise before. Yun Xiao's expression was slightly dazed from just waking up, and she instinctively asked, really? Didn't you feel anything? Xie frowned slightly, a little worried about her health. Yun Xiao shook her head. No, maybe my constitution has improved. Xie pursed his lips, staring intently at her. Clearly, he didn't believe that reason. Yun Xiao blinked, seemingly finally waking up. She thought for 2 seconds and said to him, maybe it's related to the dissipating white mist. The little bluebird had slept for a long time before, her spiritual realm filled with mysterious white mist. It affected her 5 senses. Could it cause her to fall into a deep sleep even when she's asleep? As the 2 patches of white mist dissipated, her sensory system was gradually recovering? Xie frowned, took her hand in his, and pondered her words. It was possible, but he wasn't sure. He wouldn't feel at ease until he figured out the reason. Yun Xiao wasn't too concerned about this, turning to look at Qi Ling. Qi Ling, after coming out, was back to normal. Seeing his teammates there, his tense nerves finally relaxed, and he honestly answered everyone's questions. I'm fine. That gatekeeper trapped me in the shelter, and it took me a long time to get out. That's good. We were worried the gatekeeper would break you, ha. Tao Hao accidentally blurted out the truth. Qi Ling, can't you speak properly? Wang Jiayu glared at Tao Haohao, then turned to comfort Qi Ling. Don't take it to heart. He means the gatekeeper can control you, and is worried he make you do strange things. Like walking upside down, or making you count the bricks on the wall with your tongue, Song Liang added. Duanxi, despite his discomfort, never missed a good show. Or maybe he make you talk to your shoes for an hour or two, which is why you haven't come out for so long. Qi Ling, is this what you talk about me about when I'm not here? We couldn't sleep, so we had a little chat. Wang Jiayu was a little guilty. We even discussed whether the gatekeeper would make you do ballet. Ha ha ha. Tao Haohao laughed loudly. Qi Ling, Xia Tu unzipped his backpack and tossed 2 cans of meat to Qi Ling. Eat something and rest for a bit. Qi Ling took the cans, hesitated for a moment. Don't we need to discuss what happened in the mirror? He didn't really want to talk about it, but he felt he had to inform everyone. Yun Xiao was packing his backpack when he heard this and looked up, saying, there's no time. We need to find a way to rendezvous with Fu Qian's team. There was still no news from Lin Yu. He needed to go and check on her safety. Moreover, Chu Xingzhou needed to see Duanxi's condition. The peregrine falcon must be feeling terrible right now. Over there. Xie Tu was assigning tasks to his teammates. Find the mirror. Xie Tu, remember, don't touch the mirror on the outer wall. Roger. Song Liang, Tao Haohao, and Wang Jiayu quickly disappeared from the Guanyin Hall. Yun Zhao slung his backpack over his shoulder and said to Qi Ling, rest here for a bit, we be back soon. Qi Ling, though not understanding why they were looking for mirrors, nodded instinctively. Okay. The buildings inside the mirrors were all independent and not connected. The temple had already been searched thoroughly. They only found some small pieces of mirror. To completely enclose the armored vehicle, the sentries needed to find a sufficient number of mirrors, or large, solid pieces. But the mirrors on the outer walls couldn't be moved. Moving them would create gaps in the reflections, potentially attracting a large number of robots. Tao Haohao had reached the gate, opened it a crack, and peered through the gap at the reflection in the mirror outside. Confirming there were no robots nearby, he waved, and 3 figures quickly ran to the other side, opened the door, and slipped inside. Xie Tu and Yun Zhao turned left and entered another building. These mirrored buildings were extremely deceptive in appearance. No one knew what the interior looked like until the doors were opened. They had to search each room one by one. Fortunately, it didn't take long. They found something on both sides. Xie Tu and Yun Zhao found a public restroom in a nearby building. The walls of the men's and women's restrooms were covered by enormous mirrors. Xie Tu drew his tang sword, pried open the mirrors, estimated their size, and cut them into several pieces, carrying them all back to the temple. They carefully made several trips back and forth. After working for a long time, they finally gathered enough mirrors. Tao Haohao and Wang Jiayu acted as lookouts. Song Liang dodged the patrolling robots and ran back to the car to get his tools. He crouched in the temple, using tools to cut mirrors into different sizes, then glued, tied, or nailed them to the outside of the tattered armored vehicle. He even covered the windshield. Qi Ling suddenly realized, this way the robots won't notice, right? Xie Tu said, we only know if we try. The armored vehicle's engine is quite loud. The robots should come running if they hear it. Hearing them was one thing. Whether they could launch an attack was another. Seeing the last piece of mirror attached, Xie Tu called to his teammates, get in the vehicle quickly. Everyone got inside. The observation window on the right side was shattered, shards of glass scattered everywhere. The vehicle, completely encased in mirrors, was pitch black, devoid of all light. Song Liang was still driving. But the windshield was completely blocked by mirrors. Nothing could be seen. Rabbit. Wang Jiayu, can you guide me? Okay, no problem. Wang Jiayu dragged over 2 ammunition boxes and placed them under her feet. She stood below the skylight, cautiously opening it a crack, using the dynamic reflection of the inverted sky to observe the terrain near the street. Why has the city's terrain changed? Wang Jiayu observed the changes carefully, somewhat surprised. Many roads have been blocked in the middle by mirrors, turning into dead ends. Yun Zhao, hearing Song Liang's address, smiled slightly and replied, because it's used to intercept those robots. The robot gatekeeper noticed Han Dedeo's presence. To shake it off, Han Dedeo used the mirrors to alter the terrain, delaying the robot's progress, and hit again. The contest between the 2 gatekeepers created quite a bit of trouble for them. It caused the 2 teams to become separated. I see. Wang Jiayu nodded and continued observing the route. The inverted city reflected the scene below, the gears on the tops of the buildings turning at a constant speed. The city map transformed into a giant mirror maze. The dynamic view showed that Fu Ming's armored vehicle remained stationary, in the southwest corner, unchanged. Song Liang and the captain discussed and planned their advance and retreat routes in advance. The armored vehicle started up. The roar of the engine abruptly echoed in the empty maze. Immediately afterwards, the sounds of metal clashing came from all directions, and a large number of robots turned and moved towards their location. Chapter 417. Tao Hao instinctively picked up the grenade launcher. Xie Tu released all his senses to stop him. Don't alert them, just keep going along the route. Okay. Tao Hao put away his weapon and sat down next to Duanxi. The armored vehicle slowly moved. It moved slowly along the quiet street. The speed was very slow. The windshield was completely blocked by mirrors, not even a crack, making it impossible to see anything ahead. Song Liang was driving blindly. Go straight, we're almost at the intersection right now, right turn. Okay, keep going straight, turn left at the next intersection. The interior was dimly lit. The passenger seat was empty. Everyone was sitting in the back. No one spoke, only Wang Jiayu's voice giving directions could be heard. The clanging of metal grew closer. It sounded like countless gears meshing in the dark, or like sharp metal claws dragging across the ground. The sentries immediately went on high alert, gripping their weapons tightly, ready to respond to any possible attack. Xie Tu listened intently to the sounds outside. At the alleyway to their right, a dozen robots appeared, meeting their armored vehicle head-on. The clanging of metal stopped. The faint sound of machinery turning could be heard. The robots seemed to be scanning the slowly moving armored vehicle. The vehicle had slowly driven to the alleyway entrance, getting closer and closer to the robots, about to enter their attack range. Everyone held their breath. Wang Jiayu, fearing discovery, had already closed the sunroof. Everyone waited quietly, waiting to pass, or to fight. Meanwhile, Xie Tu reached out and pulled the person beside him into his arms. Yuan Zhao's clear black and white eyes gazed at him, communicating with the little bluebird. Outside the vehicle, dozens of electronic eyes flashed incessantly, seemingly watching them. The robot paused, then continued walking forward, seemingly uninterested in this mirror vehicle. The tense atmosphere inside the vehicle eased slightly, until the robot's footsteps faded into the distance. Tao Hao let out a low breath. This thing really didn't detect us. Xie Tu nodded slightly, his voice extremely low. The mirror reflection interfered with its recognition system. It probably only scanned its own image. This method had indeed worked. Wang Jiayu exhaled, reopening a slit to act as a human guide. 50 meters ahead, turn right, watch out for more robots on your left. The armored vehicle continued its journey through the quiet streets. The next stretch of road went incredibly smoothly. They arrived at the street where Fu Hu's team was located in about an hour. Song Liang drove around twice, waiting for the nearby robots to disperse. Yuan Zhao took this opportunity to replenish her backpack. Xie Tu helped her hold it up, and she stuffed it full of food, filling it again. The car had just stopped in front of a building. A door opened a crack, and Zhuo Yu was surprised to see the armored vehicle covered in mirrors. He hadn't expected Zero Team to come up with such a method. Come in quickly. Zhuo Yu waved to them and whispered. Yuan Zhao heard the voice and quickly put on her backpack. The group quickly got out of the car and rushed into the building. The interior was surprisingly spacious. It was the interior of a large shopping mall. Why are all the counters empty? Song Liang muttered. Are they really that stingy? Not even a single supply? Qi Ling was on the verge of tears. After completing the last mission, he still owed the captain over 7,000 points. During the past half-month at the base, he ate meat every day, and his debt had unknowingly ballooned to 5 figures again. Qi Ling had hoped to earn enough points this time to pay off his debt to the captain in one go. Now, it seemed hopeless. Inside the mall, Fu Heng and the others had already heard the commotion and stood together in front of a shop. The two teams had finally met. Yuan Zhao looked over and saw Lin Yu among them. It was good that everyone was alright. Come in and sit down. We only realized the inside of the mirror was safe after we came in. Chu Xingzhou needed to rest, so we're resting here temporarily. I didn't expect you to find us first. Fu Heng said, her gaze sweeping over Yuan Zhao, her eyes flickering a few times before quickly looking away, pretending nothing had happened. Xie Tu noticed, his heart tightening, but he quickly regained his composure. Yes, come and meet us to discuss our next move. He squeezed Yuan Zhao's hand, his palm gripping hers tightly. His expression remained impassive. To make a long story short, there are two gatekeepers. One is the mirror gatekeeper, and the other is the robot gatekeeper. Yuan Zhao sensed his tension and naturally lowered her eyelids. Fu Qian's attitude was somewhat subtle. She already understood. Lin Yu in the mirror world had probably received the same information as her teammates. She was the Dark Guide. The secret of the Dark Guide, hidden for 100 years, seemed to be about to be completely exposed. At this moment, Yuan Xiao's heart became calm. Her teammates had chosen to believe her, and that was enough. If the base couldn't accommodate her, that was fine too. Anyway, she was going to find her father after leaving, and she had no intention of going back immediately. She had to return to the main task and succinctly explain the clues. The mirror can block the robot's skin, he said. The safe house might be in the mirror's blind spot. It should be quite conspicuous. Let's search those areas first, looking for traces of the robot gatekeeper. Both teams needed to work together to complete the current task. Fu Qian's silence was perhaps due to this consideration. Xie Tu silently began to calculate. He considered his own resources, thinking of a deal to persuade Fu Qian, without reporting it for the time being. At least until Yuan Xiao's father was found. This matter shouldn't be made public too early. A safe house? Fu Qian, focused on the mission, said, "We found a wetland park when we escaped. I wonder if there's one there." With a target in mind, the sentries perked up. They planned their search of the safe house to find traces of the robot gatekeeper. Meanwhile, Chu Xingzhou, unable to get a word in edgewise, sat alone resting. Duanqi looked listless and lacked the energy to discuss the mission, so Chu Xingzhou walked over and sat down opposite him. Chu Xingzhou paused, noticing his poor condition, and proactively asked, "Should we try a mental connection now?" Duanqi's temples throbbed. He thought to himself, "That's why I sat down here." The peregrine falcon hadn't improved, lying weakly in the mental field. Duanqi replied listlessly, "Okay." Chu Xingzhou nodded and stood up. "Then let's go to the next passage. There are no mirrors there." The captain deduced that the mental connection might have triggered the mirror world switch. Just in case, it was better to be cautious. The two greeted each other, and turned into the nearby emergency exit passage. Fu Heng glanced up in the direction the two had left, somewhat worried, and asked Shui Yu to go, and keep an eye on things. "The rest of you, hurry up and remove the mirrors." Fu Heng planned to disguise the car like Xie Tu had done. She pulled out a pen and paper, leaned over the glass cabinet, and drew a rough route. "But there's one crucial question you haven't mentioned." Fu Yu's eyes sharpened. "The robot has no weaknesses. Even if we find the robot gatekeeper, how do we destroy it?" Chapter 418. Didn't Captain Fu say in the cellar? To find the path to the top of the city, and destroy the gear's energy source? It was Wang Jiayu who spoke. She stood to one side, holding a sniper rifle, and couldn't help but say, "Cut off the robot's energy source, and wear it down, right?" Gears and wiring rotating at a constant speed on the top of the building. According to previous speculation, the gears were providing energy to the robot. They had originally planned to do this in the cellar. Fu Yu pondered for a moment, then frowned and said, "The energy source only works on ordinary robots. The gatekeeper exists based on its obsession. It shouldn't need an energy supply." "Tao how how. Then it has no weaknesses." Song Liang calmly repeated, "In other words, we need to find a special robot that is invulnerable to bullets and blades, possesses a powerful energy attack, and has the ability to control half of the contaminated area." Everyone, The sentries instinctively looked at their captain. The first floor of the empty shopping mall. The rest of Fu Heng's team were dismantling mirrors, while Chu Xingzhou and Duanqi went to the emergency exit. Only a few of them remained at the counter. Yuan Zhao stood quietly beside Xie Tu. Her head was slightly lowered, her gaze not directed in their direction, but fixed on the empty glass display case in the distance. She seemed lost in thought. Xie Tu's eyes darkened. She always wore this expression when deep in thought. What was she thinking about? The Dark Guide? Was she afraid Fu Heng's team would spread the word? Xie Tu suppressed his thoughts for the moment, returning to the mission. He turned to Qi Ling. They probably just don't have any weaknesses on the surface. Of everyone present, Qi Ling was the one who understood robot construction best. His teammates reacted as well. Following their gaze, under the scrutiny of everyone, Qi Ling racked his brains before finally saying, "I never seen this kind of robot before. I don't know its weakness." Before they could despair, Qi Ling changed the subject. However, the robot's structure should be similar. If the core chip is destroyed, it should truly die. The chip? Fu Heng tapped her fingers on the counter, thinking. Is it in the brain? Qi Ling shook his head. I'm not sure. The robot had developed self-awareness and created a contaminated area. To him, this was an incomprehensible thing. Qi Ling subconsciously thought of the robot that had protected him. A sour feeling settled in his heart. In the end, you still have to destroy the outer shell to destroy the chip, Tao Haohao said, feeling overwhelmed. Yuan Zhao suddenly spoke up at this moment, asking Qi Ling, you said you never seen this kind of robot before? Qi Ling didn't understand. Isn't it a product of the old era? Yuan Zhao asked. Qi Ling understood, and replied truthfully, probably. Combat robots have existed for a long time, but the core technology is controlled by the state. Combat robots produced by private companies can't be equipped with weapons. At most, they serve as bodyguards. The implication was that just because he hadn't seen one didn't mean it didn't exist. Technology in the old era was very advanced. In terms of artificial intelligence, AI had replaced many jobs, and all sorts of robots had already integrated into people's lives. As for Qi Ling, although his family owned a technology company, as an idle rich kid, he rarely cared about company affairs and only knew the basics. Yuan Zhao nodded. I'm just a little curious. What kind of obsessions can robots develop? Fu Heng glanced up at her. Xie Tu noticed Fu Heng's gaze and protectively shielded her. Fu Heng said irritably, forget it, the most important thing right now is to find it. Only by finding the gatekeeper can we address the problem effectively, otherwise, all the discussion now is useless. Xie Tu added calmly, the original plan must still proceed, the energy supply system must be destroyed. The sentinels can't carry a mirror around while fighting. Without dealing with the robots on the streets, they'd be restricted everywhere and unable to concentrate. Fu Heng had no objections. Next, the group discussed the route, destroying the top gears, and finding a safe house, a possible hiding place for the gatekeeper. Meanwhile, Lin Yu and the others quickly found enough mirrors, and then used the same method to cover the entire armored vehicle. After they finished, Chu Xingzhou and Duanxi emerged from the safety passage. Duanxi looked much better. Finally, his headache was gone. The peregrine falcon in his mental realm also regained its energy, closing its eyes to continue resting. Chu Xingzhou followed behind him, looking like a scholar drained of his life force by a fox spirit, his face pale, his thin body walking with unusually heavy steps. Thank you very much for your help, Guide Chu. We give you the points after we get out, Song Liang said somewhat embarrassed. Chu Xingzhou, his head spinning, waved his hand, you're welcome. Not far away. Noticing the commotion, Fu Qian walked over carrying a Gatling gun, seeing Chu Xingzhou almost unable to stand, and frowned slightly, how come you're so weak? Yuan Zhao was fine even after covering an entire city in the previous contaminated zone. He only connected with 2 people, and he's already this weak. The difference is huge. Chu Xingzhou's lips twitched slightly. The captain is right. When we get back this time, you need to improve your strength. Fu Heng's tone was serious. You can't improve your mental strength too much, but your physique needs to catch up. You train with us then. His mental strength couldn't compare to Yuan Zhao's, but his physique could be compared. Chu Xingzhou rubbed his forehead. For the sake of his own life, he had to remind her, Captain, I'm a guide. What guide trains with sentinels? Fu Heng said with a stern face, I know, you don't need to complete the entire sentinel training, half is enough. Duanxi looked at Chu Xingzhou with sympathy, and quickly left this troublesome place. High-level sentinels have strong physiques. Even half of that training is something no guide has ever heard of completing. Yuan Zhao from their team complained of being tired even after climbing a mountain, and it took her many days to finally pay back the 100 push-ups she lost in a bet. The captain indulged her every whim, changing physical training to night runs. But calling it a night run was more like a stroll. She ran 1 or 2 laps, then slowed down, walking slowly around the training field. In comparison, Guide Chu was truly miserable. After the meeting, Yuan Zhao and Xie Tu wandered around the mall. There was no electricity inside, but the visibility wasn't poor, the light seemed to come from mirrors. The display cases and shelves were empty, making the place seem particularly spacious. After browsing the first floor, they didn't see any goods. Yuan Zhao stared at the empty shelves. So stingy. Not even water. Giving outsiders a chance to survive. Xie Tu led her to the escalator, climbing the now still stairs. There should be water. Didn't Fu Heng say she found a wetland park? Are we going there later? Didn't you hear what happened in the meeting? Xie Tu squeezed her hand. Fu Heng's team goes first. We figure out how the energy works, and find a way to destroy the gears. Chapter 419. Yuan Zhao replied, I heard. Weren't we all going out? I thought we'd go check together first. Xie Tu didn't expose her. From the moment she entered until now, whether intentionally or unintentionally, she hadn't spoken a single word to anyone in Fu Han's team. Fu Han, on the other hand, was completely focused on the mission. After confirming the mirror gatekeeper was harmless, They had no intention of discussing the matter for the time being. Don't worry, I take care of everything. Xia Tu was afraid she overthink things and couldn't bear to see her so downcast. Yun Zhao was slightly taken aback. She raised her head slightly and found his eyes lowered, looking at her. Yun Zhao moved closer to him and said, I wasn't thinking much. I was just thinking about the robot's obsession. She paused, dark-eyed. This matter might have a twist in the end. It was normal for the other sentinels to be wary of her. After all, no one wanted to become a puppet for no reason. This matter was caused by Han Dao. If she were to proactively explain, it would be tantamount to admitting her identity as the Dark Guide. It's better to pretend ignorance for now, and deal with the machine gatekeeper first. Whether it's light or darkness, Han Dao will ultimately provide the correct answer. Xia Tu's expression softened slightly. Okay, let's go to the top floor and take a look. The two went up to the 5th floor. This shopping mall only has 5 floors. The entire 5th floor is occupied by restaurants and a cinema. It's as empty as the ground floor. Through the glass, they could see inside the restaurants. The tables and chairs were complete, but there were no supplies. The huge dome overhead was arched and completely enclosed. The gears at the top of the building were completely invisible. From the outside, the Gothic building looks at least 30 or 40 meters tall, but inside it's only 5 stories. The height difference is about half. Yun Zhao looked up at the ceiling and said, or we could find a sniping spot and have AU try shooting at the gears. The outer wall can't be touched. Xia Tu surveyed the area. We can't be sure what the consequences would be if the mirror were damaged. It would be best to find the center of the energy flow and destroy it. Yun Zhao thought for a moment. We can go to the city center later. That was my original plan. Xia Tu led her slowly. They walked calmly, as if they were really shopping. They walked around and arrived at the movie theater entrance. The light inside was dimmer than outside. They walked through the empty lobby and entered the ticket gate. Xia Tu stepped forward and opened a closed door on one side. The huge theater was silent. In the dim space, the neatly arranged empty seats seemed somewhat eerie. They walked past several theaters. Yun Zhao pulled out her flashlight and shone it inside, taking in the layout of one of the screening rooms. She gasped softly, "Why is there a bed in the movie theater?" Xia Tu followed the beam of her flashlight. The seats in this screening room weren't the traditional single rows, but rather spacious double-row individual spaces. Not a bed, but a double sofa you can lie down on, Xia Tu replied. It was a couple's screening room. Yun Zhao, okay. Forgive her for being so naive. Whether it was a bed or a sofa, at least they found a place to sleep. The two didn't linger. After searching around, they left the movie theater. A sound came from downstairs. The Fu Heng team was ready. Let's go downstairs and assemble. The two teams planned to split up. One team headed to the wetland park to search for the robotic gatekeeper. The other team went to the city center to figure out the workings of the gears, find the energy center, and stop it from turning. Before setting off, Fu Heng moved a round stool outside the door as a marker. Just a measure to prevent the terrain from changing again. Fu Heng came over to discuss. Regardless of any new discoveries, try to return here in 8 hours. Xia Tu had no objections. Here, day and night were indistinguishable. The sky remained unchanged. The group evaded the nearby robots' searches and boarded their respective mirror cars. The roar of the cars suddenly rang out. The two cars drove in opposite directions, one to the south and one to the north. The nearby robots were attracted by the noise. The metallic clanging sounds came and went. After getting into the cars, no one spoke. Below the sunroof, two people were now watching the road. Duan Shi and Wang Jiayu. One used the reflection of the city overhead to guide him, while the other searched for a suitable sniping spot. The city had become a maze, the streets almost all looking the same. Straight roads ended with similar mirrored buildings, and there weren't even any signs. 3 forks ahead. 2 dead ends. The inverted cityscape overhead gave them a godlike perspective. The windshield was covered by mirrors. Song Liang couldn't see the road, yet he drove with increasing ease. He turned the steering wheel when told to, and braked when told to. Yun Zhao sat in the back seat, yawning idly, resting his head on Xia Tu's shoulder, and soothing the little bluebird with his eyes closed. The little guy was fussing about wanting to get out. Yun Zhao, not yet, wait a bit. The little bluebird was extremely dissatisfied. It was used to being outside, and didn't like staying in the mental realm all the time. I'm going to come out and kill it. Yun Zhao soothed it. You can come out after we find it, okay? The mental body couldn't withstand the robot's energy attacks. Otherwise, why would they need to search for energy points? The Fire Phoenix could simply fly up and destroy all the devices. The little bluebird had no choice but to comply. It was suppressed by its physical body and couldn't get out at all. The car continued driving along the street. Every time they encountered those robots, everyone in the car instinctively held their breath. The passing robot's eyes flashed blue light. They scanned the mirror car repeatedly. Their processors couldn't distinguish between the mirrors on the roadside and the moving mirrors. They quickly moved away slowly. The car drove for an hour. Wang Jiayu finally made a discovery. About a kilometer ahead, we reached the center of the maze. There seems to be a central park there. Duanqi followed the coordinates and looked up at the sky above. The entire maze-like city appeared to be circular. The inverted city was too close together, and the map was too large. As they moved, only a few miles in radius could be clearly seen. Straight ahead. Sure enough, a blind spot in the mirrors appeared on the map. It was the central area of a circular maze. The park wasn't large, but it was very open on all sides, and the circular mirrored structures were far apart. Duanqi found it increasingly familiar. The layout resembled the central plaza of the Dawn base, except the girl statue had been replaced by a park. There are many robots nearby, Wang Jiayu counted. 11 robots at 3 o'clock, 9 at 9 o'clock, and 7 at 12 o'clock are moving this way. Yun Xiao heard the voice and opened her eyes. She sat up straight, and Xia Tu followed suit, getting up and going to the skylight. Duanqi made way for the captain to observe. The gears above their heads were spinning at a constant speed. Every building had one. Don't go any further, stop the car here, Xia Tu said. Song Liang obeyed, slamming on the brakes and stopping the car at the intersection. The robot at the 9 o'clock position was moving towards this street. The clanging of metal echoed all around. It was incredibly oppressive. The sound grew closer, soon reaching the armored vehicle. 18 hollow eyes glowing blue scanned the vehicle. Chapter 420. When the robot was 5 meters away from the mirror car, the recognition system automatically avoided the obstacle, walked around the vehicle, and headed back. The metallic clanging sounds faded into the distance. After waiting a while longer, the outside finally quieted down. Wang Jiayu quietly opened the sunroof a crack and observed through the mirrored screen. They're all gone. Xia Tu checked his sidearm, bent down, and stood up. Song Liang, Yun Xiao, and Qi Ling stay in the car. Everyone else get out. Yes, sir. Yun Xiao nodded in agreement. Song Liang had to drive to pick them up. She and Qi Ling couldn't run fast, and in a city full of mirror reflections, they would easily expose their location and cause trouble for their teammates. Across the street, Tao Haohao crouched in the car, pulling out 4 pieces of mirror they had salvaged from inside the mall from under the seats. Each piece was about the height of a person, just enough to block a person's body and prevent their reflection from being seen on the surrounding walls. The rear door opened. Xia Tu, holding the mirror, jumped out of the car first. The 4 of them quickly moved towards the central area. The skylight was slightly ajar. Yun Xiao, standing on an ammunition box, looked up at the inverted scene above the sky. On the rooftops, gears of all sizes meshed tightly together, rotating at a constant, uniform speed. The surrounding air seemed to swirl around them. A powerful force emanated from these steel structures. Because of the inverted angle, the view was incredibly clear. Each building's mechanism was independent, with fine wiring along its edges, making their connection unclear. Ahead, the 4 members of Team Zero, holding mirrors, moved like ghosts across the street, approaching the park. They quickly entered the park. A flower bed encircled the park's perimeter, and many trees lined the paths. Once inside, the 4 figures disappeared from sight. Yun Xiao, seeing they were out of sight, returned to her seat. Qi Ling silently stood up, taking her place to continue observing the scene above, afraid of attracting the robots. The 3 in the car remained silent. Captain Duanqi, unable to hide his thoughts, whispered as soon as they entered the park, "Don't you think this place looks a bit like the base's central plaza?" There was a high platform in the very center. But it wasn't a statue of a young girl, it was a pavilion. It was the highest point in the vicinity. And in the distance, that large mirrored building facing them, could it be the base's shopping center? But our base doesn't have shopping malls or temples, said Wang Jiayu. She instinctively wanted to unleash the king chameleon, but forcibly restrained herself. Besides, she said, the base's shopping center hadn't even started construction when this contaminated area formed. It was only similar in appearance, not quite identical. Duanqi, I mean the terrain is similar. Xia Tu squinted, surveying the park's surroundings. Confirming there was no danger, he didn't delay any longer. Wang Jiayu, try shooting at the gears. Yes, Captain. Wang Jiayu attached a silencer to her sniper rifle and gracefully climbed onto the pavilion on the high platform to find a suitable sniping position. But she had nowhere to put her scope. Duan Shi and Tao Haohao came over and helped her carry the scope. Carrying something this big was actually quite troublesome. It was manageable for short distances, but not in combat. The mirror was fragile, and holding it left no hand free. Wang Jiayu found a suitable angle, crouched down, and raised his rifle. The sniper rifle had an effective range of over 2,000 meters. Nearby buildings were far away, yet still within range. Wait! Just as he was about to pull the trigger, the captain's voice came from beside him. Wang Jiayu was confused. Xie Tu, who had been pacing nearby, had descended from the pavilion, and was now at the 9 o'clock position on the left side below the platform, tapping the stacked stones with the muzzle of his rifle. The sentries recognized him. Tao Haohao looked surprised. It's empty below? Is it a safe house? Duanxi realized. It should be. Let's find the entrance first. Xie Tu circled the stone steps, repeatedly tapping the stone wall with the muzzle of his rifle, searching for the entrance. Upon hearing this, Tao Haohao quickly came down to help. Holding the fragile mirror greatly hampered their movement. Tao Haohao muttered a complaint under his breath and followed the captain, beginning to examine every paving stone in the surrounding area. It seems the underground is empty too. Duanxi and Wang Jiayu quickly came down to help. Only this side is empty. The safe house shouldn't be very big. Would the robot gatekeeper be here? Xie Tu didn't speak, releasing his senses to probe the underground area. Following the circled area, he quickly found the safe house entrance. A loose floor tile. After prying it open, a pitch-black passage appeared. Wait here, I go in and take a look. Xie Tu handed the mirror to Tao Haohao, took a flashlight from his backpack, and went down underground alone. The short passage ended at a tightly closed iron door. The iron door was labeled Safe House 01. Each safe house was numbered, unlike something an outsider could create. Once inside the contaminated zone, survival would be difficult. Outsiders wouldn't have the time to build safe houses everywhere. Was it the gatekeeper's doing? It couldn't be the machine gatekeeper. It's a robot. It has no reason to do that. Then it's the mirror gatekeeper? What is it hinting at? Outside, there's a safe house. Xie Tu connected many fragmented pieces of information. The diary that guided them to number 111, the whereabouts of Yun Xiao's father, the Dark Guide's records. And the central area here, so similar to the base's terrain. While thinking, Xie Tu stepped forward and pried open the iron door. Like Safe House 03, it wasn't large, filled with dust, with some dilapidated tables and chairs, and a stone bed. Xie Tu went inside and looked around, finding nothing suspicious, and quickly came out. Captain, what's the situation inside? Duanxi couldn't help but ask. Xie Tu closed the floor tiles again, bending over and casually replying, Safe House 01, no other clues. The three couldn't help but feel disappointed. Where could the robot gatekeeper be hiding? I don't know. Let's see if Captain Fu finds anything. Xie Tu restored the area to its original state, and the four of them climbed back onto the pavilion. Tao Haohao, one hand on a mirror, turned his head and said, Wang Jiayu, time to work. Meanwhile, on the street outside. Why hasn't the captain made a move yet? Song Liang glanced at his watch again. During this time, 2 waves of robots had patrolled the area, yet not a single gunshot had been heard. Maybe they found something else. Yun Zhao sat there for a while, her heart growing increasingly uneasy. Finally, she couldn't help but stand up again and walk to the area below the skylight. She had barely finished speaking. Suddenly, a bullet struck the gears on the top of the building with astonishing speed. As the bullet struck the gears, accompanied by the collision of the bullet and the gears, Yun Zhao witnessed the gears shatter into countless fragments in an instant, followed by a torrent of dark matter gushing forth from the broken pieces. The energy source is dark matter? She was slightly taken aback. She should have expected it. The fact that no dark matter had been found in the entire contaminated area was already highly unusual. Chapter 421. Above the building that was hit, all the gears that were in operation stopped turning. Dark matter began to spread. Immediately afterwards, a second bullet struck the top of the adjacent building. The effect spread rapidly. The once peaceful city streets descended into chaos due to this sudden turn of events. The patrol robots on the streets, sensing the energy fluctuations, all stopped. The sensors on their heads flashed with an unusual blue light. They were receiving or analyzing some new information. The 3 people in the car dared not speak, instinctively holding their breath. Then, a mirrored map appeared above their heads. Yuan Zhao watched helplessly as massive numbers of robots surged towards them from all directions. So many! Densely packed, probably thousands of robots. Xie and the others hadn't returned yet. Yuan Zhao made a decisive move, pulling out the mirror from under his seat. Quick! Get out of the car and take cover inside a building. There were too many. If the robot accidentally knocks off the mirror from the car, the three will have nowhere to retreat. They can't just stand there and wait to die. Upon hearing this, Song Liang quickly jumped from the driver's seat to the trunk to help retrieve the mirror. Qi Ling hurriedly closed the sunroof and grabbed a box of food, tying it to her chest. There's no food inside the building. If the robot doesn't leave, they'd be trapped and doomed. The three quickly gathered the food. Yuan Zhao, Song Liang, and Qi Ling got out of the car, carrying the mirror, and crouched low as they rushed towards the nearest building. By this time, the sound of metal clanging was very close. The mirror's reflection didn't reach the walls. Yuan Zhao was a little worried about Xie and the others, who hadn't returned yet, and frequently turned to look towards the park. Go in first. I go meet the captain and the others. Song Liang had already opened a mirrored door, and pushed Yuan Zhao and Qi Ling inside. The gears on the building were intact. They were still turning at a steady pace. Not far away, Xie and the other three were rushing towards them. A loud clanging of metal echoed in their ears. Song Liang breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing them. He dared not expose himself outside the mirror, so he could only stick his gun out and frantically swing the barrel at the group running towards them. Tao Hao was running in the lead. As he ran at top speed, small pieces of the mirror would occasionally peek out, reflecting off the mirrored wall. Xie was responsible for covering the rear. He suddenly looked up sharply, his eyes narrowing. Get out of the way! A red light descended from the sky, quickly forming a net-like pattern, attacking the four of them. Hearing his captain shout, Tao Hao almost instinctively lunged to the side. The net of red light grazed his shoulder, instantly scorching the ground. His heart pounded, cold sweat poured down his forehead, and he nearly dropped the mirror. Is it the robot gatekeeper? Duanqi and Wang Jiayu raised their guns alertly, simultaneously looking up at the sky, searching for the location of the attack. Don't stop. Keep running. Xie voice rang out again, carrying an undeniable urgency. Tao Hao gritted his teeth, quickly got to his feet, and continued sprinting towards the building where Song Liang was. Duanqi and Wang Jiayu followed closely behind. The three of them held their mirrors tightly against their bodies, afraid of revealing even the slightest gap, and ran as fast as they could. Xie brought up the rear, his eyes scanning the surroundings like a hawk's. The sound of metal scraping against metal was deafening. Robots were already appearing at the beginning of the street. Song Liang pushed open the mirrored door a crack, his gun pointed outside. His gaze was fixed on Tao Hao and the others, ready to provide fire support at any moment. Tao Hao finally rushed to the building entrance, and Song Liang pulled him inside. Duanqi and Wang Jiayu followed closely behind. The three leaned against the wall, panting. Yuan Zhao stepped forward, but not seeing Xie enter, his expression changed slightly. Where is he? The captain is still outside. Song Liang's gaze lingered on the outside through the crack in the mirrored door. On the street, a red energy beam reappeared, seemingly trying to prevent Xie from entering the building. Xie moved nimbly, quickly dodging to the side. The red net grazed his clothes, creating several deep cracks in the ground again. Just as he regained his footing, another wave of attack struck. Captain! Come in quickly! Song Liang's voice came from the building entrance, filled with anxiety. Xie didn't respond, dodging the attack again. This time he saw it clearly. His gaze locked onto the mirrored image above his head. On the other side of the street, among the bustling robots, one robot's flashing red light instantly switched to blue, disappearing into the swarm of machines. These robots all looked identical. Its presence was quickly concealed, vanishing into the massive machine formation. No wonder he couldn't find it. It had been wandering the streets all along. That makes sense. As a gatekeeper, switching freely between blue and red lights shouldn't be difficult. It could attack directly from above, ignoring distance. This meant that the inverted mirrored city in the sky was its domain. Ignoring the robots on the street, Xie lowered the mirror and drew a heavy firearm from his backpack. He raised the gun, aimed at the image in the sky's reflection, and coldly said, "Got you." Xie then locked onto one of the hundreds of robots. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. The robot's shell was extremely hard, impervious to blades and bullets. Firearms couldn't kill it. But these robots all looked identical. He had to leave a mark on its shell to have a chance of finding it again. The heavy machinery had immense destructive power. The bullet struck the image in the sky's reflection. Ripples spread across the surface. The bullet, passing through the mirror, struck the skull of one of the robots on the adjacent street. The bullet failed to penetrate its hard shell, but left a clear scratch on its head. A blue light flickered slightly, then returned to normal. Successfully marked the gatekeeper. Meanwhile, without the mirror's protection, Sia2 was completely exposed on the street. The robot spotted him and quickly approached. As they approached within 10 meters, the robot, caught off guard by the attack, went into disarray. The sensors began to flicker erratically, and its movement slowed. Sia2 seized the opportunity and rushed towards the building. Song Liang had already pushed open the mirror door, and Sia2 darted inside. Close the door. Song Liang immediately slammed the mirror door shut. The robots outside experienced a brief period of chaos, but quickly regained order. The clanging of metal echoed again, and the robots' footsteps drew closer. 2 gatekeepers guarded this contaminated zone, and the robots couldn't penetrate the barrier set up by the other. They were safe for now. Sia2 had just lowered his gun when he looked up and saw Yun Zhao standing not far from him. She held a bottle of strawberry milk, standing there quietly. Her almond-shaped, watery eyes were fixed on him. Sia2 stepped forward and whispered, "I'm all right." Yun Zhao pursed her lips and handed him her favorite strawberry milk. Sia2 chuckled softly, took the milk, inserted the straw, and took a sip. For others huddled together, silently observing everything. Is this still their calm, collected, and taciturn captain? No matter how many times they see him, it just doesn't feel right. Song Liang sighed, forced to speak up and break the atmosphere. What happened just now? How did the robot gatekeeper suddenly appear? Chapter 422. It shows that breaking the gears worked. It was afraid of having all the gears destroyed, so it wanted to take us out first. Sia2, holding his strawberry milk, continued, but it probably didn't expect the mirror gatekeeper to choose to provide us with shelter. The machine gatekeeper was attacked from both sides, and it seemed to lack a high degree of self-awareness. A simple reflection of mirror light trapped it, making it spin around in circles on the street. Its strength lay in its defense and attack power, so the mirror gatekeeper couldn't do anything to it. The other 3 entered and immediately sat down to rest. Upon hearing the captain's words, Wang Jiayu instinctively gripped his sniper rifle tighter. So, if we just destroy all the gears, will the robot stop moving? Sia2, yes, theoretically. Duan, she breathed a sigh of relief. Finally found the right method. Let's take it down and get out of here as soon as possible. Should we notify Team Ambush right away? Tao Haohao said, 2 teams working together will definitely be faster. Song Liang leaned against the door, listening to the sounds outside, and nodded in agreement. We regroup and move out together. No need to find any high ground. Just climb onto the roof of the vehicle, use the mirrors to block out all sides, and shoot at the roof. Destroying a stationary target wasn't difficult for the sentries. It was just like target practice in the training ground. 1 shot, 1 kill. It wouldn't be long before all the gears were taken care of. And the captain had also marked the robot gatekeeper. Once the robots on the street stopped moving, they just needed to find the robot with the bullet mark on its skull. The only thing I'm worried about. Song Liang continued, destroying the gears is indeed useful, but at the same time, a large amount of dark matter will be released. If Yun Zhao uses her ability, and is captured by the robot, little Bluebird will be in danger. Indeed. Duanqi still felt lingering fear. Although he had received treatment from Chu Xingzhou and appeared to be fine, he hadn't fully recovered. The peregrine falcon hadn't woken up. It was still recuperating in the mental realm. Yun Zhao stood to the side, pulling out a bottle of strawberry milk from her backpack and drinking it. It's alright, I can do the channeling from inside the house. There was no need to worry about being sucked into the mirror. Hondadeo was probably researching whether she was a guide of light. There wasn't time to invite them to the mirror world again. Everyone relaxed upon hearing this. Alright, rest where you are and wait for the robot to leave. Sia2 finished his milk, his eyes sharpening again. Next, destroy all the gears and force out the robot gatekeeper. Yes. The robot continued to linger outside. Team Zero rested inside the building for nearly 5 hours, finally waiting until the surrounding area became safe. The group quickly emerged from the building. Yun Zhao and Qi Ling got into the back of the vehicle. Song Liang drove, while the others mounted mirrors on the roof. The sentries, well trained, secured the mirrors to all 4 sides of the roof, blocking reflected light from the walls. Wang Jiayu tested his sniper rifle. No problem, visibility isn't affected. Let's move in now. Sia2 said, the robots aren't fast enough to catch us. We can take care of the gears along this stretch. Roger that. Wang Jiayu responded. And so, on the way back to the rendezvous point, on the mirrored buildings on either side, gears shattered one after another from the impact. Dark matter, like a black mist, spread and enveloped the entire street. Yun Zhao raised her communicator. It showed a pollution concentration of 48%, and it was rising very rapidly. She asked Xia Tu, will the robot gatekeeper come out again? Yes. Xia Tu stood sideways below the skylight, squinting slightly. It would be best if it came out on its own. It would save them the trouble of searching. Yun Zhao thought about it, and realized it was true. The robot gatekeeper only knew how to kill. It seemed it could even slightly anticipate danger. If it appeared again, Team Zero, prepared, would have to lock onto it. But the difficulty lay in the fact that it was an invulnerable robot. How to kill it? The armored vehicle, covered in mirrors, continued forward. As more gears shattered, the entire city buzzed, and countless robots rushed towards them. As if program malfunctioning, they moved only a few steps before getting stuck on the road and refusing to move. Before returning to the rendezvous point, Team Zero encountered Team Fuheng on the road. On the roof of a vehicle constructed from mirrors stood Fuheng, Lin Yu, and Zhao Xinlei. Surprisingly, they were also shooting at the gears on the roof of the building. The two teams met and exchanged information on the roof. We found a clue, Lin Yu shouted, that's safe house 04 over there. No one's there, but there are broken gears. The two teams had previously discussed the gear issue. Fuheng felt that the sooner the better and couldn't delay any longer, so she decided to try smashing a piece of gear. As a result, the nearby robots indeed slowed down. But we were attacked, Lin Yu said. That robot was incredibly fast. The captain almost locked onto it. Tao Hao, hearing this, was somewhat smug. Our captain left a mark on it. The robot with the bullet casing mark on its skull is it. Lin Yu gave a thumbs up. Well done. Fuheng flicked the ammunition belt at her waist, pretending not to care. They were both S-rank sentinels. Xia Tu had actually marked the gatekeeper, and she had let it escape while protecting Chu Xingzhou. But how do we destroy it? Wang Jiayu couldn't help but ask. Those robots have no weaknesses, they're indestructible. We tried bullets and rocket launchers, but at most, they only left some marks on the outer shell. Clearly, Yun Zhao wasn't the only one who had thought of this problem. After finding the robot gatekeeper, a fierce battle was likely to follow. Fu Hao's gaze was cold. It's alright, I have a way. Yun Zhao, sitting in the enclosed carriage, paused slightly upon hearing Fu Hao's words. Unfortunately, she couldn't go out, and couldn't see what was happening on Fu Hao's side. However, she roughly knew what Fu Hao's method was. Good that you have a way. The sentinels didn't press further. After all, the gatekeeper could hear. They didn't talk for long. They quickly returned to their mission. The two teams worked together, one responsible for one building, destroying all the gears they could see. The dangerous merged contaminated zone. Because of the mirror gatekeeper's defection, the danger level was greatly reduced. Even so, the sentinels dared not let their guard down, trying to avoid the robots on the road. The two vehicles drove around the streets for nearly 3 hours. Wherever they passed, gears turned to dust and dissipated, and the dark matter in the air became increasingly dense. As more gears were destroyed, the robots on the street began to lag, their flashing blue lights gradually extinguished, and they stood motionless on the street. Yun Zhao sat in the carriage, Qi Ling sitting opposite her. The carriage was dimly lit. The observation windows on all 4 sides were blocked by mirrors, making it impossible to see what was happening outside. The two of them couldn't help much, so they just sat there, bored to the point of wanting to sleep. Meanwhile, using the light reflected from the mirrors, the sentries were checking all the robots on the street. After an unknown amount of time, suddenly, Wang Jiayu's exclamation came from above. Captain! It's here! Chapter 423. Get out! The words fell. Xia Tu immediately jumped into the car, grabbed Yun Zhao by the waist, and held her firmly in his arms, kicking open the back door. Yun Zhao didn't even have time to react. She felt her body lighten, and Xia Tu had already pulled her out of the car. The whole action was swift and seamless. He also grabbed Qi Ling's backpack, dragging her off the car as well. And almost at the same instant, a beam of red light shot down from the inverted city mirror overhead, accurately striking the Zero Team's armored vehicle. Boom! The vehicle shook violently, the side mirrors shattering instantly, shards flying everywhere. Before anyone could react, a second net of red light attacked the crowd again. Xia Tu kicked Qi Ling under the car, grabbed Yun Zhao, and rolled quickly, dodging the second attack from the machine gatekeeper. The crimson net grazed their backs, the scorching heat making their skin tighten. A deep crater was created in the ground, sending debris flying. Xie shielded Yun Xiao with his body, letting the debris hit his back without even flinching. Everyone scatter! Fu Heng shouted. She grabbed Chu Xingzhou by the collar, standing against the wall. The sentinels had already jumped off the vehicle roof, and the members of Fu Heng's team also scattered, quickly creating distance. Approaching the third and fourth energy attacks, they intertwined in the air, forming an even larger net that fell from the sky. The sentinels ran in different directions to dodge. Xie, holding Yun Xiao, propelled himself forward like an arrow, weaving left and right through the flying debris and scorching energy flashes. The large red net, like the tentacles of a demon, relentlessly pursued them. Yun Xiao nestled in Xie's arms, taking the opportunity to look up at the sky. Above the inverted city, a humanoid robot with a scratch on its head looked down at them. Its eyes flashed a cold red light, as if mocking their powerlessness. Damn it! It still has the nerve to come back. Xiaoyu, shoot quickly, kill it. Wang Jiayu and Zhuo Yu pulled the trigger simultaneously. 2 bullets passed through the mirror image and hit the robot, but had no effect. The sound of metal clashing came again, from not far away. The sentries realized they hadn't finished destroying all the gears. At least half of the robots in the labyrinthine city were still moving freely. Guns can't inflict fatal damage on robots at all. Duanqi subconsciously searched for Fu Xi's figure as he ran. How are we supposed to deal with this thing? Team leader Fu said she had a way. Duanqi was utterly baffled. What method could possibly kill the machine gatekeeper? Fu Heng stood not far away. The red energy net attacked again. She grabbed Chu Xingzhou by the collar and quickly shifted positions. Chu Xingzhou, dragged along, felt utterly hopeless and had to grab her waist to prevent himself from falling. Robots are afraid of water, Fu Heng said calmly. We must finish this quickly. Tao Haohao was about to say that there was no water in this contaminated area. Then, in the next moment, a pure blue qilin, surrounded by water mist, materialized above her head. The water qilin raised its head and let out a low roar, then pushed off with its 4 hooves, transforming into a blue streak of light, shooting straight towards the inverted city mirror in the sky. At the same time, the robots that had rushed over nearby caught the image reflected in the mirror, and several beams of blue light shot directly towards the water qilin. Captain! The other sentries in the squad exclaimed in unison. Everyone's expression changed. Fu Heng was actually risking mutual destruction, trying to use the water Kirin to directly confront the mechanical gatekeeper. The water Kirin was surrounded by mist, as if carrying a vast ocean, its aura overwhelming. It attracted almost all the firepower the moment it appeared. It nimbly dodged in the air. But because of its enormous size, it couldn't dodge all attacks, and 2 energy attacks struck it instantly. The behemoth immediately became teary-eyed. Tears streamed down its face like they were free. Rain inexplicably began to fall. Fu Heng's face paled slightly, but her eyes remained calm and resolute. Chu Xingzhou looked at her in disbelief. Withdraw it quickly, you'd be severely injured. A spiritual body is formed from condensed spiritual power. Every attack that hits the water Kirin will reflect back onto herself. Is this the solution she mentioned? I never seen such a reckless captain. Completely disregarding her own life to complete the mission. Her team members were frantic. They desperately fired their guns, trying to stop the blue lights from attacking the water unicorn. It was no use. They didn't have avian-type spiritual entities, so they couldn't provide aerial support for the water unicorn. Although Captain Xie was there, his spiritual entity, the Fire Phoenix, was fire attribute, naturally incompatible with the water unicorn. It would only hinder them. Captain, recall your spiritual entity first, then we think of another way, Lin Yu said anxiously. Fu Yu remained unmoved. This is the only way. She was determined to kill the machine gatekeeper and complete this 5-star mission. The mirrored city screen displayed. The robots on the street coldly raised their arms, preparing to launch a second attack. Chu Xingzhou's face was ashen. The usually refined young man rarely lost his temper, yet he was utterly powerless against his captain. The sentries watched helplessly as the blue light once again hurtled towards the water Kirin. Captain! Just then, a beam of emerald light suddenly rose from the ground, instantly solidifying into a barrier, like a giant net, enveloping the water Kirin completely. Successfully protecting the water Kirin as it rushed into the mirror city. Fu Yu was slightly taken aback, then abruptly turned her head to look at the street diagonally opposite. The guide, held in Xie arms, had her eyes tightly closed, her hands slightly raised, countless emerald spiritual threads wrapped around her fingertips. Xie had intended to press her hands down, but she grasped them instead, her face grim as she looked up at the sky. The moment the water Kirin rushed in, The entire space seemed to tremble. The buildings in the mirror distorted, and the water Kiran's figure appeared and disappeared within them. The mechanical gatekeeper was clearly caught off guard by a spiritual entity directly intruding into its domain. It hesitated for a moment, its red eyes flickering uncertainly. Now! The water unicorn, its eyes brimming with tears, lunged at the mechanical gatekeeper, launching a fierce attack while crying. The mist surrounding it transformed into countless water arrows, shooting towards the mechanical gatekeeper. Facing the water arrows fired by the water unicorn, the mechanical gatekeeper's shield flashed with blue light, deflecting the arrows. However, the water unicorn's attack surged like a tidal wave, wave after wave. The mechanical gatekeeper was overwhelmed. Wah! The water unicorn let out a low growl, its voice tinged with grievance and anger. Seawater surged from the water unicorn's body, overflowing and engulfing the mechanical gatekeeper. The collision of water and metal produced a hissing sound. And below, the city. The fine raindrops suddenly turned into a downpour. The sentries standing on the street were all soaked to the bone. Despite Xiatu's best efforts to shield her, Yun Zhao was inevitably drenched. Xiatu held her close, his lips pressed together, as he checked her condition. Is anything bothering you? Yun Zhao slowly opened her eyes, but said, who's making that noise? Chapter 424. Fu Yu naturally heard her words. Fu Yu's face instantly stiffened, her ears turning slightly red. It's not usually like this. The words were practically squeezed out between clenched teeth. It was clearly a majestic water unicorn, yet it would bark like a dog at the drop of a hat, and always had teary eyes. So embarrassing. The torrential rain drowned out her feeble explanation. Yun Zhao didn't hear her. In a short while, the people standing on the street were soaked from head to toe. And the battle above continued. With Yun Zhao's mental barrier protecting the water unicorn from the dark matter's corruption. This huge creature clearly had the upper hand, desperately attacking while crying pitifully. Facing this cold, mechanical contraption, the water unicorn seized an opportunity, lunging at the mechanical gatekeeper again, biting its head. Countless drops of seawater seeped into the machine's interior through the seams of its outer shell. The robotic gatekeeper emitted a piercing mechanical noise, its body beginning to tremble violently. Then, the sentinels were horrified to discover, the entire sky city was plummeting. In the blink of an eye, it was incredibly close, the drooping spire colliding with the tops of the buildings on either side. It was about to crash to the ground. Someone shouted, "Quick! Get into the mirrored buildings for cover!" Xiatu, who had been standing close to the wall, hugged Yun Zhao tightly, and disappeared into the street first. Tao Haohao grabbed Qi Ling, who had just crawled out from under the car, and quickly opened a mirrored door and rushed inside. To protect themselves from the robot's energy attacks, the sentinels were scattered throughout the streets, keeping a considerable distance from each other. Forget about assembling. Everyone rushed to open the nearest door to hide. Even the most clueless among them understood. As the machine gatekeeper was killed, the mirror image merged with the real area. Number 320 became a true 5-star contaminated zone. The moment the mirror door closed. Upon seeing the interior of the building, Yun Zhao and Xiatu froze. A spacious living room before them, brand new glass windows, and a play area enclosed by a fence on the right side of the entrance. 2 tall sycamore bird perches stood prominently. The interior of this building was actually Xiatu's home. The two knew exactly what was happening. Xiatu drew his tang sword with one hand, and said in a deep voice, "It's here." As soon as he finished speaking, the lock on the back door clicked open silently. Countless shards of mirror materialized. A tall figure entered against the light, and stood motionless in the doorway. Xiatu squinted at the blurry figure opposite him. Just like before, he couldn't make out the face at all. Another mirrored image? The renovated house had unexpectedly made things easier for the gatekeeper. Xiatu gripped his tang sword, slowly releasing the person in his arms, and pulling her behind him. The gatekeeper seemed to have ill intentions towards her. From the beginning, he had been constantly trying to sow discord between her and the sentry. A tense atmosphere filled the air. Neither side spoke first, simply staring at each other silently across the spacious living room. As for Yun Zhao, thanks to the water Kiran, her hair was still dripping wet, droplets sliding down her neck and soaking her combat uniform. The cold, sticky sensation made her feel uncomfortable all over. Yun Zhao stood behind Xiatu, reaching out to unzip his backpack, looking for a clean towel. She remembered Xiatu had one in his backpack. She was trying to distract herself, to avoid losing control, to avoid thinking of killing it. In the spiritual realm, the little bluebird, seeing the familiar shelf, couldn't contain itself any longer and started clamoring to come out. Yuan Zhao simply stopped suppressing it. The azure bird gradually materialized, arrogantly glancing at the gatekeeper, completely ignoring him, and flew straight towards the shelf. Immediately afterward, the fire phoenix appeared, trotting after them. A familiar scene. Two men faced each other silently, the girl standing behind them drying her hair. Two spiritual entities flew onto the shelf, the miniature harp being plucked by claws, instantly filling the living room with melodious sounds. Once the atmosphere was broken, it was impossible to maintain. I didn't expect you guys actually to take the guy down. Hondadeo sighed silently. It was a robot born solely for killing. Its self-awareness wasn't high, but its aggressive instincts were extremely strong. After its fall, it replicated countless versions of itself, wanting to kill any creature that entered the contaminated zone, including mutants. It was probably born in the early stages of the Dark Apocalypse. Those who developed it probably hoped to use it to combat mutants. But unexpectedly, influenced by the dark matter, the robot also developed an obsession. A robot born solely for killing, its obsession was also killing. The two people opposite him, however, showed little interest in the robot's past. The robot gatekeeper was killed by Fu Ho. She only helped a little. Yuan Zhao finished drying his hair with a towel and handed it to Xie Tu, gesturing for him to dry his hair as well. Xie Tu obediently took the towel, looking up at the blurry figure. You should know why we're here. Why don't you tell us about yourself? Hondadeo silently observed their subtle movements. Its figure appeared particularly blurry in the backlight, mirror shards swirling around its body, emitting a faint buzzing sound. You want to know about me? The voice was deep and hoarse, as if coming from a great distance. Yuan Zhao's fingers unconsciously rubbed his cuffs, his fingertips slightly cool. He said softly, "You shown yourself again, isn't it to tell us something?" The figure swayed slightly, the mirror shards swirling around its body even more violently. A long silence followed. It spoke slowly. I died in the 77th year of the Dark Apocalypse. My consciousness slept in the void for a long time, until it awoke again, only to be trapped here forever. The gatekeeper is born from a strong obsession, so I have always retained some memories, emotions, and that obsession. Speaking of its death, its voice was calm and even, as if it were talking about something insignificant. Xie Tu's expression was indifferent, calmly stating, "Your obsession was to end the Dark Apocalypse." "Yes, but how easy is it?" Hondadeo's voice echoed in the living room, carrying a weary quality born of hardship. The figure remained blurry, the backlit face indistinct, but the heavy oppressive feeling made the air thick. The viscous gaze fell on the two playing spirits. Finally, it settled on Yuan Zhao. Yuan Zhao kept staring at it, and noticing the gaze, its fingers tightened slightly. The Guide of Light. Hondadeo's voice suddenly turned low. He said that light is born from darkness, and the Guide of Light is the most powerful guide, the only one who can look directly at it without being devoured. Yuan Zhao knew that the first it he was referring to was her father. And the second it. What is it? Xie Tu keenly grasped the key point. Chapter 425. Hondadeo didn't answer Xie Tu's question. Instead, he continued to stare at Yuan Zhao. Perhaps I'm wrong, but you do indeed possess an aura of darkness that makes me want to kill you. The gatekeeper exists on dark matter. It could recognize such an aura at a glance. But Yuan Zhao's words still affected it. She said she was that person's daughter. She said the sun appeared when she was born. Someone tore through the darkness, but he couldn't wait for the light. But a light guide shouldn't possess a dark aura. Hondadeo didn't know how to determine her attributes, wasn't sure if she was the person he was waiting for. No one knew what a light guide truly looked like. When I was little, my father sealed me in the contaminated zone. She had to explain. Yuan Zhao looked at the little bluebird playing and said softly, I don't remember anything from before, I only know that I seem to have awakened my abilities from birth. Sealed? The voice was very surprised, then instantly understood, it was indeed something he was capable of. Your father, he's an unpredictable eccentric. 1 second he's best buddies with someone, the next second a single word displeased him, and he killed him without warning. He perfectly embodies what it means to be a dark guide. In contrast, other known dark guides, having received orthodox education from childhood, couldn't kill as casually as he did. If he did it, then his daughter, perhaps she really is a light guide? Yuan Zhao, hearing news of her father again, looked somewhat dazed, murmuring Yujie said the same thing. Regardless of what kind of person Yunju was, she still wanted to find her father. The little bluebird, hearing the gatekeepers talking about her father, suddenly raised its head and scanned the area, then flapped its wings and flew over to land on Yuan Zhao's shoulder. Who is Yujie? The voice asked. Yuan Zhao pursed her lips. I don't know its real name, but it should be your companion. It told us the coordinates here. The tall, blurry figure suddenly froze. Is that so? Its figure swayed slightly. He also. Yuan Xiao's thoughts were hazy, and she couldn't help but ask it, do you know where my father is? No. The expected answer. Yuan Xiao was still somewhat disappointed. She asked again, what is Yu Jia's real name? Ding Lang. You don't know the whereabouts of the others? No, I overestimated myself then, trying to stop it to buy time for the others to escape. Yuan Xiao was slightly taken aback. Ding Lang had also said that they didn't die willingly, they only held on to a strong will to become gatekeepers, waiting for the guide of light to appear. Is someone chasing you? Is it? Yuan Xiao asked again. Xie Tu's brows furrowed even more, his tang sword slightly raised, its blade gleaming coldly in the dim light. He was concerned about the gatekeeper spoke of. What exactly was it? Faced with her question, Han Dideo remained silent. He didn't know whether he should tell them about the clues he had discovered while searching for the truth. No one knew what to do after the Guide of Light appeared to help humanity completely escape this catastrophe. At this moment, Xie Tu suddenly spoke, slowly reciting those words, the golden age is gone, darkness has descended. It appeared from the sky, omnipresent, leaving a trail of corpses wherever it went, devouring and consuming. Unfathomable, indescribable, otherwise it would be severely polluted. Xie Tu's expression was cold. Is this the source of all disasters? The sky? What's above the sky? The solar system, the universe. It appears from the sky. Could it be interpreted as dark matter originating from the universe? Humanity is merely a chance occurrence in this vast universe. Human emotions and interests, even the existence of Earth itself, are meaningless in the vastness of space. The resources of the universe are infinite. The law of the jungle does not apply. Xie Tu's tone was icy. That temple, what you're trying to say is that it in the sky exists like a god, unfathomable and indescribable. Gods have no pity for mortals. From the beginning, Yuan Xiao had guessed the answer. That's why she said those words to Qi Ling in that temple. Is it true that once the truth is discovered, the controller will find out? You all left the base one by one to avoid bringing disaster to all humanity, but in the end, none of you escaped? If Yuan Xiao was questioning, then Xie Tu was interrogating her. The predecessors placed their hopes on the light guide, expecting one person to fight against higher dimensional beings? Xie Tu's words were like a sharp dagger, piercing the core of the problem. The atmosphere plummeted to freezing point. Xiao means light. Yuan Ju wouldn't have given his daughter such a name without reason. So she wasn't a dark guide at all, but a so-called light guide who could see it directly. But such a heavy burden shouldn't be borne by her. Yuan Zhao's heart skipped a beat. She looked up at the man beside her. The man's thin lips were tightly pressed together, his lower lip turning slightly white from the pressure, a testament to the turmoil in his emotions. You're right. And wrong? Han Dideo's voice was low and hoarse, as if it came from a great distance. What's right? And what's wrong? Xie Tu's voice was cold and hard. It's right. It truly comes from above the sky, from a higher dimension we cannot comprehend. It's wrong. It's not a god, but a being we cannot understand, or rather, a phenomenon. A phenomenon? Yuan Xiao's voice was soft. Yes. Han Dideo. It's a self-replicating dark substance that feeds on negative human emotions. Human fear, despair, anger. These emotions become its nourishment, making it stronger. Once someone tries to uncover its truth, its will detect them, leading to their annihilation. Han Dideo sighed. Shining discovered a clue more than 200 years before the darkness descended, on November 16, 1974, when humanity sent its first signal into space, known as the Arecibo signal. To help extraterrestrial beings better understand the signal, humanity translated the radio content into binary code and sent it out. If you replace the code with black and white squares, you get a pattern. At this point, Han Dideo couldn't help but lament humanity's self-destructive behavior. The signal contained a wealth of information: human DNA, molecular formulas, double helix structures, human appearance, and planetary coordinates. At the observatory in that contaminated area, Shining saw some strange radio wave responses. The following words were identical to Ding Lang's. Shining shared the information with her companions, determined to find the source and end this world. But it wasn't that easy. They were destined to fail. At this moment, Han Dideo looked at Yuan Xiao again and said the same words as Ding Lang. Your father said that the Guide of Light knows where the source is. Chapter 426. As long as we find the source, we can destroy it. Han Dideo murmured softly. This was its obsession, repeating itself like a nightmare. Destroy it. Yun Xiao turned her head slightly and said softly, I don't know, I don't remember anything from before. She had only glimpsed a trace of the truth in the previous contaminated zone. But Ding Lang didn't trust her, and refused to reveal more information. She came here to understand these things, and her father. I see. Han Dedeo's tone carried an imperceptible disappointment. She found the Guide of Light. And then? No one knew what she should do to make the dark matter disappear, to expel those indescribable beings from higher dimensions. From their planet. No one person knew. Yun Xiao also thought of this. She pursed her lips. My father. He's still alive, right? Han Dedeo. A scourge lives on for 1,000 years, probably. Yun Xiao, It seemed Han Dedeo harbored deep resentment towards her father. His origins are shrouded in mystery, his whereabouts are unpredictable, and he knows many things we don't. It won't be easy for others to find him, but you should be able to. Yun Xiao's temperament was unpredictable. Everyone was afraid of him, afraid of dying at his hands. But Yun Xiao was different. She was his child. Yun Xiao wouldn't harm her. Han Dedeo. He might be in a safe house, or he might be wandering in a contaminated area. You can try looking for him. A contaminated area. Hearing this, Yun Xiao's fingers unconsciously clenched the hem of her clothes. The information revealed by the two gatekeepers was the same. The Guide of Light knew the source. But before she lost her memory, she had only been in one place. Contaminated Zone 6. Xie stood beside her, his dark eyes fixed on her face. He could tell what she was thinking just by looking at her reaction. Yun Xiao won't be there. Yun Xiao slightly raised her head to meet his gaze. The man looked at him calmly, his fingers unconsciously tightening their grip on the hilt of his knife, his knuckles turning slightly white. You can't go to Zone 6. Her spiritual domain was still incomplete. The incomplete domain limited her abilities. She hadn't yet awakened her full spiritual power. Leaving aside whether Yun Xiao was in Zone 6. If the source was truly in Zone 6, then going in now would undoubtedly be suicide. Xie dared not gamble. They didn't know what agreement Yun Xiao had reached with the gatekeeper of Zone 6. Perhaps it was simply sealing her away and raising her until she was 6 years old. Perhaps it was only for the first time she was allowed to leave. Perhaps the gatekeeper was guarding the source and didn't have the energy to deal with her at that time. The gatekeepers weren't truly human. They had long been corrupted by dark matter, and even Ding Lang and Han Dedeo's words couldn't be entirely trusted. What if it was all a trap? Xie didn't want her to take risks without being certain. If he died, he would die. But he wanted her to live well. The two were very close, close enough that Yun Xiao could see her reflection in his dark eyes. His entire body was tense, even his breathing was barely audible. He seemed genuinely worried about her. Yun Xiao reached out and placed her hand in his palm. I didn't say I was going. I know my mental domain is incomplete. I'm no match for that thing right now. Yun Xiao scratched his palm. Dad shouldn't be there. If he really was in number 6, he should have noticed when I went out. She had lived in Qingshan town for 12 years. In those 12 years, Yun Xiao had never appeared. Moreover, she glimpsed fragments of her childhood memories, where Yun Xiao was never by her side. She was always alone. If Yun Xiao were at number 6, he should be with her. Xie grasped her hand in return, and upon hearing her answer, his tense body finally relaxed. Han Dedeo noticed their subtle interaction. The outside world had become incomprehensible. Yun Xiao turned to look at the blurry, tall figure and spoke again. Ding Lang said it doesn't know where Shening is. What about you? Don't you know either? Mentioning her former companions, the tall figure appeared somewhat weathered. Maybe they're all gone, Han Dedeo murmured softly. Not everyone can break free of constraints and become a gatekeeper. Turning to dust isn't necessarily a bad thing. The atmosphere suddenly became somewhat silent. Han Dedeo turned away from them, backlit. I said what I needed to say. Have you considered that once the truth is partially revealed, it will eventually detect it? Once you leave the contaminated zone, perhaps your fate will be the same as back then. Yun Xiao understood its unfinished words. Just like back then, for us. Han Dedeo, you can also choose to stay here. The contaminated zone is dangerous, but also safe. You have the ability to purify dark matter and won't be assimilated. Yun Xiao's senses gradually returned. No, we must get out. I have very important things to do. Since it would be detected sooner or later. Then she needed to find her father as soon as possible, and dispel the white mist in her mental realm. Staying in the contaminated zone meant she couldn't do anything. Is that so? Han Dedeo slowly turned around, his gaze lingering on the red-crowned cranes on their shoulders. His tone was calm as he said, then do it. Kill me, and you can get out. Xie2's grip on his knife tightened. Indeed, there was no key to the 5-star contaminated zone. If they wanted to leave, they would have to cause the zone to collapse. He had already guessed the gatekeeper's identity. Han Dedeo's ancestor. A fellow member of the Dawn base, and a senior member of Team Zero. Should he kill it? You're lying. Yuan Xiao looked up at the shadow against the light. I used to live in contaminated Zone 6, which was also 5-star, but I still got out. She didn't remember how she had escaped. There was no key to the 5-star zone. But there must be another way to get out. Han Dedeo's tone was unhurried. By the time the light guide appears, my mission will be complete. Even if you don't kill me, my obsession will slowly dissipate. It was seeking death. In the history of Dawn Base, the Red Crown Crane team was a revered force. But now they were trapped in this contaminated zone, bound by their obsession. Yuan Xiao lowered her eyelids, suppressing the murderous intent within her, and said softly, "Don't you want to see the day the source is wiped out? We waited 100 years. What's a little more time? Besides, you can't die now." Yuan Xiao said, word by word, "I don't know if we follow in your footsteps, but if one day I fail, contaminated Zone 320 could clearly be considered humanity's escape route. That it couldn't perceive the situation within the contaminated zone. Why couldn't the contaminated zone be considered one of the escape routes? As long as there were enough guides working together to build a barrier, they wouldn't be assimilated by the contaminated zone. That's the meaning of the safe house, isn't it?" She didn't soften her heart. She was only considering the bigger picture. Chapter 427. The moment the door appeared, Fu Heng and Chu Xingzhou were in the lobby of a company. The ceiling on the first floor was over 10 meters high. The water Kirin lay on the floor, taking up most of the space, tears streaming down its face. Chu Xingzhou looked down at the knee-deep water, his expression indescribable. "Don't you want to comfort it?" Hearing this, the water Kirin quickly lay on its side, pointing pitifully to the spot on its side, where the energy impact had struck. "Ouch, blow on it." "Blow on it with what?" Fu Heng frowned slightly. "Look at yourself, how big you are. With such thick skin, you don't need to do anything for such a small injury." The water Kirin's big eyes were full of grievance, and it cried even harder. Seeing the water rising higher and higher, almost reaching its waist, Fu Heng stood still, completely unmoved. Chu Xingzhou rubbed his forehead, as if in a headache. The human and the spirit form had remarkably similar large, watery eyes that seemed to speak volumes. But how could their personalities be so drastically different? He didn't want to survive the gatekeeper's death, only to be drowned by a spirit form. Chu Xingzhou took a step into the water, approaching the water unicorn. "Where does it hurt?" "I blow on it." The water unicorn, crying, rolled over, exposing its belly. This creature was enormous. Standing beside it, Chu Xingzhou wasn't even as big as its claws. He stared for a long time, unsure where to begin. The door appeared at that moment. It seemed Xie2 and Yuan Xiao had resolved things. Fu Heng picked up the Gatling gun, grabbed Chu Xingzhou, and pulled him by the collar. "Come on! Let's get our car." Chu Xingzhou was practically dragged along. He took a deep breath. Seeing the person being dragged away by the main body, the water unicorn felt even more aggrieved. Just as it was about to bark, its figure vanished from the spot. It was forcibly withdrawn from its mental domain. Meanwhile, the others also discovered a door that had appeared out of thin air. It was late at night outside. Two dilapidated armored vehicles appeared one after the other at the edge of the contaminated zone. Reinforcements, having received the news, rushed over immediately. Lieutenant Zhou watched with a complicated expression as Team Zero got out of the vehicles. What's going on this year? An inauspicious start. Team Zero had failed to eliminate the gatekeeper in 2 consecutive missions. Judging from the damage to the armored vehicles, they must have been through a fierce battle inside. Lieutenant Zhou could only think that as long as everyone was alright, at least they had explored another contaminated zone. Yuan Xiao greeted everyone and went into her tent to rest. This mission was exhausting. Mentally and physically exhausted. The moment she came out, she erected a barrier for herself and Xie2 to prevent any spying. Xie2 watched her enter the tent, then turned and walked towards Fu Heng's team's vehicle. When the door opened, both teams pulled out dozens of motionless robots until the vehicle was full. This was the only gain from this mission. As for the clues obtained, without Yuan Xiao's barrier to protect them from being detected by it, they couldn't reveal them to Fu Heng for the time being. The 2 captains went away to talk. What they said remains unknown. The sentries were exhausted and had no interest in listening. Now that they were finally out, they handed the robots they had brought out to the reinforcements and quickly returned to their tents to catch up on sleep. The next day, Yun Xiao didn't wake up until noon. She was woken up by the heat. It had only been a few days since she went in, but coming out felt like a lifetime had passed. She had almost forgotten about this damned weather outside. Yun Xiao walked out of the tent alone, not seeing her teammates. Xie Tu wasn't there either. She asked the sentry on duty. They had gone to scout the outer edge of the contaminated zone. The merged contaminated zone had become a 5-star contaminated zone. The gray fog on the outer edge had changed. It seemed to be expanding. Yun Xiao said oh, asked a sentry for some water, washed her face, and went to the neighboring camp. The sentries at Dawn Base were flattered by the arrival of an S-rank guide. Upon learning she was looking for Captain Fu, they enthusiastically gave directions. Captain Fu dragged Gai Chu out for a run this morning. They just got back. They're in the tent. Look, the biggest tent at the very back is it. Yun Xiao running in this heat? And all morning? Is Chu Xingzhou alright? Yun Xiao thanked them, politely declined the sentry's offer to lead the way, and went alone to Fu Xingzhou's tent. Before she even approached, the person inside had already noticed her. Come in. Yun Xiao lifted the curtain. Fu Heng stood bent over in front of the folding table, on which sat a basin of cool water, wringing out a towel to wipe her face. Perhaps because she had been running. She had already changed out of her combat uniform, and into a smart casual outfit. Yun Xiao closed the curtain and suddenly felt that Fu Heng's tent seemed cooler than the rest of the room. She didn't see any ice or other cooling items. Because of the water, Kirin? Does a spiritual body have this effect? After washing her face, Fu Heng tossed the towel into the basin and pointed to the single folding bed. Sit down. Both of them understood what the conversation was about to entail. Yun Xiao erected another barrier, shielding the surrounding senses, and spoke. I explain about the dark guide. Fu Heng sat down opposite her on a folding stool and asked, aren't you? Yun Xiao paused. She had awakened twice, and the gatekeeper also thought she was. The characteristics matched perfectly. She should be both a dark guide and a light guide. But the light guide thing couldn't be said for now. Fu Heng, however, took her pause as tacit agreement. Last night, Captain Xie talked to me about this, asking me to name my terms for keeping it a secret for now, but I refused. Yun Xiao was slightly taken aback and looked up at her. Fu Heng suddenly smiled. The dark guide thing. I have some reservations, but you saved my life, and I don't lack anything. Who cares about his meager reward? She said. Besides, we're not in the same base. Even if you switch sides someday, it won't affect me on a joint mission. Yun Xiao was speechless. However, the dark guide's abilities are too overpowered. Once exposed, things will be dire. Fu Heng didn't believe in any dark guides, only in her own intuition. I'm afraid you might accidentally get into danger. It's best to find a solution as soon as possible. Yun Xiao remained silent. It would be a lie to say she wasn't moved. She had only met Fu Heng a handful of times, and actually knew nothing about her. Yun Xiao, however, treated her like a teammate, choosing to believe her. The secret that had caused her so much fear was, in the eyes of these sentinels, nothing. The sentinels trusted themselves more than the unknown. The two talked for a long time. Yun Xiao turned to ask about the water Kirin's condition, whether it needed psychological counseling. Fu Heng thought for a moment. Okay. She didn't know when they would meet again, so she wanted to get some counseling done quickly to prevent the water Kirin from continuing to cry and giving her a headache. When Xie Tu returned, he found Yun Xiao missing. He asked her and learned she had gone next door. They still didn't know how to write the mission report. Xie Tu called a meeting with the others to discuss it. Their teammates only found out now. The captain and Yun Xiao hadn't returned to base with them. Chapter 428. Upon learning that the two had personal matters to attend to, and would be returning later, the teammates exchanged glances. Those who knew better didn't ask anything. What if the captain had suddenly realized they were just being a nuisance, and was deliberately staying late? After the meeting, Xie Tu went out to talk to Deputy Zhou. The others found a shady spot outside to rest. The weather was hot. It was midday, when the sun was at its strongest. The temperature inside the tent was even higher than outside. It was unbearable. After Yun Xiao returned from giving Fu Heng some emotional support, Tao Hao called out, "It's too hot outside. Can we go back earlier?" "How early?" Wang Jiayu asked. Tao Hao, how about leaving in the afternoon? The air conditioning in the armored vehicle is broken. It's not as hot in the afternoon as it is now. Speaking of their armored vehicle, the Zero team members couldn't help but sigh. The vehicle was parked on the outskirts of the camp, easily visible. The once imposing heavy off-road armored vehicle was now riddled with damage. The body was covered in dents. Both observation windows were broken, and a large crater was embedded in the rear door. It was a gruesome sight. Wang Jiayu asked skeptically, this vehicle, can it even make it to base? Take one of the reinforcements back, Song Liang said. Wang Jiayu hesitated, then whispered, what about Qi Ling? His slime. Ordinary vehicles can't withstand it. Yuan Zhao had separated from them. Qi Ling's slime had no barrier to prevent it from dripping continuously. Military trucks couldn't withstand the corrosive effects of his slime. Qi Ling stood at the edge of the crowd, and when he heard his name mentioned, he slightly raised his head. His gaze, no longer darting away as before, met everyone's eyes openly. I'm fine, Qi Ling said calmly. I can stay on top of the armored vehicle, you can tow it. Song Liang's eyebrows twitched slightly. He turned to look at Qi Ling, a hint of inquiry in his eyes. He clearly sensed the change in Qi Ling. Previously, Qi Ling always hid in the shadows, unwilling to interact with others. But this time, he was no longer evasive or self-conscious. Instead, he possessed a calm and resolute demeanor. It must be related to his experience in the mirror world. Song Liang felt a sense of relief. Although this mission hadn't eliminated the contaminated zone, two teammates had resolved their inner conflicts, so overall it wasn't a loss. Duanqi, unusually quiet, was drawing circles on the ground with a dry twig he found somewhere. When Yun Zhao walked over, he glanced down at the circles on the ground. Judging by their shape, it looked like a birthday cake. The contaminated zone was too dangerous, time was completely lost. He only realized it was April 9th when he came out. Duanqi's birthday had long passed. Yun Zhao waved to Song Liang, signaling him to come over, and said to the others, how about we leave later tonight? It'd be cooler then. I listened to Sister Yun Zhao. Wang Jiayu raised her hand in agreement. Song Liang received the signal, and as he got up, he pulled Tao Haohao along, casually saying, okay, tell the captain when he gets back. Yun Zhao told him, we have something to do, and are going out for a bit, we'll be back soon. Duanqi nodded, not taking it seriously. The three of them left the camp, and walked towards the sand dunes in the distance. Tao Haohao followed them, and only after seeing the scene did he realize what was going on. He kept looking back, making sure they couldn't hear him anymore, and then suggested, how about we have a birthday party tonight? They had all bought birthday gifts before setting off. What about the food? Yun Zhao frowned. How are we going to get food? This place is the middle of nowhere, without even a signal, and the nearest outpost is over 100 kilometers away. Song Liang, the captain, went to Deputy Zhou and got a squad of sentries to go hunting. They should be able to get some meat. Meat is fine. Tao Haohao said casually. Duanqi and Xiao Yu won't mind as long as they have meat to eat and gifts to receive. He added, it's a pity the captain and Yun Zhao aren't coming back with us, otherwise we could wait until we get back to base to make up for it. Song Liang nodded, then let's celebrate Xiao Yu's birthday together too. Wang Jiayu's birthday is April 17th. Since the captain and Yun Zhao won't be there, they might as well celebrate together. Yun Zhao was still hesitant, worried it would be too meager. Last time, she had a ton of nice things for her birthday, and she had just finished a mission, so she had no shortage of supplies or food. Now there's nothing out there. Song Liang noticed and comforted her. It's okay, we celebrate many birthdays together, and we make it up to Duanqi next year. Right. Next year. Tao Haohao said boldly. The three of them found an opportunity to call Qi Ling out. Then they found an open space outside and set up the birthday party venue. Yun Zhao's stamina was such that her teammates were afraid she would faint from heat stroke, so they asked her to go back and keep an eye on Duanqi and Yu, so they wouldn't find out. It was getting dark. After Xie Tu returned with the mutated animals he had hunted, the venue was basically set up. It was a very simple venue. A campfire and a barbecue grill were set up, with a canopy next to it and colorful ribbons hanging on both sides to enhance the atmosphere. Folding tables and chairs were placed below, along with seasonings, sausages, cured meat, canned goods, drinks, snacks, and other supplies taken from the car. During this time, Fu Heng and his team noticed. Upon learning it was someone's birthday, Fu Heng's squad volunteered to help. Xie Tu handed over the mutated animals he had hunted to Tao Haohao and his team to handle, then turned and went into the camp to call for reinforcements. Yun Zhao sat outside the tent, chatting casually with Wang Jiayu and Duanqi. Her gaze kept glancing towards the camp entrance. She wondered how the preparations outside were going. Duanqi noticed her absent-mindedness and said nonchalantly, I say, we only been apart for half a day, is it really necessary to be like this? Yun Zhao, ? Duanqi was about to say something more, when the captain's figure appeared not far away. Yun Zhao immediately stood up and jogged forward to meet him. Duanqi shook his head. I can't bear to look. Wang Jiayu slapped him. Who told you to look? Just close your eyes. Duanqi winced. Wang Jiayu, are you trying to start another fight? Fight? I want to fight. Come on. Who's afraid of who? This time, I won't let you have your way. When have I ever needed you to let me have your way? The two behind him were arguing as usual. Yuan Zhao ignored them, pulling Xie Tu aside and whispering, have you prepared a gift? The weather was too hot. She was already sweating profusely just sitting there, her face flushed, and her bangs were damp with sweat. Xie Tu pulled out a tissue to wipe her sweat, replying no. Yuan Zhao, When she went out to buy a gift, she notified Tao Haohao, Song Liang, and Qi Ling, but forgot to tell him. Xie Tu said, but I prepared the meat. Also, each of you will receive 500 points, and each of you can have an extra day off after we get back. Yuan Zhao put herself in her shoes. More than the gift, she actually wanted a vacation. Xie Tu led her outside, turning back to signal the two arguing people behind them to follow. What's your birthday? Yuan Zhao asked as they walked. Xie Tu, June 1st, Yuan Zhao noted it down. I celebrated for you this year. Xie Tu's tone was gentle. Okay. Chapter 429. The four walked out of the camp one after the other. Turning left, they were only 100 meters away when they saw the glow of the campfire and busy figures under the sky. Not only were their teammates there, but the Fuan team was also present. Duanqi paused, his pace slowing unconsciously. What are they doing? Clearly, he had realized something. Celebrating your birthdays. Xie Tu turned to look at him, stating it bluntly and without any surprise. Yuan Zhao, Wang Jiayu seemed not to have heard him at all. Her eyes widened as she looked at her teammates bustling around the campfire, and the table piled high with food and drinks. No way. Yuan Zhao, not wanting to ruin the atmosphere, turned back and sincerely said, Happy birthday. Duanqi and Wang Jiayu were both stunned. They hadn't expected their teammates to prepare a birthday party at this time. You guys. Duanqi opened his mouth, unsure what to say for a moment. Wang Jiayu rushed over, excited like a child. Thank you, Sister Yuan Zhao, I'm so happy. Yuan Zhao truthfully replied, I didn't actually do anything. The meat was brought by the captain, and the venue was set up by Song Liang, Tao Haohao, and Qi Ling. Hearing this, Wang Jiayu turned to Xie Tu. Thank you, Captain. Xie Tu nodded slightly. Go on. Night quietly fell, the campfire already lit, its light illuminating the surrounding scenery. Under the sky, Song Liang and Lin Yu were cutting cured meat and sausages with their backs to them. Fu Heng, Chu Xingzhou, Xiao Xinlei, and a few others sat together cutting meat, while Tao Haohao and Zhuo Yu were still preparing mutated animal meat in the distance. Qi Ling held a basin, helping to wash the meat. The prepared meat was already marinated in another basin. They were just waiting for someone to come and start grilling. Oh, the birthday boy's here? Zhao Xinlei whistled at Duanqi and Wang Jiayu. Duanqi had a rare smile on his face, but he still stubbornly said, Thanks to me, you're in for a treat tonight. Wang Jiayu felt a little itchy to eat. Thinking it was his birthday, he forced himself to resist. Song Liang came over and carried the meat they had cut to the grill, skillfully placing the thinly sliced mutant animal meat on the grill. Instantly, the fat dripped onto the charcoal, making a sizzling sound, and an enticing aroma filled the air. This smells so good. Wang Jiayu took a deep breath, swallowing hard. Everyone often ate grilled meat. But this time, having been inside for so long, they hadn't had a proper meal. Smelling the long-lost aroma of meat, everyone was desperately swallowing their saliva. Yuan Zhao did the same, taking the initiative to sit down and wait for the meat to grill. Seeing the lively scene, the little bluebird couldn't resist popping out. It perched on the main body's head, looking around curiously. The sentinels, seeing this, didn't restrain the spirits and simply let the little creatures play on the distant sand dunes. Yuan Zhao saw Chu Xingzhou's spirit form for the first time. A Sika deer with beautiful markings. It had a pair of forked antlers on its head, and a pair of large, clear eyes that shone with intelligence and alertness. It seemed to be seeing so many of its kind for the first time, hesitating in place, not daring to approach and play for a long time. Xie Tu brought over a plate of sausages, conveniently blocking her view. Eat something to fill your stomach first. Yuan Zhao looked up at him, took the chopsticks he offered, and said, Oh, want a drink? Orange juice? Fu Qian looked at Xie Tu, who had turned to pour orange juice, with a strange expression, and asked, When are you leaving? Xie Tu didn't look up. We leave after dinner. This mission only brought a few dozen robots. The contaminated zone hadn't collapsed, and no large numbers of mutants had emerged nearby. The reinforcements didn't need to stay, they would return to base with them. And once the sentries left, the temporary camp would naturally have to be dismantled. He and Yun Xiao might as well head to the next sentry post to rest. Fu Qian didn't know he wasn't going back to base for the time being. She simply said, "We're also planning to leave tonight. We need to get back early to arrange the training plan." Chu Xingzhou paused in his meat-cutting motion. Suddenly, he didn't want to go back. Yun Xiao sipped his orange juice, glanced sympathetically at Chu Xingzhou, and couldn't help but ask, "Is there enough meat?" Song Liang stood up from the campfire, smiling as he replied, "Don't worry, plenty. The captain personally hunted the mutated antelope. It's enough for us." Duanqi looked at the food on the table, then at his busy teammates, secretly pleased. As long as there's meat, that's fine. The meat was quickly grilled. Plates of sizzling grilled meat were brought to the table. The air was filled with the unique aroma of grilled meat, mixed with the smoky smell of charcoal. Around the campfire, everyone sat together, eating grilled meat and chatting. Shuiyu recounted funny stories from their previous missions, making everyone laugh heartily. Tao Haohao kept stuffing meat into his mouth, mumbling, "This meat is so delicious." No wonder the captain hunted it himself. The smile on Duanqi's face never faded. Although he joked about it, he was actually quite touched. In this world, meeting such a group of teammates was truly his greatest fortune. The stars twinkled faintly in the night sky, as if adorning this simple yet heartwarming birthday party. After eating and drinking their fill, Fu Heng sat for a while before standing up first. "We need to pack up." Her voice wasn't loud, but it instantly quieted the previously lively atmosphere. "All good things must come to an end." Duanqi looked up. "Leaving already? Won't you stay a little longer?" Fu Heng smiled, her tone relaxed. "All good things must come to an end. Besides, don't you all have to get going? The sooner we pack, the sooner we can leave." Xie nodded. "We keep in touch online." "Okay." Fu Heng gestured for her teammates to stand up, specifically telling Yun Xiao, "We're leaving. See you on the next joint mission." Yun Xiao, "See you next time. There might be opportunities to work together again in the future." With most of the people gone, the area around the campfire suddenly felt somewhat empty. For a moment, no one spoke. Yun Xiao unzipped her backpack, took out birthday gifts, and handed them to Duanqi and Yu. Seeing this, the others also took out their own gifts. Qi Ling, with gloved hands, silently took out his gift last. He still owed the captain many points, so he borrowed money from Tao Haohao to buy the gift. "Happy birthday." Everyone handed their gifts to the birthday boy. Yun Xiao said earnestly, "This year was a bit rushed, I make it up to you next year." "You guys. You even prepared gifts?" Duanqi hadn't expected any gifts. His teammates must have prepared them back at the base. He was so touched he didn't know what to say. Wang Jiayu was the same, her eyes sparkling. "Thank you everyone." Song Liang ruffled her hair. "Your birthday isn't here yet, is it? We celebrate again when we get back to the base." "Okay." She agreed. Unfortunately, the captain and sister Yun Xiao weren't there then. Xie and Yun Xiao also had to leave. The small military vehicle that had been driven out was parked outside. Its contents hadn't been touched since it came out, all neatly piled inside. At parting, Xie gaze swept over the sentries one by one, and he said, "Don't slack off when you get back. I let Minister Duan know, and he supervised your training online." The team members, Chapter 430. Yun Xiao greeted his teammates and reluctantly got into the car. No one was too sad, assuming the two would return to base soon. The small military off-road vehicle, loaded with supplies, gradually drove out of the camp and disappeared into the vast night. The temporary camp was located northeast of Jushidai County. It was only 70 kilometers from Nanjing. Yun Xiao's original search route included various large and small refuge camps along the way, as well as the area surrounding contaminated Zone 320. According to the original plan, the two would enter Jiangsu from Nanjing, first searching all the refuge camps there. Then, they would travel through Hunan and Hubei provinces, searching for places where survivors might be found, and finally return to Dawn Base. The route was long, requiring at least 2 or 3 months. But after his conversation with Han Dideo, Yun Xiao's thoughts changed slightly. Based on the descriptions the two gatekeepers gave his father, he didn't seem like someone who could endure hardship in a backward refuge camp. She was already out, and she felt a pang of guilt if she didn't go see her. She even wondered, what if her father had also lost his memory? Or perhaps he was old, his abilities had declined, and he was trapped somewhere, which was why he hadn't come to find her. Thinking these thoughts, Yun Xiao drifted off to sleep in the passenger seat. The little bluebird nestled in her arms, eyes closed, resting. The car was a little cold. Sia, worried she might catch a cold, quietly covered her with a thin blanket and drove through the night to the nearest outpost. She didn't know how much time had passed. Yun Xiao was awakened by gunfire. She opened her eyes slightly and saw that the sky outside the car window was still hazy, not yet dawn. The scenery outside was shocking. The distant outlines of ruins, faintly visible in the moonlight, stood silently on the desolate land, like giants forgotten by time. Gunshots rang out again, followed by Sia2's voice. "Did I wake you?" Yun Xiao shook her head, got up, and adjusted her seat. The driver's side window was open sometime during the night, letting in wisps of warm air. Sia2 gripped the steering wheel with one hand, the other hand out the window, holding a gun, its muzzle still emitting faint smoke. His gaze was fixed on the scene, outside, his expression cold and focused. Following his gaze, Yun Xiao saw the corpse of a mutated creature lying on the ground not far away. It was a massive monster, its limbs twisted and deformed, its head split into several pieces, revealing grotesque teeth and slime. Its body was still twitching slightly. It had clearly just been killed by Sia2. "Just a little longer, we reach outpost 339 in half an hour." Sia2 closed the car window again. "The two nearest refuge camps aren't far from the outpost. Let's rest there first." Yun Xiao nodded, pulled back the blanket, and handed him a bottle of water. "Are you tired?" She had slept for several hours. He, however, had been driving all night without rest. Sia2 put away his gun, gesturing for her to bring the water to his lips, and softly replied, "Not tired." Yun Xiao leaned closer, opened the bottle, and fed him the water. He seemed to enjoy it, deliberately bowing his head to cooperate. The car drove past the mutated corpse, crunching over gravel and weeds, making a soft rustling sound. During this time, the communicators on their wrists began to vibrate incessantly. "Signal?" Yun Xiao looked down at the communicator on her wrist. A faint signal indicator flickered on the screen. Sia2, worried about spilling the water, reached out and took the mineral water bottle. "Yeah, the signal started appearing an hour ago. Some information is delayed, so it's a little slow to arrive." Upon hearing this, Yun Xiao settled into the passenger seat and activated her communicator. The time was 5 a.m. She quickly glanced at the content. It was the latest data from the base sent to various locations on missions. Yun Xiao looked at it twice, and then opened the Sentinel forum. Homepage. A bombshell news item was flooding the screen. A dense multitude of posts were all about one thing. The newly awakened Sentinel at Hope Base had been identified as S-rank. Yun Xiao's pupils widened slightly when she saw the news, her face filled with shock. She quickly handed him the communicator. "Look, a new S-rank Sentinel has appeared." Sia2 glanced down at the screen. "Yeah, I logged onto the forum while you were sleeping." He clearly had already received the news. Yun Xiao flipped through the posts, asking curiously, "What is this person's spiritual form?" Sia2, "It's said to be a Bishi." Yun Xiao didn't quite understand. "What's a Bishi?" Sia2, "It looks like a turtle." Yun Xiao, "Will we be going on missions together from now on?" Yun Xiao asked. She was a little curious about the newly awakened S-rank Sentinel. Sia2 looked ahead at the road and said, "It's still early. S-rank Sentinels need to undergo much more rigorous training before they can lead a team into the contaminated zone. Hopefully, the base had previously sacrificed an S-rank. They'd probably be even more careful with this one, and won't easily let him undertake high-risk missions before his abilities are fully activated. Overall, it's a good thing. The more capable people there are, the more hope this world has," Sia2 said. Before Yun Xiao could process this information, Outpost 339 appeared in their field of vision, standing like an isolated island on the desolate wasteland. Beneath a massive signal tower, a cold, 4 or 5 meter high wall, constructed of thick concrete and steel. At intervals along the wall stood watchtowers, each topped with an automatic turret and searchlight, their cold metallic sheen gleaming in the darkness. It was not yet 6 o'clock. The sky was still pitch black. The roar of a car engine was heard. The sentries on the watchtowers switched on their searchlights, immediately recognizing the red-crowned crane insignia on the vehicle. "It's Dawn Base. Open the gate." The vehicle drove smoothly into the sentry post. Many sentry posts in the southern coastal region were established by Dawn Base. Post 339, located within Nanjing, was one of the closest sentry posts to Post 320. Yun Xiao and Sia2 got out of the vehicle. Away from the armored vehicle's standard issue for S-class teams, the sentries here did not recognize the two. The lead sentry had a faint scar on his face. His gaze lingered on Yun Zhao for a moment before quickly shifting away. Even so, the little bluebird continued to grumble. "Ah, who told you to look, you idiot?" Qin Feng paused, unsure if he had his spiritual entity translate, then turned to Xie Tu and began chatting. "Just the two of you? What are you doing here?" Xie Tu's tone was calm and concise. "Just finished a mission, here to find relatives." Qin Feng raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised by their journey. The Dawn base was located in Chongqing. They crossed several provinces to find relatives? Was it really possible to find them in this world? But that was their private matter. Qin Feng asked once, and then didn't pursue the matter further, turning to say, "It's almost dawn. It's so dangerous outside. You must have been traveling all night without rest. Go upstairs and get some sleep." He added, "But since it's non-official business, we might need to collect some points. The base wouldn't require the convoy to pay for accommodation along the way. This was also one of the extra sources of income for the sentries at the outpost. Unfortunately, this place was far from the 4 major bases, and only a limited number of convoys passed by, so there wasn't much profit to be made each month." Xie Tu nodded, of course. "Where do we pay?" Qin Feng led the way, casually asking 2 rooms or 1. Xie Tu calmly replied, 1. Chapter 431. Xie Tu booked the best room. He paid 50 points and led Yun Zhao upstairs. Yun Zhao didn't react much throughout. It wasn't safe to be out and about, so he figured he'd just stay in one room. The room was on the 3rd floor. When they arrived at the room, they saw 2 sentries hurriedly mopping the floor and wiping the table. Seeing them arrive, the sentries said somewhat awkwardly, "Sorry, it'd be ready soon." The convoy outside was all poor. No one was willing to spend 50 points to stay in such a nice room. So this room had actually been unoccupied. They cleaned it regularly, but to avoid dust, the bed had never been made, and all the belongings had been put away. Yun Zhao expressed his understanding. "It's all right." Qin Feng then carried things upstairs, one hand holding a brand new 4-piece bedding set, and the other carrying a basin containing toiletries, and 2 clean water glasses. "Sorry, conditions outside are like this, please bear with me." Xie Tu took the things. "Just clean it up, I make the bed myself." Qin Feng didn't stand on ceremony and handed him the things. That makes sense. They were all roughnecks, and this guy had his partner with him. He probably didn't want them touching the things on the bed. The 2 sentries quickly and thoroughly wiped the room clean and then left. Yun Zhao turned and closed the door, surveying the room's layout. The room was quite large, the furniture slightly old, with an electric fan and a separate bathroom. It was so hot, she wanted to take a shower for a long time. If she missed this, who knew how many days she'd have to wait for the next one. While Xie Tu was making the bed, Yun Zhao took out a change of clothes from her backpack, told him, and took little Bluebird into the bathroom. The interior was similarly rudimentary. The pool was paved with white tiles, and the faucet was rusty. The little Bluebird, disgusted and unable to find a place to land, simply returned to its mental domain. Yun Zhao didn't look around too much. She took off her combat suit, turned on the shower, and let the slightly cold water run down her body. It took a while for the water to warm up. The slightly warm water made Yun Zhao sigh comfortably. The combat suit, made of a special material, was airtight and very uncomfortable to wear in the summer. She planned to wear her own clothes for the rest of the journey. However, just in case, she still needed to wash the combat suit and put it in her bag, in case she needed to enter the contaminated area. After showering, Yun Zhao changed into a light green short-sleeved shirt and light blue sweatpants. She stood in front of the old wash basin, trying to wash her underwear and combat suit herself. But she couldn't find laundry detergent. "Captain, do you have laundry detergent?" Yun Zhao asked towards the door. Footsteps drew closer. Xie Tu stood outside the door. "You're going to wash it yourself?" Yun Zhao hummed in agreement. Xie Tu turned and grabbed the laundry detergent, then knocked on the bathroom door. The door opened. He didn't look at her much, simply saying, "I take a shower first. Soak your clothes there, I wash them later." Yun Zhao pressed her hands against the small garments in the basin, quickly shaking her head. No, I wash them myself." Xie Tu seemed to understand her embarrassment and added, "I wash your combat uniform. Anyway, mine needs washing too." Yun Zhao hesitated for a moment, then agreed. "Then wait for me a moment. I'd be done washing right away." "Okay." After all that fuss, it was already dawn. Yun Zhao had slept for several hours in the car, but she wasn't sleepy. Xie Tu hadn't rested. Only a day had passed since they left the contaminated area, and his tense nerves hadn't relaxed. He needed to get enough rest. There was only one bed in the room. Yuan Zhao climbed into bed, leaving him the right side, and then leaned against the bed to browse the forum. Xie Tu deliberately avoided looking at the small clothes drying in the bathroom. After washing their combat uniforms, he came out of the bathroom and went to draw the heavy curtains. The room was instantly plunged into darkness. Only Yuan Zhao's communicator screen emitted a faint blue light. He didn't turn on the light, lifted the covers, got into bed, and pointed to her communicator. "I can't sleep with light on. Sentinels have keen senses." Yuan Zhao knew this, of course, and quickly turned off the screen, lying down on the bed. Xie Tu pulled her into his arms and kissed her forehead. "Sleep." Yuan Zhao didn't dare move. She wasn't sleepy to begin with, but being held like this, she drifted off to sleep as well. They woke up at noon. Xie Tu borrowed the sentry's kitchen and made her favorite claypot rice with preserved meat. The aroma made the sentry's mouths water. The sentries gathered at the kitchen doorway. One of the younger sentries couldn't resist moving closer, sniffing hard, and exclaimed, "This smell, it's so delicious. You even brought preserved meat out. That's so extravagant. We won't be rotating back until next month. There are too many mutants around here. We can't even see any mutated animals. We can't eat meat even once a month," another sentry sighed. Qin Feng came over and pushed the group of shameful guys aside. He coughed lightly. "Did you bring a lot of meat? Could you sell us some? We can treat the brothers." The sentries were excited upon hearing this. "Our boss is reliable." Xie Tu turned down the fire, glanced at him, and said, 150 yuan a jean. Qin Feng, A room only costs 50 yuan a night. Qin Feng gritted his teeth. "Give me 2 jean." Xie Tu returned to the car and cut 2 jean of cured meat for them. The sentries happily started the fire, discussing how to cook such a small piece of meat. Xie Tu watched, and while waiting for the food to cook, he inquired about the nearby refugee camps. Having made a good impression over the 2 jean of cured meat, the sentries were very open with their information. According to them, there were 2 refugee camps within Nanjing. One was larger, with several thousand people, and the other smaller, with only 400 or so. The larger one is called Qinhuai Camp, and the smaller one is called Qixia Camp. The 2 refuge camps aren't too far apart. Our base personnel conducted investigations there before. They are descendants of people who escaped from the fallen shelters. Qin Feng paused here. The fallen shelter number 5 is also there, now less than 100 kilometers away. Our base's assessment team gives it a 5-star danger level. The shelters he referred to weren't the contaminated zone numbers, but rather the numbers of the large shelters established by the state at the time. Nanjing was numbered 5th. The fall occurred a century later, and the birthplace wasn't within a shelter. According to the descendants, the contaminated zone was very close to the shelters at the time, and the shelters organized an evacuation. But too many people didn't want to leave their homeland, much less migrate in the dangerous darkness to other places, possibly losing their lives along the way. So some didn't leave Nanjing. Instead, they chose to stay away from the contaminated zone, seeking water sources and sturdy buildings to hide in. After several migrations over the past century, they finally migrated back to the city, settling in Qinhuai Camp. As for the smaller one, it was a settlement that was passed down among the local people, and also included descendants of those who fled there from other shelters. The location there wasn't actually very good either. They only discovered it was surrounded by contaminated areas on 3 sides after the sun reappeared, Qin Feng said. Our base organized a team to eliminate one of the contaminated areas. Fu Dui led the team, which gave them some breathing room. Chapter 432. The claypot rice was ready during their conversation. Xie Tu thanked them and carried the rice upstairs. After lunch, the 2 packed their things and drove away from post 339. Downstairs, the sentries ate small pieces of cured meat they had bought at a high price, tearfully seeing them off. They paid 50 points for accommodation, and when they left, they actually made 250 points off them. It was hard to say who really profited. At this moment, another group of sentries came to change shifts. Several of them looked at the car that was gradually driving away. Someone asked, Qin Feng, who are those 2? How dare they drive such a long distance in a small military vehicle? Military vehicles couldn't withstand the corrosive black slime. And carrying a whole truckload of supplies, aren't they afraid of being robbed by middlemen? Another person added. Qin Feng, busy scrambling for cured meat with his teammates, snapped, robbery? Anyone who dares to lay a hand on them is doomed. Those are Xie Tu, an S-rank sentinel, and Yuan Zhao, an S-rank guide from Dawn Base. Clatter. Several pairs of chopsticks fell to the ground simultaneously. The sentinel's jaws dropped in shock. 2 S ranks. No wonder they dared to wander around outside. Wait a minute, weren't Zero Team on a joint mission with our ambush team? Where are the rest of their team? Boss, how did you find out? Chin Feng quickly grabbed a few pieces of cured meat and put them in his bowl. Heh, I just glanced at her, and Qingwan yelled at me. Since the Sentinel Guide Forum was established, communication had become simple and convenient. This time, because Hope Base had awakened another S-rank Sentinel, the other S-ranks were also brought up for discussion. They had heard about Qingwan's nasty nature. Who else could it be but that S-rank guide who would yell at everyone they met? The car moved forward. The scenery outside the window was desolate and oppressive. A collapsed old-fashioned overpass was buried in dust, revealing only a broken corner. A rusty bus lay askew on the roadside, only a few weathered seats remaining. Because of the nearby sentry posts, there was almost no sign of the mutants. It was too hot. After getting in the car, Xie turned on the air conditioning. He wasn't worried about fuel consumption. With all the preparations made before leaving, the fuel in the trunk should last at least until they reached Hubei. Yuan Zhao folded the blanket and put it away, then took out a map she had drawn showing the distribution of survivor camps. She spread the map on her lap, her finger lightly tracing the marked dots. Let's check out that small camp first. Fewer people there, it'd be easier to find. Xie, driving, reached out and lowered the sun visor in front of her. Okay, it'd be about an hour's drive. Although neither of them had much hope that Yunju would appear in this place, they were also afraid of missing even the slightest possibility. The car continued driving forward. In the distance to the left, swirling patches of gray mist began to appear in the sky. That was the boundary of the contaminated zone. Xie activated his communicator and logged into the base's internal system. Contaminated Zone 341, a 3-star contaminated zone, has been registered by Dawn Base. Yuan Zhao, also looking at the information, turned and said, nearby outposts haven't received any notification. Haven't the personnel arrived yet? Each base doesn't have many combat teams. With so many contaminated zones outside, Xie thought, they look close, but they're actually over 100 kilometers away. If they don't spread quickly, they'd likely be deployed later. Xie drove around Section 341, away from the contaminated zone. The abandoned highway was riddled with cracks, and 4 or 5 mutant creatures began to appear along the way. Covered in black slime, these creatures stood particularly agitated under the sun, howling as they charged at the vehicles. Yuan Zhao flicked his finger, and several beams of bluish-green light shot towards the mutants. The monsters, attacked by the emotional resonance, became dazed and blank, standing motionless. Xie rolled down the car window and shot them down. An hour later, a city ruin from an ancient era came into view. As the car entered, the sunlight was blocked by towering, crumbling walls, and the surrounding light suddenly dimmed. Yuan Zhao looked through the car window, his gaze sweeping over the architectural remains buried by time. Like the remains of giants, or silent tombstones, they told of the glory and destruction of a bygone era. She murmured, people actually live here? Yuan Zhao had lived in Qishan town since childhood, and the only refugee camp she had ever visited was probably the Dangsheng refugee camp. She had never imagined that a refugee camp could be built on ruins. Xie checked the map to see their location, then glanced at the tire tracks on the ground. We shouldn't be lost. They hadn't gone far when they found their target. The core building of the Qixia refugee camp was a circular, old-fashioned structure. The top resembled an inverted pot lid, its surface covered in rust and cracks. The building had clearly been modified, metal supports and protective netting were welded to the exterior walls, and a dozen solar panels were mounted on the roof, reflecting a faint light in the sun. Hearing the sound of a car, a window in the middle opened. A figure flashed past above. Yuan Zhao pondered for a moment. It's not safe to go in. Let Fire Phoenix show itself and try. These civilian refugee camps are extremely xenophobic. Going directly there might result in being questioned. The two didn't need to deliberately conceal their identities and create trouble for themselves. Xie called out to Fire Phoenix, go out and get to work. Fire Phoenix and Little Bluebird were playing in the back of the carriage, initially pretending not to hear. But upon hearing Yuan Zhao's order, it immediately scurried out of the window, abruptly changing form and soaring above the refugee camp. Its appearance immediately caused a stir at the Qixia refugee camp. What's that? It's Fire Phoenix's spiritual form. That person outside is an S-rank sentinel from the Dawn base. My god, why would an S-rank sentinel come here? Quickly, go and inform Brother Zhao. A short while later, several figures emerged from behind a few collapsed concrete slabs and a narrow passage. They hurried towards them. The man in the lead was in his 30s, burly, with a messy beard, looking somewhat unkempt. "Welcome, Captain Xie." The man spoke, his tone tinged with a hint of probing and caution. "I'm Zhao Hongkai, the head of the Qixia refugee camp. What brings you here?" Xie Tu rolled down his window and nodded. "Just passing through, and wanted to gather some information." Zhao Hongkai breathed a sigh of relief, thinking the main base was up to something again. He replied, "Please ask whatever you need to know. We tell you everything we know. We're looking for someone." Yun Zhao followed suit, rolling down her window. After a moment's thought, she said, "A man, perhaps in his 40s, or maybe quite young. He might be a guide, and probably has a bad temper." She had never seen her father. The man's face in her fragmented memories was blurry, completely indistinct. According to the two gatekeepers, Yuan Ju was the world's first dark guide. Dad seemed to have lived a very long time? If he stayed in the contaminated zone for a long time before emerging, was it possible he wouldn't age, like she would become a child in the contaminated zone? It's also possible that, like her, she has amnesia, her abilities are sealed, and she's disguised as an ordinary person. Her age and attributes are uncertain. This seems to be the only way to describe her. Zhao Hongkai heard her description. Perhaps? Maybe? Probably? Aside from being male, the other information is very vague. How could he answer? Zhao Hongkai tentatively said, "How about you draw it? I see if I recognize it." Chapter 433. Xie Tu, thinking of Yun Zhao's painting skills, politely declined his suggestion. "No need. Would it be convenient for us to go in and take a look?" The civilian shelters outside needed the protection of the main base. The person in charge, not wanting to offend an S-rank sentinel, readily agreed. Of course. Zhao Hongkai left 4 sentinels to watch the car, and led the 2 through a narrow passage into the circular building. The interior was surprisingly spacious. Upon entering, they found a large training ground used for the sentinels' daily training. The space on both sides was cleverly divided into several functional areas. The ceiling was several tens of meters high, with many pavilions of varying heights built for the sentinels to monitor the outside. Although simple, it was well organized. There are no ordinary people on the first floor. It's where the sentinels and guides live, Zhao Hongkai said after a moment's thought. However, we only have 2 guides here, both female. He then led the 2 towards the staircase leading to the underground. Don't let its small appearance fool you. The underground space is actually quite large, Zhao Hongkai said as they walked. After the city was reduced to ruins, most of the underground structures were preserved. In winter, we usually stay underground. If we're besieged by the mutants, there are many exits down there for evacuation. Yun Zhao and Xie Tu didn't respond. These civilian shelters that have survived from the old era all have their own unique features. Yun Zhao held Xie Tu's hand as they descended the stairs. The interior was far more complex than it appeared from the outside. The basement was divided into many living areas, with separate residential sections on both sides. Numerous alleyways led in all directions to unknown locations. It was daytime, and many people were out and about. Upon seeing the sudden appearance of strangers, the residents paused slightly, then dispersed to go about their business. Whispers quickly rose from the surroundings. "Who are the 2 people Battalion Commander Zhao brought?" "I don't know, could they be newcomers? But that girl is dressed so cleanly, so fair-skinned, why would she come here?" In the Wasteland era, ordinary people didn't focus on the appearance of outsiders. They noticed the clean, tidy clothes and fair skin. Yun Zhao didn't hear those whispers. The people here were thin and pale, but their spirits were quite good. They lacked supplies, but they hadn't suffered injustice or mistreatment. This proved that Zhao Hongkai was reliable. She turned to Zhao Hongkai and asked, "Can we look around freely?" "Of course." Zhao Hongkai nodded repeatedly, summoning 2 sentries to accompany her. While Qixia camp was safe, it was too far from the 4 major bases. Exchanging supplies was extremely inconvenient. They visit Dawn base roughly every 6 months, a round trip taking about a month. Zhao Hongkai wanted to cultivate a good relationship with the S-rank sentinel. This man was no ordinary person. It was a rare opportunity to get to know him, and it might open up new avenues for future connections. Yun Zhao had already pulled Xie Tu along, starting to inspect each area. Although she had never met her father, she recognized his voice. A very gentle voice. Yun Zhao was confident that she would recognize him if they met. Qixia camp had a population of only over 400, excluding the sentinels and guides. Only about 300 people lived on the basement level. They could complete a circuit in almost 2 hours. Xie Tu quietly followed her, talking to the 2 sentinels accompanying them, Who are the outsiders who came to seek refuge in the last 20 years? Upon hearing this, the sentry led the two to the person in charge of managing the living quarters to check the information. There are only 2 or 3 households. We hardly have any outsiders here. Everyone has lived here since the Dark Ages, the person in charge muttered. Outsiders either go to the larger base or to Qinhuai camp not far ahead. Why would they come to our Qixia camp? Migrating people all want to find a safe place to settle down. And their camp is too hidden, many people don't even know it's here. The person in charge led them to the 2 or 3 households. They were all ordinary people, men, women, and children. There were no lone men. Yuan Zhao thought for a moment, afraid of missing any clues, so she deliberately released her spiritual energy to capture emotions, and pulled Xie Tu around again. Still nothing. Xie Tu, afraid she would be disappointed, squeezed her hand. This is only the first camp, it's still early. Don't be discouraged. Yuan Zhao was already prepared and nodded silently. Leaving Qixia camp, the two drove towards Qinhuai camp, dozens of miles away. Qinhuai camp, built on Zhongshan Mountain, is a large shelter accommodating 1,000 people in the vicinity. The camp covers a vast area, surrounded by high bridges, with retractable bridges connecting all routes. It also contains air raid shelters. Furthermore, they possess a powerful search team and cultivated fields on the back mountain. Xie Tu identified himself and successfully crossed the bridge into the mountain. Upon reaching the top, the high elevation allowed a clear view of the billowing gray fog in the distance. Contaminated Zone 344. Rated 5 stars by the Dawn Base's assessment team. Yuan Zhao gazed at the sky. The gray fog obscured the sun, creating an oppressive atmosphere. She said, if the contaminated zone spreads further, they'd probably have to migrate. The migration of thousands is no easy feat. Xie Tu gazed at the mountain road ahead. It's too far from the 4 major bases. The nearest, Dawn Base, spans 2 provinces. If those in power are ruthless, most ordinary people could be abandoned. In this era, survival depends on oneself. Yuan Zhao nodded, lost in thought, and said softly, it seems the situation outside is indeed dire. Xie Tu frowned slightly, softening his tone. We can't change the established course of events. Doing what we can is enough. Yuan Zhao turned to look at his resolute profile. The car had arrived outside the Qinhuai camp. Xie Tu parked the car, ignoring the people waiting at the gate, and turned to meet her gaze. Xie Tu stared intently at her, slowly saying, something's wrong with you. After leaving the contaminated zone and learning such a huge secret, she remained the same as before. Unhurried, unperturbed. It seemed completely unafraid that its will would be detected. Xie Tu wasn't an easily anxious person. As an S-rank sentinel, he was already accustomed to facing all sorts of dangerous challenges. But this time, the situation was completely different. The existence and power of higher dimensional beings were beyond human comprehension, and they could destroy them from a spiritual level at any moment. The predecessors at Dawn Base hoped to rely on light guides to deal with these indescribable higher dimensional beings. But Yuan Zhao's spiritual domain was incomplete. Xie Tu knew this better than anyone else. He didn't want her to take risks, didn't want her to suffer harm. But she, as the person involved, appeared calm and collected, her thoughts remaining a mystery. Shall we talk? Xie Tu leaned down, his dark eyes fixed on her. What are you thinking about? Tell me. Yuan Zhao glanced at the people peeking out the window, didn't speak immediately, but instead moved closer to him, wrapping her arms around his neck. This wasn't a place for conversation. Yuan Zhao tilted his head back and kissed Xie Tu's chin. Shall we talk inside? Xie Tu immediately surrendered. Okay. Chapter 434. The 2 people in the car finally got out. Several leaders from the Qinhuai camp, as if their limbs had finally regained their flexibility, warmly stepped forward to exchange pleasantries. Upon learning that the S-rank sentinel from Dawn Base was merely passing through looking for someone, the group became even more enthusiastic. It's too late today, Captain Xie and this guide, please stay here for the night. Yes, that's right. Just tell us who you're looking for, and we help you find them faster. Yuan Zhao, upon hearing this, repeated her previous statement. She added a few more details. A man, perhaps in his 40s, or perhaps younger, seems to be a guide, but maybe not. He probably has a bad temper, but his personality is unpredictable. He might also be good-natured. A moment of silence fell. But soon, the atmosphere became lively again. Hee, it's almost dark. Then, let's talk about it tomorrow. It's too late now. You 2 must be tired from your journey. Captain Xie, this is your first time here. Let us do our best to be hospitable. Captain Xia, please park your car here. We asked the sentry to watch over the things in the car. Xia too, holding his guide's hand, wanted to explain things to her as quickly as possible, and nodded, saying, thank you for your trouble. The people from Qinhuai camp knew that S-level sentries had keen senses. The detached courtyard arranged for the two of them. It was one of the best buildings in the entire shelter. Zhongshan was originally a tourist attraction in the old days, and it was also once the residence of a certain celebrity. The two-story villa was converted, not large in area, but very cozy. Xia too, carrying their backpacks in one hand, politely said goodbye and slammed the door shut. The people outside exchanged bewildered glances, and quickly instructed the kitchen staff to prepare. Inside, Xia too placed his backpack on the sofa. Before he could even speak, Yuan Zhao dragged him around the house. The first floor was spacious, with a living room and bar. Furniture and household items were all provided. The conditions were far superior to those at the sentry post. The rooms were on the second floor, with 2 bedrooms and a small balcony outside each bedroom. The balcony faced the terrace fields behind the mountain, offering a panoramic view. Xia too patiently waited for her to return after checking the bathroom, before catching her and pitting her against the wardrobe. His gaze was intense. He didn't want her to fool him like this. His honey trap had failed. Yuan Zhao's strength was no match for his. She pressed her left hand against his chest, while her right hand moved downwards, touching his hard muscles. She finally spoke, my spiritual realm is incomplete. That's why I'm worried. Xia too grabbed her mischievous hand and looked down, saying, what are you thinking? Since we came out, you've been erecting a barrier around us, but we have no idea if this isolation method is even effective. The gatekeeper said they had glimpsed the truth. Once she left the contaminated area, her will might detect her. If she was detected, faced with a powerful, unknown enemy, she would be utterly powerless. Xia too used to be very confident in his strength. But now, he feared he couldn't protect her. He feared the collapse of the base's 200-year-old faith. Even more, he feared pushing humanity towards extinction. Xia too gazed at her, pondered for a moment, and then spoke, finding the cloud technique is absolutely necessary, but have you considered what will happen if we can't find it? In this era, communication is cut off, information is blocked, and even the most basic sense of direction is difficult to discern. Trying to find someone whose face and whereabouts are unknown is like searching for a specific grain of sand in a boundless desert. No clues, no direction, only endless speculation and futile trekking. If Yunju doesn't want to be found, he can hide anywhere, underground shelters, abandoned cities, even untouched contaminated areas. Xia too wanted her to prepare for the worst, not to be disappointed time and time again. We have no portrait of him, no trace of him. We can't even be sure if he's still alive. Yuan Zhao knew this, of course. I wanted to tell you yesterday, but I saw you were too tired from driving, so I wanted to find another opportunity. She looked at him, trying to pull her hand away, but failed. Yuan Zhao gave up struggling and said softly, finding Dad is important, but regarding the fragmented spiritual realm, besides Dad knowing the solution, there are actually other ways to dispel the white mist in my realm. Xia too was taken aback. Seemingly understanding her thoughts, he unconsciously released her hand. Yuan Zhao, now free, began to wander again. Her right hand slipped gently under his short-sleeved shirt, pressing against his skin and continuing to poke at his muscles. The first dispelling was in contaminated zone 249. The gatekeeper glimpsed a fragment from the depths of my dream, triggering that playground. Yuan Zhao's fingertips traced circles on his abs, her tone unusually serious. The second time, was Ding Lang. It reminded the little bluebird of something, and the white mist dispersed again, revealing that manor castle. The dissipating white mist was related to her missing memories. Having emerged from the contaminated zone, she intended to search for her father, while simultaneously attempting to restore her complete spiritual realm. Because only a guide with a complete realm is a guide of light. Xia too fully understood what she wanted to do. His breath hitched slightly, and his gaze darkened. Trying to ignore her hands fidgeting, he said in a deep voice, you want to enter the contaminated zone to find the gatekeeper who can stimulate your memory awakening? Yuan Zhao nodded. That's much simpler than simply finding Dad, isn't it? Xia too fell silent. Finding a person and recovering memories. The contaminated zone was simpler than finding Yunju? He knew she was using a fallacy. But he was falling for it. They were very close, able to feel each other's hot breath. Yuan Zhao looked up into his eyes. Most importantly, I think it's unlikely Dad is suffering outside. He might be enjoying himself in some contaminated zone, which is why he doesn't know the time, doesn't know I come out. The flow of time inside the contaminated zone is different from outside. Only this could explain it. A father who loved his child didn't even notice she had left contaminated Zone 6 and stayed in the town for 12 years. Sia2 remained silent, seemingly deep in thought. What were their chances of success if only 2 people entered the contaminated zone? Yunxiao noticed the man's breathing was already erratic, and tiptoed to kiss him, moving from his chin to his lips. Actually, there's another way to dispel some of the white fog. The sky was darkening. The distant gray fog gradually merged with the night. To avoid attracting the mutants, the camp rarely turned on its streetlights at night, and very few people ventured outside. The sentries who came to invite the 2 to dinner ran back and forth. The door remained tightly shut. The person in charge, helpless, could only order food to be delivered. Contaminated Zone 344 was gradually approaching. If it spread again this winter, their only option would be migration. But it seemed destined. Just then, an S-Class Sentinel from Dawn Base arrived. Having heard that Team Zero had successfully eliminated 2 5-star contaminated zones last year, this undoubtedly gave hope to the people living here. Therefore, the camp leader was exceptionally attentive. He wanted to probe the situation. Did the main base have any plans to resolve the 5-star contaminated zones this year? Was there any way to get contaminated Zone 344 ranked? That way, they wouldn't have to leave their homeland and could continue to defend Nanjing. A group of people had planned to host Sia2 for dinner that evening, hoping to bring up this matter over drinks. However, neither of them came out of the house until dark. The sentinel delivering the food left it at the door, checking back and forth several times. But no one came out to collect the food even late into the night. Chapter 435. The Qinhuai Refuge Camp stood silently atop the vast mountain peak in the dead of night. The mountains, their outlines blurred by the moonlight, resembled a lurking beast. Several watchtowers stood at the edge of the camp. The sentries stood tall and straight, vigilantly patrolling the surroundings in the darkness, their figures outlined with exceptional resolve by the moonlight, guarding the safety of the thousands within the camp. Meanwhile, in Yunxiao's spiritual realm, the scene was entirely different. Blue sky and white clouds reflected each other, and a clear lake, like a giant mirror, stretched across the verdant grassland. At the edge of the grassland, a dense forest suddenly appeared. Tall and straight phoenix trees, their branches intertwined, forming a natural green barrier. Beyond the forest, another vast spiritual realm connected. The fire phoenix passed through the forest. With a hint of curiosity and anticipation in its eyes, it cautiously stepped into the territory of the azure phoenix. The little bluebird perched on a branch of the phoenix tree, proudly raising its head. It glanced at the uninvited guest. Seeing that the blue phoenix hadn't chased it away, the fire phoenix was overjoyed, circling endlessly in the air. This was its first time entering the little bluebird's territory, and everything seemed new and exciting. But since the blue phoenix hadn't spoken, it dared not fly recklessly, only circling happily around it. The little bluebird didn't seem to mind. It tilted its head, thought for a moment, then flapped its wings and flew towards the playground, showing off its toys to the creature. The 2 phoenixes played in the playground. After an unknown amount of time, their intertwined domain finally separated again. The little bluebird immediately changed its demeanor, unceremoniously shooing the fire phoenix back. The playtime was over. Yunxiao lay on the bed, so exhausted she could barely lift a finger. Her eyelids were so heavy she could barely open them. I'm hungry. The man finally released her, tucked her in, and got up to dress. Sia2 picked up the communicator from the bedside table, put it back on, and asked softly, "What do you want to eat?" Yunxiao was too tired to speak, and replied in a muffled voice, "Anything is fine." Sia2 went downstairs, opened the door, and brought in the dinner that had been delivered. The dinner from the camp was plentiful. It included meat and vegetables, a plate of golden brown flatbread, a small dish of pickled vegetables, and a wild vegetable soup. It was probably the best food the refugee camp could offer. But Sia2 only glanced at it before setting it aside without paying attention. When traveling, it's always safest to handle your own food. Human hearts are unpredictable. Avoid anything of unknown origin. Sia2 unzipped his backpack, took out several packets of hot and sour noodles, ham sausages, and bottled water, and started cooking the noodles himself. He deliberately put less chili in her bowl. Yunxiao propped herself up, ate a bowl of hot and sour noodles, and finally fell into a deep sleep after lying back down on the bed. Sia2 tidied up the room, washed and hung up her clothes, and then went to bed, holding her as they slept. Early morning. The sun gradually rose, dispelling the silence of the night. The gray fog, hidden in the pale darkness of the night, was now clearly visible in the morning light. Like clumps of murky cotton, it hovered low above the polluted area, slowly churning and flowing, as if it were alive. Before 8 o'clock, Sia2's communicator began to vibrate frantically, messages coming in one after another. Yun Zhao was awakened, opened her eyes, and looked at the man leaning against the headboard replying to messages. From the base? Sia2, who had been awake for some time, hummed in response, placing the pillow upright behind her back. Minister Duan already knows we didn't go back. The two of them had acted first and informed their superiors later, without revealing anything before setting off. Yun Zhao could imagine how angry Minister Duan was. Won't the minister think I corrupted you? Yun Zhao asked somewhat nervously. After all, the Sia2 of the past wasn't like this. He was the base's recognized role model of responsibility, composure, and adherence to rules. Sia2 turned to look at her, chuckling softly. Feeling guilty now? Yun Zhao shook her head, noticing his dimples when he smiled, and poked his cheek. I'm not guilty. If the minister asks, I say Jiang Mu taught me. Jiang Mu is truly wronged. Sia2 took her hand in his, and handed her the communicator. The minister isn't angry, just asking for the specific reason for not returning. I replied to the minister first. We're investigating some important clues related to the anomalies in the contaminated area, and can't return for the time being. We keep communication open and report our location regularly. Yun Zhao propped herself up against the headboard, her gaze sweeping over the messages on the screen. Minister Duan had indeed only inquired about mission-related matters. He only mentioned the two of them not returning briefly at the end. Sia2 pulled the blanket over her shoulder gently. We can't explicitly tell the base, but we can at least hint at it, reminding the base to prepare for war. Yun Zhao nodded. The two of them, unusually staying in bed, sat on the bed chatting idly. The conversation gradually drifted back to the Qinhuai refugee camp. Starting last night, a squad of sentries has been passing by the gate every hour. Sia2 said, it seems like a normal patrol. The high-ranking figure managing a refugee camp of over 1,000 people was being overly attentive to him. Yun Zhao's heart skipped a beat, vaguely guessing something. Is it related to contaminated Zone 344? Did he have expectations of them? Or rather, some ulterior motive? Sia2 tightened his grip on her hand. That's a 5-star contaminated zone, we can't control it. Even if she wanted to enter the contaminated zone to search for her memories, she couldn't choose such a dangerous area. Yun Zhao leaned her head against his shoulder and said, I know. She certainly understood the danger of a 5-star contaminated zone. The gatekeeper harbored great malice towards her. The only true 5-star contaminated Zone 0 team had ever experienced was that little boy. Given the circumstances, without Jiang Mu's team and her teammates intercepting the monsters, she might not have been able to capture the gatekeeper successfully. If there were only two of them, the success rate would likely be very low. She would act according to her capabilities, and wouldn't risk her own life or his. Yun Zhao said, currently, it seems that relocation is the only option for the Qinhuai refugee camp. Sia2 nodded, saying nothing more. The two lingered in bed a while longer before finally getting up to go out and look for people. They saw the door open. The sentry outside immediately noticed them, and quickly turned to inform his superiors. The two pretended not to see them, carrying their marching backpacks as they went out. The little bluebird and the fire phoenix finally emerged. The two spirit forms, one red and one blue, stood on their respective physical shoulders, curiously tilting their heads to examine the refugee camp. In the distance, a group of people who had received the news hurried over. Chapter 436. Yun Zhao looked at the newcomers. 7 or 8 burly men, in their prime, the oldest appearing to be only in their 30s. The leader was someone he hadn't seen yesterday. He was broad-shouldered and muscular, half a head taller than the others, with a weapon at his waist, clearly a high-ranking sentry. Resources were scarce outside, and most leaders of the refugee camps were powerful individuals. That was understandable. Without strength, one couldn't control capable subordinates. Sia2 stepped forward to speak with him. A list of people who have migrated here in the last 20 years? Zheng Xiao had led a team out searching for supplies yesterday, and only learned of the news upon returning in the evening. He glanced at the two men's tightly clasped hands and chuckled. We do have a list, but as you know, Captain Xia, the personnel list is a camp secret. If it gets shown to you, the larger base can't stop us from poaching people. He said this jokingly. This contrasted sharply with the eagerness of the men behind him yesterday. Zheng Xiao's attitude was neither humble nor arrogant, his tone calm, yet he seemed to have his own calculations. Sia2 represented the Dawn base, and according to the girl beside him, the two seemed to be looking for a guide. Guides were scarce at the major bases. This was no secret. Few guides could resist the lure of the benefits offered by the major bases. Zheng Xiao couldn't help but suspect their motives. The entire Qinhuai camp only had a handful of guides. If they were poached by a major base, their situation would become even more difficult. Xie Tu understood Zheng Xiao's concerns. His expression remained unchanged, his tone steady. We have some private matters to confirm, and won't leak the list. If it's convenient, we hope to get your help. The little bluebird let out its usual mocking laugh. Pfft. Foolish sentry. Yun Xiao patted it reassuringly. Zheng Xiao kept his eyes straight ahead, not even glancing at her. Yun Xiao understood. This man seemed to have already guessed her identity? With Captain Xia's words, there's naturally no problem. Zheng Xiao, preoccupied with talking to Xie Tu, laughed heartily, and led the way. Many people have come here in the past 20 years. I wonder who you're looking for. I have the sentries take you there with a list. Xie Tu nodded, thank you. Although Yun Xiao didn't hold out much hope, she still said the same thing. She didn't want to miss any possibility. The 6 or 7 people behind them followed. Seeing that Deputy Battalion Commander Zheng hadn't mentioned anything serious for a while, they could only anxiously watch from the sidelines. The group headed down the mountain. Zhongshan has been Nanjing's natural barrier since ancient times, with undulating terrain and dense forests. Now, it has been cleverly utilized, becoming a fortress for the survivors. Zheng Xiao was very talkative, introducing the camp's basic situation to Xie Tu as they walked. Our Qinhuai camp is the largest shelter in the area, with many people, but supplies have always been a major problem. The farmland at the foot of the mountain has only started to improve in the last 2 years. Most of us still rely on scavenging for supplies on the edge of the contaminated zones. Zheng Xiao continued, we dare not go to contaminated zone 344. We usually drive to 341, and occasionally we go a little further, finding some 1- or 2-star contaminated zones to organize our forces to go in. At this point, he smiled wryly, don't laugh at me, Captain Xia, but even low-level contaminated zones are difficult for us. Casualties often occur, but there's nothing we can do about it. Zheng Xiao spoke earnestly, but didn't mention a word about the number of sentries and guides in the camp. Xie Tu remained calm, his words carrying a hidden meaning. Since that's the case, have you considered organizing a relocation? Zheng Xiao sighed. Easier said than done. The relocation route is fraught with danger. Without sufficient armed protection, we won't even reach the main base. Moreover, leaving behind the land and resources we depend on for survival, and getting thousands of people to settle in the main base is no simple matter. In the main base, everything, food, clothing, shelter, and transportation, requires points. Most ordinary people can't even support themselves. Without land, without resources, and unable to find decent work, their quality of life is even worse than here. Xie Tu nodded, indicating understanding, but didn't reply. He simply said, Number 341 has been registered with the Dawn base. A combat team will likely arrive soon. Zheng Xiao paused slightly, then smiled. That's a good thing. We rather drive a little further than live in constant fear of it spreading. Many behind him echoed. Even halfway up the mountain, the billowing gray fog could still be seen in the distance. It was truly unsettling. Yun Zhao followed Xie Tu silently. Walking along the winding mountain path, they could see more buildings built against the mountainside. These buildings were mostly clustered together, divided into sections, with many people moving about in front of the rows of houses. Yun Zhao looked up at the mountaintop. A huge building stood there, its exterior walls made of thick concrete, with communication antennas and solar panels mounted on its roof. The mountaintop seemed to be the core area of the shelter. Zheng Xiao suddenly changed the subject. I heard that Captain Xie completed 2 5-star missions last year. Could you tell us what the main base's attitude is towards these long-standing contaminated areas? The crowd behind him shuddered. Finally, they were getting to the point. Xie Tu, noticing their subtle thoughts, spoke calmly, the 5-star zone is extremely dangerous. We have no plans to do so this year. He didn't explicitly state the situation, but the implication was clear. The 4 bases were temporarily unable to handle contaminated Zone 344. The group felt an indescribable disappointment. Was relocation their only option? They had already reached the archives room at the foot of the mountain. Zheng Xiao remained calm and composed, speaking fluently without revealing any emotion. He asked someone to fetch the file list and handed it to Xie Tu. I have other matters to attend to later, so I won't accompany Captain Xie on his search. I would like to invite Captain Xie and Miss Yun to join us for a simple meal tonight. He then arranged for 2 sentries and a lifeguard to take them to the civilian area. Xie Tu nodded, thank you. Yun Zhao and Sia2 ultimately did not stay for dinner. After searching the entire shelter without finding anyone, Sia2 traded 2 magazines for some fresh vegetables, and the two then took their leave. They wondered when Minister Duan would urge them to return. Yuan Zhao clearly didn't want to waste time. Furthermore, the camp was short of resources and supplies. The two had plenty of supplies. There was no need to stay and waste other people's food. Sia2 drove the military off-road vehicle south. We go directly from Zhenjiang, detour through Suzhou into Hunan, and then return through Hubei. Okay, you decide. Yuan Zhao sat in the car, took the map back, and marked the locations of Qixia Camp and Qinhuai Camp with an X. Along the way, the car got closer and closer to the gray fog. Pollution Zone 344 was located between Nanjing and Zhenjiang, covering a vast area, with the polluted area almost occupying most of the urban areas of both cities. Sia2 took a detour, using Route 346 to avoid the area. Numerous mutants roamed the route. Every few minutes, several monsters appeared in sight. These monsters varied in form, their bodies covered in black slime, resembling a hybrid of humans and beasts. They were on all fours, with bulging backs covered in sharp bone spurs. Their levels ranged from level 2 to 7. Greenish-blue fluorescent light danced in the air. Gunfire continued, and the black slime seeped out, dripping onto the ground with a sizzling, corrosive sound. Chapter 437. This military off-road vehicle, unlike the armored vehicles of the Zero Squad, couldn't withstand the corrosive slime. The two were slowed down by the mutants. As darkness fell, the vehicle had only traveled a dozen miles around the 344 contaminated zone, still within Nanjing's borders. Night slowly descended. The small military off-road vehicle continued its journey on the silent highway, not a single light in sight. There was no sign of human habitation, only the roars of monsters as companions. The atmosphere was extremely oppressive. Yuan Zhao looked out the car window. She couldn't see anything in the pitch-black shadows. She tugged at Sia2's sleeve. Talk to me. Sia2 gripped the steering wheel firmly with one hand and took hers. Okay, what do you want to eat tonight? Yuan Zhao pursed her lips, her gaze still fixed on the thick darkness outside the window. Hot pot. I brought the broth. Hot pot in the middle of nowhere. Then let me find a safe place to start a fire. Sia2 went along with her, talking about his separated teammates. Those heartless guys didn't send a single message after they left. Yuan Zhao gave him a strange look. They did. This afternoon, AU asked us where we were. Tao Haohao even asked me if he could delay returning Qi Ling's reward points, otherwise he wouldn't have money for food. The communicator screen was too small. She got carsick looking at it for too long, so she replied to a message and didn't look at it again. Sia2 paused, his gaze turning somber. You only sent it to you? He thought she was browsing the forum that afternoon. The forum had been dominated by that Bishi from Hope Base for the past few days, so he hadn't logged in to check. Yuan Zhao thought for a moment, to avoid him holding a grudge and going back to increase training, and explained on behalf of his teammates, maybe they think sending me a message and sending you a message are the same thing. Sia2 was indeed pleased to hear this. His lips curled slightly upward. Indeed, they're all the same. Yuan Zhao, seeing his expression, didn't know what to say. She thought for a moment, since we still have a signal, I sent by you a message. She's going to the Dawn base on a business trip in a couple of days. Sia2 knew about this too. That guide by wasn't content to be stuck in the base, and had always wanted to go out and see the world. Speaking of the Dawn base, Yuan Zhao thought of Jiang Mu and asked, has Jiang Mu and the others entered the contaminated zone again? Sia2 squeezed her hand, this time stating bluntly, don't discuss other men in front of me. Yuan Zhao, never mind, she checked the system herself after getting out of the car. Yuan Zhao just felt that once the white beast left the contaminated zone, it would probably start looking for her again. If she didn't go back, what if Jiang Mu made a wasted trip? Sia2 drove a few more miles. Ahead, a light appeared, particularly conspicuous in the darkness. Are those headlights? Yuan Zhao couldn't see clearly. Could it be a convoy? Heading this way, could it be the Qinhuai or Qixia camp's troops returning from the main base? Why are the refugee camp sentries traveling at night? Aren't they afraid of driving into the contaminated zone? But soon, Yuan Zhao realized she was wrong. More and more lights appeared, and there were many vehicles, clearly beyond the capabilities of a small camp. Sia2 squinted ahead, explaining, it's reinforcements. It seems the combat team dealing with contaminated Zone 341 is here. The convoy opposite clearly noticed the military off-road vehicles traveling at night, and honked their horns. Sia2 honked back. The two sides soon met. The car stopped. The adjutant opposite, recognizing the red-crowned crane insignia on the car and seeing Sia2 inside, looked quite surprised. "What brings Captain Sia here?" Sia2 rolled down his window and replied, "Some personal business." 2 squads of sentries got out of the convoy. These were the 5th and 6th squads from the Dawn Base's operations department. They came over to greet them and inquire about the situation. More than 10 senior sentries, both men and women, were all dressed in combat uniforms, their weapons never leaving their hands. Some looked curiously at the passenger seat. Yun Zhao nodded politely as a greeting. A round-faced female sentry paused, then smiled at her. Sia2 didn't know much about Unit 341, only exchanging a few pleasantries with him. Upon learning they were looking for a place to spend the night, one of the sentries carrying a long sword kindly pointed the way. "There's one a few hundred meters ahead. We cleared out all the monsters over there." Sia2 thanked him politely. The 2 sides didn't talk for long before parting ways again. They were heading towards Dawn Base at night. With troops following behind, they couldn't afford to be delayed halfway. Yun Zhao glanced back. The convoy drove further and further away, the lights quickly disappearing from sight. "They all seem to know you." Sia2 calmly replied, "I can't help it, I'm too famous." Yun Zhao, "I'm famous too." Sia2, "But you don't show your face often, they only heard of you, never seen you." "Okay." A few minutes later, the 2 arrived at their overnight campsite. It was an abandoned building, the surrounding walls mostly collapsed, but it still offered some shelter. Yun Zhao had already planned to spend the night outdoors. The vehicle was equipped with a tent, blankets, a stove, and other supplies. She wanted hot pot, so Sia2 made it. He got out of the car with a stove and started a fire. Their washed combat uniforms were hanging in the back of the vehicle. Yun Zhao climbed up and touched them, they were dry. She then packed their clothes into her military backpack. After doing this, she logged into the base's internal system to check on the contaminated zone mission Jiang Mu's team was currently carrying out. The second-generation communicator had many functions. After logging into the internal system, all the data was clearly displayed. Yun Zhao found that the chubby girl with the big head was still in contaminated zone 42. The data showed that the contaminated zone hadn't collapsed, and she hadn't emerged yet. She carefully examined the data, her hand unconsciously entering the data for contaminated zone 6. Although Yun Zhao had promised Sia2 not to go to zone 6 for the time being, it was her initial obsession, the place where she had lived as a child. It would be a lie to say she didn't care at all. Yun Zhao saw the data displayed and paused slightly. Before she could process it, a piercing horn blared outside. The Dawn Base convoy suddenly turned back. Dozens of military vehicles sped towards them, horns blaring incessantly. Team Leader Sia, "Move fast. Zone 344 is spread," someone shouted. "Zone 344, that 5-star contaminated zone?" Sia2's eyes narrowed. He didn't even have time to clean up the stove on the ground. Grabbing the supplies he unloaded and tossing them into the back of the truck. He quickly jumped into the driver's seat and started the engine. Yun Zhao remained in the passenger seat. The car started quickly, roaring off alongside the Dawn Base convoy. The night was pitch black. Rolling gray fog was hidden in the darkness. Looking up at the sky, nothing could be seen. The Dawn Base convoy sped ahead, its headlights leaving blinding streaks in the darkness. The horns blared incessantly, urgent and shrill, like warnings, or perhaps urging. Sia2 gripped the steering wheel tightly, his gaze fixed intently on the road ahead, the car already at its maximum speed. Chapter 438. No matter how fast a car is going, how can it outrun the wildly spreading gray fog, almost in the blink of an eye? The gray fog, sweeping in like a tidal wave, instantly engulfed the last few cars. Yun Zhao hurriedly stuffed things into his backpack, only to feel a blinding light from behind, and the surroundings suddenly became extremely noisy. The noise was drawn out, as if coming from a very distant place, becoming distorted and distant. At the same time, the sentries at the Qinhuai refugee camp noticed the approaching gray fog. The alarm had just been sounded when the fog rapidly closed in. Too fast. So fast that there was no time to react. Zheng Xiao stood on the watchtower, watching helplessly as the camp's buildings disappeared one by one, replaced by modern tourist facilities. The outline of Zhongshan Mountain gradually became clear in the gray fog. Buildings rose from the ground at the foot of the mountain. In that instant, it was as if time had reversed, taking this land back 200 years. "This is Nanjing?" The sentries' voices trembled, and the sirens slipped from their hands and fell to the ground. Night turned to day. Blinding sunlight and a cacophony of noise filled the air. The group's eyes were fixed on the familiar shelter camp. Under everyone's gaze, the entire mountain gradually returned to its modern appearance. On the streets at the foot of the mountain, vehicles flowed endlessly, and tourists thronged, as if the apocalyptic disaster had never happened. The sentry post at their feet had somehow turned into a stone block. Damn it! The camp commander is still on the mountaintop. Zheng Xiao was the first to react, his face ashen as he ran up the mountain, shouting, "Notify everyone. Immediately proceed to the mountaintop to assemble and take cover. This is the contaminated zone. A 5-star contaminated zone where no one survived." The gray fog descended instantly. Xie reached out and grabbed Yun Xiao beside him. As an S-rank sentinel who spent years traversing contaminated zones, he remained calm even when caught up in the contamination. As long as the two didn't get separated and they gathered information about the contaminated zone, they would eventually find a way out. Yun Xiao was the same. She was calm, even utterly serene. The sudden blinding light made it impossible to open one's eyes. The gray fog was dissipating, and the surrounding noise grew clearer. She slightly raised her hand, and fluorescent light danced, deepening the previously formed transparent barrier. Yun Xiao grabbed the man beside her, feeling the vehicle beneath them disappear, and leaned her entire weight on him. 2 phoenixes appeared at this moment. Maintaining the same posture, they tilted their heads, looking outside. Xie, carrying her, landed steadily on the ground, finally able to see the surrounding scenery clearly. It wasn't a desolate wasteland, but a bustling modern city. Skyscrapers stood tall, traffic flowed busily, and pedestrians thronged the streets, untouched by the ravages of the apocalypse. This city remained untouched before the apocalypse. It was the resource point sought by the 4 major bases. Unfortunately, it was rated 5-star danger, its ancient history meaning there was virtually no return for those who entered, making it impossible to transport supplies. Xie gaze quickly swept across the surroundings. The pedestrians on the street appeared perfectly normal. The Dawn Bay sentinels, who had been swallowed up with him, were nowhere to be seen. He finished his observation, and was about to speak when he suddenly noticed the unusual weight of the person in his arms. Xie looked down in disbelief. He saw Yun Xiao in his arms, a small body with a youthful face, looking up at him with a blank expression. The little bluebird flew to Xie's head, looking down at his main body with a puzzled expression. Suddenly she felt happy. She shrank. Her original body, like it, had shrunk again. Seeing the man's shocked expression, Yun Xiao glared at him, and ordered in her childish voice, "My shoulder hurts, take that thing away quickly." Xie's previously cold face instantly tightened. He pursed his thin lips, saying nothing, but silently slung the military backpack that was pulling her down onto his own body. The last time she shrank was due to the effects of reverse time. What was the reason this time? Without the weight of the backpack, Yun Xiao felt much more comfortable. She squirmed in his arms, curiously looking at the vehicles and pedestrians on the street. Where is this? She was still wearing adult clothes, her loose short-sleeved shirt almost reaching her knees, and her pants hanging precariously on her body. 2 combat boots lay at Xie's feet. Xie slowly answered her, "This is a contaminated area." Yun Xiao didn't take it seriously, her attention drawn to her unsuitable clothes. She frowned and instructed, "Go pick out some clothes first, a princess dress." Wait a minute. Xie, carrying her in one arm, squatted down to pick up her shoes, and asked her, "Tell me first, do you remember?" "I don't remember." Yun Xiao interrupted him impatiently. Her childish face showed stubbornness as she emphasized, "A princess dress." The little bluebird was overjoyed. "A princess dress. The fire phoenix. A princess dress." Xie was silent for a few seconds, but ultimately said nothing, carrying her towards the shopping mall across the street. The street was bustling with pedestrians, sunlight shining on the busy street, the noise of traffic incessant. A tall figure attracted the attention of passers-by. The man was tall and imposing, with a handsome but aloof face and an undeniable aura. He held a little girl in his arms. The girl looked no more than 6 or 7 years old. Her delicate face had a touch of baby fat, a small, purred nose, and large, clear, bright eyes. However, she wore an oversized adult short-sleeved shirt. The wide hem almost covered her knees, and her trousers hung loosely on her body, as if they might slip down at any moment. The man steadily supported the girl with one hand, while the other carried a pair of combat boots. A bulging military backpack slung over his back, and another backpack was slung over one shoulder, making him look like he had just returned from a battlefield. His aura was incongruous with his surroundings, creating a sense of disharmony. It drew frequent glances from passers-by. Some even secretly took out their phones to take pictures. Is that his daughter? Why is she dressed like that? She doesn't look like it. That man is so handsome, but why does he seem a bit fierce? The little girl is so cute. Look at her little expression, so proud. Has something happened? Should we call the police? No way, someone that handsome is a human trafficker. The whispers of passers-by reached Sietu's ears. Hearing the words daughter, his expression noticeably turned colder. His gaze remained wary as he scanned his surroundings, his steps steady as he walked towards the shopping mall across the street. These people were so vibrant, unlike mutants. Another video? Videos of Nanjing 200 years ago? Xiao Yunjiao fiddled with the communicator in her hand, pressing some button, and after the screen switched, the numbers at the top were climbing. Pollution concentration 23%. Sietu glanced over and saw this, discussing with her, we're not the only ones who came in. After we buy the princess dress, let's look for the others. This city is too normal. Several vehicles of the Dawn base's reinforcements were swallowed up. It was uncertain how many people had entered. The immediate priority was to gather resources, figure out the rules of the contaminated area, and tentatively search for a way out. Xiao Yunjiao wrinkled her nose, clearly dissatisfied with his arrangement. Sietu had quickly composed himself, calmly pointing to a shop on the first floor of the mall. Want some ice cream? If you agree, we go buy some. Chapter 439. Xiao Yunjiao looked in the direction he pointed and indeed saw various ice cream display cases. What's buying? Do you need to buy things to eat? In Xiao Yunjiao's worldview, anything she wanted to eat could be taken freely, and resources were freely acquired. The concept of trade simply didn't exist. Sietu immediately realized that she had grown up in a polluted area, and her views were completely different from ordinary people. This is the old era. Eating or taking things requires something called money to exchange. Xiao Yunjiao looked disdainful upon hearing this. Sietu's expression remained unchanged, gesturing for her to look at the clerk over there. You can try it with your mental power if you don't believe me. It was a very young female clerk, secretly taking pictures with her phone. Realizing she had been discovered, the female clerk hurriedly put away her phone and gave the two of them a professional smile. A normal human reaction. Xiao Yunjiao indeed made her move. A cyan green fluorescent mental thread shot towards the female clerk, but it passed right through her body, having no effect whatsoever. Images? Yes. Xiao Yunjiao pouted. Do you have any money? Sietu, I got some from Jiangmu last time, just in case. Xiao Yunjiao looked at him suspiciously. Who is Jiangmu? Sietu replied very calmly, it's not important. Xiao Yunjiao didn't care about that. Since he brought it up, she proudly raised her little face. Then I want ice cream. I buy you some after I buy you the princess dress. Sietu carried her past the ice cream shop, and before she could make a fuss, he went into the mall first. Two phoenixes flew happily behind them. Even though he knew Xiao Yunjiao's personality. But choosing dresses, accessories, and shoes still took Sietu longer than he had anticipated. She was dissatisfied with this and disliked that. Her picky shopping drove both the sales clerks and Sietu crazy. The two sales clerks were already sweating slightly, offering awkward but polite smiles. Your daughter has really unique taste. Sietu glanced at the clock in the store, his face turning cold again at the comment. When they came out of the mall, the little girl in his arms had changed drastically. She was wearing a champagne-colored tutu dress, silver leather shoes with delicate bows on the tops, and small crystals glittering in the heels. Her hair should be styled in a princess updo, and she should have a crown, Xiao Yunjiao said discontentedly, clinging to him. Sietu, head down, checked the time and patiently replied, I learn when we get back. He wouldn't let the sales clerks touch her, and he personally helped her change her clothes. He didn't understand her taste, but he respected it. Sietu set up her communicator. She was restless in his arms. Sietu was carrying two backpacks, making it a bit difficult to operate. It's 5:16 now, currently located in Jiangning district, but there's only the time. I searched the entire mall, but haven't found the date. Sietu believed the date must be hiding something. She didn't want outsiders to discover it. Xiao Yunjiao didn't care about any of that, arrogantly glancing at him. Where's the ice cream you promised? The man paused slightly, helpless against her current state. He turned back towards the ice cream shop outside. The ice cream clerk was the same woman who had secretly photographed him earlier, wearing a work apron and looking quite young. Sietu noticed something was wrong even before he got close. The female clerk's eyes were somewhat vacant, unlike their previous liveliness, and her hands trembled slightly as she operated the machine. The customers queuing for ice cream were a young couple, who seemed to have noticed the abnormality as well. The girl asked with concern, what's wrong? Are you sick? The clerk reacted a beat late, forcing a stiff smile that stretched from her lips to her ears, but her eyes remained expressionless. Nothing. Her posture became even more stiff, her hands shaking so much that she could barely hold the ice cream. Sia2 frowned slightly. The two stood in a small square outside the mall, surrounded by a throng of people. The sky seemed to have inadvertently been veiled by a light gloom, giving the impression of an impending storm. Xiao Yunjiao pouted, "It's filthy, I'm not eating it." Filthy? That was clearly just an image. An image capable of conversation, capable of influencing outsiders. Many people passing by were walking their pet dogs. A Pomeranian puppy, nestled in its owner's lap, suddenly began kicking wildly, baring its fangs, and barking incessantly at the couple. The owner, bewildered, quickly tried to soothe the dog. She apologized to the man. "I'm sorry. Did you frighten the child? It's not usually like this." Sia2's gaze lingered on the dog's fierce eyes, and he replied calmly, "It's all right." Outside the ice cream shop, a young couple had already left with their freshly made, crookedly stacked ice cream. As the clerk handed over the ice cream, Sia2 seemed to hear a cracking sound in his knuckles, as if bones were dislocating. "Should we throw this ice cream away?" After the girl walked away, she whispered to her boyfriend, "I think that waitress was acting a bit strange." Her boyfriend was a little angry. "I already said I didn't want it, but you wouldn't let me say anything. You sell such expensive ice cream, and you just throw it away like that?" The girl explained, "No, the flu is so bad lately. What if she gets sick and blames us if we have a fight?" Her boyfriend thought about it and agreed. There are a lot of flu cases in the hospital lately. Could it be the end of the world? Throw it away. Remember to take a picture. We can complain on the official website later. Okay, should we go to the supermarket to stock up on supplies? A white-collar worker passing by seemed to have overheard their conversation, rolled her eyes, and muttered to herself, "These young people nowadays really don't know how hard it is to make money. The end of the world? They read too many apocalyptic novels." Xiao Yunjiao, perched on Sia2's shoulder, leisurely kicked her little feet, watching everything unfold with indifference. The strangeness on the street was just one corner of the city. Sia2 had a vague suspicion, and his face darkened. The timeline within this 5-star contaminated zone is on the eve of the Dark Apocalypse, in the eyes of posterity. The arrival of the Dark Apocalypse was a cataclysmic disaster. Countless humans were mutated into monsters, and contaminated zones shrouded in gray mist appeared out of nowhere. Humanity was reduced to less than 1/10, and civilization was almost completely destroyed. But what exactly happened to the people 200 years ago? Posterity can only glean a glimpse from historical records, remaining unaware of the full extent of what happened. Sia2 sensed the timeline and, without further delay, carried her away. The Fire Phoenix suddenly ascended into the sky, tasked with investigating anomalies and searching for people. The two were unaware of this. The contaminated zone spread so widely and rapidly that the entire Qinhuai camp had already fallen under its influence. Zhongshan Scenic Area. Suddenly, thousands of people dressed in tattered clothes appeared on the mountaintop. Armed sentries protected the ordinary people, their eyes fierce and filled with murderous intent, terrifying the tourists who screamed and fled down the mountain in panic. Down the mountain, several police cars were rushing towards the scene with sirens blaring. The sentries had never encountered anything like this before. In this seemingly normal city, they felt like the odd ones out. No one dared to let their guard down. After herding the tourists down the mountain, they quickly established a defensive perimeter. "How long has Deputy Battalion Commander Zheng been inside?" "The commander is inside. They're discussing how to handle it." "Don't panic." Despite these words, everyone couldn't help but show despair. A 5-star contaminated zone. There had never been a survivor before. The only S-rank sentry, who had completed a 5-star mission, had left the camp before the contamination began. Chapter 440. Sia2 and Xiao Yunjiao's search for the missing person was not going smoothly. Strange phenomena occurred frequently along the way. The surrounding pollution concentration was rising, slowly increasing from 23% to 29%, and small amounts of dark, dust-like substances could already be seen drifting in the air. They hadn't walked far when an ambulance sped past, reporting a major traffic accident at the intersection ahead. Sia2, carrying Xiao Yunjiao, followed the crowd of onlookers to the scene of the accident. The scene was horrific. 7 or 8 vehicles were piled up, some with severely deformed front ends, others with their sides dented. A minivan lay across the middle of the road, its wheels askew, overturned, one door torn off, and lying forlornly a short distance away. The scene inside the vehicle was even more shocking. A bus had crashed into the guardrail, and screams and groans filled the air inside. In the driver's seat of the black sedan, its front end mangled, the driver was trapped inside the deformed cockpit, his head drooping limply, blood streaming down his forehead. The passenger in the front passenger seat was twisted, his arm hanging grotesquely out the window, motionless, his fate unknown. On the sidewalk, more than a dozen figures lay, their lives hanging in the air, blood pooling around them. The air was thick with the acrid smell of gasoline, blood, and burning, a nauseating mixture. The surrounding crowd gasped and sighed. What happened? It looks like they were waiting at a red light when that bus suddenly accelerated and rear-ended them, shoving several cars into the intersection, hitting pedestrians crossing the street, and then colliding with oncoming traffic. My God, so many car accidents lately. This is the 8th one this month. Haven't you seen the news? Car accidents are increasing all over the country lately. A middle-aged man who witnessed the whole thing was talking enthusiastically when he turned his head and noticed a cold-looking man holding a little girl standing behind him. Brother, such a bloody scene. Don't bring your child to join in the fun. The man kindly said to Sia2, don't scare the child, stop watching and leave. Xiao Yunjiao proudly raised her head. How could such a small scene scare her? Okay, thanks for reminding me. Sia2 thanked her politely before she could speak. As he turned to leave, he saw the doors of 2 ambulances open. Not only medical personnel got out, but also 2 AI medical assistance robots. Sia2 squinted at them. The patterns on the robots looked somewhat familiar. Qi Ling's family's robotics company? Medical personnel, carrying stretchers, jogged to the middle of the road to check on the injured. Another team of medical personnel prioritized the bus with the most passengers. The doors opened, and stretchers were quickly moved to the front to treat the seriously injured. Within minutes, 2 injured people were lifted off the stretchers. One of the patients had his eyes closed, his body contorted at an unbelievable angle, and the sound of bones cracking could be heard. But he was still alive, wriggling on the stretcher. Yes, wriggling, as if his bones were dissolving, like some kind of reptile. Sia2 calmly withdrew his gaze, and in the chaos, picked up a cell phone from the ground, then left with Xiao Yunjiao in his arms. The phone still only displayed the time, not the date. The disaster didn't erupt instantly. There were signs beforehand. The nation must have sensed something, which is why it was able to quickly establish hundreds of large official shelters across the country after the disaster. But awareness doesn't equate to resistance, nor does it guarantee a solution. How similar his and Yunjiao's current situation is. Sia2 looked down at the person in his arms. She seemed uncomfortable being held. Her youthful face betrayed a hint of impatience as she squirmed restlessly in his arms. Yunjiao returned to her childhood as soon as she entered. Is this related to the current timeline? Judging from her reaction, she didn't reject him. Their interaction was extremely natural, as if she remembered their last encounter. But how could that be? According to conventional timeline logic, young Yunjiao and adult Yunjiao exist in different timelines. If the first time was when adult Yunjiao returned to the past, then young Yunjiao wouldn't have any memory of their second encounter. The fact is, young Yunjiao seems to still clearly remember Sia2. Her 2 entries seem to trigger the same time loop, a time reset in the contaminated zone, essentially repeating the same cycle. These were clearly 2 different contaminated zones. Sia2, having carried out missions for so long, originally thought he understood the contaminated zones pretty well. Now, however, he still couldn't fathom their true nature. Xiao Yunjiao had no idea what he was thinking. She squirmed for a while, finally exploding, her childish voice carrying a hint of command. I want to ride in a car. The man carried his own military backpack, her backpack slung over his right shoulder, holding her in his arms, and carrying a bag in his other hand. The bag contained her clothes and boots that she had changed out of. There were too many things, and the gun at her waist was digging into her calves, making her very uncomfortable as she moved. Xiao Yunjiao wasn't one to compromise herself. Walking was impossible, and carrying it was uncomfortable. She looked at the cars parked on the street, found one that looked appealing, and said in her childish voice, I want to ride in that one. Sia2 looked up. She was referring to a sleek red sports car, very cool, and its price was obvious just by looking at it. Xiao Yunjiao pouted unhappily, urging him repeatedly, go buy it, I want to ride in that car. She had just learned a new word, and using buy to acquire items was something she found novel. Sia2 was silent for a moment, then said, we probably can't afford it. He only had a few dozen bills from Jiangmu, and half of them had already been spent on clothes and shoes for her. The rest was definitely not enough to buy a sports car. Xiao Yunjiao gave him a disdainful look, as if to say, how can you be so poor? And said matter-of-factly, you're really useless. If you can't afford it, then rob it. The little bluebird perched on Xia2's head, proudly raising its head, its expression exactly the same as its original form. Yes! We can rob it! The fire phoenix circling overhead excitedly chimed in. Yes! We can rob it! Another 1 on 3. Xia2 was utterly defeated. He could only say in the end, there are too many people on the street. Walking like this will waste too much time. I definitely need a vehicle. A few minutes later, Xia2 asked for directions and arrived at a nearby car rental shop. This city was even more real than Zone 88. On the eve of darkness, it was best to avoid any conflict with the natives. To avoid countless troubles later, Xia2 used his last bit of money to rent a beetle that looked similar, but was actually dozens of times cheaper. Xiao Yunxiao didn't care, because she couldn't tell the difference between the cars at all. The owner, a young man, sat in front of the computer at the front desk and asked Xia2, could you please show me your ID card and driver's license? The deposit is 2,000 yuan, and it's 180 yuan per day. How many days do you need to rent? Xiao Yunxiao tilted her head and asked, what's an ID card?